Chapter 1 Su Tong awoke with a start, finding herself sprawled upon a pristine slab of jade. A sharp pain coursed through her body. Struggling to sit up, Su Tong gazed at her hands in disbelief. Was she really alive? She recalled the moment she inadvertently fell from the cruise ship into the depths of the sea, and then a dark, monstrous creature had approached her, opening its gaping maw to swallow her whole, after which she lost consciousness. And now, she found herself here. She's awake, a male voice interrupted Su Tong's thoughts. Startled, she lifted her gaze, and the scene before her took her breath away. Who are you? Su Tong's voice trembled slightly. Before her stood a group of half-naked men, all staring intently at her. Their skin tones varied, yet all possessed muscular physiques. Boasting 8-pack abs, they were clad in nothing but scraps of burlap that barely covered their modesty, emphasizing the length of their legs. Su Tong felt her breath quicken. Could it be that she was still trapped in a dream? Was this a spring dream? How utterly embarrassing! How could she dream of so many men? Make way! A voice with an alluring timbre emerged from the crowd. The men bowed their heads, half kneeling to clear a path. Su Tong turned to the source of the voice, her eyes widening at the sight of an exceedingly handsome man. He exuded a raw, primal energy. With bronze skin and towering over 6 feet tall, his muscles appeared even more defined than those of the half-naked men. His tousled black hair fell casually over his brow, and his deep brown eyes glimmered like amber, partially hidden behind his tousled locks, framed by a sharply defined jawline and a high nose. The man approached Su Tong, crouching beside her and placing his hand upon her chest. Su Tong's pupils dilated, and she slapped his face with all her might. Pervert, what do you think you're doing? Just because he was handsome, did he think he could take liberties? Su Tong instinctively shielded her chest with her arms and scooted back until her back pressed against the wall. The half-naked men below the jade slab suddenly let out a series of low growls. Su Tong recognized these growls as ominous warnings reminiscent of an angry wolf pack. The man remained unperturbed, his expression blank as he regarded Su Tong, as if her slap were merely a playful itch. He turned his face towards the men below, casting them a frosty glare. Instantly, the half-naked men ceased their growls. Do not be afraid, they will not harm you. The man seated himself upon the jade slab, extending a hand towards her. I am Achu, their king. His initial intention was merely to check if Su Tong's heartbeat was steady. He had no desire to take advantage of her. Achu's gaze fell upon Su Tong's hand, which had struck him. Does your hand hurt? Su Tong's eyes widened in confusion, her brows knitting tightly together. He showed no concern for the pain on his own face, yet was preoccupied with whether her hand was in discomfort. It was only upon Achu's prompting that she became aware of the throbbing pain in her palm. She looked down at her slightly reddened hand. This sensation felt far too real to be a mere dream. Had she somehow crossed over? Where am I? Su Tong asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, her full lips slightly parted. Achu's gaze lingered on her cherry-like, delicate lips, and his breathing quickened. Seeing him silent, Su Tong raised her voice again. Tell me, where am I? She attempted to sound more assertive, hoping to convey that she was not one to be trifled with. Yet to Achu's ears, her voice retained a charming softness. The men below began to murmur amongst themselves. She is so cute. Her voice is so melodious. I would not mind being slapped by her. Achu whirled around, glaring at them fiercely. The men collectively lowered their heads, silenced by his anger. Achu turned back to Su Tong, his tone gentle. You are in the yellow grasslands, we are the northern prairie wolf tribe. I am the wolf king, Achu. A beast realm? Su Tong was utterly taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at what she had just heard. Had she truly crossed into a beast realm? Still skeptical, she pinched her arm hard, letting out a soft gasp. Achu's expression shifted to concern. What are you doing? Covering her arm, she whimpered, It hurts. Her voice had a touch of alluring vulnerability that stirred a protective instinct in Achu. Noticing the red mark blossoming on Su Tong's fair skin, he instinctively felt a pang of worry. Do not harm yourself. This tangible pain confirmed for Su Tong that this was no dream. She had indeed found herself in a beast realm. Oh my, Su Tong marveled. Such an improbable occurrence. more unlikely than a zombie apocalypse, had befallen her. Suddenly, the wolf pack below the jade slab began to stir restlessly. Su Tong observed the peculiar behavior of the men beneath her, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. What was happening? Achu understood Su Tong's soft voice had roused the wolves. After all, they had not encountered such a delicate female in quite some time. With a commanding shout, Achu bellowed, "Get out!" Only then did the wolves slink away, reluctant to leave the cave. Once they were gone, Achu inquired, "Have you lost your memory? Allow me to explain. You are a goddess bestowed upon the beast realm by heaven." "A goddess?" Su Tong's eyelids fluttered. "I am not a goddess. I am merely an ordinary human. My name is Su Tong." Su Tong, Achu repeated her name, thoughtfully, then resolutely declared, "No, you are indeed the goddess, for your blood has lifted our curse." Su Tong was even more bewildered. What curse? And how had she lifted it? P.S. A warning. The comments section contains disclaimers, and this story features a delicate female lead who may cry. It is not a story of a strong female protagonist. I am but a humble author. There may be some Mary Sue elements. My dear reader, in my narrative, Su Tong is the focus, while the male lead is simply a supporting character. Please do not project onto me. Thank you for your understanding. Achu shook his head, focusing his gaze on Su Tong as he explained. It began one harsh winter. All male and female beasts of the realm, regardless of age, were reverted to their primal forms. Since then, no beast has been able to regain their human shape. Our inability to revert has severely restricted our actions, and with the worsening weather, many cubs have struggled to survive. Yet yesterday, you fell from the sky into the lake when I rescued you. I accidentally tore your foot with my teeth. When your blood mingled with this jade stone, all of our kin regained their human forms. Thus you are our goddess." Su Tong felt lost in a haze, unaware that her blood possessed such extraordinary properties. What was this talk of human forms, of goddesses? Such nonsense she had no desire to delve into. Her sole focus was to find a way back home, back to the world of humans. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. She could not remain in this savage land among beasts. Recalling the tales of crossing into the beast realm from the books she had read, she attempted to summon a system in her mind. But after much effort, she realized she had no system, no golden finger. How could she be so unfortunate? Frustration coursed through Su Tong, causing her a headache. She had just graduated from high school and had been accepted into her dream university. Had it not been for a graduation trip, she would never have boarded that sightseeing cruise, nor would she have fallen into the sea and ended up here. Suddenly, Su Tong remembered Achu's mention of a lake she had fallen into. "Could you take me to see that lake? Perhaps it would hold some clue that could lead her back." Achu nodded, "Certainly." With that, he wrapped his powerful arm around Su Tong's slender waist and lifted her effortlessly into his embrace. Su Tong felt her viewpoint rise dramatically. "What are you doing?" she protested, struggling to break free. "Put me down." After all, Achu was without clothing, and being held by him, with only a thin veil separating them, was far too embarrassing. Su Tong lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing, unable to meet Achu's eyes. His arms were thicker than her wrists, and no matter how she struggled, she could not escape his hold. "Let me go." Su Tong glared at Achu, her eyes filled with indignation. Yet to Achu, Su Tong appeared as fragile as a little rabbit, devoid of any threat. Even inciting a primal desire to dominate her, Achu is a mature prairie wolf. And as a male, he instinctively harbors feelings for the female, gender moreover. How could he not be captivated by the enchanting Su Tong? Achu can distinctly perceive the alluring scent emanating from Su Tong, an attraction that belongs to all females, yet is uniquely hers from the very first moment he laid eyes on Su Tong. He resolved to make her his wolf queen and to sire a litter of wolf cubs with her. "You have an injury on your foot." Achu elucidated the reason for not allowing Su Tong to walk unaided with feet as delicate as hers. Traversing the ground without shoes would undoubtedly result in scratches. He could not bear the thought of it, however. Su Tong, having never experienced close contact with a man, felt an overwhelming sense of shyness and struggled to free herself. "No, please put me down. I can walk by myself," she insisted. Yet Achu held firmly onto Su Tong, warning, "Do not resist. I might hurt you." If she continued to struggle, He would have to grip her tighter to prevent her escape, but given their considerable size difference, any exertion on his part would surely inflict pain upon her tender form. Su Tong remained resolute, writhing in his hold. Put me down. With her snow-white arms already reddening under his grasp, Achu dared not tighten his hold further and gently set her down on the ground, watching as Su Tong's delicate feet rubbed together anxiously. A lump formed in his throat. I will guide you, he offered. Su Tong nodded slightly and followed closely behind him. Upon exiting the cave, a chilling breeze swept in her sheer dress, causing her to shudder involuntarily as she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Are you cold? Achu observed her reaction keenly. Su Tong shook her head, replying, It's fine. As she took a step forward, another wave of frigid air enveloped her, even colder than the last, akin to being encased in invisible ice. The ethereal fabric of her dress offered no warmth whatsoever, and soon her skin began to take on a purplish hue. Achu frowned, swiftly gathering her into his embrace. Once more you will freeze if this continues. It was the winter season on the prairie. The winds grew fiercer, and the temperatures plummeted as they approached the lake. He had no suitable clothing to offer her. In that moment, as Achu held her close, Su Tong distinctly felt a warmth penetrating her skin. His body radiated heat like a furnace, instantly dispelling the chill that had settled upon her. Noticing the confusion in her eyes, Achu casually explained, Prairie wolves fear the heat, but are unafraid of the cold. Su Tong gazed at Achu, her heart swelling with awe. It seemed she had indeed encountered a genuine member of the wolf clan. Thus, Achu continued to carry Su Tong toward the lakeside. She ceased her struggles, recognizing the urgency of preserving her life in such frigid weather. She did not wish to succumb to a severe illness from the cold. However, a sudden thought struck Su Tong. Wasn't she rescued from the water by Achu? Yet, how was her clothing dry? In such cold weather, how had she not frozen? Could it be? As she regarded Achu's rugged profile, a blush crept across her cheeks. Could it be that he had used his own body to warm her? Suddenly, a peculiar sound captured her attention, causing her to turn her head. She paused for a moment, then quickly buried her face against Achu's chest, her cheeks aflame and her ears burning with embarrassment. Achu discerned the subtle changes in the one cradled in his arms, and cast a casual glance in the direction Su Tong had previously looked, swiftly grasping the reason behind her apparent distress. The act of mating between males and females is a natural occurrence. Su Tong tightly shut her eyes, wishing fervently to cleanse her vision. Even if such acts were natural, they should not be flaunted brazenly under the broad daylight. Exposed to the outside world, the mere thought of it left her feeling tongue-tied. However, Achu remained unperturbed. Our tribe possesses only 2 females, yet for reasons unknown, neither can bear offspring, and no matter how diligently the courting males strive, their efforts are in vain. That moment, Su Tong yearned to block her ears entirely. It was simply too embarrassing. Yet as she reconsidered, she realized that life among the beast folk was fundamentally primitive, devoid of the concepts of propriety or moral shame. Achu continued, I have never engaged with any female before. You are the first. Su Tong slowly opened her eyes, questioning the implication that she was his first. The Wolf King. Did he not bear the responsibility of procreation? Achu replied matter-of-factly, There has been no female worthy of my attention, except for you. He lowered his gaze to the Su Tong nestled in his arms, his deep-set eyes brimming with affection. Su Tong was taken aback by the intensity of his loving gaze. Did love among beast folk arrive so unexpectedly? As she searched her memories for her scant knowledge of their world, her confusion began to dissipate. Beast folk select their mates based on scent and genetics. Different beast folk are attracted to varying scents, and they assess genetics through physical appearance. The more beautiful one appears, the healthier and superior their genes are perceived to be. To be frank, beast folk are quite superficial. However, their simplistic minds lead them to dedicate themselves wholly to their chosen partners, resulting in a love that is instinctual yet fiercely loyal at times. Their affection is even more genuine than that found in the human realm. Observing Su Tong's doe-eyed innocence, Achu averted his gaze, focusing again on the path ahead. Not wishing to startle her with his fervor, we've arrived. Achu's voice interrupted Su Tong's reverie. She looked towards the horizon, where a vast lake emerged amidst the barren grasslands. puzzling her as she noticed no rivers feeding into it. How had this lake come to be? Was it merely a collection of rainwater? Achu carried Su Tong to the lake's edge. Upon closer inspection, Su Tong gazed at the surface of the water, astonished by its clarity. What pristine waters! Yet due to the lake's depth, she could not see the bottom. Ichem? What was that? Su Tong spotted a glimmer beneath the water, and her heart raced. Seizing the opportunity while Achu was distracted, she leaped into the lake as Su Tong. Achu followed suit without hesitation. Just as Su Tong grasped the luminous object, a force encircled her waist from behind, pulling her toward the surface. The moment her head broke the surface, Su Tong inhaled deeply. She could not swim. Her earlier plunge had been driven by sheer courage, and she was struggling against the water, which repeatedly splashed in her nose. But that object was essential to her that Achu emerged, holding Su Tong above the water, while a group of males anxiously paced the shore. Though prairie wolves are naturally adept swimmers, water remains a perilous domain. Only when Achu safely reached the shore did the pack breathe a sigh of relief. Achu's hair, soaked and cascading over his forehead, dripped with water, his brow furrowed, and his eyes, tinged with anger, fixed on Su Tong. Yet he managed to temper his tone. "What were you thinking?" asked Su Tong. With droplets clinging to her eyelashes, her bright eyes shimmering, trembled as she slowly opened her palm. "I wanted to retrieve this." In her grasp lay a blue, teardrop-shaped gemstone necklace. Achu's gaze fell upon the object in Su Tong's hand. Confusion etched across his features. Was it merely a blue stone? Was it worth such reckless abandon? Could it possibly be a token from some male? Su Tong shivered uncontrollably, her voice quaking. "It belongs to my mother." Achu's furrowed brow relaxed as he took in the sight of the freezing Su Tong. Without hesitation, he enveloped her in his arms and dashed toward the cave. As he ran, he called out to the wolf pack. Their howls echoed in response, as if summoning a particular companion. Su Tong felt her limbs grow increasingly numb. The frigid lake water, coupled with the biting wind, made her acutely aware of her dwindling body heat. Thankfully, Achu's presence provided her with a semblance of warmth that he quickened his pace, cradling her tightly until they reached the stone within the cave, where he laid her down to that moment. A white-haired elder, leaning on a wooden staff, entered the cave surrounded by the wolf pack. The elder waved his hand. "Stand back," that Achu immediately complied. The instant he released Su Tong, she sensed the surroundings turn frigid, akin to an ice chamber. Curling into a tight ball, her lips turned purple as she hovered on the brink of unconsciousness, mumbling deliriously, "Achu, it's so cold." Hearing her call, Achu's heart skipped a beat. Filled with concern, he embraced her once more. "You're not cold that Achu is here. Get away from her." The elder struck Achu with his staff. "But she is freezing," Achu bellowed, his eyes icy. The aura of the Wolf King's wrath enveloped the space. The elder blinked in surprise before striking Achu on the head with his staff. "You foolish boy, who are you angry with? If you sit there, how can I activate the mechanism? Delay any longer, and the goddess will freeze to death." Achu, gazing at Su Tong, drenched and with her long hair coated in frost, now teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, steeled himself and released her. The elder then reached into a narrow jade cavity at the front of the stone. The sound of rustling echoed from within as, slowly, Su Tong felt the stone beneath her growing warm. The elder produced a bundle from behind, unwrapping it to reveal wolf pelts, which he draped over Su Tong. He looked at Achu. "It's ready." Without hesitation, Achu again scooped up Su Tong. Observing Achu cradling her, the elder felt a twinge of melancholy, but it quickly vanished. Achu had indeed found a goddess. Yet possessing such a goddess would not be easy if certain others learned of this. They would undoubtedly seek to seize her. With that thought, the elder glanced back at Achu holding Su Tong, shaking his head. What did a generation's Wolf King have to fear? He need not worry, for the goddess would handle everything. After a considerable time, Su Tong's body temperature began to normalize. She slowly opened her eyes, meeting Achu's worried expression. Upon seeing her awaken, warmth flooded Achu's gaze. "Are you still cold?" Su Tong felt a rush of shyness under Achu's gaze, retreating into his embrace and shaking her head. Achu placed his hand over her chest. Su Tong stiffened. "You." Achu withdrew his hand. "Your heartbeat is steady." Su Tong incessantly reminded herself that she was in the beast realm, a realm where such actions were neither considered inappropriate nor disrespectful. Achu gently brushed aside the stray strands of hair by Su Tong's ear, gazing deeply into her eyes, his heart racing. With one ear pressed against Achu's chest, Su Tong could clearly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Achu, captivated by her now rosy lips and the blush that adorned her cheeks from the contrasting temperatures, felt an overwhelming urge rise within him. In the beast realm, the attraction of females to males was absolute. Particularly when a male encountered a female that piqued his interest, he found himself perpetually on the brink of excitement. Suddenly, Su Tong felt an unusual sensation around her waist. She propped herself up on Achu's chest, attempting to escape his embrace, but he remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on her, slowly leaning as his handsome face drew nearer. Su Tong quickly comprehended his intentions. She hastily covered her mouth and timidly glared at him, exclaiming no. Achu halted in his tracks, refraining from proceeding further, his deep, brown eyes clouded with a veil of disappointment, dimming significantly in the beast realm. If a female felt something for a male, she would not outright reject his affection. Yet, Su Tong had unambiguously turned him down, signifying her lack of interest. Observing Achu's crestfallen demeanor, Su Tong's heart softened unexpectedly. "I didn't mean to be fierce with you." Upon hearing this, Achu chuckled softly, lowering his head. How amusing that this little rabbit would describe her actions as fierce. Would she be frightened if she saw him in the midst of a hunt? As Su Tong gazed at Achu's smiling face, her heart fluttered. His smile was truly captivating, far surpassing even the most striking male stars of the human world. With gently arched brows, soft eyes, and delicate lashes that fluttered like the first light of dawn, he radiated warmth. Coupled with his long neck and robust chest, Su Tong felt that even the highest-ranking models of the human world would pale in comparison to Achu. "Are you hungry, Tong Tong?" Achu inquired as Su Tong touched her stomach, realizing she was indeed starving. "Hungry. Wait here." Su Tong obediently nodded. Reluctantly, Achu set her down, saying, "Wait for my return." As he spoke, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Su Tong's body jolted at the unexpected kiss. Catching her off guard, Achu turned to leave, savoring the taste of the moment on his lips. "Little rabbit, you truly are delightful." As Su Tong watched Achu's retreating figure, her fingers lightly pressing against the spot where his lips had just been, a sweet smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Yet, in the next moment, she smacked her forehead. What was she thinking? Achu was a wolf, and she was merely a human. How could they ever be together? Her immediate priority was to find a way back home. Surveying her surroundings, Su Tong's gaze settled on the jade platform beneath her, from which warm spring water gushed forth. No wonder it was so warm. This jade structure bore intricate mechanisms, clearly a human creation. The beastmen refer to their world as the beast realm daily. It was evident they were aware of the existence of the human world. It seemed the tale of the goddess was not merely a fabrication. As Su Tong sighed, realizing that this matter had no bearing on her returning home. Thus, her final conclusion was no conclusion. With no clear path forward, Su Tong felt utterly lost as to how to begin her quest for returning home. The goddess has awoken, came a frail male voice from behind her. She looked up to see an elderly man with white hair. He was the same elder who had brought her the wolf pelt earlier. "Hello, grandfather," Su Tong greeted politely and then tentatively asked, "May I inquire who you are?" The elder approached her. "I am the great priest of the beast realm, Tong Tong." The great priest of the beast realm? Su Tong was curious as to why the beastmen consistently refer to their world as the beast realm. "What does the great priest do?" Tong Tong explained. "The great priest is tasked with prophesying the future of the entire beast realm tribe." As Su Tong's eyes brightened, and she eagerly jumped down from the jade platform, grasping Tong Tong's hand. "Grandfather, can you foresee the future? Do you know how I can return to the human world?" Tong Tong smiled gently. "Goddess, you are a gift sent by the celestial beings, destined to save the entire beast realm. You cannot return." Cannot return. Those 4 words struck Su Tong like a bolt from the blue, leaving her stunned. She looked at Tong Tong, her eyes stinging as tears brimmed over. "Oh dear, goddess, please don't cry," Tong Tong said, his expression slightly flustered. He had not anticipated her reaction. "Goddess, if you cannot return, Then do not worry. Our beast realm is quite wonderful. The passage of time here is slower than in your human world, allowing you to age more slowly and enjoy a longer life. Su Tong could hardly absorb Dong Fang's words about the benefits. Her mind was still echoing the 5 words you cannot return. If she could not go back, all her hard work to get into university, the scholarship she had fought for would be rendered meaningless. The 17-year-old girl would never experience the joys of university life again. Moreover, if she did not return, no one would honor her parents' graves, leaving them as solitary tombs. As these thoughts overwhelmed her, tears streamed down Su Tong's face. Seeing this, Dong Fang became increasingly flustered. What should I do? What are you doing? Achu's cold voice pierced through the air, reaching Dong Fang's ears. The sound of Achu's voice. Dong Fang turned around immediately, raising his hands. I didn't do anything. Achu approached, carrying a headless antelope, blood still staining his lips as he advanced towards Su Tong. Su Tong remained lost in her sorrow. Her head bowed as silent tears flowed, but Achu could clearly see the pearlescent droplets cascading down Su Tong's tender cheeks, falling to the ground like needles piercing his heart. The king of the north, the supreme ruler of the grasslands, Achu had never experienced such a sensation of his heart being pricked. In that moment, the fearless warrior found himself vulnerable, and this vulnerability was Su Tong. Achu slowly turned to Dong Fang, his gaze as sharp and cold as icicles hanging from a glacier. Speak. Why was it that during his brief absence to hunt, this old man had caused his Tong Tong to weep? Facing the wrath of the Wolf King, Dong Fang felt a chill run down his spine. The goddess asked me how to return to her world, and I merely told her the truth, that she cannot return, and then Achu forcefully threw the antelope at Dong Fang. Could you not have conveyed the message more gently? Dong Fang stumbled back several steps, having never faced such ire from Achu before. Feeling wronged, he protested. I did not know the goddess would cry. After all, it has been ages since I last saw a young female. The 2 females in our grassland are more brutish than the males. They would never shed tears so delicately. Achu gradually approached Su Tong, gently enveloping her in his embrace, his large hand tenderly stroking her head. Tong Tong. Do not see our wide-eyed Su Tong had been trying to suppress her sorrow, but Achu's warmth caused her pent-up sadness to burst forth. Soft sobs escaped her lips, the delicate sounds reverberating against Achu's chest. Her tears, hot and abundant, soaked his skin. Tong Tong, be good. Achu's voice was deep and slightly trembling. Achu. The more Su Tong cried, the more heartbroken she felt. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his waist, her voice heavy with emotion. I can't go home. Achu tightened his embrace, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with helplessness. What should he do? The sight of the little female in tears shattered his heart. He gently patted Su Tong's back. It's all right. The grassland will be your home from now on, and we will be your family. When Achu was but a young wolf cub, his parents were tragically claimed by an avalanche. Present-day Su Tong resembles him during that sorrowful time, having lost her home and her parents. Thus, Achu can deeply empathize with Su Tong's current plight. However, there exists a distinction between them. While he was alone back then, Su Tong has him by her side, but he vows to protect Su Tong, and his entire pack of prairie wolves shall safeguard her as well. Achu resolves to provide Su Tong with a warm home to the best of his abilities. Meanwhile, Dong Fang witnesses Su Tong's heart-wrenching tears, feeling utterly helpless and engulfed by guilt. Alas, he should have gently conveyed the truth to the goddess rather than bluntly declaring that she could never return to the human world. It is he who bears the fault. Please, Su Tong, do not cry. Achu implores softly. If the little female continues to weep, his own eyes shall surely grow sore. Upon hearing Achu's words, Su Tong lifts her head. Achu senses movement in his embrace and straightens to gaze down at her. Her fair cheeks are streaked with tears, her nose is flushed, and her eyes are rimmed red, with tears clinging to her thick lashes. Resembling a wounded little rabbit, Achu feels a pang of affection and tenderness, reaching out to wipe away the tears on Su Tong's face. Your mouth's corner? Su Tong, with tears glistening in her eyes and a hint of confusion beneath, inquires, Are you hurt? She gently touches Achu's lips with her fingertip. Does it hurt? Achu, smiling in his eyes, shakes his head and leans down to kiss her finger. It is merely the blood of my prey. Startled, Su Tong quickly withdraws her finger, concealing her little hand behind her back. That aren't you hungry? Let us eat first, Achu states, turning to Dongfang, his voice returning to its indifferent tone. Bring it over. Dongfang hastily presents the slain antelope before Su Tong. Gazing at the lifeless antelope in Dongfang's hands, Su Tong gasps in shock and instinctively takes a step back. Achu takes the antelope from Dongfang, lifting it by its neck to present it to Su Tong. I just hunted this. Ah. Su Tong cannot suppress a gasp, covering her eyes. This is her first encounter with a living dead antelope, and the overwhelming scent of blood makes her feel nauseous. Dongfang sighs. Your Highness, how could the goddess possibly consume such a thing? Achu looks at the antelope in his grasp and realizes the oversight. Though Su Tong is a female, it is likely that females in the human world do not eat raw flesh. Achu promptly discards the antelope. I apologize, Su Tong, that I did not mean to frighten you. Dongfang is left astounded. Did he just hear I'm sorry from their immensely proud wolf king? He cannot help but shake his head. He is entrapped, utterly ensnared. It is only natural to succumb to such a beautiful little female. Even he feels a flicker of unfamiliar emotion. Upon hearing Achu's apology, Su Tong immediately lowers her hands. It's all right. You need not apologize. You are unaware of my dietary preferences. As Su Tong gazes at the dead antelope on the ground for a few seconds, sighing resignedly. Since she cannot alter the reality, she must accept it. No matter where she finds herself, she must live well, lest her journey on this earth be in vain. Achu kicks the antelope's corpse a bit farther away. Do not look, Su Tong, as Su Tong forces herself to suppress her sorrowful expression. Mustering a smile. I cannot eat raw meat, but perhaps if it is roasted, it would be acceptable. She has resolved to survive, and the first step is to address her need for sustenance. With the chill of autumn in the air, subsisting solely on fruits one tea suffice. She requires meat. Though consuming the antelope feels cruel, Su Tong has never tried it. Discarding it would be wasteful. Fire? Achu inquires, his expression filled with confusion. This question leaves Su Tong at a loss for words. How does one explain to a group of beastmen what fire is? It is, something of high temperature that emits light. Su Tong struggles to describe the nature of fire. Achu is even more puzzled, tilting his head. How does it emit light? Observing Achu's adorably bewildered expression, Su Tong is reminded of a fluffy golden retriever. And at that moment, Achu resembles a silly golden hunting dog. She cannot help but stifle a laugh. Wait until I show you, and then you'll understand. Moreover, fire can be used to prepare delicious meals. She is quite adept at cooking. Dongfang, as the high priest, possesses divine abilities and has prophesied that the descending goddess will bring forth something akin to light, illuminating the perilous night. That it seems that this must indeed be the fire Su Tong refers to. Dongfang is filled with excitement. Goddess, please conjure the fire. He is now eagerly anticipating the sight of this fire, as Su Tong nods with a smile. All right, I need a stick and a piece of wood. Dongfang promptly replies, There's wood in my cave. I will fetch it for you. Su Tong intends to retrieve the antelope from the ground, but Achu, considering that she is barefoot, is unwilling to let her walk any further. He reaches out to stop her. Allow me to carry it. Achu retrieves the antelope once more. Do you need me to tear it apart? Su Tong gazes at the antelope, her expression conflicted. With no fire present, it is certain that there are no tools for cutting. Slicing the antelope is impossible. She points to the antelope's foreleg. Just tear off a small piece of meat from here. Achu nods, and, gripping the antelope's foreleg, effortlessly pulls it away from the body. As Su Tong's eyes widen in astonishment as she blinks several times, her lashes fluttering. She is aware of Achu's strength, yet she never anticipated it to be so formidable. The ease with which he tore off the leg is akin to her own struggle with tearing a piece of paper. In Achu's hands, she feels as fragile as a mere trifle. Contemplating this, Su Tong raises her gaze to Achu, scrutinizing his physique. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, his long, toned legs are complemented by a robust chest and a pronounced V-line, resembling a model step straight from a contemporary poster. Moreover, he is nearly entirely unclad, as Su Tong unconsciously swallows hard. In the next moment, Achu suddenly seizes Su Tong's hand and places it on his chest. Are you interested? Su Tong attempts to withdraw her hand. But Achu firmly holds it in place, his eyes filled with anticipation. Are you curious about me, Su Tong? Do you wish for more? Su Tong. Su Tong feels her face flush crimson once more. Is he so straightforward in his inquiries? Achu's brown eyes lock onto Su Tong, his handsome visage and perfect physique causing her heart to race wildly. Seeing that Su Tong remains silent, yet does not reject him, Achu wraps his arm around her slender waist, leaning in to kiss her. Su Tong, quick-witted, blocks his lips with her finger. No, their first encounter cannot possibly be marred by such a casual kiss. Even if she has indeed fallen for Achu at first sight, it is simply unacceptable. The light in Achu's eyes dims once more. Let us take our time, Su Tong softly adds, her voice tender. Achu's lips curl into an involuntary smile. Taking it slowly signifies that the little female harbors interest in him, does it not? It must be. Achu gently licks Su Tong's fingertip. Very well, let us take our time. Su Tong felt a wave of numbness surge from her fingertips, biting her lip and lowering her head in extreme shyness. Achu simply could not bear to let go of such a delicate female. He truly wished to sink his teeth into her rosy cheek and then passionately kiss her soft lips. Su Tong raised her head slightly. Achu, you have to let me go, it hurts. Achu's grip was excessively strong. The slightest exertion from him made Su Tong feel as though her waist might snap. Alarmed, Achu immediately released her. Su Tong took a step back, creating distance between them. Yet, Achu's gaze remained unwilling to stray from Su Tong, while she dared not meet his eyes, fearful that a mere glance would stir something within him. Here comes Dongfang, just in time. His voice shattered the charged atmosphere. Su Tong felt as if she had spotted a lifeline, exhaling in relief. Grandpa! Grandpa! Achu frowned slightly, glancing at Dongfang before turning to Su Tong and saying, just call him Dongfang. If the little female referred to him as Grandpa, would he not also have to follow suit and call that old man Grandpa? After all, he was the Wolf King. How could he possibly refer to the high priest as Grandpa? Hearing Achu's words, Dongfang advised Su Tong, indeed, just call me Dongfang, goddess. Su Tong noticed that Dongfang's hair had turned white, indicating he was of her grandfather's generation, that it felt somewhat inappropriate to address him by name. Sensing her discomfort, Dongfang reassured her, there's no need for concern, goddess. Our beast realm does not adhere to such strict rules. You may even witness the sight of a whole brood of males and females mating to produce offspring in the future. Ah, Su Tong's eyes widened, her mouth agape in astonishment. Although she understood this was a beast realm, she had assumed that since they could transform into human forms, they would be able to distinguish bloodlines. Little did she expect that they had reverted to a state where such distinctions were irrelevant. Quickly bring it here, stop babbling, Achu coldly urged. Dongfang shot a sidelong glance at Achu. You little brat, how many times have you snapped at me? Huh. Out of respect for the goddess, I won't hold it against you. But don't push your luck. Little brat. Su Tong silently regarded Achu. Dongfang had the audacity to call Achu a little brat. She had thought Achu would be angered, but to her surprise, he merely snatched the wooden stick from Dongfang's hands, casually asking, when will you die? How has this old thing lived so long without aging? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Tong's eyes. Achu's words were indeed very straightforward. She had expected Dongfang to be upset or saddened by this. Yet he appeared neither angry nor heartbroken, hands on his hips, exclaiming, Yay, I'm immortal. Just let you little brat take care of me. It LL drive you crazy, having once nurtured Achu during his cubhood. Dongfang considered himself half a father figure, which granted him the boldness to disrespect Achu openly. It was also one of Dongfang's favorite pastimes to playfully tap Achu on the head with a stick. However, most of the time, Dongfang still submitted to the Wolf King's formidable presence. Su Tong stifled a laugh, finding the elderly Dongfang rather mischievous. The dynamic between Achu and Dongfang resembled that of a pair of stubborn grandchildren who refused to back down. Curiosity suddenly struck Su Tong. Is Grandpa Dongfang also of the Wolf Clan? Dongfang shook his head. I am not. My original form is that of a squirrel. Su Tong's gem-like eyes sparkled with excitement. Grandpa Dongfang was actually a squirrel? Squirrels must be quite adorable. She clasped her small hands behind her back, gazing at Dong Fong with wide-eyed curiosity that Achu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Su Tong's delicate little toes wiggling. Finding her utterly charming, he recognized that this indicated Su Tong was genuinely interested in Dong Fong, though she was too bashful to express her desires. The next moment, Achu turned to Dong Fong, his tone icy. "Transform back. Let Tong Tong have a look." Dong Fong responded, "Am I some sort of toy?" Upon hearing this, Su Tong clasped her hands together, excitement lighting up her face as she looked at Achu, her voice as melodious as wind chimes. "Is it really possible? Can we?" Achu gazed at Su Tong's radiant smile, his heart melting, his tone unconsciously softening. "Yes, of course. Even if you want the moon from the sky, I would be willing to try." Dong Fong narrowed his eyes at Achu. "Hey, get it straight. It's me who is transforming back, not you. Why are you agreeing so eagerly?" Su Tong turned to Dong Fong, her dimples showing as she smiled. "Can Grandpa Dong Fong transform too? Would that be too troublesome?" Dong Fong quickly redirected his gaze from Achu back to Su Tong, instantly captivated by her smile, stammering, "Yes, isn't it just a transformation? If the goddess wishes to see, then he shall transform." Dong Fong tossed aside his staff and, with a swift turn, transformed into a large brown squirrel with a bushy tail. His petite body was adorned with a fluffy tail, round eyes, and small ears. "Wow!" Su Tong bounced on her little feet, her eyes twinkling like stars. "So cute. Can I hug you?" she asked cautiously. Dong Fong replied. "You could." Achu interjected. "You cannot." Both Achu and Dong Fong offered differing responses simultaneously. Achu kicked Dong Fong aside. "What is there to hug about an old male?" "Hey." Su Tong watched as Dong Fong was sent flying by Achu's kick, her expression filled with concern. Dong Fong spun in the air and landed gracefully. "Respect your elders, do you understand?" Seeing that Dong Fong was unharmed, Su Tong finally relaxed. Dong Fong hurried over, leaping onto the jade stone. "I'm not an old male. My human age can change with my mood." "How dare he call him old in front of the goddess?" Achu glared at Dong Fong. "What do you mean?" Dong Fong did not answer Achu, but looked at Su Tong instead. "Goddess, could you please close your eyes for a moment?" Should he revert to his human form, he wouldn't be able to put on clothes immediately and would be naked. He didn't want to frighten the little female. Su Tong obediently nodded. Then she shut her eyes. With another swift turn, Dong Fong transformed back into human form. He quickly grabbed the wolfskin Su Tong had used earlier and tied it around his waist, awaiting Su Tong's gaze with eager anticipation. "Goddess, you can open your eyes now." Su Tong opened her eyes to find a handsome, youthful man standing before her, radiating sunshine and vitality, appearing even younger than Achu. No, he looked even younger than herself. His eyes, once filled with age, now sparkled with warmth, exuding a Navi charm. Although his physique was not as robust as Achu's, his skin was remarkably delicate. Su Tong could hardly believe that this youthful, vibrant boy was the same elderly Dong Fong she had just seen. Achu's expression darkened progressively, lips pressed together as he glared at Dong Fong. "You dared to deceive me." Dong Fong, swallowing hard at the sight of Achu's furious eyes, mustered the courage to explain. "As squirrels, we naturally transform this way. When we encounter a beloved female, our hearts flutter, and our human form reverts to our original age." That a flicker of surprise flashed across Su Tong's eyes. Did this mean Dong Fong harbored feelings for her? Achu clenched his fists. "No wonder you've never aged. To possess such an elderly human form. A squirrel like Dong Fong would need to be at least 1,000 years old. No squirrel could live for a millennium. So it was all a ruse. This fellow looked far younger than himself, yet dared to assume the role of a half-father figure while openly declaring his affection for Tong Tong." Suddenly, Achu transformed into a massive prairie wolf. His robust limbs and colossal head dwarfing Su Tong's petite form. Su Tong was so startled that her legs gave way, and she sank to the ground, her brow furrowed in fear as she gazed up at Achu. "Little goddess!" Dong Fong rushed over to support Su Tong. Observing this, Achu quickly reverted to human form, pushing Dong Fong aside and asking with genuine concern, "Are you hurt?" Su Tong blinked in astonishment, frozen in place. It was utterly terrifying. Achu's true form turned out to be a colossal prairie wolf, the kind capable of swallowing itself whole, bones and all. As Su Tong observed Achu revert to human form, she gradually regained her composure and shook her head, murmuring, "It's fine." However, her gaze inadvertently drifted downward, catching sight of something she should not have seen. Achu was unclothed due to his transformation. Su Tong abruptly straightened, her eyes slowly shifting upwards. That was Achu's. She shook her head, covering her face. What was she thinking? She had seen nothing. You. Dong Fong hastily tossed a burlap cloth to Achu, exclaiming, "Put this on." Achu shot Dong Fong a frosty glare. Dong Fong fell to his knees, stammering, "Your Majesty, your clothes." Achu, however, was quite indifferent to the loss of the burlap. After all, his physique surpassed that of his competitors. He had merely given the little female a preview. Furthermore, he had taken a brief glance at Dong Fong's stature and found it lacking in comparison. Thus, despite Dong Fong's delicate appearance, Achu was certain that he was the stronger of the two. Achu donned the burlap, fastening it around his waist, and looked down at Dong Fong with an imposing air. "In my wolf clan, you know the fate of traitor." Su Tong peeked through her fingers and noticed that Achu was covering his vital areas. So she lowered her hands. Dong Fong bowed his head, his voice grave. "I know, traitor's T was acceptable, if he could present his most handsome form to the beloved little female before his demise. It would surely leave a lasting impression on her. He would die without regret." Dong Fong raised his head once more, resolutely looking at Chu. "Do as you wish." Su Tong wanted to intervene, but she realized that this was a matter concerning the wolf clan. As an outsider, it might be inappropriate for her to meddle in their customs. However, she couldn't bear the thought of watching Dong Fong perish. As no one would wish for such a charming little squirrel to be killed, Su Tong approached Achu and gently poked his arm. "Achu." Achu glanced back at Su Tong, who appeared hesitant. "Rest assured, I shall not kill him. After all, Dong Fong did save me, and he has nurtured me all along. Even though the fact that Dong Fong is a squirrel infuriates me. Our wolf clan believes in repaying kindness. Mistakes must also be punished." Su Tong tilted her head. "Not killing him." That's good that Su Tong felt relieved. Upon hearing that Achu would spare him, Dong Fong lifted his head, his round eyes beaming like crescent moons. That Achu cast a cold glance at Dong Fong. "However, from this day forth, you have forfeited all privileges belonging to the high priest from now on. You shall gather your own fruits, the cave you reside in is reclaimed, and you will sleep in the grass." "All right," Dong Fong replied without a second thought. As long as he wasn't dead, anything was acceptable. Achu's gaze swept over Dong Fong. "Get up." Dong Fong sprang to his feet, brimming with excitement as he looked at Su Tong. "Little goddess, do you like me like this?" With that, Dong Fong playfully tousled his bangs at Su Tong was momentarily taken aback. "Huh." Wham! Achu kicked Dong Fong away. "And you're not allowed to speak to the little female, Su Tong." A living being, oh no, a living male just like that flew away. Dong Fong was propelled through the air by Achu's mighty kick, landing heavily on the ground. Yet the next moment, he calmly brushed off his backside and stood up, retorting to Achu. "That's not fair. In our beast world, males must compete fairly for females. Even if you're the Wolf King, you must adhere to this rule. I am younger than you, more gentle, and far more civilized. I also want..." The little female, Dong Fong stared defiantly, chest puffed out, without a hint of fear. This was the first time in his life he had felt such affection for a female. He would not back down. Su Tong was stunned. Was this what they called competition among males? Achu's expression darkened once more. "Fair competition, you say? If you can defeat me, I shall grant you the opportunity to compete." Achu cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous sounds. Dong Fong's eyes widened in alarm. You barbarian! Competition didn't necessarily rely on brute force." Dong Fong shouted again. "Once more, I say, I am younger than you, more gentle, and more civilized. Therefore, I am more suited for the little goddess." Achu clenched his fists. "Death squirrel!" "Wait!" Su Tong opened her arms wide, blocking Achu's path. That Achu furrowed his brow. "Are you protecting him?" Dong Fong timidly hid behind Su Tong, murmuring, "Little female, look at him, he's so fierce." As Su Tong glanced back at Dong Fong. Why did he seem a bit condescending? Achu glared at Dong Fong, his back teeth grinding audibly. "Today, I shall devour you alive." Su Tong hurriedly shook her head, pressing her hands against Achu's chest. "Achu, don't be angry. I'm not protecting him. We were supposed to start a fire to roast meat. Right? I'm so hungry, Su Tong said, gazing up at Achu, rubbing her stomach. Once the meat is roasted, will you deal with him? Su Tong's pleading gaze was like a dagger to Achu's heart. Coupled with the sensation of her small hands on his chest, Achu's anger diminished significantly, and inexplicably he acquiesced. Fine. Tong Tong pushed Su Tong's hands away. Tong Tong, be good. We shouldn't touch unfamiliar males. Physical contact easily leads to affection. The little goddess had already touched Achu enough today. From now on, she should touch herself more instead. Achu. Su Tong, puzzled, looked around. What sound is that? Is it a mouse? Why is it squeaking? Tong Tong gulped. What mouse? That was Achu's grinding molars. That I'm leaving now. Tong Tong turned to flee. However, Achu seized him by the scruff of his neck. Help! Tong Tong! Save me! Achu didn't give Su Tong a chance to speak, kicking Tong Tong out of the cave. If they're essay next time, I will snap your neck. How dare you tell the little female not to touch you while also pushing her hand away? That is simply courting death. Su Tong watched as Tong Tong flew out of the cave. This time, it was not a parabolic arc. It was a straight line, shot directly out of the cave. Su Tong shook her head, not caring anymore. Her companion was furious as Su Tong crouched down to pick up the wood Tong Tong had brought, beginning to drill for fire. Is it starting? Tong Tong's head peeked in from the cave entrance. Su Tong turned to look, noting that Tong Tong's face was smeared with dirt. Deducing that he had likely braked with his face, Achu ignored Tong Tong, simply raising his fist. Tong Tong immediately withdrew his head. Can't I just look? What an unknown element. He was so curious. King, I just want to take a look. Tong Tong yelled into the cave. The next moment, Achu's magnetic voice resonated throughout the cavern. You may, as long as you relinquish your competition for Tong Tong. Relinquish the competition for the little female. Upon hearing Achu's condition, Tong Tong waved his hand. I won't look anymore. Whoever wants to see can look. How dare he threaten him with such a reason? He would never abandon his pursuit of the little female. Outside the cave, Tong Tong crossed his arms, scoffing. You wait, Achu. Tong Tong will definitely choose the charming me. And when that happens, you'll be howling in anguish on the mountaintop tonight. Su Tong was currently too preoccupied with the two of them, focusing intently on her endeavor to drill for fire. Please, it must succeed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to enjoy roasted meat. Achu watched Su Tong's actions with curiosity. Tong Tong. But Su Tong was wholly absorbed, unable to hear Achu's voice. She tirelessly rotated the wooden stick, the rough texture chafing her tender palms. However, Su Tong's strength was too feeble, and her speed too slow to produce a spark. Achu noticed that the skin on Su Tong's hands was turning red from the friction, and he snatched the wooden stick from her grasp. Let me do it. Then Achu began to drill wood, mimicking Su Tong's movements as Su Tong rubbed her little hands together, attempting to ease the pain in her palms, which had already been chafed raw. Had it not been for Achu taking over, she would have likely worn her hands thin without producing even a spark. Observing Achu fervently rotating the wooden stick, a smile crept across Su Tong's lips. Oh no. The little female is smiling at the foolish wolf. In a concealed spot behind the cave, Tong Tong pounded the wall in frustration. This is bad. The little female wouldn't be developing feelings for Achu, would she? That foolish wolf, usually appearing so honest and simple, seems to know how to win the little female's heart, even offering assistance that no, he must find a way to intervene. He cannot allow Achu to monopolize the affection of the little female with both physical closeness and tender help. Su Tong, noticing the black smoke rising from the area where Achu was drilling, felt a surge of excitement. Almost there, Achu a bit faster. Achu, encouraged by Su Tong's smile, exerted even more effort. Suddenly, Su Tong exclaimed, Oh no, I forgot to ask Tong Tong to fetch some dry leaves for tinder. Without tinder, even if Achu managed to create fire, there would be nothing to ignite it. Dry leaves? Upon hearing Su Tong's request, Tong Tong swiftly descended from the cave and ran to gather dry leaves. As Su Tong turned to Achu, instructing, You keep going. I'll go fetch some leaves at no. You can't go out alone. Achu halted Su Tong, yet his hands did not cease their motion. The outside world was teeming with desperate males seeking females, and it would be perilous for a little female to venture out alone. Upon hearing this, a chill crept up Su Tong's spine, and she hesitated to move. I'm here. I'm here. Dong Fong burst in, arms laden with a pile of dry leaves that Achu shot a cold glance at Dong Fong. Who allowed you to come in? However, given that Achu was currently busy drilling wood, he could not threaten Dong Fong with a fist. Ignoring Achu, Dong Fong directly tossed the dry leaves at Su Tong's feet. Tong Tong. Is this enough? Su Tong glanced at the pile of leaves at her feet, joyfully nodding. Yes, if only we could get a few more pieces of wood. Dong Fong turned and dashed off. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Wood, get wood for the little female. Achu glared at Dong Fong's retreating figure, feeling an urge to strike him, causing his own speed to unconsciously diminish. Don't stop, Su Tong hastily reminded Achu. Achu snapped back to focus and resumed his previous pace. Got it. Su Tong placed the dry leaves beneath the wooden stick, and after a flash, the leaves ignited. Achu, startled by the sight, stepped back as Su Tong carefully layered more leaves atop the flames, and the fire grew ever larger. The wood is here. Dong Fong entered, struggling with a large piece of scrap wood. Upon seeing the fire before him, Dong Fong was astonished. Is this fire? How beautiful! Indeed, Su Tong squatted beside the flames, her eyes sparkling, her smile sweet and charming. The warm hues of the flames illuminated Su Tong's face, enhancing her delicate beauty. Achu and Dong Fong gazed at Su Tong in that moment, momentarily forgetting to breathe. She was breathtaking, like a goddess born of the flames, radiant as the daughter of the sun, Dong Fong. The wood, Su Tong extended her hand towards him. This wood is dirty. What are you planning to do? Let me help you. After meeting Su Tong's sparkling gaze, Dong Fong instinctively averted his eyes, his face flushing without his control. Achu, darkly observing Dong Fong's reaction, felt an overwhelming desire to swallow him whole. Su Tong glanced at the sizable piece of wood on Dong Fong's shoulder, realizing it was indeed substantial, and she might not be able to carry it herself. So she accepted Dong Fong's offer for help. All right, let me teach you how to use it. Dong Fong eagerly approached Su Tong, carrying the wood, but Achu snatched it away in one swift motion. This king will handle it. What if a weak squirrel like you can't manage it and ends up hurting Tong Tong? Dong Fong immediately grew anxious, grabbing the wood back from Achu. I can handle it. My original form is a squirrel, but my physical body is that of an adult male. Get it back to me. Achu shot a glare at Dong Fong. I command you in the name of the king. Let go. Dong Fong stubbornly refused to release his grip. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. During competition, there are no kings. Achu forcefully swung the wood, causing Dong Fong's hands to slip free. Sending him tumbling to the ground, Achu smirked disdainfully. Weak. Unable to contain his anger, Dong Fong stood up, ready to fight back. Enough of this bickering, Su Tong suddenly shouted. The fire is going out. Quickly, both of you, bring the wood over. At Su Tong's command, Dong Fong ceased his struggle, and Achu dropped his amusement. Both complied obediently, carrying the ends of the wood to Su Tong's side. Su Tong shot Achu an irritated glance. Pointing at the fire, place it in slowly and steady it. Achu obediently placed the wood into the flames, supporting one side. Come over and blow. Su Tong then looked at Dong Fong. Dong Fong nodded, dutifully squatting beside the fire, blowing gently at the flames. Watching this harmonious scene, Su Tong felt satisfied. How wonderful it is to have peace. Always quarreling, like children. She certainly did not wish to be the one disrupting the harmony of the wolf clan. You two, Su Tong pointed at Achu and Dong Fong. No more fighting from now on. Dong Fong pouted, muttering, I wasn't even arguing with him, but Achu raised his fist, ready to strike Dong Fong. What are you pouting for? What are you trying to be cute in front of Tong Tong for? Do you think you're adorable? And no fighting either. Su Tong firmly grasped Achu's fist, frowning at him. Though her expression was a warning, to Achu, her round eyes and tightly pursed lips appeared quite adorable, but Achu suppressed his anger. I will listen to you. See that, little female? Dong Fong attempted to fan the flames, criticizing Achu's violent behavior. However, Su Tong interrupted him. You keep quiet as well. Dong Fong's chatter was truly more incessant than the local grandmother's. Dong Fong immediately fell silent. Returning his focus to blowing at the flames, Su Tong skewered the lamb leg Achu had torn off with a stick and placed it at the edge of the fire. Without any seasoning, She had no expectation that the meat would be tasty under such circumstances. She merely hoped it could be cooked through. Sniff, sniff. Achu's nose twitched slightly as he caught a whiff of a peculiar scent. Dong Fong also sensed it, pointing at the lamb leg in Su Tong's hand. It's changed in smell. Su Tong looked at Achu and Dong Fong, puzzled. Can you smell it already? Achu nodded. And oh fast. Su Tong couldn't help but marvel. The noses of these beastmen were indeed remarkably keen. Then Su Tong recalled that Dong Fong was a vegetarian, and she promptly asked, as a squirrel, would you? Dong Fong shook his head. It's fine. When I was raising Achu, I once used a rock to kill a sleeping little white rabbit. The survival of the fittest, the laws of the beast world. It was all quite normal. After years of navigating the beast world and mingling within the wolf clan, he had seen far worse bloody hunting scenes. A mere lamb leg would not frighten him. Moreover, to him, the sight of the little female cooking meat was not only unalarming, but rather beautiful. Little white rabbit. Su Tong's eyes widened, her lashes fluttering, that Achu assumed Su Tong would find his consumption of rabbits to be cruel and prepared to offer comfort. However, Su Tong licked her lips. Rabbit meat, if marinated with chili and then charcoal grilled, should taste delightful, right? Achu. Dong Fong's curiosity was piqued again. What is chili? What does marinating mean? What is charcoal grilling? He adored listening to the little female speak, as she always introduced him to new, unfamiliar vocabulary. Upon hearing Su Tong's remark about how delightful it should taste, a rather peculiar image formed in Achu's mind. Little rabbits eating little rabbits? In the eyes of Achu, Su Tong resembled a harmless little rabbit. He never anticipated that this seemingly innocent creature would behave so unexpectedly. How could she possibly eat rabbit? Faced with Dong Fong's inquiry, Su Tong pondered for a considerable time. However, she found herself too lazy to explain, ultimately replying to Dong Fong, once we find the actual item, I'll take my time to tell you. Relying solely on verbal explanations seldom leads to clarity. Henceforth, she would use tangible references to elucidate the matter to Dong Fong. All right, Dong Fong replied, his eyes curving into a smile. The little female had said we, which meant she intended to include him, providing him with an excuse to be glued to her side every day. How delightful! Su Tong gazed at Dong Fong's cheerful countenance and suddenly realized how lovely he appeared when he smiled. Despite being merely an adorable squirrel, he exuded the charm of a playful puppy, his grin radiating warmth and innocence. In Dong Fong's presence, Su Tong felt like an older sister that Chu suddenly interjected. I want to know too. Su Tong smiled gently. Don't worry, if I find the chili, I will be sure to bring it back for you to see first and know. I want to accompany you in the search. Achu refused to stay home idly, while Su Tong allowed that pesky squirrel to linger by her side, but he stated resolutely, from this day forth, I shall protect you closely, lest some pretentious male attempt to claim you. As he spoke, his gaze subtly flicked toward Dong Fong, who was still busily tending to the fire. Yet Dong Fong continued to feign ignorance, pretending not to hear Achu's words or notice his glance. No matter what Achu said, it mattered little to him. His principle was simple, to be as shameless as possible and remain close to the little female. The foremost tenet of their squirrel clan in pursuing females was to lack shame. Seeing Dong Fong's lack of response, Achu deliberately raised his voice. Moreover, Tong Tong, from now on, you must sleep with me. Dong Fong gasped, what? He turned to Su Tong, fearing her affirmative response. Su Tong looked at Achu with confusion. Why do we need to sleep together? Her expression was somewhat resistant. Even though she harbored feelings for Achu, sharing a bed was out of the question. Observing Su Tong's reaction, Dong Fong quickly understood that the notion of sleeping together was merely Achu's unilateral desire. Furthermore, given the little female's personality, she would undoubtedly refuse to let Achu share her bed. Unlike the females of the beast world, she did not regard such matters as merely casual breeding. Achu gazed at Su Tong tenderly. There are too many males outside. It is unsafe for you to live alone as a female. They could storm into the den at any moment and abduct you. Su Tong's expression tightened as she blinked rapidly. Was it truly that frightening? Could she be taken even without stepping outside? Seeing that his words had effectively startled Su Tong, Achu crouched down in front of her. He purposefully shifted his gentle gaze to a serious one, fixating intently on her. Lowering his voice to create an atmosphere reminiscent of a ghost story, he continued, They are utterly impolite. Once they abduct you, they will immediately tear your clothes, and then behave with a brutality akin to what you inadvertently witnessed when I carried you to the lake. Su Tong was so frightened that her entire body shivered. Her hand slipped, and the entire leg of lamb fell into the fire. Dong Fong rushed to retrieve the leg with a stick, glaring at Achu. "Could you please stop scaring Tong Tong?" He then turned to Su Tong, who, trembling with fear, had her lashes fluttering and her eyes wide with terror, hugging her shoulders tightly. Dong Fong gently patted Su Tong's head. "Tong Tong, be good. Don't listen to the foolish wolf. This territory is under the control of the wolf clan, and no male would dare to harm you." Yet Su Tong remained terrified, her sweet voice trembling as she asked, "Really?" But Achu had seemed so serious just now. Seeing Su Tong's fear, Dong Fong angrily questioned Achu, "Aren't you a male yourself? If they are unsafe, does that mean you are?" Achu shot a cold glance at Dong Fong. "I am a king." Without hesitation, Dong Fong retorted, "Even if you are a king, you are still a male." Achu's anger flared. "Are you courting death? How dare you call me a turtle?" Unfazed, Dong Fong replied, "If you wish to protect the little female, fine, then I shall sleep with her too, to ensure you do not bully her." Achu exclaimed, "You shall not," Dong Fong challenged. "Why not?" Caught off guard by the unexpected confrontation, Achu struggled to find an adequate retort. Resorting to considering a physical solution, as Su Tong stood up, seeing Achu's clenched fist, "Stop arguing. Neither of you needs to accompany me. I can sleep alone in no way." Achu objected. "Just because the males on wolf territory are harmless does not mean other males won't sneak onto our land." In the beast world, females were scarce, and with the ability to transform into human form, mating was no longer restricted by species. Invading territories to seize females was commonplace. Upon hearing Achu's words, Dong Fong suddenly found them quite reasonable. Indeed, males tended to be more restless at night, and the alluring scent of females would travel further under the cover of darkness. In light of this, Dong Fong turned to Su Tong, seriously stating, "Tong Tong, it would indeed be unsafe for you to sleep alone. I'll come and keep you company." Achu shot a look at Dong Fong. "You are dreaming." When had his suggestion ever included Dong Fong sleeping with them? No more arguing. Su Tong raised her hand to halt the impending quarrel between Achu and Dong Fong. "I will sleep in this cave, and if you truly care about my safety, you can guard the entrance. Otherwise, I will simply handle things as I see fit, adhering to the principle of reciprocity." Achu and Dong Fong each took a step back, agreeing to Su Tong's proposal. That night, they stood watch at the cave's entrance, guarding her. Achu raised an eyebrow, provocatively eyeing Dong Fong. "I just hope that some males can't withstand the cold wind at night and seek refuge among the bushes." After all, his body was accustomed to high temperatures and was not afraid of a little wind and snow. As for Dong Fong, Achu smirked disdainfully. That weak squirrel must surely be cold. He anticipated watching Dong Fong flee in embarrassment, only to report to Su Tong that Dong Fong was useless. Dong Fong shot Achu a glare. When did I ever find this wolf so bothersome? However, considering that Su Tong did not want them to argue, he refrained from retorting, "Tea seems to be cooked." Su Tong observed the leg of lamb in Dong Fong's hand, having caught a whiff of its savory aroma. Dong Fong removed the leg from the fire, inspecting it closely. Its yellowish hue indicated it was done. "Right?" Su Tong reached out to touch it, but quickly withdrew her hand. "Ouch! What happened?" Achu and Dong Fong asked in unison. Su Tong, covering her fingertip, felt a bit embarrassed by her recklessness. "It's a bit hot." Dong Fong immediately examined her finger, noticing a small red mark on her delicate fingertip. "Oh no. Did you hurt yourself?" Achu also noticed, frowning in concern, ready to soothe her. But before he could act, Dong Fong hastily tossed the leg of lamb to Achu. "I'll treat the little female." Achu instinctively caught the leg. At that moment, Dong Fong took Su Tong's fingertip into his mouth. Achu. Su Tong. Bam! Achu punched Dong Fong away, even feeling so aggrieved that he prepared to kick him a couple more times. Fortunately, Dong Fong was agile, flipping onto his feet and darting away. He had tasted the little female's finger. She was now marked by him. Dong Fong felt happier than he had ever been in his life. Su Tong stared at her fingertip, which still bore a glistening trace of saliva. Her brow furrowed tighter, and her cheeks flushed with growing anger. This time, it was not embarrassment. It was sheer indignation. Why had he licked her finger? It was so unclean. Su Tong was about to say that she needed to wash her hands. However, in the next moment, Achu grasped Su Tong's hand and once again enveloped her index finger in his mouth. Su Tong's small mouth fell slightly open, frozen in place, utterly stunned. Moments later, Achu released her finger, declaring, all done. He had also marked her. Su Tong stared at her reddened finger, unable to regain her composure. The burn was gone, but now, her finger felt numb. Damn it, Dong Fong, peeking through the entrance, was infuriated, stamping his feet. The foolish wolf had marked her longer than he had. This wouldn't do. He needed to find an opportunity to mark her again. Why? Why did you? Su Tong looked at Achu in disbelief. Achu, with a calm expression, casually explained, we mark females in this manner, which is akin to releasing a certain signal. That kind? Su Tong asked. Perplexed, Achu chuckled lightly. It's akin to what you witnessed at the lakeside with that pair of mates. Su Tong's pupils trembled, and she hurriedly lifted her skirt, dashing out of the cave. She needed to wash her finger immediately. The directness of the beastmen was something she simply could not adapt to in such a short time. Tong Tong. Achu reached out to grab her, but only caught a strand of her dark hair. The silky texture slipping through his fingers made him inhale deeply, savoring the lingering fragrance. The little female carried a sweet scent, reminiscent of milk, a fragrance he had never encountered before. Dong Fong watched Su Tong rush by, excitement coursing through him. Tong Tong. Su Tong sidestepped Dong Fong, sprinting straight toward the lakeside. Dong Fong, puzzled, called out, Tong Tong, where are you going? Just as Su Tong took a couple of steps, she turned back into the cave. Colliding directly into Achu's embrace, Achu quickly covered her forehead with his hand, gently rubbing it. Did that hurt? Su Tong shook her head. Get me some water. I need to wash my hands. The cold outside was biting, piercing through her skirt. Dong Fong entered the cave. Why do you need to wash your hands? Get out. Achu shot a frosty glare at Dong Fong. Reluctantly, Dong Fong retreated to the entrance. Only sticking his head in, does Tong Tong dislike being marked? His and Achu's mark was something other females could only dream of. Su Tong turned around, glaring at Dong Fong. What if I take a bite out of you? Leaving my saliva on you. Let's see if you like that. Dong Fong's eyes widened, twinkling with excitement as his lips curled into a grin. Really? Where does Tong Tong want to bite? I'm game. With that, he spun around in place as Su Tong. She had momentarily forgotten that this was the beast world, and they were beastmen. They did not share her modern aversion to saliva. Achu's warm palm covered Su Tong's mouth. No, the little female could not mark any male, except for himself. Dong Fong scoffed. If the little female truly wished to mark herself, what could you do about it? Mind your own wolf pack and leave my little goddess alone. Water. Su Tong's muffled voice came from beneath Achu's hand. Give me water. She did not wish to continue discussing marking. She simply wanted to wash her hands. That I'll go, Dong Fong declared, heading straight for the lakeside to fetch water. Achu wrapped his arms around Su Tong from behind. Are you cold? The little female had only been outside for mere seconds, and she was already so. I see why. Su Tong had to admit. Achu was indeed a walking furnace. Being held by him felt like being wrapped in a self-heating blanket, her chilled skin instantly warming up. Oh, you have any extra clothing? Su Tong turned and looked up at Achu. Achu glanced down at the burlap around his waist. This? Su Tong sighed. Never mind, she would handle it herself. Su Tong silently prayed to the heavens. Am I not a transmigrator? Is there truly no golden finger to grant me abilities? Must I figure everything out on my own? This was nothing like the transmigration novel she had read. Can I use that hide? Su Tong pointed to the wolf skin resting on the jade stone. Achu nodded. Of course, use whatever you like. You can use anything from this grassland without asking me. Su Tong approached the jade stone, picked up the wolf skin, and measured it against herself. That it was just the right size for a dress. However, how to cut it? Su Tong slowly turned to Achu behind her. Achu, could you help me tear this part? Achu stepped forward, took the wolf skin, and with a swift motion tore it open with ease, creating a large hole. Su Tong looked at the unexpectedly large opening. The collar dress had transformed into an off-shoulder dress. Su Tong draped the wolf skin over herself and asked Achu to help tear the excess length into strips to tie around her waist. Though the sides were open, at least it was much warmer than just wearing a skirt. Suddenly, Su Tong thought of a question. Where did this wolf skin come from? Achu explained, this was left by a male who died from injuries during hunting. To commemorate our fallen companions, we always skin them to keep the young warm, and Su Tong's lips twitched slightly. What a unique way to honor someone's memory. In modern times, skinning someone was a deed born from deep-seated hatred. Achu sighed softly, but that was long ago. I only heard the older wolves speak of it, Su Tong nodded. And oh wonder the wolf skin on her was so old it had turned yellow and had a dusty smell. Achu continued, back then, we could still transform into human forms and do many things. But since we were cursed to live in our original forms, we can no longer do anything. With that, Achu looked at Su Tong with gratitude. Now, thanks to your presence, all of us beastmen in this beast world have regained our human forms. With our human forms, we can create tools to cope with the increasingly extreme climate. Su Tong was puzzled about how her blood could restore the beastmen's human forms. She glanced at the square jade stone. Who crafted this jade? No natural jade could grow in such a shape. Moreover, it was connected to the hot spring beneath the cave, forming a warm bed. Achu shook his head. It was originally here. None of us knew how to use it, except for that dead Dong Fong. Mentioning Dong Fong made Achu's teeth itch. He felt an urge to bite something to vent his frustration. Su Tong was curious. Why did Dong Fong know how to use it? His ancestors had tasted the divine fruit, learning many peculiar things and recording them in a heavenly script. Otherwise, he couldn't have become the high priest. Achu snorted coldly. Without the protection of his ancestors, that weak male could never have become a high priest. Heavenly script? Su Tong was increasingly astonished. Had the civilization of the beast world ever reached a level where they could write and record? That was not stealing. Dong Fong entered with a stone bowl. That would be a reward. So it was completely above board. Dong Fong shot Achu a sideways glance. That stinky wolf was speaking ill of him while he wasn't around. What do you mean by reward? Who rewarded him? Su Tong pressed for answers. Dong Fong paused to contemplate for a moment before continuing towards Su Tong. I forgot that, Su Tong. You forgot the crucial part. Dong Fong, are you doing this on purpose? Dong Fong looked at the ill-fitting wolf skin on Su Tong. What is this thing? This dark wolf skin with its dry fur hardly suits our little female's beauty. Dong Fong had evidently forgotten the earlier topic, now completely focused on Su Tong. Tomorrow, I'll have Achu honey young deer for you. Their skin would be much more fitting. Deer skin? Su Tong felt a pang of guilt, but in the beast world, hunting for resources was an unavoidable reality. That Achu turned to Dong Fong, coldly asking, why don't you go? Dong Fong retorted, why? Don't you want to go? Before Achu could respond, Dong Fong squinted at Su Tong. Little female, did you see? He doesn't even want to make you a coat. I never said I wouldn't go. Achu interrupted Dong Fong. Dong Fong pursed his lips, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now that's settled, just go and work for the little female without all this chatter. Achu. In the days when Dong Fong was still known as the old man, Achu could tolerate his slightly audacious remarks. Yet at this moment, with Dong Fong possessing a body even younger than his own, how dare he speak so? Once the little goddess falls asleep, Achu must find a secluded spot to unleash his frustrations on Dong Fong. Su Tong glanced at the dark-faced Achu and then at the smug Dong Fong. One wielded physical strength to subdue the other, while the other employed intellect to gain the upper hand. These two males were truly at a stalemate. The corners of Su Tong's mouth gradually lifted as she observed Achu, and Dong Fong. One appeared aloof and proud, but was, in truth, adorably simple-minded, while the other seemed sunny and cheerful, but was, in reality, quite cunning. Despite belonging to different clans, they shared a brotherly intimacy. Their contrasting personalities inexplicably generated a harmonious atmosphere, which was genuinely heartwarming. Achu noticed Su Tong smile and furrowed his brow. Tong Tong? Why was she suddenly smiling so foolishly? Dong Fong handed a stone bowl to Su Tong. Here you go. Is it enough? If not, I can get more. His words pulled Su Tong back from her daydream. Su Tong looked at the stone bowl with astonishment. Where did this come from? Dong Fong pointed at the jade stone. I found it in the cave, right next to this jade stone. At that moment, Su Tong was filled with questions. This bowl was obviously crafted, likely left behind by a beast tribe that could once transform into human form, or perhaps Su Tong glanced at the mechanism that directed the warm spring water from within the jade stone. Such a complex mechanism. Only humans could achieve this, Before her arrival, perhaps, other humans had also been here. Su Tong gestured for Dong Fong to pour the water from the stone bowl into her hands. As she washed her hands, she asked Dong Fong, "I heard Achu say you possess a tome of celestial knowledge." Dong Fong nodded. "Yes, it was passed down from my ancestors, filled with a bunch of strange symbols that I cannot understand." Achu interjected, "Since you can't comprehend it, how do you know what it contains?" Dong Fong shrugged. "I listen, you see. Old squirrel tells young squirrel, and when young squirrel grows up, it tells little squirrel. And so it reached me. There were too many things, and the passage of time blurred some details, making it hard for him to remember everything clearly." Achu scoffed. "No wonder you talk so much." "What do you mean by that?" Dong Fong asked, puzzled that Achu replied. "So much information depends solely on verbal recounting, which proves your ancestors were quite eloquent." Dong Fong, "Is that the logic? Can I see it?" Su Tong's eyes sparkled as she looked at Dong Fong. He was momentarily stunned by her beauty, staring blankly for a few seconds before vigorously nodding. "Of course. However," Dong Fong's expression turned awkward. "It might take a few days." Su Tong inquired, puzzled. "Why?" Dong Fong scratched his head. "I tossed it to the innermost part of that cave, buried under a pile of chaotic stones. I need to move them aside to find it." Su Tong felt slightly disappointed. "All right then." Achu, seeing this, turned to Dong Fong. "Call a few wolf pups to move it tonight and bring it to Tong Tong tomorrow." Dong Fong did not refute this time. "Sure. I'll go do it in a bit." Achu and Dong Fong could usually reach an agreement when it came to tasks for Tong Tong. "You should eat something first." Achu pointed to the leg of lamb, still roasting by the fire. Dong Fong picked up the lamb leg. "It's too hot. I'll feed Tong Tong." Achu shoved Dong Fong aside and snatched the lamb leg. "Get away, I'll do it." Dong Fong lunged to grab it back. "You're clumsy." "Let me handle it." Achu pressed against Dong Fong's head. "Don't make me." Dong Fong froze. "Don't make me hit you." Achu's expression was serious, entirely devoid of jest. Su Tong stepped forward and took the lamb leg from Achu's grasp. "I'll eat it myself." "You two must not fight." Achu released his grip on Dong Fong's head with a huff. Dong Fong also let go of Achu's arm. His voice cold, Su Tong blew gently on the lamb leg. Seeing this, Achu and Dong Fong squatted down together, blowing air on Su Tong's lamb leg to cool it down. Su Tong carefully tore off a piece of meat with her fingers and placed it in her mouth. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Dong Fong asked, his eyes full of curiosity. Achu shot a glance at Dong Fong. "You're a herbivore. Why do you care?" Dong Fong rolled his eyes. "I'm worried Tong Tong won't be used to it. She is too thin and needs to eat more." Su Tong tasted the flavor. "It's all right. Perhaps it had been roasted for too long, resulting in a slightly tough texture, yet it was still quite fragrant." Su Tong tore off another piece and offered it to Achu. "Try it. It tastes better than raw meat and is healthier too." Achu's eyes reflected disdain. The piece of meat before him appeared utterly devoid of moisture. The blood's aroma vanished. Surely it would taste awful. Su Tong held it up to Achu's mouth. "Just try it. Cooked meat can prevent many diseases." Achu frowned, his expression hesitant. "You," Dong Fong prepared to make a sarcastic remark. To avoid giving Dong Fong more chances to speak, Achu opened his mouth and swallowed the piece whole, not bothering to chew. He didn't want to give Dong Fong the opportunity to criticize him. Dong Fong lightly teased. "You sure eat fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut." Su Tong looked at Achu with eager anticipation. "How does it taste?" Dong Fong mocked. "He swallowed it so fast. It's a wonder he tasted anything." Achu licked his lips. "No flavor." Su Tong tore off another piece of meat. "Try again, this time chew it." Dong Fong eyed Achu with suspicion. Is this guy doing it on purpose? A prairie wolf's sense of taste and smell is top-notch. If he were to fart at the edge of the grasslands, Achu would probably smell it. How could he not taste anything at all? Achu gazed at the meat before him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Dong Fong saw this clearly. This wolf, he is doing it on purpose. Su Tong, however, remained blissfully unaware, sweetly urging Achu to open his mouth. Ah. Achu mimicked Su Tong. Su Tong blinked her eyes, filled with expectation. Does it have flavor this time? Achu shook his head. Dong Fong snatched the lamb leg from Su Tong. Come, let me feed you. Tong Tong's hands are small, and the pieces she tears off are tiny. You won't taste anything. Saying this, Dong Fong tore off a large chunk of meat from the lamb leg and held it up to Achu. open wide. Achu looked coldly at the dark piece of meat in Dongfang's hand, refusing to open his mouth. What? Why aren't you eating? Dongfang wore a knowing expression. Is my feeding not good? Achu replied nonchalantly. Leave some for Tong Tong. Su Tong tore off a piece from the lamb leg and stuffed it in her mouth. All right, I'm full now. It's fine, you can taste it. Dongfang and Achu exclaimed in unison. Full? They stared in astonishment at the lamb leg, which was still nearly intact. This really being full. Dongfang glanced at Achu and then back at Su Tong. Tong Tong, you've eaten less than I do in a day. He could easily consume 3 large handfuls of nuts daily if it weren't for winter making nuts scarce. He could devour all the winter-stored nuts in one go. Eating so little is unacceptable. Dongfang looked at Su Tong with concern. Without sufficient energy, during the coldest times, you will find it very hard to endure. Ahem. Achu cleared his throat lightly. It's all right. I can hold Tong Tong. I'm very warm. Dongfang shot Achu a sidelong glance. You dream too beautifully. Suddenly, a howl echoed from outside the cave. Su Tong was startled. What happened? Dongfang gently patted Su Tong's head and reassured her. Tong Tong, do not fear. The wolf pack is merely signaling to its companions that the sun is about to set, warning of the impending dangers outside, and it's time to retreat to the cave for rest. Upon hearing this, Su Tong felt relieved and murmured, Oh, is that so? She had initially feared that the wolves sensed a threat. Dongfang glanced at the still-burning fire, appreciating its dual purpose. Not only could it cook their food, but it also provided illumination, which was quite remarkable. Suddenly, Achu smacked Dongfang's hand away, commanding, move aside. Dongfang shot him a glare and continued to advise Su Tong. At night, some snakes will venture out in search of food on the grassland. Please refrain from wandering about. Snakes? Su Tong's pupils dilated as her toes instinctively curled in trepidation. She had an aversion to snakes that, do not worry. I shall guard the cave entrance for you. Achu's deep voice offered Su Tong considerable comfort. Dongfang placed his hand on the jade stone, saying, You will sleep on this jade. The spring water within is continuously circulating and will not grow cold, perfectly capable of warding off the chill. Achu cast a glance at the jade stone, feeling an overwhelming urge to smash it. Without it, he could comfortably and legitimately warm the little female. Su Tong obediently nodded, her sweet voice chiming. All right, if you feel afraid sleeping alone, just call for me. Okay. What? Let go. Before Dongfang could finish his sentence, Achu had already grasped him by the neck and dragged him toward the cave's entrance. Achu's tone was cold as he picked up the remnants of an antelope carcass, asserting, Tong Tong has said she wishes to sleep alone, aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Achu. Dongfang ceased to struggle, allowing Achu to haul him away. He waved at Su Tong, saying, Sleep well, little female. See you tomorrow. Su Tong waved back, replying, See you tomorrow. Once Achu and Dongfang exited the cave, Su Tong lay upon the jade stone, propping her chin up with one hand as she observed the flow of the spring water within. The combination of the jade and the spring water was undeniably warm. Akin to a modern electric blanket, self-heating and cozy, Su Tong tapped the jade with her fingers, pondering aloud, O jade, who could have crafted you? Is the creator still in the beast realm? Using her hand as a pillow, she lay sideways on the jade, placing the sapphire she had retrieved from the water earlier beside her. She then closed her eyes and began to make a wish. Mother, please bless Tong Tong to live safely in the beast realm. At the very moment Su Tong made her wish, the deep blue sapphire flickered momentarily. Regrettably, Su Tong, with her eyes shut, did not perceive this. When she finally opened her eyes, the sapphire had already returned to its normal state. Su Tong curled her knees tightly, gradually succumbing to slumber. The fire dwindled, leaving only a small flicker of flame. Outside the cave, a male wolf approached Achu, announcing that within the cave where Dongfang resided, there was a stone none could move, and he needed Achu's assistance. Achu glanced back into the cave, reasoning that a brief absence would pose no issue, and thus permitted the male who had called him to keep watch for a while before he departed. Inside the cave, a rustling sound stirred Su Tong from her dreams. However, weighed down by drowsiness, she paid it no heed and merely turned over to continue sleeping. In the next moment, a tall man clad in a silver robe appeared beside Su Tong's jade stone. His crimson eyes gleamed with an alluring charm amidst the pitch-black night. His long limbs were exposed, his skin pale and ethereal, and his cascading silver hair flowed down his back like a dream. The man, with his sharply defined fingers, gently tucked a strand of Su Tong's hair behind her ear, his gaze fixated on the slumbering girl with an enamored intensity. His lips, a deep crimson, parted slightly as he murmured softly, "Indeed, a little female, at long last, I have awaited your arrival, Tong Tong." He shed his robe, folding into a small square. With one hand, he tenderly supported Su Tong's neck, while the other placed a folded robe beneath her head. His brows furrowed with concern as he observed, "Do the impoverished wolves offer no pillow for the little female?" With a disdainful scoff, he thought, "These primitive wolves likely have no notion of what a pillow is." Su Tong's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with an extraordinarily beautiful face, so surreal it resembled that of an anime character. Believing she was dreaming of a fairy, Su Tong softly inquired, "Fairy sister?" The man smiled, "Call me Si Ming, or you may address me as husband." Husband? Su Tong, still dazed, questioned, wasn't she meant to call him fairy sister? Why the shift to husband, before she could voice further inquiries? An inexplicable fragrance wafted towards her, lulling her back in a slumber as I Ming leaned down to kiss Su Tong's forehead, whispering gently, "Little female, be good, wait for me to prepare, and I shall take you away." He was alone today and could not contend with the Wolf King. Once he had gathered his forces, he would return to claim the little female from the Wolf King. Suddenly, Si Ming's brow furrowed slightly. What a foul odor! That man had arrived. Even from a distance, he could detect the unpleasant scent of sweat emanating from him. Who? Achu burst into the cave, instantly transforming into a formidable prairie wolf. His brown eyes fixed menacingly on the naked Si Ming. Emitting a low growl of anger, Achu lunged at Si Ming, but the latter effortlessly leaped aside, evading the attack. Achu positioned himself in front of the jade stone. Baring his fangs and glaring at Si Ming's I Ming exuded a chilling aura, the feeble flame nearly extinguished by his presence. With a smirk, he said, "Take good care of the little female. I shall return to retrieve her in a few days." With that, Si Ming pivoted and transformed into a snow-white adult snake, slithering through a crevice in the cave that Achu did not pursue, but instead sniffed the sleeping Su Tong with concern. "What is this scent?" He howled to the heavens. "Woo!" Outside, the wolf pack responded in kind. Moments later, Dongfang rushed in, exclaiming, "What happened? What's wrong? Is the little female all right?" He had been directing the wolf cubs and moving stones when he heard Achu's call. Achu recounted Si Ming's visit and informed Dongfang about the peculiar fragrance left behind. Could it be snake scent? Dongfang's eyes widened, his expression grave. What snake scent? Achu, having reverted to his human form, appeared anxious. Is it dangerous? Dongfang's brow furrowed tightly. There is no immediate danger. Hearing that it was harmless, Achu's anxieties eased. However, Dongfang's clenched fists revealed his agitation. Achu's eyes glimmered with confusion. What of the Snake King's scent? Dongfang gazed at the slumbering Su Tong. It is a unique substance from the Snake King. It releases a fragrance to attract female snakes, and those affected will naturally develop an affinity for the Snake King. He had anticipated that the leaders of the various tribes would soon take notice of the little female, but he had not expected it to happen so swiftly, perhaps due to the sheer number of snakes in their tribe. Their movements were harder to detect, resulting in quicker information dissemination than from other clans. That Achu's anxiety surged. Will it affect Tong Tong? Dongfang nodded. The initial reaction to the snake scent is deep slumber. Achu glanced at Su Tong, which means, precisely, Dongfang affirmed, Si Ming's snake scent has taken effect on the little goddess. From now on, whenever she sees Si Ming, she will feel drawn to him. I shall skin him alive. A wave of fury surged within Achu as he prepared to chase after Si Ming. Dongfang restrained him. Do you even know where he is? The snake tribe is notoriously elusive. Beyond this grassland lies the territory of the lion and tiger tribes. You cannot simply transform into a snake like them and sneak through the jungle. They will not allow you to pass. Achu roared in frustration. Then what shall we do? Allow Si Ming to effortlessly leave his scent on Tong Tong and escape. The expression on Dongfang's face was one of rare seriousness. Achu, to speak candidly, The prophecy foretold that the goddess would lead the beast tribe into a glorious era, and she would not be without multiple beast husbands to protect her. Dongfang gazed at Achu, whose countenance was dark with anger, and cautiously inquired, "Do you understand my meaning?" Achu's brown eyes were icy cold, his right hand clenched into a fist. While it was true that in the beast realm, polyandry was permitted due to the scarcity of females, when it came to his own situation, he would wish to eradicate every male creature in the beast realm, ensuring that the little goddess belonged solely to him. "Wait," Dongfang exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "I have thought of a way to dispel the serpent fragrance." Although he had prepared himself for competition over Su Tong, he still harbored an unwillingness to see her favor another male. Upon hearing that Dongfang had a solution, Achu's eyes gleamed with interest. "What is it?" "Before the little female encounters Ming, we must help her expel the serpent fragrance that has entered her body." Achu glanced at the peacefully sleeping Su Tong. "How do we do that?" "By sweating," Dongfang replied immediately. Achu furrowed his brow. In such cold weather, it was already a miracle that Tong Tong wasn't cold. How could they make her sweat? Dongfang's gaze slowly shifted back to Achu, his expression reluctant. "You can do it." Now that he and Achu shared a common rival in Ming, they could temporarily align their interests. Achu quickly grasped Dongfang's implication, a smirk involuntarily gracing his lips. His body could indeed induce sweating in the little female. Achu eagerly prepared to embrace Su Tong. Dongfang raised a hand to block him. "Hey, be mindful of your limits. Don't take advantage of the little goddess while she's in slumber. You might lose control of your beastly instincts." This time, Achu did not retort, simply nodding obediently. Dongfang withdrew his hand. Watching as Achu climbed onto the jade stone, cradling Su Tong in his arms, like a tea that moment, Dongfang felt as if his heart had been pierced repeatedly by icy shards. The pain was unbearable. Su Tong sensed the intense warmth and instinctively wrapped her arms around Achu's waist, nuzzling her head against him. Achu's ears visibly reddened. Dongfang discerned the lecherous look in his eyes. "Fine, I won't leave. I'll keep watch over the little female." He had frequently witnessed the wolf's primal instincts, and he did not trust Achu. Leaning against the jade stone, Dongfang tossed the remaining twigs and leaves into the nearly extinguished fire, hoping to stoke the warmth. "Hey, can you refrain from squeezing her so tightly with those wolf paws?" Dongfang pointed at Achu's hand that gripped Su Tong's waist. "Just hold her gently. No need to squeeze." Achu pretended not to hear, tightening his embrace around Su Tong. Dongfang contemplated prying Achu's hand away. Achu stepped back, evading Dongfang's grasp. "Tong Tong is sweating. Don't disturb me." Dongfang craned his neck to check Su Tong's forehead. "Oh, it's true. This wolf's body was surprisingly useful." The sleeping Su Tong felt excessively warm. "Hot." Achu looked at Dongfang with confusion. "Tong Tong is hot." Dongfang shook his head. "We can't let go of the little goddess yet. This amount of sweat likely isn't sufficient. Can you still smell that scent?" Achu leaned down to sniff near Su Tong's ear, frowning deeply. It's still there. The moment he caught a whiff of that scent, he felt nauseous. Remembering that guy had been undressed earlier, Achu clenched his fist. "What is this?" Dongfang suddenly spotted a small silver square on the jade stone. He picked it up, and upon unfolding it, it transformed into a silver robe. Holding it up against himself, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's quite long." Achu cast a cold glance at the white robe. It must belong to Ming, and no wonder that guy wasn't wearing anything when he entered the cave. Dongfang disdainfully tossed the robe aside. Long legs indeed. That stinking snake. Did he take off his clothes to use as a pillow for Tong Tong? "What is a pillow?" Achu asked, puzzled. Dongfang rolled his eyes. Talking to this primitive wolf king was quite a challenge. "It's something you place under your head while sleeping." Achu snorted. "Tong Tong doesn't need a pillow. She can rest on me." Saying this, he pounded his chest. "Sturdy, reliable." Dongfang pursed his lips in silence as Su Tong struggled to free herself from Achu's embrace. Achu gently patted her back. "Be good, just a little longer." Su Tong, feeling unable to escape the heat, stirred awake, groaning in discomfort. Upon opening her eyes, she realized she was being held by Achu, finally understanding why she felt so warm. "What are you two doing here?" Su Tong looked at Achu and Dongfang with confusion, tugging at her clothing. "It's so hot." She gazed at Achu with pleading eyes. Can you let me go? She felt as if she were in a sauna. Achu hesitated, his expression troubled, and did not respond. After observing the amount of sweat on Su Tong's forehead, he felt that releasing her now was unwise. It's really hot. Su Tong brushed the hair off her shoulder. The delicate, fair skin of her shoulders and collarbone caught Achu's eye. Immediately, he pointed at Tong Tong. It's Tong Tong who won't let her go. It's all his idea. Don't blame me, Tong Tong. Achu gazed at Su Tong with tenderness. Tong Tong. How did I never realize you were such a white-eyed wolf? Tong Tong stared incredulously at Achu. It was Achu and this other male who had been anxious earlier, while he was the one coming up with solutions. Now that Tong Tong felt uncomfortable, this wolf was shifting the blame onto him. Such a disloyal wolf king. What is that? Before Tong Tong could explain, Su Tong noticed the robe that Tong Tong had tossed to the ground. Tong Tong kicked it further away with his foot. It's nothing. Just some filthy thing. From Achu's embrace, Su Tong leaned forward, straining to see the robe. It looked so familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Achu tried to cover Su Tong's eyes with his other hand. Su Tong glanced upward as Achu's large hand moved to cover half her face. When she shifted down, Achu's palm moved to cover the lower half of her face. This went back and forth several times. Su Tong, why can't I see? Su Tong pouted slightly, frowning in dissatisfaction at Achu. A flicker of panic crossed Achu's eyes as he once again pointed at Tong Tong. It's him who doesn't want you to see. Tong Tong. Tong Tong was done rolling his eyes. Fine, everything is my fault. Then give the little female to me, and I will hold her. That's not possible. Achu hurriedly protected the back of Su Tong's head with his hand, pressing her against his chest, raising his strong arm to block her, effectively trapping Su Tong's small body within his embrace. Oh, now that's not allowed. Isn't everything my idea? Tong Tong extended his hands. Then I demand you give me the little female. Achu shook his head, refused. Seizing the moment while Achu and Tong Tong faced off, Su Tong managed to sneak her head out from Achu's arm, peering curiously at the robe. Suddenly, an image surfaced in her mind. It was the clothing of a celestial sister. What? Achu and Tong Tong were both taken aback by Su Tong's reference. Tong Tong regarded her with confusion. Sister? Where did that come from? Su Tong's eyes sparkled with excitement. I dreamed of a particularly beautiful sister when I was sleeping. The kind you call a female? Achu expressed similar bewilderment. We know a sister refers to an older female, but where is this sister? Su Tong recalled. She had a head full of silver hair, looked enchanting and ethereal, and was unbelievably beautiful, just like the one wearing that garment. As she spoke, Su Tong pointed at the robe on the ground, her laughter brimming with joy, her eyes sparkling like stars. Tong Tong, Achu. The two males exchanged glances, simultaneously voicing their disbelief. Is Ximing really that beautiful? Su Tong turned to Achu and Tong Tong. Ximing? Who is Ximing? The fairy sister is called Ximing. What a lovely name. Achu restrained the overly excited Su Tong, who seemed ready to leap from his embrace. That's not a sister. That's Ximing, a male. A white serpent. Tong Tong added, that robe is the serpent skin he shed. A serpent? Su Tong shivered, her previously excited eyes now filled with fear. Her delicate, pale feet instinctively curled up as though a serpent were slithering by her side. Observing Su Tong's genuine terror of snakes, Tong Tong leaned closer, settling beside her. Snakes are quite fearsome. They can swallow you whole and constrict you until you suffocate. Indeed, he was referring to Ximing. Achu quickly grasped Tong Tong's intent and joined in the intimidation. The serpent clan are cold-blooded creatures. They are venomous, and if they bite you, your entire body will rot and stink. Tong Tong glanced at Achu, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Rot? How come I didn't know that? At the mention of decay and stench, Su Tong's lashes began to tremble in fright, her body curling in on itself as if those putrid, decaying things were right beside her feet. Witnessing Su Tong's reaction, Achu realized that his fabricated tale about toxins had taken effect. Tong Tong observed Su Tong's distress with a pang of guilt. Oh dear, Tong Tong, do not fear. Achu's warm hand gently caressed Su Tong's head. Do not be afraid, for Achu is here, and I will protect you. Upon hearing Achu's words, Tong Tong quickly shot him a knowing glance. Achu promptly adjusted his phrasing. We must keep our distance from those serpents. Tong Tong nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Otherwise, simply saying that Achu will protect you might give the little female a false sense of security, making her less afraid of snakes. Following suit, Tong Tong echoed Achu's sentiments. Indeed, little female, just remember, in the beast realm, there are no fairy sisters, only those terrifying cold-blooded serpents. As Su Tong glanced at the robe on the ground and nodded. She had not anticipated that such a beautiful sister was, in fact, a male white serpent. Yet, inexplicably, despite her fear of snakes, she felt a flicker of fondness for that exquisite visage. After all, it is only natural to be drawn to beauty. And she was no exception. Oh good. Achu planted a kiss on Su Tong's forehead, his hand tenderly brushing against her hair. It seemed that their intimidation tactic had worked. The little female would likely harbor a lasting fear of that detestable white serpent. At that moment, both Tong Tong and Achu believed that a combination of sweat and instilling fear of snakes would be enough to counteract the allure of Si Ming's serpent scent. Unfortunately, they were mistaken. They would soon learn that the serpent scent was a refined essence obtained by the Serpent King over a lifetime. Once activated, it would remain within the female eternally, impossible to expel. After the kiss, Su Tong shyly lifted her gaze, stealing a glance at Achu, before quickly lowering her head, appearing particularly bashful and endearing. Tong Tong's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression revealing shock. This white-eyed wolf had actually kissed the little female. The crux of the matter was, the little female had not rejected him. No, he had to keep pace. He could not fall behind this white-eyed wolf. And so Tong Tong swiftly planted a loud peck on Su Tong's cheek, emphasizing the kiss with a pronounced smack. Su Tong froze, her big eyes blinking at Tong Tong. Ew, how could Tong Tong kiss her? After all, Achu had already kissed her multiple times and given her pre-existing feelings for Achu. It was natural for her to accept his affection. However, with Tong Tong, she merely regarded him as an adorable younger brother, harboring no other intentions. Thus, Tong Tong must not overstep. He must not kiss her. Achu's expression darkened, his gaze icy. Who told you to kiss Tong Tong? Tong Tong, feeling somewhat unsteady, retorted, but you kissed her too. Achu glared at Tong Tong. Did Tong Tong express a desire to develop a relationship with you? Tong Tong's eyes suddenly dimmed, his voice growing weak. Did Tong Tong say she wants to develop with you? Has the wretched wolf already won the little female's favor? Tong Tong turned to Su Tong, his eyes brimming with hope. Tong Tong, would you like to develop a relationship with me as well? Su Tong hesitated for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Achu, satisfied with the response, shot a glance at Tong Tong. Got it. If you understand, then leave. You're just an eyesore here. Tong Tong's expression fell, disbelief clouding his features as he grappled with Su Tong's resolute rejection. Did he not appear attractive? Was he not exceptional? Was he not considerate? Did he not capture the little female's attention? In the beast realm, it was permissible for a female to have multiple males. He could still hold out hope. Tong Tong, undeterred, attempted to convey a new idea to Su Tong. Even if he were to be ranked second in her heart, he would be content. The prophecy stated that the little female would have many beast husbands, countless in number. As the high priest, he refused to believe there was no place for him among them. Su Tong noticed Tong Tong's sorrow, but she could not deceive him with false affection out of pity. She truly regarded Tong Tong solely as a brother. Moreover, she lacked the courage to explore a sibling romance, and she could not grasp the concept of polyandry at that moment, making it impossible for her to agree to Tong Tong. After a moment of silence, Su Tong shook her head once more. I'm sorry. Upon hearing those words, Tong Tong's roots turned white, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes reappearing, and the spark in his gaze faded, leaving him utterly desolate. Moments later, he reverted to his previous elderly appearance. His aged visage appeared more authentic than modern special effects makeup. Rejected by the beloved little female, Tong Tong felt heartbroken and dejected. In an instant, the passion that had sustained him vanished, causing him to lose the vitality necessary to maintain his youthful guise, allowing his body to age, without the love of the little female. What was the point of retaining a youthful appearance? Tong Tong hung his head in despair, merely stating, "You all rest," before quietly turning and leaving the cave. Su Tong watched Tong Tong's solitary figure depart. A sudden pang of sympathy washing over her. Achu, Noticing Su Tong's concern, gently patted her shoulder. Just rest. I will watch over you. That fellow is not so fragile. He is strong, so do not worry. Tomorrow will be better. Su Tong forced a smile. All right, but could you refrain from holding me? Su Tong lifted her hair, gesturing for Achu to see the sweat on her nape. Look, I'm all sweaty. Achu's gaze fell upon her neck, and he immediately blushed deeply. The slender, delicate skin on her nape glistened with a faint sheen of sweat, exuding an irresistible allure. Su Tong innocently pointed at Achu's face. See, even your face has turned red. I really am fine. Lying on the jade stone is not cold at all. It feels quite nice. You need not worry. Achu awkwardly nodded, releasing Su Tong and moving to sit on the ground. You sleep. I will watch over you. Su Tong smiled softly, her voice sweet. Okay. She then lay on the jade stone, closing her eyes. Achu sat nearby, watching over her, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness in that moment. It was not merely happiness. It was a profound sense of belonging. When a heart finally finds its direction, it gives rise to a blissful sense of belonging. Achu remained by Su Tong's side, not drifting off until later that night, sleeping soundly. The following day, the howling of wolves stirred Su Tong from her slumber. Slowly opening her eyes, a familiar figure came into view, and she instantly awakened. Exclaiming Dong Fong, there sat Dong Fong, restored to his youthful form, beside the jade stone. You aren't angry with me anymore, are you? Su Tong sat up, smiling as she gazed towards Dong Fong, tentatively inquiring. She had been troubled in her dreams. Worried that Dong Fong might be so disheartened that he would cease to speak to her altogether, Dong Fong gently ruffled Su Tong's hair and softly reassured her. Silly Tong Tong, how could I possibly be angry with you? No matter what you do, I could never harbor any resentment. At most, I might retreat into a corner and feel sad. He had spent the entire previous night contemplating running across the grasslands in his original form. Amidst trees, beside rivers, and within caves, his thoughts in disarray. Ultimately, he reached a resolution. He decided not to relinquish the little female so easily. Although she had resolutely rejected him, she was still new to the beast realm and needed time to adjust. The future was long, and nothing was yet determined. Thus, he would grant her time, which was also a gift to himself, and he would strive to showcase his virtues until she fully accepted him. Su Tong beamed sweetly, declaring, as long as you're not angry, we shall be siblings from now on. Rest assured, as your elder sister, I will never treat you poorly. Dong Fong's expression froze momentarily, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Who wished to be mere siblings with the little female? What he truly desired was never merely a sibling relationship. However, realizing he could not force Su Tong to accept him, as that would be terribly impolite, he refrained from arguing. Instead, he waved the object in his hand and raised an eyebrow at Su Tong, saying, Look, little female, what is this? Su Tong curiously scrutinized the yellow object in Dong Fong's hand. It was crumpled and appeared quite old, rolled up in a way that made it difficult to discern its nature. Yet, from its appearance, it seemed to be some form of parchment. It's a celestial manuscript. Su Tong exclaimed, instantly recognizing the item in Dong Fong's possession after confirming it was indeed parchment. Dong Fong's eyes sparkled with delight, praising Su Tong. You are truly clever. Little female, this is a celestial manuscript, left behind by the ancestors of the beast realm, chronicling the past, present, and future. As he spoke, Dong Fong handed the manuscript to Su Tong, saying here, but he scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. This contains strange symbols, all twisted and jumbled. I can't make heads or tails of it. However, I can still infer the meaning of some simple illustrations, such as the activation method for the jade mechanism, or the scene of various leaders vying for the little female, and even secrets regarding my own lineage. Just the thought of his lineage made Dong Fong feel uneasy, a vague sense of distaste and aversion washing over him. Su Tong, oblivious to Dong Fong's subtle emotions, eagerly cradled the celestial manuscript to examine it. After a brief glance, she was taken aback. The peculiar symbols were none other than Chinese characters, and moreover, they were simplified characters. This confirmed that the author of the celestial manuscript was a modern human. Indeed, there had been others who ventured here before her arrival. Therefore, the beast tribe was fully aware of the existence of the human world, which explained the presence of these human artifacts imbued with mechanisms. What astonished Su Tong the most was that upon flipping to the first page, she discovered this celestial manuscript was not truly a book, but rather a letter. Beginning with the affectionate salutation, "Dearest Tong Tong." From the very top of the first page, she could see a clear line of text. "Dearest Tong Tong, it is as if I see you when I read this. I am your mother." Upon seeing the words mother, Su Tong's hands trembled as she held the manuscript, momentarily doubting her own senses, fearing she was hallucinating. Dong Feng quickly grasped Su Tong's hand, asking, "What's wrong? Are you cold? Achu has gone out to catch a deer for you. Should we start a fire for warmth?" After all, Achu was far more proficient at keeping warm. His body temperature couldn't compare to that of Achu. Su Tong shook her head gently, replying softly, "I'm not cold. I'm just a bit shocked." Dong Feng released her hand, curiosity bubbling within him. He tentatively asked Su Tong, "Tong Tong, did you understand the celestial manuscript?" Su Tong lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mixture of joy and skepticism in her expression. "That I can comprehend the characters on this manuscript, but this is not merely a celestial manuscript. It is a letter left for me by my mother." "Your mother?" Dong Feng gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment as he stared at Su Tong. He glanced at the manuscript in her hands, his demeanor turning serious as he slowly spoke. "This manuscript is a treasure left by the deity who created the beast realm. If this treasure is indeed a letter from the little female's mother, then could it be that her mother is the ancestral deity of the beast realm?" Dong Feng found it hard to believe. If his conjecture were true, Su Tong's identity would be even more extraordinary. "What does it say?" he urged. "Quick, take a look." Su Tong bent her head to read attentively, and although the parchment was ancient and some areas had deteriorated into holes, the text was still largely legible. "Dearest Tong Tong, it is as if I see you when I read this. I am your mother. I am sorry, my dear, that I left you when you were merely 3 years old to traverse into the beast realm. However, it was unavoidable. It is our family's mission. We are the chosen priestesses of the heavens, destined to protect the beast realm for generations. Alas, your father, longing for me due to my departure, passed away early. Though I can often observe your situation, I cannot intervene or return to your side. The blood of the women in our family possesses divine power. Each drop infused in a jade every 3 months can sustain the human forms of all beastmen. Without our blood, the beastmen will regress into ordinary animals over time. The environment of the beast realm is constantly changing, even exhibiting many extreme phenomena. If the beastmen continue to degenerate, they will face extinction, and the civilization of the beast realm will vanish. To ensure the survival of this civilization, the women of our family must traverse to the beast realm at designated intervals to save the beastmen. Yet now, only you can save the beast tribe, as blood from other family members has, for reasons unknown, ceased to maintain the human forms of the beastmen. And, Tong Tong, do not seek out your mother. I've gone to find your father. I miss him dearly, and living alone in the beast tribe has been increasingly difficult for me. Thus, I exchanged the remainder of my lifespan with the deities, allowing for your early arrival in the beast realm. This way, not only can the beastmen quickly regain their human forms, but you will also avoid the pain of separation. Why bringing you to the beast realm early, you will not have a family of your own in the modern world, sparing you the anguish of being torn from loved ones. I do not know if you can accept this decision, that if my action seems selfish or presumptuous, please forgive me. The beast tribe will likely endure a challenging period before your arrival. But once you come, their lives will improve. I am truly sorry, my dear, for bringing you here alone. However, I have checked on the tribal leaders, and they are quite decent. They will protect you, and you will come to like them. The civilization here differs from the modern one, allowing females to have affections for multiple males. Therefore, Tong Tong, do not impose modern moral standards upon yourself. Having feelings for many beastmen is not wrong. I understand that you may find it difficult to accept them all at once. However, remember, never allow them to turn against one another for your sake. If the orcs engage in mutual destruction, the world of beasts will be steeped in misery, and you too will find yourself in dire straits. Lastly, Mother has recorded the methods of utilizing the space, along with some past events that occurred in the beast world, and special hints at the end, hoping you will see them and find assistance. Tong Tong, the heavy responsibility of saving the beast world has been entrusted to you. Mother believes that under your leadership, the beast world will surely flourish, and the orcs will no longer teeter on the brink of extinction. In the future, the women of our family will no longer have to endure the pain of separation. Furthermore, Tong Tong, there is no need to miss me and father. Mother and father will eventually reunite, and our love will forever accompany you. We have never truly parted. As Su Tong's vision gradually blurred with tears, as pearly droplets fell one by one onto the parchment, Dongfang, witnessing Su Tong's tears without understanding the reason, felt anxious and helpless. What is it that Dongfang stepped forward to embrace Su Tong, soothingly saying, Tong Tong, don't cry, please don't cry. Su Tong bit her lower lip, quietly sobbing, tears cascading on a Dongfang's shoulder. Initially, she had hoped to reunite with her mother, but unexpectedly, her mother was no longer present. The spark of hope had been extinguished. The delicate sobs shattered Dongfang's heart. Tong Tong, my dear, please stop crying. He gently caressed Su Tong's back, unable to contain his own sorrow. What happened? Achu, discarding the fawn in his hands, rushed over and questioned Dongfang. Did you say something? You shouldn't have to upset Tong Tong. He regretted allowing Dongfang to look after the young female. He had meant well, fearing Dongfang would feel lonely, and had specially notified her early in the morning to help watch over Tong Tong while he went out to hunt. Who would have thought that after such a brief period of watching, upon his return, he would find Tong Tong in tears? Achu was filled with anger at that moment. Get up! Achu pushed Dongfang aside, squatting down to cradle Su Tong's face, his eyes filled with concern. Her eyes were red from crying, lashes adorned with glistening tears, and her cheeks bore the marks of sorrow. Achu clumsily used the back of his hand to wipe away Su Tong's tears. Be good. Tong Tong. Achu turned to glare at Dongfang, ready to scold him. However, upon raising his gaze, he saw that Dongfang's own eyes were also red from crying. Achu was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Why was Dongfang crying too? Su Tong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Dongfang, her small voice tinged with nasal tones. Dongfang, this isn't a letter from your mother. Why are you crying? She was saddened by the letter, missing her mother, but why was Dongfang also shedding tears? This only made her feel more despondent. One female, one male, each crying more sorrowfully than the other. Dongfang sniffled, his voice choked with emotion. I feel heartbroken. His heart truly ached. Seeing the young female cry was a profound pain, causing his eyes to sting, and he unconsciously began to weep. Achu furrowed his brow. Looking at Dongfang, what, is your heart wounded? Achu's words instantly shattered the somber atmosphere. Dongfang shot Achu an irritated glance. Tong Tong is sad. I feel for Tong Tong. What do you mean, heart wounded? Foolish wolf. Achu turned back gently to Su Tong. Tong Tong, what happened? Why are you upset? Su Tong glanced at the parchment in her hand, explaining to Achu, my mother once came to the beast world. This celestial script is a letter she left for me. I thought she was still alive, but she has passed away, so I feel a bit sad thinking of her. She did not intend to reveal everything, only briefly mentioning her family and mother. Speaking too much would require too many explanations, especially regarding her mother's advice to accept the chieftains of the tribes. If she revealed this matter to Achu now, he would undoubtedly be unhappy. Moreover, she herself was at a loss. Would they truly go to war over her? She was merely a female. Oh no, in the beast world, women should be referred to as females. She was just a female. But if such a situation were to arise, how could she possibly stop them? Most importantly, how many chieftains were there in the entire beast world? If there were 20 or 30, or even thousands, then her sacrifice would not suffice to prevent it, would it? After listening to Su Tong's account, Achu was equally astonished. He had not realized that the young female's identity was so significant. Dongfang dried his tears, looking steadfastly at Su Tong. Tong Tong, rest assured, from now on we're your family. Even if it costs me my life, I will never allow you to come to harm. Indeed, Achu placed his palm against Su Tong's cheek, gently rubbing it with his thumb. The entire prairie wolf tribe will protect you. After hearing Dongfang and Achu's words, Su Tong's tears filled half her eyes. It was not that she enjoyed crying, but she was genuinely touched, leading to an uncontrollable overflow of tears. Since her father's passing, Su Tong, as an orphan, had to fend for herself, never having been protected by anyone. She went to school alone, worked part-time to support herself, ate, slept, fell ill, and was hospitalized alone, enduring day after day, year after year. She had once resented her mother for heartlessly abandoning her and had blamed her father for only loving her mother and not living to accompany her. Every holiday, while other students received gifts from their parents, she had nothing, not even blessings, which came only from advertisements on television. She had grown up all alone, spending so many years in solitude. But now, although her parents could no longer return to her side, she at least knew that her mother had always cared for her, and that love had not vanished with her mother's departure. Even in their absence, their love still followed her. And then there were Achu and Tong Tong. Even though their acquaintance was brief, their affection for her felt so genuine, warming and touching her heart. Their presence made Su Tong realize that from now on, she would no longer be alone in the days to come. She would live well in the beast world, fulfilling her mother's wishes and her family's mission. Achu tenderly wiped away the tears that were about to fall from Su Tong's eyes, shifting the topic. I hunted a fawn for you. Let's make beautiful clothes from it for you to wear. Shall we? Yes, yes. Tong Tong patted his chest, wearing proud expression. I excel at making clothes from animal hides. Achu shot Tong Tong an annoyed glance when I said I did not include you. Tong Tong retorted, glaring back. Humph, who cares whether you include me or not? Su Tong nodded. That's fine, but I'd like to see the method my mother mentioned for using the space first. Space? Achu asked in confusion, unable to comprehend what Su Tong was referring to. Tong Tong, equally puzzled, pressed for clarification. What is space? Su Tong recalled the descriptions of space from the novel, explaining, it is an invisible warehouse for storing items. The food placed inside can maintain its original state indefinitely. And this invisible warehouse is limitless. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong was astounded, his mouth forming a Na shape. Wow, a divine item. A goddess uses a divine item. How incredible. Although Achu did not fully grasp it, he still found it marvelous. Echoing Tong Tong. Yes, marvelous. As Su Tong turned the second page of the parchment, she beheld an illustration of the key to activate the space. Upon discerning the drawings on the parchment, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Was that not her necklace? The depicted key to the space was indeed the blue, droplet-shaped gemstone pendant she wore. Thus, it dawned upon her that the heirloom left by her mother was, in fact, a gateway to another realm. In that moment, Su Tong recalled a saying. Parents planned deeply for their beloved children. It seemed her mother had anticipated this day and had prepared everything she would need long ago. At that instant, Su Tong truly understood what it meant to be surrounded by happiness. Even though she could no longer see her mother, the love she left behind, along with the care from Achu and Tong Tong, felt more real than anything else. Su Tong grasped the gemstone necklace resting on the jade stone and glanced once more at the instructions on the parchment, dripping blood upon the gemstone. One can activate the exchange space. Exchange space? Su Tong pondered. Why was it termed an exchange space? Should it not be a storage space? Why did her space differ from others, setting aside her confusion? She decided to activate it first. Biting her fingertip, she winced. Ouch! What are you doing? Achu and Tong Tong simultaneously seized her wrist, pulling her finger from her mouth. As Su Tong gazed blankly at the two males, softly stating, I need to use my blood to activate the space. Only then did Achu and Tong Tong release her. Tong Tong stared at the blue gemstone in Su Tong's hand. Puzzled, IT requires the blood of a young female to activate the space. Could it be a cursed space? Su Tong bit her fingertip again. Ouch! It hurt tremendously, and her fingertip turned red from her bite. However, there was no break in the skin, nor any blood. That wasn't it customary for a bite to draw blood on television. Why had she bitten twice without a drop? Su Tong concluded that perhaps her bites lacked sufficient force. Thus, she naturally extended her finger towards Achu, asking, Achu, could you help me bite? Achu hesitated at the sight of her delicate finger. A mere nibble could be perilous, as a prairie wolf. His bite could easily be severed. IT must draw blood, Su Tong added. This only served to complicate matters for Achu further. He couldn't bring himself to even lightly bite her, let alone draw blood. Dongfang secretly relished the situation, stifling a laugh. Thankfully, the young female had not sought his assistance. Otherwise, he would be in quite the predicament himself. Seeing Achu unmoved, Su Tong decisively inserted her finger into his mouth. Coolly uttering bite Achu, he stared down her finger in his mouth, frozen, fearing to move or close his jaws. The delicacy of her finger. To be honest, with his biting strength, he could easily sever it with a single snap. What was happening? Su Tong urged playfully, I can't manage it myself. Just a tiny bite will do. Even if it hurts, I won't blame you. Dongfang observed Achu's bewildered expression, nearly bursting into laughter. This was truly a conundrum for the foolish wolf. Under Su Tong's relentless encouragement, Achu gently closed his teeth around her finger. Su Tong shut her eyes, bracing for the pain. Yet despite her anticipation, no sensation of pain came. Opening her eyes, she discovered that Achu's teeth had merely grazed her finger. There had been no actual bite at all. With a resigned sigh, she withdrew her finger and wiped it on her clothing. Never mind, I'll do it myself. Achu discreetly touched his nose to mask his embarrassment. It wasn't that he didn't wish to help. His mind had indeed aimed to assist in biting through. But his teeth seemed to have a will of their own. Refusing to comply, Su Tong looked at her finger, hesitating to bite. With her small teeth, she doubted she could break the skin, only causing herself more pain. Then, her gaze wandered around the cave until it landed on a sharp rock. Perfect! She decided to use the rock to pierce her finger. Approaching the rock, she picked it up, aligning the sharp edge with her fingertip. And with a resolute push, she felt a sting shoot through her finger. Dongfang winced at the sight, feeling it more acutely than if he had cut his own finger. Achu frowned, inwardly cursing the gemstone for requiring the blood of a young female. Su Tong pressed her finger against the gemstone, allowing her blood to make contact with its surface. The blood rapidly seeped into the gemstone, and after a second, it began to shimmer with a blue light. Soon, a beam of white light shot forth from the gemstone, revealing a small white box that floated in mid-air. Dongfang and Achu leaned in, curiously inspecting the hovering box, having never encountered such an object before. Dongfang bent down and reached out, causing one side of the box to unexpectedly swing open. Oh, he exclaimed in surprise. Achu shot him a glare, warning him not to meddle lest he break it. Dongfang chuckled, fascinated by the marvel. This space? Su Tong peered inside the box, measuring it with her hand, her expression turning to disappointment. It's so small. It was scarcely larger than her fist. What could fit in such a tiny space? Here, with lingering questions, Su Tong unfolded the parchment once more to examine the instructions regarding the space. It was stated that one could utilize wishes to exchange for modern items. But the size of the exchanged items could not exceed the dimensions of the space itself. Otherwise, they would not fit, and exchanges were limited to once per day. Note: after breaking through certain permissions later, infinite exchanges could be obtained. The space's size could be gradually upgraded. Signing in for 30 consecutive days would allow for an upgrade. The signing in method entailed successfully exchanging items once per day. The method for exchanging items involved placing unique object from the beast realm into the space and then wishing for the desired modern item. Upon initially activating the space, gently rubbing the gemstone 3 times would allow for reopening the space. Su Tong's understanding deepened. And oh wonder, it was called the exchange space. It was not merely a storage space as one might expect, but a means of exchanging items. Feeling a surge of happiness, Su Tong considered that the ability to exchange modern items was far more potent than mere storage. After all, in the extremely rudimentary conditions of the beast realm, possessing modern items would greatly enhance convenience and expedite the advancement of civilization. However, as she stared at the minuscule space before her, her brows furrowed. What could she possibly exchange for in such a small area? Shampoo, mouthwash, underwear, pepper spray. None of these seemed likely to fit. Furthermore, to upgrade the space, she needed to successfully exchange items for 30 consecutive days with only 1 exchange per day. This meant she had to engage in exchanges daily, ensuring that each item was of utmost necessity that day, thereby avoiding wastage and facilitating a quicker upgrade. With that in mind, what essential item should she exchange first? It was a perplexing dilemma. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Needles and thread? Perfect! She needed to make clothing today. And after exchanging for needles and thread, She could stitch together some animal hides. It was imperative for her to have something to wear, as she couldn't rely on Achu to keep her warm indefinitely. "What is that?" Tong Tong inquired, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Su Tong smiled and explained, "It's the tool needed for making clothes." Just as she finished speaking, her stomach let out a loud growl. Tong Tong's eyes widened. "Is little Tong hungry?" A bit embarrassed, Su Tong covered her belly, admitting just a little. Achu pointed to the deer discarded at the cave entrance, suggesting, "Perfect. We can skin the deer for clothing and use the meat to fill our stomachs." Su Tong cast a glance at the lifeless body of the fawn and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, she solemnly reminded herself within, this is the beast world. To survive, one must not entertain excessive thoughts. Moreover, in order to conserve energy, it is essential to eat without being overly particular. The law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, is the very essence of the beast world. Unnecessary compassion is nothing but a misguided virtue that can harm both oneself and others, which is simply inadvisable. Though Su Tong resolved to refrain from being finicky, she couldn't help but mutter to herself as she gazed at the fawn on the ground. Pondering how this creature's meat would likely be even less palatable than yesterday's antelope, that a sudden idea illuminated her mind. Why not procure a seasoning pack for barbecuing? After all, sustenance is paramount. Furthermore, Tong Tong had mentioned his proficiency in crafting garments, so it was likely he could create a well-fitting leather outfit without the need for needles and thread. With a seasoning pack in hand, any meat would at least be bearable to consume. Otherwise, eating only to regurgitate would not only be wasteful, but also a regrettable squandering of resources. Thus, she cheerfully made up her mind. First, address the issue of food, then the matter of clothing. Su Tong unrolled a piece of sheepskin parchment and reviewed the items required for trade. They needed special items from the beast world. Essentially, things that existed in this realm, but not in a modern one. Her gaze slowly shifted to Achu and Tong Tong. Their fur was certainly absent from the modern human world, given the absence of beastmen there. Achu and Tong Tong noticed Su Tong's gaze upon them and promptly inquired, "What is it, Tong Tong? May I utilize some of the fur from your bodies?" Su Tong asked with a sweet smile. "Of course." Achu and Tong Tong replied without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, Achu transformed into a massive gray prairie wolf, while Tong Tong morphed into a small reddish-brown squirrel. Tong Tong wagged his lush tail, playfully showcasing his plumpness. "Tong Tong, come, pull a strand." Su Tong beamed at Tong Tong's fluffy tail, her dimples appearing as she exclaimed, "So adorable." "Tong Tong, you are truly delightful." She crouched down, unable to resist the temptation to stroke Tong Tong's tail. Its texture was smooth and dense, akin to a tuft of cotton. The act of petting was profoundly stress-relieving. She wished she could hold on to it from dawn until dusk. Under Su Tong's gentle caresses, Tong Tong became increasingly relaxed, his limbs growing languid as he swayed his head, squinting his eyes while emitting soft, contented sounds, reveling in the moment. Ugh! Achu, feeling neglected, let out a thunderous howl that resonated throughout the cave, prompting the wolves outside to join in a cacophony of howls. Tong Tong, covering his small ears with his paws, yelled at Achu, "You're so noisy." "Howl, howl, howl. All these wolves do is howl." Su Tong hurriedly approached Achu, stroking his head, the sensation reminiscent of petting a dog. Leaning her head gently against Achu's ear, she sought to soothe him. "Don't be upset. You're quite adorable too." Yet, her words felt somewhat insincere, for Achu indeed appeared quite fierce. Calling him a beast would not be an exaggeration. Despite being a prairie wolf, Achu's size surpassed that of the Arctic wolves depicted in television dramas. His limbs were thicker than her own arms, and a single swipe from him could easily end her petite form. As for his teeth, they appeared sharper than the edge of a knife. A single bite could effortlessly sever a limb. Gradually, Achu's mood brightened under Su Tong's gentle reassurance, and he softly declared, "Tong Tong, take mine." "All right," Su Tong replied, reaching out to grasp Achu's fur. However, Tong Tong, feeling left out, immediately leaped to Su Tong's side, tugging at her arm with his little paws. "Use mine. Mine is prettier." Although the two males were unaware of Su Tong's intentions for the fur, they were eager to assist her, each vying for her attention. Su Tong, adhering to the notion that Achu had known her first and thus deserved priority, contemplated declining Dongfang's offer. Yet Dongfang suddenly flopped down, wrapping his tiny paws around Su Tong's ankle, his little head nuzzling against her leg while emitting soft, pleading whines. "Sister, sister, please use mine." The innocent call of sister from the tiny creature left Su Tong feeling conflicted. Achu's expression darkened, his eyes fixated on Dongfang, who was rolling about at Su Tong's feet. This troublesome squirrel is being shameless, isn't he? Resorting to such underhanded tactics? Su Tong gazed down at the adorable creature clinging to her ankle. Her heart softened, and she found herself unable to utter a single no. After all, who could resist a fluffy little darling calling them sister? Noticing Su Tong's hesitation, Achu steeled himself, gritting his teeth, and mimicked Dongfang's actions, collapsing dramatically to the ground, letting out exaggerated sounds. "Use mine, use mine." Achu's robust wolf form writhed awkwardly as he wagged his tail with exaggerated stiffness, producing some rather comically discordant sounds. "Tong Tong, use mine." Su Tong fell silent. Dongfang's mouth fell open, his previously erect tail drooping in an instant as he stared incredulously at Achu, bewildered. "What is he doing?" Both the male and female were taken aback. Su Tong looked at Achu's forced display of affection, striving to mask her disdain. Achu, the noble wolf king, somehow gave off the impression of a large, somewhat dim-witted dog. Dongfang poked Su Tong's calf with his tiny paw, urging, "Tong Tong, close your eyes for a moment." Su Tong, puzzled, responded, Dongfang picked up a modest covering that had fallen nearby and donned it, declaring, "I want to transform back." Su Tong quickly understood, nodded, and immediately shut her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang reverted to his human form, his face contorted in disdain as he gestured dismissively towards Achu. "Hey, you on the ground? Get up. I won't compete with you anymore." "You've won." Achu, the once mighty wolf king, was left in awe of such a display. He felt utterly defeated, acknowledging the truth in Dongfang's words. Upon hearing Dongfang's concession, Achu abruptly ceased his antics, springing back to his authoritative wolf form, chest puffed and head held high, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Seeing Achu's demeanor, Su Tong couldn't help but laugh. Today, she truly experienced the essence of contrast. Achu, the wolf king, bore a striking resemblance to a goofy, oversized dog. Achu lowered his head, gently nudging Su Tong's arm with his wolf snout, softly calling out, "Tong Tong." Su Tong stroked Achu's head, her voice tender. "I understand. I will pull now. Team might hurt a little, so be mentally prepared." "He won't feel a thing," Dongfang chimed in, crossing his arms and casting a sidelong glance at Achu. "This guy once fell off a cliff and was injured all over. Yet he was fine after resting for just a while. Pulling out one of his hairs would probably be akin to giving him a scratch. Oh wait, scratching would probably have more impact." Su Tong's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Dongfang's account, admiration shining through as she thought, "Achu is truly impressive." Noticing Su Tong's reaction, Dongfang felt a pang of anxiety and scratched his ear, regretting his earlier words. Those were Achu's heroic tales. Inadvertently, he had strengthened his rival's standing. Had he known, he would have refrained from sharing. Su Tong selected a strand of Achu's fur and tugged it decisively. "All right, you can transform back now." Achu, upon feeling the tug, reverted to his human form once more. Hey. Dongfang, quick on his feet, immediately retrieved Achu's modest covering from the ground and tossed it to him. "Could you at least find some clothes before you transform? You can't be running around bare in front of the little goddess." Achu accepted the modest covering, but his gaze remained fixed on Su Tong, pondering whether the little female had noticed his focus. Initially, Su Tong's attention was directed downward, but she suddenly sensed the weight of Achu's gaze upon her. Swiftly averting her gaze to another direction, her face flushed and her demeanor flustered. Achu's lips curled into a subtle smile. The expression of a young female clearly indicated her awareness of his essence. Excellent. Simply splendid. Achu felt a surge of delight within. He believed it was beneficial for the young female to familiarize herself with his essence in advance, sparing her any undue shock or fear in the future. Su Tong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, attempting to alleviate her shyness through the gesture while striving to maintain a facade of composure. The moment Achu transformed back into his human form, her gaze inadvertently fell upon him, leaving her momentarily startled. Tong Tong squinted his eyes, fixating on the ear that Su Tong had revealed. His expression soured tea that moment. The little goddess's ears were even redder than her cheeks, and he could easily discern the reason. Realizing that Tong Tong was observing her ears, Su Tong hurriedly let her hair fall back into place, concealing them once more, and quickly changed the subject. Shall I demonstrate how to exchange items? Very well, Achu adjusted his modesty cover, yet the gleam of triumph in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Tong Tong, meanwhile, pried open a gap in the cloth at his waist, scrutinizing his exclusive with utmost seriousness. Quite impressive, he mused to himself. Though he was merely a small squirrel, this exclusive, tied to his lineage and features, was exceptional among many males. Next time he transformed back into human form, he wouldn't inform the young female beforehand. He could surprise her instead. What a delightful surprise it would be. Su Tong glanced at Tong Tong, who was inexplicably grinning foolishly in place, before stepping up to the mini space, placing Achu's fur inside. The open side of the small box automatically closed. Su Tong clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently wished, "Please exchange for a pack of barbecue seasoning." "Thank you, Ding." As soon as Su Tong finished her wish, the small box emitted a prompt sound, and the previously closed side opened again. Tong Tong peered into the box and exclaimed, "Achu's fur is gone. What is this?" As he spoke, he pulled out the item from the box, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Such a strange scent. Su Tong felt a wave of familiarity wash over her as she recognized the packaging, receiving the barbecue seasoning from Tong Tong and explaining, "This is used for barbecuing." Called seasoning, Achu picked up a small deer lying on the ground. "This time, let's barbecue outside. That I have thought of a way to ensure Tong Tong doesn't feel cold and isn't bothered by smoke." When barbecuing in the cave, Achu always detected a pungent odor. The smoke produced by the flames could not disperse quickly, and he worried that the accumulation of smoke in the cave would harm the little goddess's health. Thus, he devised a plan to allow her to enjoy barbecued meat outdoors. Upon hearing Achu's suggestion, Tong Tong's curiosity was piqued. "What method? Did you come up with it yourself? This foolish wolf can actually think." Achu, uninterested in engaging with Tong Tong, directly took Su Tong's hand and led her outside the cave. As Su Tong tapped a gem, retracting the space. This space is quite convenient for carrying items. Tong Tong trailed behind them, his interest in barbecuing non-existent. However, he was eager to see what method this foolish wolf had devised. As Su Tong stepped out of the cave, a gust of icy wind hit her, the bone-chilling sensation making her involuntarily take a deep breath, shrink her neck, and lower her head. It was indeed frigid. She felt the chill of this beastly world was colder than the coldest days of winter in the human realm, the kind that directly stimulated the nerves. However, she felt considerably better than before. After all, she was draped in wolf fur, which was far warmer than the dress she had previously worn. Raising her head again, she found herself confronted by a row of robust males, each nearly 2 meters tall, standing in a line before her. Their faces appeared to possess a natural chiseled quality, with strikingly handsome features. Faced with males towering over her, Su Tong inexplicably felt a sense of pressure. What is the purpose of this? The males stared intently at Su Tong, excitement evident on their faces as they began to whisper among themselves. "Hey look, the little female is so tiny. How adorable." Indeed, the little female is truly beautiful, far more so than that fierce-looking she-wolf of yours. "What? Are you interested? Be careful. Achu might bite your neck off and toss you to the fish." "What are you saying? Don't say such things. How could I dare? The little female is the exclusive partner of the Wolf King. I heard the high priest ran all night on the grassland for the little female. He was utterly heartbroken. The high priest dares to compete with the Wolf King for a female. With that little squirrel, does he not value his life?" Achu cast a cold glance at the males, commanding in a frigid tone, "Silence." The wolf males immediately closed their mouths, not daring to utter another word. "Step aside." Achu uttered 2 more indifferent words. The wolf males, as if choreographed, quickly divided into 2 teams, creating a passageway in the middle. As Su Tong followed the open passage, she noticed a pile of branches behind the wolf males, beside which stood a wolf male diligently drilling wood for fire. "I taught it just like you did yesterday. How does it look?" Achu beamed with pride at Su Tong. awaiting her praise. Before Su Tong could respond, Dong Fong scoffed from behind. "Tsh, pup, you're doing it wrong." With that, Dong Fong approached the wolf male who was drilling for fire, snatched the wood from his hands, and began instructing, "You should drill the wood block with the sharp end of the stick." "What can you possibly achieve by drilling the stick with the wood block? You might as well drill your palm, and you won't spark a single flame." The wolf male, looking somewhat bewildered, nodded in understanding. Dong Fong clasped the stick with both hands and began to rub it vigorously. All eyes were on Dong Fong. Before long, wisps of smoke began to rise from the wood block, igniting a small flame. Dong Fong promptly tossed the burning wood into the pile of branches, and the flames grew larger, fueled by the branches. The wolf males, witnessing the emergence of fire before their eyes, were left in awe. Seeing this, Sutong couldn't help but exclaim, "Dong Fong, you're amazing." Achu glared at Dong Fong, his expression icy. The praise that was rightfully his had been snatched away by Dong Fong, feeling shy for the first time at receiving such straightforward praise from the little goddess. Dong Fong scratched the back of his head and grinned foolishly. "You all." Achu turned to the two groups of wolf males standing nearby and issued another command. "Surround us, surround us." Su Tong and Dong Fong exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Achu's intent. The males, upon hearing Achu's order, began to position themselves around the pile of branches, forming a tight circle while holding hands. Then Achu took Su Tong's hand and stepped into the encircled area, explaining, "Here, we can shield you from the cold wind with our bodies. Moreover, like me, they're all quite warm and can provide heat, so you won't feel cold." Achu looked at Su Tong with eager anticipation. Surely this time, he would earn the little female's praise. As Achu and Su Tong entered the circle, the males pressed closer together, flexing their muscles to eliminate any gaps between them, gradually sealing off the circle and shrinking its size to better retain the warmth within. With this arrangement, Su Tong indeed felt less cold than before. However, being surrounded by a circle of shirtless wolf males left her feeling shy and embarrassed. Yet, despite her bashfulness, she knew she had to express her appreciation. Observing Achu's clearly expectant gaze, Su Tong broke in her sweetest smile. "Achu, you're truly clever and considerate." Then, Achu gazed adoringly at Su Tong's smile, tentatively asking, "Tong Tong, could you give me a kiss?" Having seen other wolf females reward their male counterparts with kisses, he too yearned for a token of affection from the little female. Su Tong glanced at the surrounding wolf males, lowering her head and murmuring, "But they are all watching." Being encircled by so many wolf males was one thing. Asking her to kiss Achu in front of them was quite another, making her feel incredibly embarrassed. Noticing Su Tong's hesitation, Achu commanded directly, "Close your eyes." Surrounded by male wolves, they immediately shut their eyes, feigning themselves as mere wooden figures, devoid of thought and sensation. However, one male wolf, distinguished by a hint of white at the tips of his fur, stealthily opened one eye. Without turning his head, Achu issued a direct warning. "Anua, do you wish to part with your eyeballs?" Anua promptly closed the eye he had opened and covered both eyes with his hands, exclaiming, "Wong, I'm sorry, I'm fully closed, absolutely not looking." And Achu turned to face Dong Fong, who was crouched beside the fire, his eyes brimming with impatience. Dong Fong had deliberately chosen a discreet spot, curling himself into a ball, silently hoping Achu would overlook him. To his dismay, the foul wolf had spotted him nonetheless. Dong Fong stood up, attempting to negotiate. "Could you possibly?" Achu coldly commanded without courtesy. "Get out." Upon hearing Achu's order for him to leave, Dong Fong's temper flared. He placed his hands on his hips, glaring at Achu. "Can't you see Tong Tong doesn't want to kiss you? Those two nostrils on your nose are for venting. Can't you tell? I advise you not to make things difficult for Tong Tong." Before Dong Fong could finish, the closed-eyed male wolves lifted him effortlessly. Startled, Dong Fong cried out, "What are you doing? I'm a high priest. How dare you lay hands on me? Put me down." "Did you hear me?" Atian, beside Anua, clutched one of Dong Fong's legs and casually remarked, "But the Wolf King told you to leave." If the high priest clashed with the Wolf King, they as wolves naturally had to obey the Wolf King's command. Before Dong Fong could utter another word of defiance, he was mercilessly thrown out of the circle with a thud. He landed on his rear. After discarding Dong Fong, the male wolves resumed their posts, encircling Achu and Su Tong once more. and continue to keep their eyes shut, perfectly embodying the notion of steadfast duty and responsibility. Ouch! Dong Fong, clutching his backside after hitting the ground, yelped in pain, "You really threw me. Each of you hit with such force. Oh, my backside." Without taking the time to soothe his sore rear, Dong Fong quickly scrambled to his feet, preparing to re-enter the circle. "You can't do this. This is isolation. This is not the behavior of a proper wolf." Yet, a group of strong male wolves stood firm at the perimeter, preventing Dong Fong from even squeezing in a hand. After a series of futile attempts, he retreated a few steps, ready to charge through the blockade. He was determined to stop the little female from kissing Achu. With a burst of speed, he rushed toward the male wolf's formation, only to collide with the solid back of one wolf. He was effortlessly bounced back. Thud! Just like before, Dong Fong landed on his rear again, wincing in pain. "Ouch! My backside, my pert backside. It hurts." Rubbing his sore rear, he grimaced. "Damn wolves, why are all of you so muscular? I'm just a little squirrel, not built like those prairie wolves, and these 2 solid landings have left my backside bruised." After hearing 2 ouchs, Su Tong stood on tiptoe, trying to find Dong Fong outside the circle. Her eyes filled with concern. "Is Dong Fong okay?" Achu grasped Su Tong's face, compelling her to gaze into his eyes. "Don't mind him. Kiss me." Gazing into Achu's deep eyes, Su Tong felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, her eyes blinking rapidly. "Kiss? Kiss where?" After asking, she felt her question was rather foolish. Wasn't her decision. Why did she need to ask Achu, making herself seem so indecisive? After all, she had lived for many years and often thought that the development between leads in dramas and novels was too slow. Yet today, when it was her turn, she felt shy and hesitant. Su Tong furrowed her brow, summoning her courage. She grasped Achu's arms and rose on her toes, gently placing a kiss on Achu's cheek. At that moment, as her soft lips brushed against Achu's cheek, an unprecedented feeling of joy began to surge from his feet upwards. Was this the kiss of a little goddess? Unbeknownst to Su Tong and Achu, a certain someone was peering through the gaps between the male wolf's ankles from outside the circle. Dong Fong witnessed the scene where Su Tong stood on tiptoe to kiss Achu, feeling as if a colossal stone were relentlessly pounding against his chest. The little female just kissed that foolish wolf. It infuriated him. Achu, still savoring the moment, looked at Su Tong. Was that all? Dong Fong, unable to contain himself from outside the circle, shouted, "Just one. How many more do you want? You lecherous wolf, stop chattering there. Let me in." Achu frowned slightly. This pesky squirrel was so bothersome that Su Tong pointed to the deer in Achu's hands. Her tone gentle. "Let us roast the meat first, or it won't be fresh in a while." "All right, I'll follow your lead." Achu recalled that Su Tong was still hungry and ceased his pursuit, tearing off a leg of the deer. The male wolves, who had their eyes closed, opened them upon hearing the sound of tearing meat. "Is that it? Just a kiss from the little female, and it's over?" Annihilate looked at Achu in astonishment, filled with doubt. Was the Wolf King satisfied so easily? They had formed a circle to create conditions for their king, yet he seemed so easily pleased. Beside him, Ation also looked surprised and whispered to Annihilate, "Do you think our king might not be capable? There is no wolf who would stop at just a kiss from their beloved female." They were wolves, after all, robust and fierce. Annihilate formed a V with his fingers under his chin, nodding knowingly. "That is possible. Are we about to roast meat?" I want to see. Let me in." Fortunately, at that moment, Dong Fong's loud shouts outside perfectly masked Annihilate and Ation's hushed conversation. Otherwise, if Achu had overheard their dialogue, one of their legs would certainly be in for a rough time today. "Achu, let me in." Dong Fong hopped up and down outside, his head bobbing above, trying to catch Achu's attention. But Achu remained indifferent, focusing solely on tearing the meat to skewer on branches for Sutong. Dong Fong shifted his target to Sutong. "Tong Tong, please let me in, okay? Good sister, good sister." Dong Fong knew that if he called the little goddess sister, she would surely soften if it weren't for that foul wolf mimicking his act of coaxing. The little goddess would have indeed fallen for his sister tactic. The clear sounds of good sister reached Su Tong's ears, and sure enough, she immediately softened, squatting beside Achu, tentatively suggesting, "Achu, how about letting Dong Fong in to take a look? He must be quite cold out there. After all, She had told Dong Fong that they would be siblings from now on as an elder sister. She ought to protect her younger brother. Although Achu was reluctant. He couldn't refuse any request from Su Tong, so he waved a hand at the male wolves. Let him in. The male wolves parted to allow Dong Fong to pass through. Dong Fong, puffed up with indignation, strode into the circle, poking the faces of the male wolves one by one with his fingers, trying to sound fierce. If you provoke your wolf king, if you make him angry, he will break your legs. Don't expect me to plead for you anymore. Having just begged pitifully outside, none of these male wolves had stepped forward to plead for him. They had heartlessly thrown him out, a bunch of ungrateful wolves. I will no longer associate with you. Anu remained impassive, muttering under his breath, we now have a little goddess, can't we just ask the little goddess for favors? The little goddess seems much easier to talk to than the high priest, who always criticizes us and plays tricks on us, making us dance to his tune. Most importantly, ever since the high priest transformed from old Dong Fong to the Sunshine Boy, the wolves have grown envious of him. Because Dong Fong's human form is remarkably youthful, charming, and possesses an indescribable cuteness, these traits stand out starkly among the robust male wolves, overshadowing them entirely. Thus they no longer desired to associate with the high priest. What did you say? Dong Fong stood with her hands on her hips before Arno after hearing his mumbling, urging him to speak louder if he had the ability. Before Arno could respond, Achu, who was skewering meat, casually interjected, stating that there would be no need for pleas in the future since there was Tong Tong now, and Achu deliberately paused, glancing back at Dong Fong, and nonchalantly remarked, "It's useless." Seeing Dong Fong's expression darkening, Su Tong hurriedly stepped forward to pull her to the fire. Dong Fong, aren't you curious about how to roast meat? Let me demonstrate the steps for you. As Dong Fong noticed Su Tong's hand gripping her arm, a smile slowly spread across her lips. Casting a glance at Achu, she thought to herself, for Tong Tong's sake, this priest would overlook your antics. Achu snorted dismissively. This wolf has no interest in your antics. Su Tong tore open the barbecue seasoning and sprinkled it over the deer leg, diligently coating the meat to allow it to absorb the rich flavors. She then turned to the surrounding male wolves with a gentle smile. Once it's done, you can all have a taste. It's far better than raw meat. The male wolves paused for a moment. Then one after another howled. Oh, Su Tong was taken aback. What is happening? Did I say something wrong? Dong Fong gently explained, it's nothing. They're expressing their fondness for you and thanking you in the process. Oh, Su Tong waved her small hand, her smile growing sweeter, her eyes crescent-shaped. No need to thank me. As a result, the male wolves howled even more joyfully. Oh, Su Tong's smile faltered. Really, there's no need to be so polite. Dong Fong discerned that amidst the howls, the sentiment of affection outweighed the gratitude. Silence, Achu commanded, effectively silencing the wolves. Arno, unable to restrain himself, elongated his howl. Ooh. The little goddess smiled radiantly. Achu shot a glance at Arno. His brows slightly furrowed, revealing a trace of impatience. Arno immediately covered his mouth and bowed his head. My king, I was wrong. You come here, stand here, and hold this, Achu ordered, pointing at Arno. Arno obediently nodded and cautiously approached. Covering his head in vigilance, he feared that Achu might retaliate with a punch. After all, the Wolf King's strength could easily crush a fawn, and his skull wouldn't withstand such force. Achu expressionlessly handed the leg of lamb to Arno. Although a bit fearful of the fire, Arno mimicked Achu's actions, holding the leg above the flames, glancing at Su Tong while doing so. Noticing Arno's gaze, Su Tong cheerfully greeted him. I'm Su Tong. You can call me Tong Tong, just like Achu does at I'm Arno. Arno suddenly became flustered, standing rigidly with an awkward expression that Achu and Dong Fong exchanged glances, furrowing their brows in unison, pondering, why is this little wolf cub stuttering? Though Arno was the youngest among their prairie wolf clan, he possessed remarkable abilities, second only to Achu, and was brimming with potential. If Achu had no descendants, Arno would inherit the position of the Wolf King, becoming the new leader of their kind. The wolf pack adored Arno, and it could be said that the entire wolf clan cherished him, making him the quintessential darling of the pack. Had it been another male wolf making such a ruckus, Achu would have kicked him away, but since it was Arno, Achu refrained from reprimanding him. Even for a moment, the Bation gazed at the deer leg in Arno's grasp, both puzzled and intrigued, wondering what it smelled like. How strange yet delicious. The other male wolves began to sniff around, their noses twitching like those of tracking dogs. They too caught a whiff of an unusual yet appetizing aroma that made their mouths water uncontrollably. As Su Tong observed the wolves' reactions and couldn't help but marvel. Is everyone's sense of smell this keen? It's only been a few minutes, and the skin isn't even cooked through. I can only smell the wood burning. Nothing else. Dong Fong leaned closer to the deer leg, taking a deep breath, preparing to identify the strange yet fragrant scent the wolves had mentioned. However, in the next moment, his nose itched, and he sneezed loudly at Achu. What is this smell? Dong Fong rubbed his nose, finding it overwhelmingly pungent. Su Tong glanced down at the barbecue seasoning packet in her hand. She recalled that she had exchanged for a standard barbecue spice pack from the retail store, which should taste delightful. How could it be so pungent? Surely the items from the exchange space wouldn't spoil. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a tiny print at the bottom of the seasoning packet, spicy and fragrant flavor. Oh no, no wonder it smelled so strong to Dong Fong. When she made her wish to exchange items, she had only requested a pack of barbecue seasoning, forgetting to specify what flavor she wanted. She looked at the surrounding male wolves eagerly eyeing the deer leg, pondering with concern. Spicy food shouldn't be suitable for them, should it? Ation wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Casting a sheepish glance at Su Tong, little goddess, could I perhaps have a taste? I want some too. Me too. I also. With Ation making the request, the other male wolves quickly echoed their enthusiasm. Su Tong hesitated. Although she had initially offered for the wolves to sample the roasted deer meat, would they be able to handle the spiciness of the seasoned meat? Would it upset their stomachs? After all, they usually consumed raw meat in its original flavor. Dong Fong pointed at the deer carcass on the ground, suggesting, there's still plenty here. Why not roast it all? After all, Tong Tong can't possibly eat this much herself. Throwing it away would be wasteful. Arno wholeheartedly agreed with Dong Fong's suggestion, nodding vigorously. Yes, I think the high priest is absolutely right. Dong Fong shot Arno a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. So now you acknowledge me as the high priest? Su Tong's expression turned troubled as she weakly replied, I suppose that's fine, but I worry you might not be able to handle the spiciness. Spicy? Dong Fong asked, puzzled. What does that mean? Su Tong attempted to describe it with her limited vocabulary. It's a flavor that makes your tongue tingle, causes you to sweat profusely, feels stimulating and painful, yet is irresistible, making you crave more. Dong Fong's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment and then to bashfulness. What kind of flavor is this? Tingly, tongue, sweating, stimulating yet painful, and yet irresistible. Is that even a flavor? His bewilderment was palpable. As Dong Fong's expression transformed from confusion to intrigue, he shot Su Tong a playful glance. What are you saying? Faced with Dong Fong's gaze, Su Tong felt utterly perplexed. What did I say? Why was Dong Fong looking at her like that? Achu, annoyed, smacked Dong Fong on the head. What are you thinking? Dong Fong felt dazed from Achu's slap, exclaiming, could you be gentler? This is my head, not a rock. As an adult prairie wolf, shouldn't he have an idea of his own strength? Did that wake you up? Achu glared at Dong Fong, showing no remorse, feeling as if he could have struck him harder. Dong Fong, rubbing his head in grievance, protested. What's the matter? It was Tong Tong who said it, not me. Achu glared at Dong Fong, replying coldly, Tong Tong was referring to flavor. What were you thinking? Don't think I'm unaware. Dong Fong shifted his gaze to Su Tong, who wore a naive expression, making it difficult for him to elaborate further. But at the same time, Su Tong regarded Dong Fong with curiosity, her eyes innocent, genuinely intrigued by what he was thinking. Clearing his throat, Dong Fong turned to Achu, firmly asserting, what I was thinking was also about flavor. He refrained from being entirely honest, wanting to avoid leaving a sordid impression on the little female. Sordid was Achu. He needed to distinguish himself. He aimed to be a restrained, polite, and cultured male, but Achu snorted, his gaze skeptical as he scrutinized Dong Fong. You'd better be, upon hearing the young female's narrative. Much like Dong Fong, found his thoughts wandering astray at once. Had they not been engaged in the grilling of meat, he might have genuinely believed that the young female was alluding to a different flavor, one he had never encountered before. Following Su Tong's exposition, the wolf males did not exhibit any aversion to this peculiar taste. Rather, their curiosity intensified as they craned their necks, faces alight with excitement, eager to partake. "I can do it," one of the wolf males exclaimed, fixated on the meat skewered above. Another wolf male immediately echoed, "I can do it too." A third wolf male pointed at the meat, shouting, "Me too. I can finish it all." Despite the evident enthusiasm of the wolf males for the grilled meat, Su Tong felt a twinge of concern. She feared that the spicy venison might not sit well in their stomachs. Considering that humans also suffer from digestive issues when indulging in too much spice, let alone wolves. After all, the food they had previously consumed was entirely natural and unadulterated, consisting solely of raw meat. Achu, however, was unconcerned, advocating for the wolf pack, Tong Tong. "Let them have a small taste. Otherwise, these rascals will keep pestering us." Howling through the night, he was acutely aware of the mischievous nature of his pack. Their curiosity surpassed even that of the neighboring tigers. Seeing that Achu, the wolf king, had no objections, Su Tong felt she could not oppose any further, lest the wolf males perceive her as monopolizing the feast. Thus, she acquiesced, gesturing with her fingers to indicate that each male could only have a morsel the size of 1 centimeter. The wolf males eagerly nodded in agreement. All right. In truth, they hardly paid attention to Su Tong's fingers. Their minds solely focused on the tantalizing meat. Meanwhile, Anawa, holding a deer leg, noticed that everyone was fixated on Su Tong and stealthily extended his fingers, preparing to snatch a piece of venison for himself. "You cannot eat that." Su Tong caught sight of Anawa's furtive actions and promptly intervened. "The seasoning has yet to meld with the oil. It is merely floating on the surface of the venison. If you eat it now, you will be consuming pure seasoning, which will be quite overwhelming. Not only would it be overwhelming, but it would also likely result in an upset stomach." Observing this, Achu approached and playfully kicked Anawa's backside. "What are you doing?" Anawa, covering his rear with one hand, mumbled apologetically, "I was wrong. I'm sorry." Noticing the wolf males growing increasingly impatient, Su Tong hurriedly poured the remaining seasoning over the other pieces of venison. Otherwise, once that little deer leg was grilled to perfection, with their large jaws, they would devour it all, leaving her with nothing. Su Tong picked up a robust branch to skewer the venison and turned to Achu. "Achu, I still need a wolf male to assist with grilling. This piece of venison is too hefty for me to manage." Dongfang eagerly volunteered, "I'll do it. Let me." However, as Dongfang approached the fire, he was immediately beset by a series of sneezes. "Achee! Achee!" The pungent aroma seemed to intensify, assaulting his nostrils and causing his scalp to tighten. That Achu cast a disdainful glance at Dongfang. "Step aside, I'll handle it." Although Achu's sense of smell was far more acute than Dongfang's, he showed no reaction to the spiciness. Calmly, he accepted the venison from Su Tong and held it over the flames. Su Tong was intrigued by the stark contrast between Achu and Dongfang. She moved closer to Dongfang, scrutinizing his nose with curiosity. Logically, wolves should possess a keener sense of smell than squirrels, and their noses should be more sensitive as well. When faced with pungent scents, wolves ought to exhibit significant discomfort. Yet the pack showed no aversion to the spiciness, while Dongfang appeared distressed, a most peculiar phenomenon. Thus, it must be that there was an issue with Dongfang's nose. After pondering Dongfang's nose for a moment, Su Tong tentatively inquired, "Dongfang, does your nose hurt during the winter?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Dongfang's eyes. "How did you know, Tong Tong?" He stepped back from the deer leg, sniffing slightly, and elaborated, "During the coldest moments on the prairie, each breath I take feels painfully sharp, as if inhaling shards of ice. There is a distinct pain inside my nose, akin to being scraped by ice shards." He grimaced at the thought. "Moreover, I frequently have a runny nose. Regardless of the temperature, you can tell by my nose. Once it starts running, it signals the onset of cold. In winter, I often find one nostril blocked while the other works, and at night, it can feel so congested that I struggle to breathe." Oh, Su Tong's understanding dawned, and she nodded in realization. This sounded remarkably like seasonal rhinitis. Although not a medical student, she had encountered articles regarding rhinitis and possessed some knowledge on the subject. Individuals afflicted with seasonal rhinitis often experience unusual reactions, sneezing, a runny nose, and pain when exposed to irritating gases such as cold air spicy vapors, or sour scents. The underlying cause of such sensitivity typically stems from prolonged exposure to cold, resulting in the nasal mucosa becoming abnormally fragile. When these irritants manifest, the nasal membranes may suffer damage. Tong Tong was likely experiencing this sensitivity due to the cold. After all, prairie wolves are large, robust, and possess thick fur, which keeps them warm, thus their noses remain unaffected. In stark contrast, squirrels, with their slender and less insulating fur, struggle against the biting cold due to their smaller size and lower fat reserves. Most importantly, Su Tong glanced at Tong Tong, who, like the wolf males, was bare-chested. Now that everyone had reverted to their human forms, devoid of their protective fur, Achu and his kin could generate their own warmth, but Tong Tong lacked that capacity, rendering him more susceptible to the cold. Upon concluding her thoughts, Su Tong urgently advised, Tong Tong, you must wear clothing for warmth. Otherwise, not only will your nose suffer, but you may also experience headaches if your nasal condition persists for an extended period. It could lead to nasal congestion and severe headaches. Is that true? Tong Tong, upon hearing Su Tong's explanation, quickly wrapped his arms around himself. The little goddess surely knows best. I must keep warm from now on. With that, he turned to Achu. Hey, Wolf King, could you hunt a sheep for me? Achu shot him a sidelong glance before turning away coldly. Tong Tong huffed. Tisich. He had anticipated Achu would disregard his request. It was a futile endeavor. What a waste of sentiment. Su Tong, glancing at her own wolf pelt, recalled the unused deer hide and suggested to Tong Tong, how about I give you the deer hide? I can manage with the wolf pelt. It's not cold for me. Absolutely not. Tong Tong and Achu responded in unison. They exchanged a glance. Achu appeared perplexed. Why was this stubborn Tong Tong opposing her? Hadn't he just expressed a desire for sheep's wool? Tong Tong's eyes flashed with indignation. This insufferable wolf king was remarkably decisive in his refusal. Did he not care about his own comfort? Su Tong observed the exchange and inquired, what is the matter? Why not? Achu tossed the deer meat to Anua and pointed at Su Tong's wolf pelt, stating, one wolf pelt is hardly sufficient to see you through the winter. The winters on the prairie are far colder than you imagine. Even we wolves feel a chill during the coldest times. You, a delicate female, cannot rely solely on a wolf pelt. Tong Tong nodded in agreement, adding, I share the same sentiment. You need both the wolf and deer hides at Su Tong, touching the wolf pelt draped over her, marveled in disbelief. Is it truly that cold here? If it were so frigid. She felt a genuine concern for her own well-being, that if only the space could be a tad larger, she could swap in a few down jackets, and then she wouldn't have to fear the cold. Su Tong sighed, contemplating inwardly. I wonder how much the space will expand after 30 days of signing in. There are so many items she wishes to exchange. If only the space could grow as vast as a factory. She could simply bring over an entire villa. It would be equipped with everything one could desire. How delightful that would be. Suddenly, a mournful howl echoed from afar. Achu's expression changed instantly. What was happening? Tong Tong furrowed his brow, glancing at Achu, his demeanor shifting from casual to gravely serious, as if the sound emanated from the lakeside, having served as the high priest aiding the wolf clan for so long. He had never encountered such a heart-rending howl before. Achu promptly instructed Anua to guard the venison and the little goddess, while he and the high priest went to investigate. Anua nodded in response. Understood, realizing the urgency reflected in Achu and Tong Tong's eyes. Su Tong offered, I'll go too. Perhaps I can be of assistance. No. You stay here. Tong Tong flatly rejected her, asserting that with the male wolves keeping watch over her, she would be safer. Achu cast a glance at the surrounding male wolves, his expression revealing a hint of menace. You all make sure to protect the little goddess. The prairie wolves nodded solemnly, their gazes resolute. Seeing Achu's insistence, Su Tong chose not to press further during this critical moment, yet an unsettling premonition lingered within her. The howl had been too tragic. Even she, a mere human, felt her scalp tingle at the sound. After ensuring Su Tong's safety, Achu and Tong Tong swiftly made their way toward the lake. At this moment, the two males no longer exhibited the prior bickering. They appeared remarkably united in the face of danger, embodying a singular entity. Su Tong crouched down, adjusting the angle of the venison on the grill to allow the flames to envelop it more thoroughly. ensuring an even crispness. Upon checking the meat, she noticed some parts had already changed color and estimated it would be ready to eat in about 20 more minutes. She intended to ask Anua for help in elevating the venison slightly with extra sticks, to prevent ashes from the burning wood from soiling it. However, when she looked up, she found Anua gazing in the direction of Achu and Dongfang. She then scanned the other male wolves. Although they remained by her side, executing Achu's orders, their eyes were collectively drawn toward the lake. "Are you all worried about your companions?" Su Tong inquired softly, rising to her feet. The prairie wolves exchanged glances, while a Tian regarded Su Tong with profound eyes, silently conveying, "The wolf clan is one that despite not directly answering her question, Su Tong understood a Tian's meaning. The wolf pack is one of nature's most cohesive groups, always appearing, acting, and living as a unit. When a companion is in peril, the others naturally empathize and cannot remain at ease." Observing the anxious expressions of the male wolves, Su Tong could not bear to see them forced to stay here for her protection. "Let us go together." She directed her gaze toward Anua, still holding the venison. "Place the venison here for now. We will continue grilling it upon our return." But Anua hesitated, reluctant to comply, as Achu had commanded them to remain and care for the venison and the little goddess. Acting independently would be a violation of the Wolf King's orders, which was forbidden within the pack. Su Tong smiled gently, offering Anua a reassuring look. "Do not worry. I will explain to Achu that it was my insistence to go, and you were merely following me for my protection." But a Tian's frown lifted as he smiled at Su Tong, involuntarily praising her. "The little goddess is truly wonderful." By the lakeside, Achu and Dongfang arrived swiftly, discovering a male wolf lying at the water's edge, half submerged. This sight astonished both Achu and Dongfang, who were unsure how long the wolf had remained in such a perilous position, as it was easy to succumb to drowning in that posture. Dongfang was the first to approach, gripping the wolf's tail and pulling it from the lake, expecting the wolf's original form to be heavy. He had prepared himself for a strenuous effort, but was taken aback by how surprisingly light the pull was. As he focused, he identified the wolf, his expression turning astonished. "Achu?" Dongfang conducted a quick examination of Achu's body. He was emaciated, the ribs protruding alarmingly, as if only the skin remained over the skeletal frame. How had he become so thin? Dongfang was astounded. He recalled seeing Achu just days prior, when he had still been a plump and gluttonous wolf. Achu hastily knelt beside Achu, placing his hand over the wolf's heart. After a moment, his voice tinged with anxiety, he remarked, "His heartbeat is too slow." This was a precursor to death. Achu struggled to open his eyes, but despite his efforts, he could barely lift his eyelids. Issuing a weak whimper, Achu searched Achu's body frantically, his brows knitting tighter. "He isn't injured, a healthy adult prairie wolf, full of life just days ago. How could he suddenly be on the brink of death without any apparent wounds?" Achu's expression grew urgent as he inquired, "Achu, what has happened to you?" "I'm so thirsty," Achu managed to utter with his fading strength. "So hungry." Dongfang, filled with concern, lifted Achu's head gently and asked softly, "Achu, have you not been able to hunt for days? How did you end up so famished?" The wolf pack operated in a free state unless significant matters arose. During hunts, they wouldn't always follow the Wolf King. Typically, they would split into smaller teams to hunt and explore. Due to varying strengths among the teams, it was not uncommon for some to return empty-handed, but they generally did not go for extended periods without catching anything, given Achu's laid-back nature and lack of enthusiasm for hunting. Dongfang did not consider other possibilities, believing that Achu had simply failed to catch prey for several consecutive days. Upon hearing Achu mention hunger, Achu felt even more perplexed. "Didn't I ask Anua to bring you the extra antelope I caught?" He knew Achu lacked the skills to hunt effectively and had a large appetite, often leaving him unsatisfied. Each time he hunted, he made sure to catch a few extra, instructing Anua to deliver them to Achu. Even if Anua hadn't delivered them, Achu should not have starved to this extent by merely eating once every 3 days suddenly. Achu's body began to tremble violently, emitting pain growls. Achu, Anua, recognizing the wolf lying on the ground as Achu from afar, hurried over. Achu turned at the sound, looking at Anua. "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to protect the little goddess?" Behind Ana, the male wolves formed a protective circle, advancing forward while surrounding Su Tong. Although they had agreed to accompany Su Tong in search of Achu, they were bound to obey the Wolf King's orders, no matter the circumstances, and thus had escorted Su Tong in this manner. Within the protective circle, Su Tong heard Achu's voice and politely addressed the male wolves. "Now that we have arrived, may I step out?" Moving with the wolves in this fashion felt rather strange. The male wolves did not disperse, but instead looked to Achu for guidance. He nodded, and only then did the wolves part, allowing Su Tong to exit. As she stepped out of the circle, her vision expanded greatly, and she quickly spotted Achu lying on the ground. She rushed over, dragging the trailing wolf skin behind her. "Is he all right? What happened?" Dong Fang's expression was grave, and he remained silent, simply shaking his head. As Su Tong knelt down, quickly assessing Achu's condition. His tongue was lolling outside his mouth, panting heavily. However, the rise and fall of the chest cavity had become less pronounced, and Achu's tongue appeared pallid, devoid of the vibrant hue characteristic of good health. As Su Tong also observed that the half of Achu's wolf-like body was drenched, and she promptly turned to Achu, inquiring why he was so waterlogged. Dong Fang interjected, "When we arrived, half of Achu's body was submerged in the lake. He just mentioned feeling very thirsty and hungry. I suspect he plunged into the water to quench his thirst." That a look of confusion flickered in Su Tong's eyes as her gaze returned to Achu. Just how parched could one be to drink so fervently? To the point of submerging oneself completely? Surely he must have consumed a considerable amount of water. Why then was he still so thirsty? Suddenly, Su Tong recalled a condition she had once encountered. She reached out to stroke Achu's fur and murmured, "So dry." In stark contrast to the sleek coat of Achu, it was evident that Achu must be suffering from an internal ailment, causing his exterior to reflect such abnormality. Turning her attention to Anua, she asked, "Anua, could you show me your wolf form?" Anua hesitated for a moment, glancing at Achu, as they were accustomed to seeking his approval before taking action. Achu gave a slight nod, and Anua immediately transformed into a grayish-white prairie wolf, lowering himself cautiously beside Su Tong, as if fearing to startle the little goddess. As Su Tong reached out to touch Anua's fur, and indeed, it was as soft and smooth as Achu's, confirming that Achu's luxurious coat was not an anomaly. Both Dong Fang and Achu regarded Su Tong's actions with bewilderment, the two males unable to fathom her intentions. As Su Tong continued to query Achu, "Has Achu consumed anything unusual lately?" Achu appeared at a loss, as he did not accompany Achu at all times. He then turned his gaze toward the other wolves and reiterated Su Tong's question, "Has Achu eaten anything strange recently?" The male wolves exchanged glances, clearly troubled, for Achu was notoriously gluttonous, devouring anything in sight. Who could possibly know what he had eaten behind their backs? Tion's eyes suddenly brightened. That Achu devoured half a dying snake in the woods a few days ago. "Snake!" Dong Fang exclaimed incredulously, his voice rising in disbelief. "How could he eat a snake? They are venomous." Frustration coursed through him as he chastised Achu. "You foolish wolf cub. While gluttony is one thing, you must never eat snakes. Why are you so disobedient?" The male wolves exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions betraying their panic. "That we all ate." Dong Fang's pupils dilated in shock. "What? You all ate? Have you lost your minds?" Achu's countenance darkened instantly, his voice icy as he reprimanded them. "How many times must I reiterate? Do not hunt snakes in the woods, and never regard them as food. Why won't you listen?" The male wolves trembled, lowering their heads and kneeling in submission, too afraid to respond that no, he wasn't poisoned. As Su Tong placed her hand gently on Achu's abdomen and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Achu, does your stomach hurt?" At this point, Achu was far too weak to utter a sound, only managing a faint whimper and a nod in response. Su Tong quickly reached a conclusion, turning to Achu with a serious expression, that he has parasites in his stomach. We must deworm him immediately. Otherwise, in a few days, no, perhaps even by tonight, Achu will suffer from malnutrition and organ failure, ultimately leading to death. Having previously rescued a stray cat and witnessed the effects of parasitic infections, Su Tong recognized the alarming similarity between its condition and Achu's current state. Furthermore, with Ation's earlier revelation about their consumption of a dying snake. Her belief was reinforced. The scales of snakes often harbor parasitic eggs, and perhaps that was the reason the snake was on the verge of death. Achu furrowed his brow, a perplexed expression crossing his face. What are parasites? Su Tong patiently explained. They are organisms that reside within us and thrive by consuming our bodily nutrients. Upon hearing Su Tong's explanation, Dong Fong's features contorted in disgust, a shiver running down his spine. It was his first time learning that such creatures could inhabit snakes. How revolting! Achu, Su Tong suddenly sneezed. Achu promptly pulled her into his embrace, shielding her from the chill while inquiring. Do you know how to eliminate these parasites? The male wolves instinctively gathered around Su Tong, forming a protective circle against the wind. Nestled in Achu's arms, Su Tong looked up at him. With deworming medicine that I can exchange for it using my space, but Su Tong abruptly realized that the space exchange could only be utilized once a day, and today's opportunity had already been spent. Achu on the ground emitted another pained groan. Ugh. The pack, unable to restrain themselves, echoed his sorrowful cries. Woo. Perhaps influenced by the wolves' empathetic resonance, Su Tong felt a pang of compassion as she gazed at Achu. An idea struck her, and she rummaged through her belongings, searching for the parchment she had concealed. Her mother had mentioned that some special prompts were inscribed upon it. Might there be a method to bypass the limitations and use the space again? Quickly scanning the writing on the parchment, Su Tong finally located a solution to the restriction on space exchanges. I found it. What is it? Dong Fong pressed eagerly, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of the parchment. But alas, he could not decipher a single word that Su Tong read aloud from the small print at the bottom. Use a rare item from the beast realm to stimulate the exchange space for an additional opportunity. However, remember that this can only be done once every 6 months, so use it judiciously. Additionally, there's a hidden method for utilizing the exchange space. Feel free to explore. Upon hearing this, Achu began to ponder. What constitutes a rare item from the beast realm? Is there anything rare here? He had never heard of any rare items within their wolf clan. Su Tong continued to scan the parchment, soon finding more information regarding rare items from the beast realm, which she then relayed to everyone. According to what my mother knows, there are only 7 rare items in the beast realm. If you encounter any, be sure to store them for emergencies. However, keep in mind that some rare items carry special significance, so think carefully before accepting them. She read the first item, the divine tree flower from the black forest at the edge of the prairie. Upon reaching this part, Su Tong's eyes lit up as she glanced at Achu. That's very close to us, right on the prairie. Yet, the expressions of Achu and Dong Fong remained devoid of joy. Their faces clouded with worry. Su Tong, noticing the solemnity of the two males, felt her smile fade. What's wrong? Dong Fong did not answer her query. Instead, he pressed on, asking, where are the other items? Is there anything closer to us? Su Tong resumed reading. The second item, golden ore from the ice cave at the peak of Lion Tiger Mountain. Golden ore. Su Tong's face reflected astonishment. There's actually gold ore here. Isn't it the source of gold? Upon hearing the mention of Lion Tiger Mountain, Dong Fong sighed heavily. That's even less feasible. It's the territory of the Lion Tiger clan, far more challenging than the Black Forest. Su Tong cast a glance at Dong Fong, attempting to reassure him that don't worry, there's still more to come. The third item is the phoenix feathers from the phoenix of Ling Mountain. Su Tong's brow furrowed, her astonishment deepening. A phoenix? Could such a mythical creature truly exist? Upon hearing the word phoenix, Dong Fong's expression turned even more dismal than when he had heard of Lion Tiger Mountain. He sat on the ground, propping his forehead with his hand, his face a mask of despair. This is worse than anything we've mentioned so far. Not only is it nearly impossible to approach a phoenix, but who would dare to take a feather from it? That is the most precious part of a phoenix. Are there not 4 other items? What are they? Achu inquired, placing his last hope upon the remaining rare items. Su Tong pouted slightly, gazing at Achu as she raised the parchment in her hand. There are no more. Achu's gaze fell upon the parchment, where a large hole gaped at the bottom of the page, a hole that was exceedingly vast. Drawing a deep breath, Achu felt his anger rising from the depths of his being. Gradually surging toward his brain, he slowly turned to glare at Dong Fong. What is the meaning of this? Dong Fong, sensing the tension, shook his head fervently. panic-stricken. I didn't touch that parchment. You did not touch it. Achu enunciated each word with clenched teeth. But this is the heavenly book passed down from your ancestors. It is of utmost importance. Why could you not preserve it properly? Why leave it beneath a stone? Su Tong gazed at the parchment in her hands, letting out a soft sigh. This parchment, long pressed beneath a stone, had endured the relentless assault of wind and rain for years, perhaps even suffering from the gnawing of insects. The fact that it still preserved most of its contents was nothing short of a miracle. Following this sequence, obtaining the remaining 4 would become increasingly difficult. She estimated that they would not be easily acquired. Su Tong recalled the reactions of Achu and Tong Tong to the divine tree flower and turned her gaze curiously towards Achu. Wasn't that divine tree flower located right on the edge of the grassland? Was it not permissible to pick it? Tong Tong adjusted Asu's head and replied, "It can be picked, but the black forest where the divine tree flower grows is precisely at the intersection of the territories of the Snake Clan, Lion-Tiger Clan, and Wolf Clan, making it difficult to approach." Su Tong was puzzled and pointed at Achu. Did they not go in to catch snakes before? Achu's expression grew troubled. Between the 3 clans, Wolf Clan, Snake Clan, and Lion-Tiger Clan, we have an agreement regarding the Black Forest. Clan members may enter freely, but clan leaders are forbidden from doing so. If clan leaders enter, it signifies an intent to invade and claim the Black Forest, which would incite conflict. Upon hearing this, Su Tong decisively stated, "Then it doesn't matter. You simply won't go." Tong Tong glanced at Achu and concurred, "Tong Tong is right. You need not go." Achu furrowed his brow and looked at Tong Tong. "Do you not realize? Who among you can cross the marsh near the divine tree flower besides me? If I do not go and you do, it would be tantamount to sending you to your doom. You have been there before." Su Tong detected a discrepancy. Achu nodded. "It was after that occasion that we established this agreement among the 3 clans." After a brief pause, Su Tong probed further. "The most perilous part of that place is the marsh, correct?" Tong Tong also nodded in response. "Indeed, the entire area surrounding the divine tree is marshy. One could say that the divine tree has been nurtured by the marsh. Moreover, this marsh is no ordinary marsh. The black mud within possesses a greater stickiness. The moment one touches that black mud, they will be drawn in." Su Tong seemed to have thought of something and continued to ask Tong Tong, "Are there vines?" A Tian suddenly interjected, answering yes. "There are many. They are all entwined around the trees, resembling snakes." Upon hearing that there were vines, Su Tong gained confidence. "I can use the vines to traverse the marsh." Tong Tong and Achu were taken aback, both males widening their eyes in disbelief. "You?" Achu resolutely rejected Su Tong's idea. "Letting you go is out of the question. Even the young wolf cubs are not allowed to take such risks. How could I permit a young female to venture forth?" Not only did he oppose it, but he was also vehemently against it. Tong Tong similarly disagreed with Su Tong's plan to seek the divine tree flower. Expressing concern, "You are so petite. How could you possibly leap over that marsh?" "You cannot go." Su Tong looked steadfastly at Tong Tong. "It is precisely because I am petite and light that even if I accidentally fall into the marsh, I can still emerge." Tong Tong found Su Tong's reasoning perplexing and retorted, "What logic is that? Your small stature means your strength is also minimal. How could you possibly extricate yourself from the marsh? That marsh draws in everyone." Su Tong smiled and shook her head. "Sometimes one need not rely solely on brute force. Escaping the marsh does not require only sheer strength. My small size means that if I accidentally fall in, the initial pressure will not be substantial. As long as I roll quickly, I won't sink into the marsh too swiftly." This method was something she had encountered in a science app before her time travel. The app had narrated a story about heroes during the long march of the Red Army. If they encountered a marsh and someone accidentally fell in, they would use the rolling method to escape. They proved through experience that female soldiers were often more adept than male soldiers at rolling out of the marsh due to their lighter build. Su Tong turned to Achu, detailing her advantages. "My contact area is small, and my weight is light, resulting in less gravitational force. Furthermore, with the vines to pull me, I could swing directly to the divine tree, possibly never even touching the marsh." Tong Tong was astonished. "If that is the case, wouldn't it be even easier for me to reach the divine tree if I transformed back into my original form?" "Exactly." Su Tong suddenly recalled that Dong Fong was a little squirrel. Her spirits lifting. Climbing trees to pick fruit is precisely the squirrel's forte. Achu looked at Dong Fong and quietly reminded him, "You cannot touch the divine tree. Have you forgotten?" "Oh, right." Dong Fong finally realized, "I cannot touch the divine tree flower." Su Tong, whose smile had just begun to rise, fell once more in confusion. "Why not?" Dong Fong wore a dejected expression. "The divine tree flower is toxic to squirrels. Our ancestors recounted that a little squirrel once accidentally touched the divine tree flower and soon broke out in blisters, perishing within a few days, if that is the case." Su Tong grasped Achu's hand, her eyes pleading, "Achu, you must believe me that I can safely retrieve the divine tree flower." But Achu gazed at Su Tong in silence, his silence already conveying his answer. He was unwilling for the little goddess to take such a risk. Su Tong tightened her grip on Achu's hand, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with urgency. "Achu is suffering terribly right now. We do not have time to dither over this issue. If we do not act quickly to exorcise the parasites from Achu, he truly may not survive the night." As soon as Su Tong finished speaking, Achu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body beginning to tremble again. Achu. Dong Fong hurriedly embraced Achu's wolf head, preventing him from choking on his own blood. Achu looked at the blood-soaked ground, his mood agitated, although he did not know whether Achu was indeed infected with the so-called parasites. As the Wolf King, he understood the gravity of Achu's condition. If Achu was not treated promptly, he could die at any moment, and they had to take action. However, the situation within the Black Forest was complex. Even if he personally ventured there, he held no guarantees of safely obtaining the divine tree flower. The uncertainty only grew if he sent the little goddess Su Tong's brows knitted tightly together. Her small face flushed with anxiety as she raised her voice. "Achu, did you not promise that the entire wolf clan would protect me from now on? Then I am a member of the wolf clan. I also wish to protect you all, just as you protect me." Su Tong could sense that while the prairie wolves appeared fierce, they were inherently kind-hearted and genuinely cared for their own. Therefore, she was unwilling to let the wolf clan bear the burden alone while she did nothing. There is a debt of gratitude to repay and grievances to settle. Avoid trouble, but do not fear it. Neither a saint nor a cold-hearted bystander. This had always been Su Tong's guiding principle. "Little goddess." The male wolves were moved by Su Tong's words, emitting whimpering sounds. "That I will accompany the little goddess." Annihilate pressed his forepaws to the ground. Standing tall and resolute, his brown eyes brimming with determination, "That I will go too." Tion transformed back into his wolf form and joined Annihilate. "We will protect the little goddess together." Dong Fong adjusted Achu into a comfortable position before standing up and addressing Achu. "Achu, do not worry. I will protect Tong Tong. Although I cannot approach the divine tree, I can help prepare supplies to make it easier for the little goddess to obtain the divine tree flower." In truth, Dong Fong was averse to the idea of letting the little female take such a risk, but her earlier words had indeed touched his heart. The wolf pack would never abandon a companion. Regardless of their condition, be it life, aging, illness, or death, the pack would unfailingly care for their comrades. Thus, for Su's sake, they must take the risk. Achu suddenly stepped forward and embraced Su Tong, tightening his arms around her, his heart unwilling yet powerless as Su Tong struggled to extricate her arms from Achu's embrace. Gently patting his back, her sweet voice soothing, "Achu, rest assured, I am clever. I will assess the situation and will never act recklessly. Trust me, I will be fine. Do not worry." Achu released Su Tong, looking earnestly at Annihilate and Tion. "No matter what occurs, ensure you protect yourselves and the little goddess." Annihilate and Tion replied in unison. "Understood." Achu's gaze slowly shifted to Dong Fong. Dong Fong clenched his left fist and thumped it against his right shoulder. "Leave it to me. I will guard Tong Tong with my life." This time, Achu refrained from mocking Dong Fong, instead gazing at him with unwavering trust. He was confident that Dong Fong would not betray his word. The wolf pack advanced with great vigor to the outskirts of the Black Forest. Su Tong, upon beholding the forest before her, felt a profound sense of astonishment. The vast and flat grassland they had just traversed transformed here into a tangle of branches and thickets, with dense underbrush reaching half her height. obscuring her view of the interior and exuding an air of danger that was uniquely characteristic of the forest. The entire forest appeared abruptly, much like the lake into which Su Tong had fallen. As if conjured from thin air, Achu gently caressed Su Tong's cheek and softly assured her, "I will guard you here." Su Tong responded with a reassuring smile before mounting the back of an. Having gone barefoot, she was susceptible to injury from the undergrowth, prompting Achu to command Anua to carry her into the forest. "Little goddess, you are so light," Anua remarked, glancing back at Su Tong. "Be sure to hold on tightly. I'm the swiftest wolf of our kind." Su Tong smiled and nodded, leaning forward on Anua's back, her small hands gripping the fur at his neck. Dong Fong also transformed back into his original form, leaping onto a Tion's back, where a diminutive squirrel perched atop the formidable wolf, appearing exceedingly small and endearing. Once they were all prepared, they set forth into the depths of the Black Forest. Achu watched their retreating figures with concern, hoping for their safe passage. As Su Tong lay on Anua's back, she curled her body to avoid being snagged by the brambles and branches, both to protect herself and to avoid burdening the others. However, the underbrush and trees within the Black Forest were more luxuriant than any she had encountered, their branches extending like the claws of a demon, obstructing their path. Consequently, several branches still managed to scratch Su Tong's delicate skin, leaving behind numerous red marks on her slender, pale arms, which caused Dong Fong great distress. "Anua, slow down," he urged, unable to suppress his concern that the branches might inflict deeper wounds on the little goddess. Su Tong, understanding his intentions, quickly replied, "It's all right. I can manage to. Asu is waiting for us, and time is of the essence. We must hasten." Every second of delay increased Asu's peril and the unknown dangers they might face. Anua skillfully navigated around most of the branches, reminding Su Tong, "Little goddess, hold on tight to my neck and tuck your arms into my fur. It will help." Following his advice, Su Tong gripped Anua's neck securely, her slender arms enveloped in the soft, furry coat. Though it could not completely shield her from the branches, it offered a semblance of protection and comfort that a Tian kept a vigilant eye on the distant light. Encouraging Su Tong, "Just a little longer, little goddess. We are almost there." Su Tong nodded and resolutely declared, "Do not worry about me. Focus on the journey." After approximately 15 minutes of traversing, they finally emerged from the densest part of the forest and approached the vicinity of the divine tree flowers. Su Tong felt a wave of relief wash over her as she loosened her grip on Anua and raised her head to survey her surroundings, catching sight of scattered red blooms in the distance. Anua continued to carry her for a bit longer, panting from the exertion of sustained speed. As they drew nearer to their destination, the outline of the divine tree became increasingly distinct. At last, Dong Fong signaled a Tian to halt and turned to Anua, saying, "We have arrived." Anua came to a stop and glanced back at Su Tong. "Little goddess, we are here." Under the cover of a Tian's wolf form, Dong Fong swiftly transformed back into his human shape. Although the little squirrel was small and could evade danger more easily, it was more convenient for him to assist Su Tong in human form if the need arose. Following Anua's guidance, Su Tong straightened up, gazing in awe at the magnificent divine tree before her, exclaiming, "Wow!" The entire tree stood majestic and grand, its thick trunk resembling the branches of a willow. Dark and lush, layered with growth upon the trunk, and adorned with blood-red blossoms that glimmered with golden stamens hanging from their centers. In such a stifling, sunless environment, the sight of such exquisite flowers left Su Tong utterly captivated. No wonder the divine tree flowers were a rarity in the beast world. Such blooms did not exist in the human realm. Dong Fong directed Su Tong's attention to a narrow path concealed by the underbrush. Whispering, "There's a small path ahead, very narrow and shrouded by thickets. We can only crawl through that. I'll go first. Then you follow, but be careful of your footing." Su Tong nodded, understood. With that, Dong Fong crawled ahead, carefully clearing away any branches that might snag Su Tong, who followed closely behind, with Anua and a Tian trailing thereafter. Once they all made it through the thicket, Su Tong was once again taken aback by the sight of the swamp before her. This is not a swamp. It's more like a concrete pit. It's simply absurd. The swamp ahead contained no excess water flow. Instead, it was filled with a sticky, gray-black mud that resembled the cement found at construction sites. Su Tong surmised that due to the density of this mud, should one sink into it, it would cling to their body like glue, making it exceedingly difficult to escape. She picked up a moderately heavy stone from the ground and tossed it into the swamp to test the consistency of the mud. The small stone, upon landing, did not sink immediately, but instead rested upon the surface, indicating some stability. Thank goodness, Su Tong's anxiety eased. Although the swamp appeared highly adhesive, its pull was not overwhelmingly strong, and if one reacted swiftly, they could still extricate themselves. What about the vines we collected along the way? Su Tong inquired of Dong Fong. Dong Fong called out to a Tian, who had just crawled through a Tian the vines. A Tian approached, bending down. They're on my waist. Dong Fong untied the vines and turned to Su Tong, asking, Tong Tong, how do we use this? Su Tong observed the divine tree and, among the numerous branches, identified one that could serve as a fulcrum. She wrapped one end of the vine around that branch, stating, then we can swing across. How do we tie it? Dong Fong questioned, perplexed by the thick vine in his hands. They could not cross over, so how could they secure the vine to the branch? Furthermore, with the vine being so thick, would it hold if tied to the trunk? Seeing Dong Fong's confusion, Su Tong took the vine from him, declaring, let me do it. Su Tong grasped the vine with one hand, spinning it to generate momentum before flinging it forward. The vine flew out, but was too heavy for her small frame, resulting in it merely brushing against the branch before plummeting back into the swamp. Now understanding, Dong Fong seized the vine from Su Tong's hands, exclaiming, I know how to do this. Let me try. Su Tong quickly cautioned him, be sure to use your strength. Dong Fong nodded, mimicking Su Tong's earlier actions, spinning and then releasing. The vine, propelled by Dong Fong's greater strength, soared farther, wrapping around the branch several times and securing itself tightly. It's wrapped around, Dong Fong exclaimed with excitement, pulling it tighter while praising Su Tong. Tong Tong, you're truly clever. Annihilate and a Tian exchanged glances and gave Su Tong a thumbs up in unison, exclaiming, little goddess is amazing. Feeling a bit shy, Su Tong shook her head. No, it's not me who is amazing. I learned this from elsewhere. After all, in the human world, this was a method known to all. In that case, Annihilate glanced at the secured vine and declared, let me go first. I believe I can swing across. Don't let the little goddess take risks. Upon hearing this, Su Tong quickly yanked the vine back from Annihilate's hands, insisting, no, what if that branch is not sturdy and breaks, or if the vine is not strong enough? If anything goes wrong, you would fall into the swamp, and with your weight, you would surely sink immediately. You all stay here. Su Tong surveyed the three males and added, if I accidentally fall, my light weight should mean I won't sink too easily. Even if I sink in a bit, it's of no consequence. At that moment, the three of you can pull me out together using the vines. Upon hearing Su Tong's explanation, the three males nodded in agreement, acknowledging the little goddess's reasoning. All right. Dong Fong tugged at the vine with renewed vigor, which appeared quite sturdy. Su Tong then grasped the vine, leaped onto it, and entwined her ankles around it, urging, you push me, push with all your might. The harder, the better. Observing Su Tong's position, Dong Fong realized that if he were to push, it could only be from behind her. Blushing, he moved to her rear, placing his hands on her waist that a grin spread across Dong Fong's face. His heart fluttering. I've touched the little female's waist. So slender, so soft. At that moment, a Tian and a Nua, still in their wolf forms, raised their heads, preparing to lend their strength by nudging Su Tong with their heads. Su Tong glanced at Dong Fong, a hint of nervousness in her eyes that, I will count to 3. You all exert your strength together. The three males nodded once more, understood. 1, 2, Su Tong tightened her grip, uncertain of the outcome. 3, Dong Fong pushed Su Tong's waist with all his might, while Annihilate and a Tian simultaneously nudged her backside with their wolf heads. In an instant, Su Tong's petite figure soared toward the divine tree. Whoosha! She hadn't anticipated the strength of the three males. It felt as if she were flying. No, not flying. She was crashing into the divine tree at an incredible speed. The three males watched anxiously, collectively holding their breath for her. Su Tong gauged her proximity to the divine tree. She steeled herself, fostering her courage. With a leap, she locked her gaze onto the tree trunk and spread her arms wide, embracing it securely. Once assured that she was firmly attached, Su Tong let out a relieved breath. Oh, that was quite perilous, but how exhilarating! She felt a rush of excitement. Turning back, she waved vigorously at Dongfang and the others. Her sweet dimples showing, "I'm safe. Don't worry." The three males exhaled in relief, though Dongfang cautioned her, "Hold on tight. Don't let go. Be careful of your footing." All right, before Su Tong could finish her assurance, she suddenly slipped from the tree. The three males' pupils constricted as they cried out in unison, "Little goddess!" Fortunately, it was merely a branch that had broken. The little goddess had fallen onto a tree stump and was safe for the moment. However, the image of her tumble was terrifying. Ouch, that hurt. Su Tong's backside had made a rather intimate contact with the tree stump, and she cursed inwardly. Damn tree trunk, it really broke. It's so flimsy that it could snap under such a light weight. Seeing Su Tong grimace in pain, the three males collectively gasped. Hiss. Dongfang furrowed his brows, unconsciously pressing his hand against his own backside. He had already experienced the pain of landing on his rear, and it was indeed excruciating. Tong Tong, are you all right? Dongfang's gaze was filled with both worry and concern as Su Tong quickly stood up, brushed off her rear, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, her small hands waving frantically. I'm fine. Dongfang sighed. Sigh. The pain in her fall felt like a stab to his heart as Su Tong inhaled deeply, contemplating the divine tree, silently encouraging herself. Thankfully, no one supervised her during her childhood. Often, in pursuit of fruits or bird nests, she had climbed trees, unaware of how many times she had fallen. So, falling was no big deal. She could just dust herself off and climb back up. Grasping a branch, Su Tong engaged her legs and core, feeling as light as a feather. With a few swift movements, she was back atop the tree. Wow! The eyes of the three males sparkled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that this petite little goddess could ascend the tree with such grace and bravery. Dongfang, pleased with Su Tong's climbing skills, nodded in approval, chuckling to himself, Not bad. I can take the little goddess with me to pick fruits in the future. Hee, we'll climb trees together." A Tian and a Nuo exchanged glances, their eyes conveying clear disdain. The high priest was daydreaming again. The little goddess rightfully belonged to their wolf king, Achu. Yet the high priest continually sought to spend time alone with her. A foolish notion. They should be cautious about reporting back to the wolf king, urging him to enlighten the high priest so he would no longer covet the little goddess. Dongfang noticed the wolves' expressions and playfully slapped their heads. "What are you staring at? Focus on the little goddess." Oh, the two wolves had no choice but to comply. When the wolf king was absent, the high priest was their leader, and they obediently redirected their attention back to Su Tong. She had reached a flower on the divine tree, plucking it effortlessly, the entire process proving much easier than she had imagined. Time was of the essence. Su Tong dared not waste a moment. Cradling the divine tree flower, she called down from the tree, "Dongfang, toss me the vine." Dongfang extended his hand to grasp the vine hanging before him, tossing it to Su Tong using the same method as before. Su Tong caught the vine skillfully in one swift motion, quickly binding it around her waist. After testing the knot to ensure it was secure, she retreated, climbing up to a third of the way up the divine tree. Preparing to swing back toward them, "Dongfang, remember to grab my leg," Su Tong shouted, readying herself. "Got it," Dongfang replied, gesturing to a Tian and a Nuo to step back. "Stay clear, don't obstruct." A Tian and a Nuo complied, moving aside to allow the high priest a clear path to catch the little goddess's leg. As Su Tong held her breath, encouraging herself once more. "Come on, Tong Tong. You could do this. Go, go, go." Gritting her teeth, Su Tong leaped, her body descending into the air. Whoosh, she swung back toward them. Dongfang watched Su Tong's approaching figure, his expression tense, fearing that he might not catch her and let her fall into the mire. The next moment, seizing the opportunity, Dongfang grasped Su Tong's ankle. "Tong Tong, I've got you." A Tian and a Nuo, witnessing the scene, joyfully howled, "Woo woo woo." Awaiting outside the dark forest, Achu was thrilled to hear the wolf howls. They had successfully acquired the divine tree flower. The little goddess had done it. Dongfang carefully lowered Su Tong from the vine, reflecting on the recent perilous moments. Grumbling in frustration, from now on, if any wolf eats a snake. Let them face the consequences. We won't rescue them anymore. He was determined not to let the little goddess risk herself like that again, if obtaining a single divine tree flower was so difficult. How would they manage to gather other rare items in the future? It would be even more challenging and dangerous. A Nuaw glared at Tion, simultaneously giving him a hefty swat with his paw. Did you hear that? I'm talking to you. Tion lowered his head, ears drooping, too intimidated to respond. He bore the guilt of having curiously tasted a bit of snake meat alongside Achu. Just then, a female and 3 males emerged from the bushes, smiles lighting their faces. Just when they thought everything was about to conclude perfectly, little goddess, be careful, and Nuaw spotted a thick branch falling from above Su Tong's head. Instinctively, he swept her aside with his tail. Su Tong was unexpectedly pushed aside by a Nuaw's tail, feeling the ground beneath her feet vanish, and her body uncontrollably plummeted. Tong Tong. Tong Tong reacted swiftly, grabbing Su Tong's hand, but the damp environment of the dark forest made the fallen leaves beneath them particularly slippery. He lost his footing, tumbling down alongside Su Tong. In that moment of descent, Tong Tong instinctively shielded Su Tong with his body, forming a barrier around her. As Su Tong closed her eyes, yet she sensed that they were rolling down a slope. Strangely, aside from the dizziness, her body felt no discomfort. Uncertain of how long they rolled, they finally came to a stop with a thud. As Su Tong slowly opened her eyes, and the sight before her made her heart ache. Tong Tong. At this moment, Tong Tong was drenched in blood, his expression one of profound agony, yet his eyes remained filled with concern as they gazed at Su Tong. Wiping away the blood from his face, he trembled as he spoke. Tong Tong, do not be afraid. I am here. Su Tong hurriedly extricated herself from Tong Tong's embrace, supporting him in an attempt to help him sit up. Tong Tong, let me assist you. However, Tong Tong countered by pressing down on Su Tong's arm. Inhaling sharply, do not move, my back hurts. Upon hearing this, Su Tong swiftly shifted to position herself behind Tong Tong. The moment she caught sight of his back, she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Tears instantly welling in her eyes. Tong Tong's back was riddled with countless small stones, a gruesome patchwork of blood and debris, with scarcely a patch of unblemished skin to be seen, suppressing her tears. Su Tong raised her gaze towards the slope from which they had fallen. The incline was littered with sand, dirt, and sharp little stones. She realized that had it not been for Tong Tong shielding her, those sharp stones would have embedded themselves in her own body. Just before they had come to a halt, the sound of a thud had likely been the noise of Tong Tong's head colliding with the cave's floor. There's no need to look, come here, Tong Tong urged, fully aware that his back must appear quite unseemly to prevent frightening Su Tong. He grasped her wrist and pulled her close, reminding her, Tong Tong, search around, see if there's an exit nearby. Su Tong nodded, her gaze scanning their surroundings, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Why is there such a vast cavern here? Is it a natural formation or a remnant of some ancient tribe? Or perhaps it was excavated by the goddess who traversed here before. Meanwhile, a Tion and a Nuaw were peering into the cave's entrance, calling out, Little goddess! High priest, are you all right? Tong Tong shouted back, feigning a nonchalant demeanor despite his injuries. We're still alive. It's fine. Don't worry. Do not call for Achu just yet. Tong Tong was concerned that if Achu discovered they had fallen into the cave and were injured, his temperament would compel him to rush to their aid. If the Wolf King acted impulsively and entered the dark forest, the Lion-Tiger Mountain would surely take notice, leading to complications. Upon hearing Tong Tong's call, a Tion and a Nuaw felt a wave of relief wash over them. Had it not been for Tong Tong's timely warning, they might have howled in panic. Tong Tong. Su Tong pointed towards the depths of the cave, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Do you see those two shapes over there? Tong Tong strained to stand, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Tong. Glaring ahead, who? Who is there? Show yourself. Otherwise, your elder Tong Tong will unleash his wrath. Only Tong Tong knew that he spoke these words to bolster his own courage. As the high priest and a little squirrel, he had always relied on his wits to protect himself. Engaging in direct confrontation was not his forte. Although he possessed a certain absolute power, he was loath to wield that tainted strength unless absolutely necessary. Speak. Who is there? Tong Tong attempted to project bravery, yet in truth he was terrified. not for himself, but for the little female in the beast world. Females were scarce, and a young goddess like Su Tong would attract the attention of many males. If she encountered any ill-intentioned males, her situation would become perilous. We have a squirrel that has fallen. The voice of a male figure at the caves and sent a chill down Su Tong's spine. The tone was anything but benevolent, and to her dismay, there were indeed two of them. Tong Tong wiped the blood from his nose and sniffed the air. With a metallic scent of blood no longer clouding his senses, he quickly identified the intruder's race, and he grew instantly alert. It's snakes. Snakes? Upon hearing this word, Su Tong's legs turned to jelly. She could hardly believe they had encountered two male snakes in the cave. Tong Tong positioned his arms behind him, completely shielding Su Tong, puffing out his chest. I am the high priest of the wolf tribe. I'm the high priest of the beast world. I warn you not to act recklessly. The two male snakes slowly approached, and as they drew nearer, illuminated by the light streaming from the cave ceiling, Su Tong and Tong Tong could discern their grotesque forms as Su Tong's pupils dilated in shock as she beheld the two male snakes. Their appearances were disturbingly hideous, marked by twisted features that defied normality. Their eyes dominated by black pupils that made them resemble apparitions. Female. One of the red-haired snakes suddenly caught a whiff of Su Tong's scent, his gaze turning lascivious as he exclaimed, "A human female? What?" The other black-haired snake stepped forward, peering behind Tong Tong, a lewd grin spreading across his face. It truly is a human female. At that moment, the two of them found an opportunity to indulge. The male snakes displayed increasingly lecherous smiles. Having not encountered a female in so long, it had been ages since they had engaged with one. Tong Tong pointed at the snakes, his expression fierce. "Warning, if you dare to lay a finger on Tong Tong, I will end you." The red-haired snake regarded Tong Tong with disdain, appraising the bloodied figure before him. "You, a mere squirrel, think you can challenge us? With those spindly arms and legs, you wouldn't even suffice as a snack." The black-haired snake leaned towards the red-haired one and whispered, "You go first. I'll savor the female. What does that sound?" Upon hearing the black-haired snake's words, Su Tong clutched her wolf pelt tightly, terror flooding her senses. She finally understood why Achu had warned her that being a little female outside was exceedingly dangerous. The red-haired snake patted the black-haired snake's shoulder, readily agreeing. "All right, you try her out first. If it doesn't feel good, repeat it a few times, and then I'll have my turn." After years of laboring under the Serpent Lord, they had not encountered a single female, and now, unexpectedly, they could pick one up for their amusement while toiling. Once they were done, they could take the female back as a gift for the Serpent Lord. At that moment, a sinister grin spread across the red-haired snake's face as he imagined the accolades they might receive. Perhaps even rewards from the Serpent Lord. With that thought in mind, the red-haired snake morphed into a massive black python, standing upright, and hissed at Tong Tong. Hiss! Tong Tong carefully shielded Su Tong, bellowing in a low voice. "Get away!" A new awe at the cave entrance sensed the danger and immediately howled to the heavens. At this moment, they needed to call for the king. A Tion joined a new awe in a desperate howl. "Woo! Woo! The little goddess is in danger. Wolf King, hurry!" The red-haired snake turned around, its tail whipping out and ensnaring Tong Tong's ankle. "Little squirrel, I shall grant you a swift demise." With that, the red-haired snake yanked fiercely. Tong Tong's footing faltered, and he fell backward, the back of his head once more striking the ground. Tong Tong groaned in pain. Su Tong rushed to grab Tong Tong, preventing him from being dragged away by the red-haired snake. "Tong Tong, how beautiful!" Both the red-haired and black-haired snakes froze, their gazes fixated on Su Tong's face. They had only caught a glimpse before, but the scent alone was intoxicating, and they had not anticipated such exquisite beauty. With Tong Tong's body no longer obscuring her, Su Tong stood completely exposed before the two male snakes, as though suspended in mid-air, devoid of any sense of security. The snake's eyes roamed over her skin, their gazes growing ever more lascivious. So white, so delicate. The black-haired snake even drooled, its tongue glistening with slime as it flicked back and forth. Su Tong crouched down, picking up a nearby stone and hurling it at the snake's tail that ensnared Tong Tong. "Release Tong Tong. Let him go." The red-haired snake yelped in pain, retracting its tail and glaring viciously at Su Tong. "You female! How dare you strike my tail?" After speaking, the red-haired snake flashed a depraved grin. Inching closer, "Oh dear, if you keep this up, you won't enjoy yourself much longer," as Su Tong brandished the stone, positioning herself protectively in front of Dong Fong. "Do not take another step closer. If you do, I will not hold back." Su Tong summoned all her courage, yet instinctively, fear continued to grip her on one hand. The two formidable males before her were the very snakes she dreaded most, and, on the other, she feared what these vicious serpents might do to her. Dong Fong, with both hands braced against the ground, struggled to rise, once again shielding Su Tong behind him, furiously shouting at the two male snakes to leave. "Begone, you wretched creatures!" The black-haired snake cast a glance at the red-haired one, who immediately understood and raised its tail to strike at Dong Fong. Dong Fong raised his hand to block the blow, but was sent crashing against the wall by the tremendous force, before tumbling back to the ground. A wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. "Dong Fong!" Su Tong cried out, rushing to assist him, only to be met with a sudden attack from the black-haired snake. She lifted a stone to strike, but the serpent seized her wrist, hissing, "Little female, do not be angry, I shall soon make you shuang fn." As Su Tong attempted to kick the black-haired snake, but her petite frame lacked the strength to inflict any harm. Even her most determined punches and kicks seemed futile against the serpent. Impatiently, the black-haired snake reached out to tear away her wolf pelt. With fists clenched, Dong Fong forced himself to stand, dragging his injured body step by step toward the confrontation, blood dripping from his forehead. "Let her go." With a resounding crack, the red-haired snake struck Dong Fong's back with its tail that he spat blood, collapsing heavily to the ground. The black-haired snake, noticing Dong Fong's fallen form, let out a chilling laugh and lunged for Su Tong's pelt. "Ah!" Su Tong squeezed her eyes shut, her scream echoing throughout the cave as she clutched her wolf pelt tightly. Suddenly, a massive prairie wolf leaped into the cave, pouncing upon the black-haired snake, with its jaws wide open. The wolf sank its sharp fangs into the serpent's neck, severing its head cleanly. Realizing the grip on her pelt had vanished, Su Tong opened her eyes to behold the headless corpse of the black-haired snake sprawled on the ground. She lifted her gaze once more, locking eyes with a pair of brown ones, tears streaming down her face to Achu. Achu's eyes were filled with compassion as he nudged her arm with his head. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Su Tong pointed behind Achu. "Quick, save Dong Fong." Achu's gaze hardened, and he turned, his powerful paws pinning down the fleeing red-haired snake. With renewed ferocity, he bit down, ripping the snake apart. "Dong Fong." Achu looked at the fallen Dong Fong. "Can you still rise?" Su Tong rushed to Dong Fong's side, anxiously assessing his injuries. Dong Fong, but he lay there, battered and unresponsive, his body devoid of any strength as Su Tong embraced him, desperate to lift him. "Dong Fong, please wake up. Don't slip away." She understood that although he bore a human form, Dong Fong was merely a small squirrel, a charming little creature incapable of defending itself against such malevolent snakes. Yet in his quest to save her, he had exerted every ounce of his strength. This sentiment she comprehended, and such devotion was rare and precious. Gazing at Dong Fong's battered form, her heart felt as though it were being sliced by thousands of blades. Achu's ears perked up, catching the faint rustling sounds from deeper within the cave. Instantly, he recognized the slithering of snakes, the multitude indicated by the density of the noise, should they all attack at once. He could handle it alone, but with the little female still here and the gravely injured Dong Fong, the thought of the males discovering her presence sent a shiver down his spine in that moment. Achu, as the Prairie Wolf King, felt fear for the first time that he could not bear to envision the scene of so many repulsive male snakes encircling the little goddess. Therefore, they had to leave immediately. "Dong Fong," Achu called, "transform back. Become a squirrel. The snake clan is coming." Su Tong looked at Dong Fong, who remained with his eyes closed, his breath faint, completely unresponsive. Anxiety consumed her as she gently patted his cheek and urged, "Dong Fong, please transform back." Her astonishment. Dong Fong indeed transformed back into a squirrel. Relief washed over Su Tong at the sight of Dong Fong reverting to his original form. It was a sign that he still possessed some consciousness and could hear them. As long as a trace of his spirit lingered, There remained hope for survival. Tong Tong, hold on to Dong Fong. Achu instructed, turning to lower his massive body, signaling Su Tong to climb aboard. Without hesitation, Su Tong cradled Dong Fong and swiftly mounted Achu's back. Gazing at the steep incline ahead, apprehension filled her. Achu, can you really carry me up this high? Achu remained composed, simply replying, hold tight, with one hand safeguarding Dong Fong against her chest and the other gripping the fur at Achu's neck. She took a deep breath, entrusting her safety to him. Dong Fong, despite his weakened state, mustered all his strength to remind Su Tong to hold on. Understanding his intent, Su Tong felt a surge of emotion. Even in his condition, he was concerned for her. Yet she feared that if she used both hands to grasp Achu, Dong Fong would lack a secure hold and might fall during the ascent. Seeing her hesitation, Dong Fong urged, don't worry about me. He did not wish to burden the little female. After all, his tainted lineage held little significance. Dying for the little goddess, for the female he cherished, would cleanse his bloodline completely. Achu, hearing Dong Fong's voice, found himself touched by the sentiment. With a mournful growl, Achu lifted his head toward the cave entrance, producing a sound filled with sorrow. Outside the cave, Arno and Ation echoed his lament, while even the wolf pack beyond the dark forest responded in kind. What are you saying? How could we possibly abandon you? How could I ever forsake you? Su Tong cried out, her voice laced with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks. The warmth of her tears scorched not only her skin, but also her once indifferent heart. In that critical moment, she cast aside all embarrassment, tearing open her wolf pelt and tucking the diminutive Dong Fong inside her clothing, pressing him close to her chest. She then leaned against Achu's back, ensconcing Dong Fong safely between them. With her clothing enveloping him and her body providing gentle pressure, he would not slip off during the climb, allowing Su Tong to free her hands to grasp Achu securely. Achu, witnessing this display, felt an uneasy sensation but knew this was not the time for reservations. Su Tong looked steadfastly at Achu. Achu, I am ready. He nodded, stepped back a few paces, lowered his form, and with all four limbs he propelled his massive body upward, leaping up the incline and bursting forth from the cave. Su Tong shut her eyes tight, her heart fervently cheering Achu on. Moments later, the sensation of incline dissipated, and she opened her eyes to a clear view. They had emerged. Yet Achu did not halt. Instead, he raced away from the dark forest, with Ation and Arno following closely behind. The dark forest was fraught with peril. True safety lay only within the territory of the wolf clan. Achu's speed was notably swifter than that of Ation and Arno. Not only swift, but also steady. With a leap from one side, he shielded Su Tong on his back remarkably well. Su Tong reflected on the time it took for a Nuwa to howl and for Achu to arrive. Approximately 10 minutes had elapsed. Their group had traversed for over 20 minutes, yet Achu had reached in merely 10. Su Tong gazed intently at Achu, who was sprinting ahead, and a wave of safety washed over her. Truly, the king of the prairie wolves, with his robust physique, possessed strength and stamina that surpassed other male wolves by 100-fold. Shortly thereafter, Su Tong glanced down at Dong Fong in her arms. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to sleep. She could feel his breath. Dong Fong, you must hold on. As long as you survive, I shall grant any wish you desire. 10 minutes later, Achu was the first to emerge from the dark forest. Yet he did not pause. Instead, he dashed into the cave where Su was resting. It was only upon entering the cave that Achu came to a halt, breathing heavily. Behind him, Ation and Nuwa had already collapsed, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, their tongues lolling out, appearing as if they were near death. Su Tong promptly dismounted from Achu's back and gently tapped the gemstone necklace to open the exchange space. The surrounding male wolves were startled by this scene, eyeing the cubic object before them with suspicion. What on earth is that? Su Tong placed the sacred tree flower into the space box, preparing to make a wish. However, this time she did not intend to exchange merely one item. After some contemplation, she realized that the rules of the space exchange allowed for items within the size limit of the space, but did not stipulate a one-for-one exchange. Thus, she wondered if as long as the exchanged items could fit, it did not matter how many there were. After all, it wouldn't cost anything to try. So she decided to give it a go. Su Tong closed her eyes and began to wish, please provide me with 20 tablets of large dog deworming medication, 2 tablets of anti-inflammatory medication, a small bottle of cotton and iodine, 1 roll of gauze, and a windproof lighter. She envisioned the approximate sizes of these items in her mind, imagining how they would fit into the space. It seemed they could just about fit into the small box as Su Tong continued to pray fervently. Please, please let me have them all, ding. The small box indicated a successful exchange, but when the door at the front opened, it got stuck momentarily, likely because the box was overfilled, causing the door hinge to be jammed. With a clatter, the gauze rolled out of the small box. Su Tong was overjoyed. It worked. Uncertain if she had successfully exploited a loophole in the exchange space. She realized that once the exchange space expanded, she could obtain even more items. How wonderful! From the overflowing space, Su Tong extracted the deworming tablets. She specifically requested the individual tablets so that they wouldn't take up much space without a packaging box. To her surprise, the exchange space was quite user-friendly, as she indeed received 20 tablets. Stacked together, they occupied only a small corner of the space, leaving ample room for the remaining items. Achu. Su Tong turned to Achu, breaking 3 tablets of the deworming medication. Here, feed this to Achu. For an ordinary large dog, only 1 tablet was needed, but given the size of a prairie wolf, at least 3 would suffice. At that moment, Achu had transformed back into human form, a sheen of sweat glistening on his sturdy body, with damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, exuding an untamed aura. After handing the deworming tablets to Achu, Su Tong proceeded to retrieve the cotton and iodine, completely unaware that Asay's A-type shorts were no longer on him, but Achu gazed at the 2 small, white cylindrical tablets in his hand. Filled with confusion, yet he approached Achu and unceremoniously shoved the medication into Achu's mouth. That Achu's expression was one of concern. Would this white substance truly be effective? Meanwhile, Su Tong carefully extracted Dong Fong from the wolf pelt and placed him on the ground. Dong Fong, Su Tong looked at the motionless Dong Fong, poking his small belly. Can you transform back into human form? Otherwise, it would be difficult to apply the medication on him as he was covered in fur. And the iodine was limited. Not a single drop could be wasted. If she were to apply the medication, she would first need to shave the fur off the little squirrel, and she wondered if Dong Fong would be willing. It seemed Dong Fong had guessed Su Tong's thoughts as he transformed back into his youthful human form in an instant, as Su Tong's face was directly in front of Dong Fong's torso. And in that moment of transformation, she inadvertently caught sight of something inappropriate. Instantly, she covered her eyes and removed the wolf pelt to cover Dong Fong's lower half that appeared to be of similar size to Achu's, leaving her feeling utterly shocked. After covering Dong Fong, Su Tong blushed and prepared to apply the iodine. The advantage of the cotton and iodine was that the bottle contained cotton balls soaked in iodine, which could be taken out directly for application, making it convenient and ensuring that they wouldn't spoil or go to waste. As Su Tong took a cotton ball soaked in iodine and gently reminded Dong Fong, "This might sting a little. Bear with it. It will be over soon." Dong Fong nodded slightly as Su Tong meticulously disinfected the wounds on Dong Fong's body, leaving no small injury unattended, while also removing tiny stones from his wounds. Observing that Su Tong had shed the wolf pelt, the male wolves instinctively squatted beside her, providing warmth for the little goddess. Achu approached as well, noticing the orange marks scattered across Dong Fong's skin with curiosity. "What is this for?" While continuing to apply the medication to Dong Fong, Su Tong responded to Achu, "It's for disinfecting, to prevent the wounds from becoming inflamed or infected." Upon finishing her explanation, Su Tong picked up the gauze nearby to begin bandaging Dong Fong's wounds. However, there were so many injuries on Dong Fong's body, with small wounds nearly covering him entirely, that 1 roll of gauze was insufficient. Therefore, Su Tong focused on the more critical wounds for bandaging. "It seems the high priest has a wound on his backside," one of the male wolves suddenly pointed out, indicating Dong Fong's body, as Su Tong glanced at the area covered by the wolf pelt and halted her actions. "I'll handle it." Upon hearing that she would be applying medication to Dong Fong's backside, Achu immediately reached out and snatched the iodine-soaked cotton from Su Tong's hand. Achu glanced at Su Tong and warned, "Tong Tong, I'm about to lift the wolf pelt." Upon hearing this, Su Tong instinctively covered her eyes. Achu lifted the wolf pelt but did not immediately apply the medication. Instead, he observed little Dong Fong for a moment. Thankfully, Dong Fong's private area was unharmed, and he would not face any issues in that regard. Subsequently, Achu unceremoniously flipped Dong Fong over, exposing his entire back, revealing several scratches on his behind that Achu reached out, ready to apply the medication. Ouch! 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 Dong Fong suddenly awoke, shouting loudly, startling all the male wolves and Su Tong present. That Achu frowned slightly. I haven't even touched you yet. Why are you in pain? Dong Fong turned his head away, opening one-eyed a glance at Achu's hand, which was indeed still a slight distance from his backside, though he was too anxious and had cried out a bit prematurely, Dong Fong, you're finally awake. Su Tong exclaimed joyfully, covering her eyes. Dong Fong revealed a blissful smile. I'm the high priest, of course. I will awaken. In truth, he had already regained consciousness earlier, the moment the medication touched his wounds. It truly stung, akin to being pricked by something sharp. However, the primary reason he had not awakened was that he wanted the little female to touch him a bit more. As they spoke, Dong Fong prepared to rise. Achu firmly pressed Dong Fong's head down, instructing him to lie still for the medication. However, Dong Fong disregarded Achu, resting his head on his arm and looking at Su Tong. Tong Tong, are you hurt? Su Tong shook her head. I'm fine. You protected me well. Not a single scratch. How can that be? Annihilate, having recovered, stood up from the ground. However, due to exhausting too much energy, Annihilate had yet to transform back into human form, his head hanging low as he approached Dong Fong, noting that the little goddess's arms were reddened from the grip of that serpent, and her legs were bruised, with scars on her arms. With a furrowed brow, Dong Fong gazed intently at the crimson handprint adorning Su Tong's wrist, a surge of fury igniting from the soles of his feet and racing to the crown of his head. That vile serpent! I shall skin him alive! Dong Fong exclaimed, propping himself up with fervor. Stay down. Achu pressed Dong Fong back down once more. Why are you trying to get up without even wearing your trousers? Don't you think I'm oblivious to what that high priest has in mind? He hasn't even gotten riled up yet. Who do you think you are, little squirrel? Achu continued coldly. The injuries on Tong Tong I shall tend to personally to IT South, not your place to worry about. So lie still and let me apply the medicine. It's all right. Truly, it's fine. Su Tong fervently shook her head, covering her eyes. Dong Fong, don't get worked up. You're injured, and Achu has already avenged us. Just stay still, be good. Suddenly, Dong Fong recalled the faint cries of the little goddess he had heard while in the cave. How could I possibly not care for you? The memory of this declaration stirred a wave of emotion within him. Although the little goddess had yet to explicitly accept him, her utterance of such words touched his heart deeply. Most importantly, he remembered how soft the place he had returned to felt. Dong Fong's eyes remained fixed on Su Tong, a proud smile gracing his lips. Surely, he must be the first male to have touched the tender softness of the little female. Achu, noticing Dong Fong's expression, frowned and delivered a swift slap to the back of his head. Stay down. Dong Fong covered his head, indignantly exclaiming, but I am lying down. Why do you keep hitting my head? What if you hurt me? Achu then forcefully pressed the iodine-soaked cotton against Dong Fong's rear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dong Fong immediately began to wail in distress. It felt as if his backside had lost all sensation from the pain. Achu remained unfazed. Why didn't you feel pain just now, and now it hurts? Achu commanded, endure it. Dong Fong whimpered incessantly. Oh dear, I'm going to die from the pain. I'm fainting. I'm dying. Help, help upon hearing Dong Fong's cries. Su Tong immediately interjected, Achu, let me apply the medicine to Dong Fong instead. Dong Fong, as cries abruptly ceased for a moment, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He, the little female, finally spoke. Achu firmly rejected. No, this squirrel was clearly pretending. Ah, I'm dead. Dong Fong shrieked again before suddenly fainting. Su Tong, noticing Dong Fong's silence, instantly grew anxious and released her hands from her eyes. Dong Fong, are you all right? Pretending, Achu remarked coldly, draping a wolf pelt over Dong Fong's backside. Su Tong stared at Dong Fong's tightly shut eyes, her brow furrowed with visible concern. Yet considering his injuries and the numerous medications he had received, it was understandable for him to faint under such intense pain, really. Achu asked, somewhat skeptical. He believed, however, because he had indeed applied considerable pressure while handling the cotton. Moreover, it was the little goddess who had said so, which made him more inclined to trust as Su Tong nodded slowly. Well, perhaps I should apply the medicine to him. You're not adept at the technique, and you must be tired. Go rest for a while. The Achu reluctantly returned the iodine-soaked cotton to Su Tong, secretly envying Tong Tong. Had he known he could have sustained some injuries to have the little goddess apply medicine to him, he would have done so. Su Tong, suppressing her embarrassment, lifted the wolf pelt from Tong Tong's rear and gently dabbed iodine onto his backside. How does it feel? Quite nice, I assented. Tong Tong suddenly propped his head up, his eyes gleaming with mirth as he gazed at Su Tong. As Su Tong's hand halted on his rear, staring at Tong Tong in a daze. Achu's expression darkened in an instant. The other male wolves exchanged glances. The high priest was indeed pretending. Such a scheming little squirrel. Give it here. Achu snatched the cotton from Su Tong's hand and mercilessly slapped it against Tong Tong's backside several times. All done. Tong Tong's brows gradually knitted together, his teeth bared in a grimace. Unfortunately, before he could utter a word of pain, Achu had already finished, and this time it truly hurt. A great deal. Excruciatingly so. Afterward, Achu casually draped the wolf pelt over Tong Tong's body and ordered him to rest. The other male wolves nodded in agreement. Understood. Tong Tong, Tong Tong called out as he was lifted by the other male wolves, reluctant to part from Su Tong, reaching out to grasp her arm. Just as Su Tong was about to speak, Achu scooped her up. It's your turn for medicine. Achu carried Su Tong back into the Jadestone cave, while Tong Tong was taken back to his own empty cave, surrounded only by his collection of nuts. Su Tong looked up at Achu, explaining Achu, this medicine 1 tea helped my injuries. Plus, I'll be fine by tomorrow. It's really not that serious. No need for medication. No, Achu placed Su Tong on the Jadestone, his tone firm. Even if the medicine doesn't work, I must still massage your wounds. After working so hard in the dark forest and then rolling into the cave, your body must be suffering. Achu gently lifted Su Tong's small leg and placed it on his own lap. His movements tender and markedly different from how he had treated Tong Tong, that Achu observed the several bruises on Su Tong's fair skin. His expression darkening, he delicately touched one of the purple bruises, cautiously inquiring, "Does it hurt?" Su Tong smiled softly, shaking her head, her voice sweetly reassuring, "It doesn't hurt. It's nothing, just a small injury." Achu, seeing Su Tong's seemingly self-soothing gaze, felt an increase in his heartache. The next moment he lost control and pressed his lips to Su Tong's. Su Tong froze in surprise. Yet this time she did not push Achu away. Instead, her hands clenched into fists, her body stiffening as she closed her eyes, awaiting Achu's advance. After all, she harbored quite a fondness for Achu. Initially, upon seeing Achu's handsome visage, she had felt a flicker of infatuation, coupled with the fact that he had saved her twice. Despite being a fierce and robust prairie wolf, he occasionally exhibited a somewhat goofy demeanor, making the contrast even more endearing. It was only natural that she would fall for Achu, as Su Tong thought, since she had come to this beastly world, embarking on such an absurd journey. Who knew what even more outrageous events could occur next? Embracing life to the fullest was the way to go. Why not cast aside the entanglements of societal norms and plunge into love? As the ancients said, love knows not its origin and is deeply entrenched. She felt she had experienced this sentiment firsthand. Not sensing rejection from Su Tong, Achu fervently kissed her soft lips, pouring all his guilt, heartache, and affection into that moment. Cough. Su Tong suddenly found it hard to breathe and began to cough. Only then did Achu pull away, tenderly caressing Su Tong's face, and candidly told her, "You're so sweet. Sweeter than the fruits in the forest or the pure springs on the mountain." Su Tong lowered her gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This was her course. Achu lowered his head again, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the evident claw marks on Su Tong's wrist. A patch of bruising. Unconsciously, he recalled the scene in the cave where the black-haired serpent had bullied the little female. Achu felt an intense fury boiling within his chest, as if it were about to erupt from the top of his head. Si-Ming. Achu was well acquainted with the serpent clan. Si-Ming was domineering, and no member of the serpent clan would dare act without his permission. Those males digging such a large hole beneath the divine tree must have been ordered by Si-Ming. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, inwardly cursing. That treacherous white serpent. Who knows what schemes he is plotting? Truly despicable. A group of ugly males digging in the forbidden land of the dark forest is one thing. But to not only injure Dong Fong so severely, but also dare to harm his little goddess. They deserve to die. He must settle this score with Si Ming. A wolf tribe that does not take revenge is no wolf tribe at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dark forest, in the main cave of Changming Mountain, Si Ming, who was resting on a stone seat, suddenly opened his eyes, his red gaze cold and piercing. What did you say? The serpent male kneeling on the ground was startled by Si Ming's blood-red eyes, hastily prostrating himself on the ground. There is a little female in the cave, but she was rescued by the Wolf King. Has that little female been injured? A trace of anxiety was unmistakably reflected in Si Ming's enchanting, upturned phoenix eyes as he fixed his gaze intently on the male snake kneeling and sprawled on the ground. The smaller snake, oblivious, shook his head in response and, with a face full of indignation, reported to Si Ming, "But we lost 2 males. One was decapitated, and the other was torn in half. It was all the doing of that Wolf King." Si Ming, however, merely snorted coldly, his thin lips parting to utter 2 frigid words, "Deserved it. How dare they harm his little goddess?" Even if Achu chose not to exact vengeance, he would personally see to their demise. The reporting male snake stared at Si Ming in astonishment, utterly incredulous. What on earth was wrong with the snake's sovereign today? Normally, if any harm befell a member of the snake clan, the sovereign would never let the perpetrator go unpunished. Why was it deserved this time? Si Ming had no time to entertain the bewildered male snake before him, nor did he have the capacity to ponder the fate of the 2 deceased males. His brow furrowed deeply as he sat upon the stone seat, his eyes filled with heartache, solely preoccupied with thoughts of Su Tong. That little creature must have been terribly frightened by such a traumatic experience. Consumed by worry, he transformed into a white snake, preparing to venture into the grasslands to check on Su Tong, in the grasslands. Within the Jadestone cave, Su Tong suddenly recalled something, abruptly raising her small face to gaze at the cave ceiling. Achu, noticing her reaction, felt a twinge of curiosity and followed her gaze, asking, "What's wrong, Tong Tong?" "Achu." Su Tong's face flushed crimson as she slowly spoke. "Are you not wearing any pants?" In her earlier concern for Dong Fong and Achu's injuries. And then the excitement of her first kiss, she had completely forgotten that Achu had returned to human form without any pants on. Achu glanced down at his little self. Oh, right, he had forgotten. He was currently bare, and after their affectionate moment, he had inadvertently stood up a bit too excitedly. His covering must have been left behind in the Black Forest. He recalled hearing the howls of a Nuaw and a Tian, and had transformed back into his original form to rush in, returning without reclaiming his covering. Hence, Tong Tong. There's no way around it. I have nothing to wear. How about? Achu tentatively suggested, looking at Su Tong. You could get used to it. At that moment, a Tian, having transformed back into his human form, entered the cave, waving Achu's pants. You're covering. Achu's mouth twitched slightly as he glared at a Tian with a blank expression. These wolf pups had never shown such attentiveness before. To remember to bring his pants was quite remarkable. A Tian tossed the covering to Achu, explaining, I feared we might not have anything to cover ourselves with once we emerged, especially since I heard that the little goddess is not accustomed to bare beasts. So I specifically instructed them to fetch it. Tian wore a proud expression. So what are you thinking? Am I clever? Achu shot at Tian a cold glance. Yes, you are indeed clever. To the Tian, taken aback. Wondered why Achu's compliment felt more like a veiled threat. Achu, hurry and put it on, urged Su Tong, her head tilted back, causing her neck to strain painfully, with no excuse left to remain uncovered. Achu complied. It's on. Only after hearing that Achu was dressed did Su Tong dare lower her head, stretching her neck to relieve the tension. As she did so, her eyes inadvertently fell upon Achu's covering, which was barely adequate in concealing his modesty. The fabric was far too small, prompting her to contemplate the need for a complete wardrobe overhaul for all the wolf males. Perhaps the tops could be omitted. But the pants certainly required lengthening, perhaps with an inner lining as well. Otherwise, with their vigorous movements, there was a risk of exposure. Given how boisterous the wolf males were, they might be subjected to such sights all day long. Tian added, By the way, little goddess, Achu is fine now and isn't complaining of thirst anymore. He has awakened, but he has been experiencing severe diarrhea. It's quite unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Su Tong's face lit up with joy. This meant the deworming medicine was effective. The parasites in his belly would be killed and expelled. You all need to take the medicine as well. And you, Achu, must take it too. Su Tong regarded Achu earnestly, explaining, you were all raised on raw meat, and there's a risk of parasitic infection. That Achu's case was just a severe outbreak. To be safe, every wolf must take the deworming medication. Without hesitation, Achu agreed to Su Tong's request. All right, I'll take it. Su Tong descended from the jade stone and declared, come, I'll distribute the medicine. We might not have enough, so those who have eaten the snake meat should take it first. Furthermore, from now on, all your catches must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Otherwise, there remains a risk of parasitic infection. When I was not here, you ate what you wished, but moving forward, we shall switch to cooked food to minimize unnecessary ailments, thereby extending your lifespans. Understood. Achu naturally lifted Su Tong into his arms, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around her transportation. Glancing at her bare feet, Su Tong muttered to herself, I need to make a pair of shoes. Oh dear, there were suddenly so many tasks to attend to. She could only tackle them one at a time. Achu and Su Tong returned to the cave where Achu and the others were. Upon entering, they found Achu, who had just returned from a bout of diarrhea, collapsed on the ground in human form. Su Tong quickly admonished Achu, remember to drink plenty of water. If you keep having diarrhea like this, you'll easily become dehydrated. It's essential to replenish your fluids to prevent further complications. Upon hearing Su Tong's voice, Achu immediately stood up and greeted her. Little goddess, Achu set Su Tong down, and she smiled, waving her hand. You don't need to be so tense. Lie down and rest. You must recuperate well to recover quickly. Little goddess, keep your distance, and Nuwa pinched his nose. Glaring at Achu, this guy reeks. He just had a messy accident. It's disgusting. Nuwa's words made Su Tong feel quite uncomfortable, and she struggled not to envision the unsightly scene. Achu's face flushed a deep red, and he protested loudly. I washed. Can we not discuss this in front of the little goddess? It's so embarrassing. Hearing Achu's exclamation, Su Tong, considering his limited intelligence, felt a flicker of panic in her eyes as she asked, with what water did you wash? It wouldn't be from that pristine lake, would it? She had intended to use the water from that lake for cooking. If Achu had sullied it, it would complicate her future meal preparations. Achu pointed toward the east, explaining he used a small river over there. Su Tong sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I thought. Noticing Su Tong's change in expression, Achu ruffled her hair, teasing, what? Did you think it was from that central lake? Su Tong nodded sheepishly. Tion chuckled. Don't worry, little goddess. We use that lake for drinking water. It's very clean. Su Tong reiterated, from now on, we must also drink boiled water, and no matter how clean the source, there could still be impurities. That we must be cautious. Boiled water, Nuwa asked, his face a mask of confusion. What is that? Is it good? Let's take the medicine first. Su Tong distributed the remaining deworming medication to the wolf males who had consumed snake meat. But it turned out to be insufficient. There was no choice but to wait until tomorrow to exchange more. Su Tong retrieved a lighter from her storage space, closed it, and beckoned to everyone. Come, I'll demonstrate how to boil water. She intended to teach the wolves these fundamental methods, so they could manage themselves in her absence. The wolf males followed her outside, excitement evident in their expressions. Achu attempted to join them, but Achu stopped him. You, rest up. Achu pouted. Why? Achu glanced at Achu's backside. Achu understood. They were concerned he might inadvertently pollute the water source again. Embarrassed, she covered her behind and said, I won't go. Achu nodded and promptly dashed out after Su Tong. The wolf pelt was draped over Dong Fong, and the young female lacked any means of warmth. He had to rely on the heat of his body. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed that the male wolves had already encircled Su Tong. Achu couldn't help but nod with satisfaction, saying, very well, this group of pups is quite conscientious. He observed Su Tong's skin. The color appeared normal, and her complexion was too, suggesting she didn't feel cold. Thus, he refrained from hastening to her side, allowing the members of the wolf clan to spend some time alone with the little goddess. After all, the young female was destined to be his partner in leading the wolf clan. So it was essential for her to bond well with the pack and cultivate their relationship. Consequently, even when he was occasionally absent from the territory, the young female would be able to coexist harmoniously with the wolves. The male wolves returned to the roasting spot with Su Tong, who crouched down and began demonstrating the use of a windproof lighter to the pack. The next moment, she felt a warm body envelop her. Turning her head, she exclaimed, "Achu!" Achu sat cross-legged on the ground, wrapping his arms around Su Tong's waist, holding her close and softly saying, "You carry on." Nestled in Achu's embrace, Su Tong began her explanation. "Press here, and fire will shoot out from inside." With a click, she pressed the switch. Whoosh! A small flame burst forth from the lighter's opening. Wow! The male wolves collectively widened their eyes in astonishment, their gazes sparkling like stars. Then Su Tong reignited the extinguished fire pit, placing a stone bowl filled with water atop the woodpile, waiting for it to bubble before it could be consumed. After her words, she repositioned the half-cooked venison on the side. A new awe and a Tian, displaying keen awareness, stepped forward to assist with the roasting that Su Tong contemplated that she could exchange a small amount of tin foil tomorrow. With tin foil, she could prepare some vegetables to supplement their vitamin intake. Thinking of vitamins, she turned to Achu and inquired, "Are there any fruits nearby?" "While vegetables would suffice too," Anua interjected eagerly. "You should ask the high priest. He's the only one in the tribe who eats vegetarian." Su Tong stood up from Achu's embrace, brimming with joy as she exclaimed, "I'll go check on Dong Fong." Achu raised an eyebrow, observing Su Tong with contemplation. The way the young female spoke of Dong Fong seemed different than before. However, recalling Dong Fong's behavior in the cave, Achu could understand Su Tong's change. In the beast world, males take pride in protecting females, and conversely, females naturally develop affection for the sacrifices made by males. This is entirely normal. Furthermore, given the rarity of females in this realm, where males outnumber females, competition is fierce. Females have numerous potential partners to select from, and in pursuit of greater protection, they can choose multiple males as their companions. With no limits on quantity, as long as the female is pleased. Thus, he could accept Su Tong's fondness for Dong Fong, but he must become her primary partner. Otherwise, Achu's eyes ignited with determination, making a silent vow. Otherwise, he would strip Dong Fong of his masculine allure, rendering him half a male. He would no longer be able to court the little goddess. With that thought, Achu abruptly turned to Su Tong and asked, "Tong Tong, would you accept Dong Fong as your partner?" Su Tong was momentarily taken aback and then crouched down again, lowering her head in silence. The male wolves looked on curiously at Achu. Would he duel Dong Fong for the young female? Achu gazed at Su Tong's adorable, guilty expression, smiling softly as he awaited her response. Su Tong raised her eyes to survey the surrounding male wolves. Finding it difficult to voice her thoughts, that Achu coldly commanded, "Cover your ears." The male wolves complied, plugging their ears. Seeing this, Su Tong slowly spoke up, "Dong Fong really likes me. He endured such severe injuries for my sake, and I'm quite touched." In the cave, everything Dong Fong had done was impossible for her to overlook, and she certainly understood what kind of love that was. That it was not the affection between siblings. Yet, she still loved Achu. The fact that she loved two individuals simultaneously was the source of her guilt. "Would you mind?" Su Tong's eyes reflected concern, her brows slightly furrowed, that Achu had already deduced Su Tong's answer. He patted her head gently, saying, "I don't mind. I was merely inquiring. Here, females can have multiple partners, and Dong Fong qualifies to be yours." "Really?" Su Tong recalled the letter left by her mother, which mentioned in the beast world polyandry was acceptable. Therefore, she had contemplated that her actions should not be deemed unethical. It could be considered when in Rome, and it conveniently resolved her dilemma of choosing between two, and a need to choose one over the other. She could have them both. Achu nodded with a smile. Setting aside the rivalries and grievances between males, he believed that, in terms of appearance, intelligence, status, and the extent of affection for the young female, Dong Fong was indeed worthy of being her partner. However, I must be the first partner. He can only be the second. Upon hearing this, Su Tong immediately replied, "Of course." After all, she had first fallen in love with Achu. Achu gestured to Su Tong, encouraging her, "Go on, tell that little squirrel and make him happy. Su Tong nodded emphatically, embracing Achu's head and planting a kiss on his forehead, saying Achu is the best. The surrounding male wolves' mouths dropped open in astonishment. Their wolf king had just been kissed by the little goddess. Achu watched Su Tong's departing figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet relieved, compared to that dead weight. Seeming, he preferred Dong Fong far more. Dong Fong lay languidly in the cave, staring blankly at the cave ceiling. What was the little female up to? Did she miss him? When would she come to see him? Just as he was pondering this, he heard a call. Dong Fong. Su Tong's sweet voice echoed even before she entered the cave. Upon hearing Su Tong's voice, Dong Fong's previously listless eyes sparkled with life. Tong Tong. He immediately sat up from the grass, arms wide open, exclaiming, Tong Tong, come here for a hug. Su Tong did not hesitate and rushed into Dong Fong's arms, saying, hug. Dong Fong was momentarily startled. Blinking rapidly, he had thought the little female might reject him. Does it still hurt? Su Tong asked softly. Dong Fong held Su Tong even tighter, saying, not at all, it doesn't hurt one bit. With you by my side, all pain disappears, feeling the warmth of Dong Fong's embrace. Filled with affection, Su Tong replied gently, thank you, Dong Fong, for protecting me so fiercely. Dong Fong rested his chin on Su Tong's shoulder, saying, it's nothing, a brother should protect his sister. You will no longer be my brother. Su Tong released Dong Fong, her gaze soft yet shy. From now on, be my partner. Dong Fong's eyes widened in shock, his body frozen as he stared at Su Tong, his mind reeling. Did he just hear that correctly? Had the little female actively proposed that he be her partner? Su Tong waved her small hand in front of Dong Fong's face, saying, Dong Fong? With a trembling voice, Dong Fong cautiously asked, are you saying you want me to be your partner? Su Tong revealed two dimples, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. Yes, that in an instant, Dong Fong leaped up from the grass. Overcome with excitement, he jumped half a meter high in place. The little female accepted me. Dong Fong scooped Su Tong up by the legs, spinning her around in circles. I have a partner now. My partner is Su Tong. The wounds on Dong Fong seemed to have miraculously healed in an instant. His face radiating a blissful smile akin to the warmth of the sun, he felt as if he had never experienced such joy in his life. Yes, Su Tong gazed at the smile, gracing Dong Fong's face. She too found her spirits lifted, mirroring his delight. Not only did Dong Fong find it unexpected that Su Tong would proactively propose the notion of partnership, but even Su Tong herself was taken by surprise. After being single for over a decade, she suddenly found herself with not one, but two partners, each possessing a distinctly different charm. Dong Fong, don't move around too much. You still have injuries. Su Tong gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to be more cautious. Any sudden movements might aggravate his wounds. Dong Fong looked at Su Tong, who was lifted high by him. Unable to suppress the grin on his face, he tilted his head upward and began pecking at her fair neck with playful kisses. Mwah, 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 mwah. He vowed to shower the little female with 1,000 kisses each day. The delicate kisses upon her neck elicited laughter from Su Tong, who playfully attempted to evade Dong Fong's affection. It tickles. Dong Fong, it tickles. Hey, you, put Tong Tong down. A cold, furious roar from Achu interrupted the tender exchange between Dong Fong and Su Tong. In that moment, Su Tong felt as if she had been caught in a compromising situation. Her eyes widened in panic as she hurriedly urged Dong Fong, let me down quickly, reluctantly. Dong Fong set Su Tong down, yet his face bore no trace of disappointment. After all, he had been publicly acknowledged as the little goddess's partner. With a hint of pride, Dong Fong lifted his chin and looked at Achu. What's the matter? Not satisfied. Achu's gaze was icy. I'm first, you're second. Don't get too cocky. Dong Fong, sharp-witted, extracted valuable information from Achu's simple statement. This meant that the little goddess had simultaneously accepted both of them as partners, Achu being the first, while he was the second. Nevertheless, Dong Fong was unfazed by his rank. As long as he was the little goddess's partner, it granted him equal rights to love her. I don't care about the order, Dong Fong declared, pulling Su Tong closer to him and planting a fervent kiss on her temple. After all, we are both partners, both beast husbands. I want to yield to you. Achu raised a hand, ready to deliver a slap to Dong Fong. Observing this, Su Tong instantly wrapped her arms around Achu's arm. Stop! With Su Tong's feelings reciprocated, Dong Fong felt emboldened. Unafraid of Achu, he placed his hands on his hips, glaring at Achu. Want to hit me? Come on, go ahead. Let us see if Tong Tong will defend you. Mind your words. Su Tong turned to Dong Fong, her eyes silently imploring him to cease. That moment, she suddenly comprehended the meaning of sweet burden and why ancient emperors often found themselves in a quandary. While having two partners could indeed bring double the sweetness, the ensuing rivalry for affection between them was a far more complex dilemma. What should she do? Could she still backtrack? Perhaps it would be best if she chose neither of them. Would these two males bicker from dawn till dusk? Achu, unwilling to concede, decided that in light of Su Tong, he would refrain from physical confrontation but would engage in verbal sparring instead. He wrapped his arms around Su Tong and planted a forceful kiss on her cheek, then smugly turned to Dong Fong. Dong Fong, not to be outdone, approached Su Tong, embracing her and kissing her on the opposite cheek. Achu, refusing to admit defeat, immediately followed with a heavy kiss on Su Tong's face. Dong Fong retaliated with 2 kisses on her other cheek, that Achu responded with 3 more, and Dong Fong retaliated with 4. Thus, the playful skirmish continued for several rounds. Su Tong, positioned between the two, watched in astonishment as her expression shifted from shock to exasperation, ultimately culminating in a mixture of indifference and mild fury. Enough of this. Su Tong shouted with unexpected intensity, her voice louder than ever before. The two males ceased their antics, momentarily taken aback. Stepping forward with determination, Su Tong glared at Achu and Dong Fong, vigorously wiping away the remnants of their kisses from her cheeks. You two, from this moment forth, embrace until dusk, learn to love and cherish each other properly. With that, Su Tong angrily donned the wolf pelt she had discarded and stormed out of the cave, leaving behind 2 bewildered males. Embrace? Achu and Dong Fong exchanged incredulous glances, both letting out a disdainful huff simultaneously. Achu scoffed, who would want to embrace that dead squirrel? So scrawny, Dong Fong retorted, who would want to embrace that stinky wolf? Smelly. Su Tong poked her head back through the cave entrance, narrowing her eyes at Achu and Dong Fong, raising her voice playfully. Hurry up and embrace, or I won't acknowledge either of you. Upon hearing this, Achu and Dong Fong quickly wrapped their arms around each other. Su Tong beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. You must not let go until I return. Make sure to get along well. If I find out you two have let go, beware of my wrath. In unison, Achu and Dong Fong nodded vigorously. We won. Let go. The little goddess must not be angered. Having finally secured their partnership, they could not afford to lose it. Su Tong nodded, retracting her head with a secret smile. Thinking how endearing the two males were, she skipped merrily towards the roasted meat. Wait. Su Tong suddenly halted, turning back. Dong Fong, where can I find some fruits? She had come to visit Dong Fong, intending to inquire about any vegetables available, but had momentarily forgotten her primary purpose. The two males, who had been engaged in a playful contest of strength, immediately brightened at the mention of fruits. Fruits, Dong Fong pondered for a moment. There are some fruits in the forest to the west, but they might be a bit dried out due to the cold weather. That's fine. I can collect them for drying and make fruit preserves. Su Tong replied, pointing a finger at Achu and Dong Fong with a sweet smile. Continue to love and cherish each other. With that, Su Tong prepared to depart. Where do you think you're going? Achu called after her. You can't go alone. It's dangerous. Su Tong turned back. I sent that 4 is quite near. If there is any danger, I can just shout, or I can take Anual and Ation with me. They want do. Dong Fong immediately objected. Take him, he gestured towards Achu. Right, take me. Achu eagerly chimed. Su Tong crossed her arms, scrutinizing the two males. You both want to let go of each other. So you're trying to get me to take Achu? Aren't you? The two males' expressions stiffened for a moment. They had been caught. The forest was right beside Dong Fong's cave, within the territory of the prairie wolves, and the wolf pack often played there, posing almost no danger at all. Dong Fong's eyes darted toward Achu. He was the one who mentioned danger first. Achu pointed at Dong Fong. He the one who suggested you take me. You two stay here and behave. Su Tong stomped her foot in moving. Upon noticing Su Tong's bare feet, Dong Fong exclaimed, Be careful stomping. The ground is rough on your feet, that Achu added. Let Anua carry you. Then you one have to walk. Humph. Su Tong huffed, turning her back and walking away. Hey, the two males resigned themselves to their fate. Hey, this wolf Dong Fong glanced at Achu, who was close at hand. Could you lie down? I'm injured and need to rest. That Achu maintained a cold demeanor. You didn't seem to need rest when you were holding Su Tong earlier. Dong Fong shot Achu a sideways glance. What is it to you? Then he began to struggle against Achu's weight. Move your heavy body. With disdain, Dong Fong at Achu. How could this wolf, who looked so lean, be so heavy? Despite his best efforts, Achu remained unmoved. Achu smirked, one corner of his mouth curling up in derision. Just stand there that a scrawny little squirrel thought it could push him? Achu spoke slowly, his tone dripping with contempt. With someone like you, I could take on 10. Dong Fong's face fell in frustration. How infuriating. Yet he was no match for Achu. It was maddening. Su Tong summoned Arno, and together they ventured into the woods. Yes, Su Tong gazed upon the trees before her. A smile graced her lips as she nodded appreciatively. Now, this is a proper forest. The ground was adorned with an array of nameless green grasses surrounding the bases of the trees. Varying in shades of verdant hues, a medley of trees grew in a delightful disarray. Some towering trees had turned yellow and shed their leaves due to the chill, while others remained lush and green. And a few fruit-bearing trees hung with scattered fruits, creating an overall atmosphere that was utterly relaxing. That it was a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness of the Black Forest, which had weighed heavily on her spirit from afar. Arno, with keen eyes, quickly spotted a fruit-laden tree. Little goddess, over there, that tree has more fruits. Following Arno's gaze, Su Tong focused intently. Hawthorn. Let us go take a look. As Su Tong felt the environment of the beast world was so vastly different from that of humanity. It was one thing to have woods on the prairie, but to find hawthorn trees growing within the forest was quite peculiar. Arno supported Su Tong as they approached the hawthorn tree. By observing its growth, Su Tong surmised that it was not winter in the beast world, but rather autumn. And oh wonder, Chu had mentioned it would be colder soon. It seemed that due to the less advanced civilization in the beast world, the seasons were not distinctly categorized into spring, summer, autumn, and winter as in the human realm, but rather simplified into just summer and winter. When it was hot, it was summer. When it was cold, it was winter. Su Tong dismounted Arno's back and swiftly climbed the hawthorn tree. Arno looked up at her. Little goddess, you are truly impressive. I envy the beast that can climb trees, even though you're not a beast. Su Tong plucked a hawthorn and curiously turned to Arno. Can't you transform in a human form and climb trees too? They all can. Arno's ears drooped, and his tail hung low. I'm not very good at it. Climbing trees isn't difficult at all. Come here, and I'll teach you. Su Tong tossed the hawthorn to the ground and beckoned Arno to transform. Upon hearing that Su Tong was going to teach him to climb, Arno quickly shifted behind the tree to revert to human form and donned his trousers. Cleverly, Arno had preemptively tied his shorts to his legs, ready for any moment Su Tong needed him to change back. Su Tong jumped down from the tree. Grab that branch. Then hook your right foot up and follow that by reaching for the branch above. Arno followed Su Tong's instructions and grasped the branch. However, despite his efforts, he struggled to hook his right foot. After much effort, he finally managed to do so, but his other hand could not grasp the higher branch. Observing this, Su Tong's earlier confidence began to wane. She realized that Arno's inability to climb might stem from a lack of coordination. This posed a dilemma. Such coordination issues were often inherent and typically could not be corrected throughout one's lifetime. Thus, she found herself unable to teach Arno. After several unsuccessful attempts, Arno released his grip, dejected. Forget it. I can't do it. Su Tong patted Arno's shoulder. It's all right. Your explosive power as a wolf is more than sufficient. Climbing trees isn't necessary. You're already remarkable. Could you help me find something to carry the fruits back? Su Tong deftly shifted the topic, assigning Arno another task to distract him from his inability to climb. Arno nodded. Okay, little goddess, don't wander off. I'll be back soon. Hurry back. Once Arno departed, Su Tong climbed back up the hawthorn tree, quickly gathering the fruits, then glanced deeper into the forest. A flicker of delight danced in her eyes. Is that grapes? I can make raisins descending from the hawthorn tree. Su Tong prepared to confirm her discovery. After all, this was the territory of the prairie wolves, and it should be quite safe. Thus, she hastened deeper into the woods without a second thought. As she drew near, her heart swelled with joy. Indeed, they were grapes, though most were rather small, akin to peanuts. Su Tong plucked one, wiped it with her hand, and popped it in her mouth in the next instant. Her fists clenched, and she began to pace in place. So sour. Her gums tingled from the sharpness. Suddenly, a loud crack of a breaking branch echoed behind her, and she initially thought Arno had returned. Arno, you're so quick. Su Tong turned around, only to be met not by Arno, but by a snarling tiger. Su Tong was utterly astonished. How can there be a tiger here? The tiger, initially poised to roar in anger, froze upon seeing Su Tong's expression. The furious growl that had risen in its throat was abruptly stifled, leaving only a brief, confused sound. Su Tong, equally stunned, reminded herself. Big kitty? She repeatedly urged herself to remain calm, to think of a way to escape. Slowly, she raised her hand stiffly. Hi. The tiger, resting on its forepaws, mimicked Su Tong by lifting one massive paw to greet her. Hi. Seizing the opportunity while the tiger was distracted, Su Tong bolted toward the forest's edge. Achu. Instinctively, she called for Achu in the face of danger. However, she hadn't run far before she collided into a warm embrace. Assuming the owner of the embrace was Achu, she quickly pointed toward the direction of the tiger. Achu, there's a big tiger over there. Tiger? Where? A gentle voice emanated from above her head. Su Tong immediately sensed something was amiss. This was not Achu's voice. With a swift motion, she raised her head, only to be met with an exquisite visage. Sister fairy? Wasn't this the fairy sister she had dreamt of that very night? Ming was still gazing in the direction Su Tong had indicated, but there was nothing there. There's no tiger. Darling, did you perhaps miss C? Recalling what Achu had mentioned about Dongfang, Su Tong felt an unsettling chill. Ming was a white snake. Pushing Ming away, she stepped back, her brow furrowed, panic glimmering in her eyes. With snakes ahead and tigers behind, she found herself in a perilous predicament. Wasn't this the territory of the prairie wolves? How could such snakes and tigers appear so suddenly? Perhaps the pack of inquisitive wolves had become complacent, gathered around the campfire to observe the roasting meat. Staring at Ming before her, Su Tong felt an icy shiver run down her back. Yet strangely, alongside the chill, a peculiar flutter of emotion stirred within her heart. Could it be that Ming's beauty was the cause? Those enchanting phoenix eyes set against crimson irises exuded an alluring charm. His silver hair cascaded like a galaxy behind him, complemented by a straight nose and sharp, delicate features, which imbued him with a subtle air of aloofness. Tong Tong. Achu and Arno came rushing in their wolf forms. Fortunately, they were close enough to hear Su Tong's cries. Upon spotting Achu, Su Tong wasted no time and rushed toward him, tightly embracing his neck. Arno positioned himself protectively in front of Su Tong, growling a low, threatening warning at Ming. Meanwhile, Achu coldly regarded Ming. Get lost. Yet Ming's gaze remained solely on Su Tong, his expression softening. Darling, have you been hurt in the cave? Let me see. Arno roared in outrage. Did you see the bruises on the little goddess? It's all your snake clan's doing. How dare you show your face in our wolf territory? Ming, usually calm, now appeared anxious. I didn't know. Had I known what they were up to, I would have dealt with them myself. What good is that now? Arno fumed. Why were you snakes not content to stay on your own mountain, but came to dig holes in the Black Forest? Darling, may I see your wounds? Ming ignored Arno's accusations, kneeling on one knee and looking at Su Tong as if in prayer. Su Tong felt a conflicting pull. Her rational mind urged her to stay away, yet her emotions beckoned her closer, and her instincts suggested that Ming posed no threat. What was this sudden surge of trust? Su Tong suppressed her emotions, pressing herself tightly against Achu. Ming was akin to a serpent, a harbinger of danger. She could not approach and cause trouble for Achu. Achu sensed something amiss with Su Tong, and simultaneously, he caught a whiff of that familiar serpentine scent. He was astonished. He had not anticipated that the scent would still linger. I Ming took a small step forward, maintaining his position on one knee. My dear, I would never harm you. You can feel that, can't you? The scent of the serpent, once absorbed, signified a bond of affection. The inexplicable trust that blossomed in Su Tong's heart was not without reason. A white serpent would never harm a female imbued with its scent. Thus, the fragrance served as an automatic reminder that Si Ming posed no threat to her, that it was, in essence, a covenant forged by the serpent's essence. Come with me, will you? Si Ming extended his hand towards Su Tong. The wavering resolve in her heart crystallized at the words, come with me. I will not accompany you. My home is on the grasslands. She would not abandon Achu and Dongfang. Su Tong pressed herself against Achu. Resolutely, Si Ming's brow furrowed slightly as he cast a glance at Achu. The softness in his gaze vanished, replaced by hostility. His dismay. His little treasure had fallen for the Wolf King. How else could a female resist the allure of the serpentine scent? It seemed he must act swiftly. Achu's intrusion into the dark forest today provided a legitimate opportunity for him to launch an assault on the grasslands. Si Ming withdrew his gaze, casting a gentle glance at Su Tong. Regardless of the cost, he must possess the little female. Reluctantly, Si Ming turned to leave, but Achu leaped forth, claws striking Si Ming's form, his sharp nails slicing through Si Ming's robe. Instantly, 3 crimson gashes appeared on Si Ming's arm that Achu was taken aback. Why do you not resist? He had expected his strike to miss entirely. Si Ming, however, looked at Su Tong, pain evident in his eyes. I seek to atone to my dear for the sins of those 2 serpents. Su Tong's heart quivered, as if struck by an unseen force. Si Ming's cold gaze fell upon Achu. Do you think I cannot defeat you? In a one-on-one, you are no match for me, foolish grassland wolf. Our serpent clan has never relied on brute force. Even if the white tiger were here, it would still pay respect to me, the serpent lord. The serpent clan, once the pinnacle of civilization, shared an enigmatic bond with the divine maidens of ages past. Under the influence of these maidens, the serpent clan's behavior and way of life have evolved to be more aligned with advanced human civilization, thus rendering their collective strength superior. Alas, due to a lack of exceptional serpent females, the quality among the clan members varied greatly, with most serpents being grotesque in appearance. Upon seeing the wounds on Si Ming's arm, Su Tong felt an unbearable pang of pain in her heart. She clutched her chest and sank to the ground. My dear, Tong Tong. Both Si Ming and Achu rushed towards her. Achu's tail was poised to strike Si Ming, yet Si Ming grasped Achu's tail firmly. Do not go too far. Stop arguing. It hurts so much. Su Tong clutched her chest, her brow furrowed, her small face turning pale. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Tong's cheeks as she gazed sorrowfully at Si Ming. Your arm hurts. Doesn't it? Achu looked on in confusion. Was Tong Tong feeling sympathy for Si Ming? Si Ming pulled his robe around his arm to conceal the wounds. It's nothing. What about you? Does the bruise on your body hurt? Su Tong sobbed uncontrollably. What is happening to me? Si Ming's eyes glistened with moisture, filled with tenderness. Because I am in pain, your heart aches as well. Why? Su Tong could not comprehend this instinctual reaction. This was only their second meeting. Because you carry his serpentine essence within you. Achu nudged Su Tong with his head, separating her from Si Ming. Serpentine essence. Su Tong was utterly bewildered. What was this serpentine essence? In the next moment, Achu swiped at Si Ming, aiming for his neck. But this time, Si Ming evaded. What are you doing? He feared that if he did not dodge, any further injury would only deepen the sorrow of his little treasure. Achu glared fiercely at Si Ming. How dare you leave your serpentine essence within Tong Tong? Why must her feelings be controlled by you? Because I love her, Si Ming replied resolutely. A fierce determination shone in Si Ming's eyes, a chilling resolve escaping his throat. Thus, I must claim her. Achu bared his fangs, roaring angrily at Si Ming. You shall not. Tong Tong already has a partner. I am Tong Tong's partner. You, Si Ming scoffed, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. Huh. If I kill you, then Tong Tong will no longer have a partner. No sooner had Si Ming spoken than he transformed into a massive white serpent. His blood-red tongue flicked out, causing Su Tong to forget to breathe. The very sight of a serpent was her greatest fear. Arno lunged forward, but Achu growled lowly, halting him. This was his duel with Si Ming, a contest for the little female. Other males were not permitted to interfere, but Achu opened his maw wide, unhesitatingly aiming to bite Si Ming. Yet Si Ming's body recoiled, easily evading in the next moment. Si Ming's powerful tail swept across the ground, ensnaring Achu's forepaw. But Achu reacted swiftly, using his other paw to fiercely grasp Si Ming's tail. However, the silvery scales of Si Ming's serpentine hide acted like armor, protecting his flesh. Achu clawed and bit with all his might, finally tearing off several of Si Ming's scales, but in doing so, his own claws were bloodied by the hard scales. The two males entangled in a fierce struggle, neither yielding. Arno kept a watchful eye on Su Tong, ensuring she remained at a safe distance from the ferocious battle. Tong Tong. Dong Fong's anxious call echoed from behind. Alongside Dong Fong came a pack of wolves, having transformed back into their wolf forms. The sight of over 20 grassland wolves racing towards them left Su Tong in awe. Ignoring his own injuries, Dong Fong rushed forward with the pack, the first thing he did being to embrace Su Tong. "Are you all right?" "I am fine, but Achu and the others are fighting." Su Tong had expected the wolf pack to intervene against Si Ming, yet they halted at a distance, making no move. Dong Fong noticed Su Tong's confusion and, while comforting her with gentle pats on the back, explained, "In the pursuit of a female, males must duel. No other males may participate. This is the law of this world." But Su Tong's brow furrowed in anxiety, her ability to articulate her thoughts slipping away. She witnessed Si Ming coiling around Achu while Achu bit at Si Ming's serpentine body. The two males were locked in an intense struggle. In that moment, Su Tong could not distinguish whose blood stained their forms. No. Su Tong cried out, her heart wrenching at the sight of Achu's fur soaked in blood. Si Ming tightened his serpentine body, constricting Achu's ribs. Achu. Su Tong had witnessed the lethal constriction of a python. Given Si Ming's size, his suffocating embrace could easily render Achu unconscious. "You mustn't." Dong Fong grasped Su Tong's arm. "Tong Tong. This is their duel. You cannot intervene." It is the rule. Achu felt a rib fracture beneath the pressure, the space for his lungs to expand gradually diminishing. Dong Fong clenched his fists, worry etched across his features as he gazed at Achu. The Serpent Lord's deadly constriction was exceedingly formidable. Only the Wolf King Achu could withstand it for so long. Achu. Su Tong watched as Achu's eyes began to glaze over from lack of oxygen. Tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Achu's breaths grew shallow, his consciousness fading. Yet within his brown eyes, he could still see Su Tong's radiant smile. Her clear, lake-like eyes, fluttering lashes, and dimpled sweet smile were the light of his life. Suddenly, Achu's gaze sharpened. No, he could not lose. He must triumph over Si Ming. He would become an unshakable partner by Su Tong's side, as everyone assumed that Achu was at a disadvantage. Si Ming suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry towards the heavens. In that fleeting moment, Achu summoned every ounce of strength within, seizing the opportunity to turn around, and sank his teeth into Si Ming's unprotected belly. His fangs embedded themselves into Si Ming's flesh in an instant. Su Tong, witnessing the bloody scene unfold before her, trembled uncontrollably. Her mother had warned her sternly never to let the tribes turn against each other because of her. Yet, if Si Ming were to perish from Achu's bite, how could the Serpent Clan possibly spare the Wolf Clan? Such an event would inevitably lead to tribal conflicts, plunging the beast world into catastrophic turmoil. She did not wish to become the catalyst for its destruction. As Su Tong broke free from Dong Fong's embrace and rushed toward the two males, one hand attempted to pry Achu's jaws apart, while the other sought to pry Si Ming away from Achu. "Stop! Hands off! You both must cease!" Su Tong exerted herself to separate the two males. Upon seeing Su Tong approach, Achu, fearing that his teeth might injure her, was the first to release his grip, and Si Ming followed suit. The two males were thus parted. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in Si Ming's belly, staining the earth a deep crimson. As Achu caught the pungent scent of Si Ming's blood, he suddenly lost all reason, roaring fiercely as he prepared to attack once more. Su Tong leaped in front of Achu, wrapping her arms around his neck and shouting at Si Ming behind her. "Hurry and leave." Si Ming, struggling to maintain his form, transformed back into human shape while clutching his abdomen, his white robe already drenched in deep red. If he did not revert to human form to cover the wound, he would succumb to excessive blood loss before even reaching Snake Mountain. As Su Tong cast a glance at Si Ming's retreating figure. Why did Si Ming still wear his robe when he transformed back into human form? But now was not the time for Su Tong to ponder this. She urged the wolf pack to revert to human form and carry the incapacitated Achu back to the cave. Achu's ribs had already fractured, and any further movement could lead to additional injury. Gazing at Achu, who lay in the cave, bloodied and utterly weak, Su Tong's heart raced with panic, without medical supplies. How could she possibly mend Achu's broken bones? I will take care of it. Dong Fong gently pushed Su Tong aside, his brow furrowed. As Su Tong gasped, "Can you treat fractures?" Dong Fong nodded. "Yes. But will be immensely painful for Achu, excruciatingly so." Excruciating? Upon hearing that Achu would endure such pain, Su Tong's heart tightened. Dong Fong looked at Achu, still in wolf form, and softly caressed his chest. "Pushing the broken bones back into place with your hands will hurt more than the break itself. There is no other option." As Su Tong took a deep breath, stifling her tears, removed the wolf pelt, folded a corner into a small square, then pried Achu's jaws open to place the small square into his mouth. "Achu, if it hurts, bite down on this wolf pelt. It may ease your suffering." Achu nodded slightly. This moment, he was utterly drained, lacking the strength to respond to Su Tong. "Achu, I will stay by your side. You must hold on." As Su Tong wiped away her tears and grasped Achu's injured forepaw, casting a determined glance at Dong Fong. "Let us begin." For Achu's sake, she could not cry. Nor could she succumb to fear. She had to be strong. Although she could not assist in any practical way, she could serve as Achu's pillar of support. At Changming Mountain, within the main cave halfway up the slope, Si Ming lay beneath a thick layer of herbal poultice, surrounded by a group of green snakes. They continuously secreted mucus from their mouths, coating Si Ming's wounds in a bid to form a protective membrane to staunch the bleeding. Si Ming lay on a marble surface, his expression devoid of emotion, as if the injury were not his own. He closed his eyes, recalling Su Tong's tearful plea for him to flee. In a duel, no male could escape his fatal strangulation. Yet he had never anticipated losing to Achu in single combat. He had underestimated Achu's perseverance and the determination to win over the little female. Had it not been for the little female's intervention, he would have surely been torn to shreds by Achu. After toiling for some time, the green snakes observed the formation of the membrane and the reduction of blood loss, each flicking their tongues in expressions of joy. Through their relentless efforts, the bleeding of the serpent lord had finally been controlled. Just then, Si Ming suddenly opened his eyes wide and tore away the herbal poultice covering him. The mucus connecting the poultice ruptured, and blood gushed forth from his abdominal wound once again. The green snakes were left speechless. Had all their labor been in vain? Si Ming sat up, gazing at the wound on his belly, and pressed down hard with his hand. In the next moment, the gash widened further, blood spurting out in torrents. "Serpent Lord!" The green snakes looked on in horror at Si Ming's actions. Had the Serpent Lord gone mad? Si Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk, his eyes dark and menacing. His silver hair cascaded down his shoulders, the tips stained with blood, dripping steadily to the ground. His jawline, sharp as a blade, was splattered with blood, making Si Ming appear as a demon risen from the depths of hell. Only through greater pain could he fully etch today's humiliation into his memory. This would only strengthen his resolve to reclaim the little female. The little female's mate could only be him, and him alone. "Issue my command. All Serpent clan members, converge at the Black Forest. Before the sun sets tomorrow, the tunnel must be excavated for my being." Faced with the bloodied, fearsome Si Ming, the green snakes dared not utter a word, merely responding in unison. Yes, on the grassland, within the cave, Achu's bone realignment was successfully completed, yet Dong Fong's expression remained grave. His mind troubled. If the contention between just two males was this brutal, what would the future hold? Dong Fong glanced at Su Tong, who was tending to Achu. The price that males would pay to compete for a female was unfathomable. Most importantly, Si Ming, as the only white giant python in the beast world, was known as the divine serpent with a history of miraculous feats. His personality was notoriously obstinate and proud. While Achu, and he might accept that the little goddess could have multiple beast husbands, Ming would likely not be so accommodating. He was an anomaly. Now, the only way to maintain control over the situation was to have the little goddess mediate. Otherwise, Ming would stop at nothing to annihilate the wolf clan. However, Dongfang did not foresee that the desire to destroy the wolf clan was not solely Ming's ambition. At the foot of Lion-Tiger Mountain, beneath a tangle of vine flowers, a clearing was formed by intertwining trees, at the center of which stood a massive spotted rock. What? A male with silver tousled hair stood in the clearing, gazing in astonishment at the tiger before him. A human female? Are you certain? The tiger nodded fervently, its eyes wide with excitement. Indeed, my lord. She is breathtaking, so petite, radiating a luminescence akin to the moon in the sky, far more beautiful than the female tigers on our mountain. The divine goddess had descended upon the wolf clan's territory, and the silver-haired male's peach blossom eyes glimmered with profound meaning. Have they discovered you? The silver-haired male glanced sidelong at the tiger. The tiger tucked its tail and shrank its neck, nodding cautiously. Hao Yun, when will you cease to be so foolish? The silver-haired male bellowed in frustration. Hao Yun felt as if his eardrums might shatter. Truly, the roar of the white tiger king was unlike any other. Even a mere casual shout unsettled Hao Yun. Just then, an odd voice echoed. Oh dear, why is Hao Yan roaring again? It frightens me. Hao Yan's lips twitched in annoyance. Why was this female tiger back again? He quickly ducked behind the central rock, attempting to conceal himself. Upon hearing the female tiger's voice, Hao Yun shrank his neck even further. The female tiger, Hao Yu, glared at the cowering Hao Yun. Have you angered the Lord again? Hao Yun glanced at Hao Yu, merely casting a fleeting glance, yet felt as though he might suffocate. The sheer size of Hao Yu's form made him feel as though his eyes could scarcely accommodate her presence. He estimated that the combined size of the two male tigers might equal that of a single Hao Yu. Why are you looking at me? Hao Yu playfully shoved Hao Yun, her thick lips pouting. Are you trying to entice me again? As the push from Hao Yue proved too much for Hao Yun, he fell directly to the ground. Hao Yue glanced at Hao Yun with disdain, remarking, Look at you, so easily captivated by me. I advise you to refrain from harboring any lustful thoughts. I am, after all, the Lord's should you gaze upon me once more. Beware the Lord's wrath concealed behind the rocks. Hao Yun's eyes flickered with a hint of terror. Though they, the lion-tiger kin, exuded confidence, surely no tiger could be as audacious as Hao Yue. Indeed, you are the Lord's. Hao Yun quickly scrambled to his feet, tail tucked, and fled. Lord, I'm leaving now. Return, Hao Yun commanded from his hiding place. Yet, Hao Yun seemed oblivious, vanishing in an instant. Upon hearing Hao Yun's voice, Hao Yue adjusted her coarse voice and swayed her towering shoulders. Are you flirting with Ye again, Lord? No need to hide. Ye has heard everything. Thud! Not far behind a tree, two guard tigers collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Observing this, Hao Yun couldn't help but facepalm. This was not the first time he had witnessed the tigers being rendered senseless by Hao Yue's antics. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind that if they were to confront the wolf clan, sending Hao Yue to nauseate them first, incapacitating most of their wolves, would be a brilliant strategy. After all, as the sole female of the Lion-Tiger Mountain, Hao Yue had little purpose beyond consumption. Lord, Hao Yue again elevated her voice as she approached Hao Yun. Reluctantly, he stepped out from behind the rock. Stay put. Speak your mind from there. Hao Yue halted 3 meters away, prodding her plump cheek with her stout finger. Let Ye come closer. I fear you won't hear me. Speak to me properly. Hao Yun suppressed the bile rising in his throat and shot a furious glare at Hao Yue. Your voice could shake the mountains. I am not deaf. Oh, Hao Yue reverted to her robust tone. Those greedy old tigers hoard all the food. Hao Yun chuckled bitterly. Hoarding? Hao Yue, as the only female of our tiger clan, all the males will share more than half of their catch with you. He scrutinized her figure. Just look at yourself. Do you really need more food? Spare them a few pieces, will you? Hao Yun genuinely feared provoking Hao Yue, dreading her excitement could lead to an unrestrained pounce upon him. Even as the White Tiger King, he could not withstand such a tackle. If I don't eat, what else am I to do? Haoyue stamped her foot in frustration, causing the ground to tremble. With an earnest gaze, she implored Haoyin, "How about I bear cubs for the tiger clan?" Haoyin's faint smile vanished, his expression turning rigid, cub-bearing. After all these years, if all the tigers in the mountains were willing to mate with Haoyin, our clan's numbers would have surpassed the others long ago. After all, tiger cubs are naturally robust and easy to rear. Yet, what happened? Upon seeing Haoyue's size, no one wished to be her mate. How about this? Go seek the Lion King, but he is the last male of his clan, and his desire for procreation is far more urgent than ours. As he spoke, he began to circle, maintaining a 3-meter radius. Preparing to retreat, Haoyue stamped her foot again. Junyi has sequestered himself atop the mountain. He never sees me. Haoyin, still moving backward, replied, then asked Haoyin for help, and say it is my command. Go. With that, he turned and quickened his pace, shouting at the 2 unconscious tigers on the ground. Get up, stop feigning death, and block that chubby girl. I have matters to attend to at Changming Mountain. The 2 tigers, receiving their orders, immediately stood. Yes. Following this, Haoyin swiftly vanished into the jungle Changming Mountain. Haoyin followed the proper protocol to arrive at a cave halfway up the slope. Injured, Haoyin frowned, assessing Siming, who was leaning against the marble seat. Siming had donned a clean robe and was resting with his eyes closed. Yet, the overwhelming scent of blood and Siming's pale lips made Haoyin acutely aware that he was not merely injured, but gravely so. Surprised, Haoyin pondered who possessed the capability to wound Siming. Speak. What is the matter? Siming, growing impatient, hardly bothered to open his eyes. Haoyin, eschewing any preamble, stated directly, I intend to infiltrate the wolf clan to seize a human female. I require your assistance. Siming slowly opened his eyes, his expression chilling. How did you come to know? He had initially planned to ally with the Lion Tiger clan, but now, Haoyin was already aware of the little goddess's existence, and his intentions were far from innocent. This partner was rendered obsolete. Haoyin's brow furrowed slightly. Siming's words implied. You know as well? Haoyin countered. Siming remained silent. Standing tall, Haoyin continued earnestly. You must be aware of the Wolf King Achu's incursion into the Black Forest. I sent a male to gather intelligence, and he inadvertently encountered this human female. Siming appeared contemplative, so his little treasure's claims of encountering a tiger were not mere illusions. That a smirk of disdain graced Siming's lips as he scoffed. The wolf clan truly is inept. Any male can wander into their territory. Haoyin, hands clasped behind his back, adopted a haughty demeanor. Now that we have regained our human forms and a human female has appeared. Leveraging Achu's intrusion into the Black Forest, I aim to seize this human female to facilitate procreation. Siming's eyes gradually darkened with malice. Do you think you are worthy? You, a mere white bug, dare speak. Haoyin's temper flared, golden eyes igniting with fury. Now that Siming was gravely injured and vulnerable, he could easily end Siming's life. Yet considering the need for a united front against the Wolf Clan, he held back. You should be grateful. Haoyin glared at Siming. Today, I spare your life. You remain as narcissistic as ever. Siming initially chuckled before coldly addressing Haoyin. She is not a tool for your procreation. My little treasure is to be cherished. Not an object for your filthy kind to breed with. From Siming's earnest gaze, Haoyin sensed his attitude and emotions. Have you met her? You not only met her, but you have fallen for her? Ah, Haoyin mocked, such lack of ambition. You, the esteemed serpent lord, have developed feelings for a human female. Female. Haoyin's tone dripped with disdain, merely the vessel for our reproduction. After scrutinizing Siming's pallid visage, he pondered, you weren't beaten to this state by Achu. Were you? If you're uninjured, be gone. Siming cast a cold glance at Haoyin. Shutting his eyes once more, he had nothing to discuss with this dim-witted narcissist. Haoyin huffed. Siming, to be so injured over a female? You have truly lingered too long in the serpent's den. Even your thoughts are sluggish. Siming half raised his gaze, regarding Haoyin with pity and sympathy. Remember your countenance today. What do you mean? Haoyin felt perplexed by Siming's words and gaze. Siming closed his eyes again, leave, that if Hao-Yin merely sought to exploit the little goddess, it would pose no threat. However, Simon had a foreboding sense that Hao-Yin would become the next Achu, a formidable rival in vying for the little goddess. Hao-Yin gave a soft scoff, returning Simon's gaze with a semblance of sympathy. Rest assured, I shall not divulge any embarrassing tales about you. Focus on your recovery. As the words fell, Hao-Yin, filled with disdain for Simon, turned and departed. Hao-Yin would never sacrifice the dignity of a leader for the sake of a mere breeding tool. Were it not for his desire to find a suitable female to bear offspring and thus preserve the bloodline of the white tiger, he would not waste his effort or instigate tribal warfare for a female, nor would he harm his own esteemed body for her. If it were not for the fact that Hao-Yue was simply too unpalatable for him to approach, he would not have resorted to seizing a human female for procreation. And on his journey home, Hao-Yin contemplated the current situation. Simon had sustained grave injuries, and the Wolf King must also be in dire straits. Although the timing for an attack was auspicious, it lacked a sense of righteousness. As the leader of the Lion Tiger clan, the dignity of the White Tiger forbade him from engaging in such opportunistic tactics during the beast's misfortune. If a battle were to ensue, it must be conducted fairly. Thus, Hao-Yin resolved to postpone any offensive until both Simon and the Wolf King had fully recovered at Su Tong tore off a small piece of roasted meat and offered it to Achu. The meat in her hand was deer meat, specially roasted without seasoning for Achu. Having been injured, he needed to replenish protein to aid in his recovery. Therefore, she had instructed Arno and the others to hunt another deer for Achu, which she personally roasted and brought over. Lying on the meadow, Achu mimicked Su Tong and opened his mouth. Today's deer meat was exceptionally fragrant. Dong Fong Bai, squatting nearby, rolled his eyes to the back of his head. It's your ribs that are injured, not your mouth or hands. Can't you feed yourself? This foul wolf had not only taken away his sleeping spot on the meadow, but, due to his more severe injuries, had also usurped the special attention of the little female. It truly infuriated the squirrel. Why not let Su Tong feed you a bite? Achu glanced at Dongfang, feigning a sympathetic smile. All right, you don't eat meat, so that's not possible. Dongfang shot a sidelong glare at Achu, barely restraining his hands, which were itching to pummel Achu's ribs. Ation swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked at Dongfang with a regretful expression. Ah, great priest, you herbivorous beasts really have it tough. This meat roasted by the little goddess is simply... Ation furrowed his brow for a long time, unable to find the right words, and nudged Arno beside him. What was it again? What did you just say? Arno bit off a piece of meat, chewing as he mumbled, absolute meat. Exactly. Ation raised a finger. Absolute meat. Upon hearing this, Su Tong turned back to Ation. Her expression puzzled. What is absolute meat? She had truly never heard of this term, but Ation paused for a moment and nudged the meat-eating Arno. What is absolute meat? Dongfang rolled his eyes dramatically. If you don't know, why are you even talking? Just gnaw on your bones. Don't choke. Arno, still chewing, took another bite of the deer hoof. It's meat that you've never eaten before, but is incredibly delicious. Su Tong covered her mouth and stifled a laugh. Such a term exists? Ation pointed at Arno and chuckled foolishly. Arno came up with it himself. Wow. Dongfang approached Arno, extending 3 fingers to poke the top of his head. Even wolf cubs are creating new words now. Impressive. Arno glanced up at Dongfang. Are you envious that we have meat to eat? Dongfang surveyed the pack of wolves devouring meat and made a dismissive expression. It's just meat. I'm not envious. I have nuts. Achu chuckled. Yeah, right. Dongfang, Su Tong set down the deer meat in her hand and looked at him. Dongfang smiled indulgently. What's the matter? Su Tong pointed to the pile of fruits on a nearby stone. Once my hawthorn and raisins are dried, you'll be the first to taste them. Sounds good. Dongfang's earlier disappointment vanished as he cast a provocative glance at Achu. The first one, mind you, Achu shot a sidelong glance at Dongfang, deciding not to quibble much with him, considering Dongfang had sustained serious injury for the sake of the little goddess. Does the little goddess still have roasted meat? Achu approached her, licking his lips and burping. Dongfang cast a disdainful sideways glance at Achu. How much have you eaten? Are you still hungry? Look at your belly. Achu wiped the meat residue from his mouth, savoring the taste. But it's really, truly delicious. Su Tong looked sternly at Achu. You can't eat anymore. You just recovered from a parasitic infection in your stomach, and it's still healing. Eating too much now will lead to indigestion. All right. Achu rubbed his belly, gazing longingly at the roasted meat in the hands of the other male wolves. Fine, finish eating, and then go rest. Achu signaled to Arno, indicating for him to lead the way out of the cave. Arno stood up, waving the bone in his hand. We're leaving. It's nightfall, and everyone is full. Time to rest. Those on night watch, hurry to your designated spots. Don't think that just because you're full, you can skip your duty. The frequency of outside tribes sneaking into the grassland had increased alarmingly. The wolf clan must bolster their defenses to prevent the little goddess from being abducted due to negligence. The serpent tribe could be excused, as they were naturally inclined to burrow, making them hard to detect. However, the presence of such large males from the lion-tiger clan on the grassland was inexplicable to prevent the wolf clan from being ambushed by other tribes. Male wolves must increase their numbers on the borders, maintaining vigilant watch day and night. Seeing the wolf pack leave under Arno's lead, Achu patted the meadow beneath him, shedding his earlier stern demeanor, and gently asked Su Tong, Tong Tong, sleep with me tonight. Before Su Tong could respond, Tong Tong pulled her arm and addressed Achu. Enough, you're injured. What if Tong Tong rolls over and accidentally lands on you? That would be terrible. So, Tong Tong gently pinched Su Tong's cheek. Little Tong Tong should sleep with me instead. Due to the issues involving Siming and the tiger, Su Tong had reluctantly agreed to the suggestion of being accompanied at night for safety while roasting meat. However, earlier, everyone had been too preoccupied with eating to determine whether to choose Tong Tong or Achu to spend the night with Su Tong. Now that it was time to sleep, Su Tong naturally needed to make a clear choice. But looking at the two males before her, she found herself at a loss. As Su Tong contemplated her decision, Achu and Tong Tong began to argue that Achu strongly opposed Tong Tong's previous assertion, bombarding him with questions. Aren't you injured? Aren't you afraid of being pressed? Why let Tong Tong sleep with you? Tong Tong, seemingly anticipating Achu's objections, spread his hands and raised an eyebrow, responding, It's simple. My injuries aren't as serious as yours. Besides, I don't have broken ribs or anything, just some minor scrapes that I truly don't mind being pressed. Press away. Tong Tong shook his head, looking somewhat smugly at Achu. You've already enjoyed the little female feeding you meat. Now it's my turn. You come here. Achu stared expressionlessly at Tong Tong, beckoning him with a calm demeanor. However, Tong Tong sensed danger and instinctively took a step back, hiding behind Su Tong. What do you want? Nothing, just a little whisper. Achu maintained his placid expression, giving no indication of any ulterior motives. Tong Tong, being a herbivore by nature, possessed an acute sensitivity to danger. At that moment, his instinct screamed, Do not approach. Achu absolutely had a scheme, a grand scheme, one that could lead to a blow to the back of his head. Tong Tong's wariness peaked as he glared at Achu. I have no secret to share with you. If you have something to say, say it in front of Tong Tong. Don't think you can get close to this priest. Achu's gaze grew increasingly colder as he regarded Tong Tong. Not coming over. Not coming over. Tong Tong raised his head and amplified his voice, bolstering his courage. Upon hearing this, Achu immediately supported himself on the wall, preparing to rise. Don't move. Su Tong, her expression tense, rushed over to restrain Achu. You mustn't move. You strain your wounds. Su Tong turned to Tong Tong, clearly unaware of Achu's intentions towards him, and gently said, Tong Tong, why don't you come over instead? In the next moment, a barely perceptible smile graced Achu's lips. He knew that Tong Tong could not bear to let him rise to his feet. Tong Tong's brows knitted together in reluctance, his expression reflecting his unwillingness. He truly did not wish to approach Achu. Yet he could not refuse the request of the little goddess. With hesitant steps, Tong Tong shuffled closer, his eyes betraying a hint of fear as he looked at Achu. Go on. Achu tapped on the grass, his voice cold as he commanded, Come a little closer. Tong Tong rolled his eyes in exasperation and took a half step forward, impatiently shouting at Achu, Speak, speak, speak. Hurry up. Is this close enough? Do you want me to lie on top of you? No sooner had Tong Tong's words left his mouth than Achu suddenly raised his hand, seizing Tong Tong's wrist. Startled, Tong Tong fell to the ground, screaming, What are you doing? Tong Tong, help. Su Tong immediately covered Achu's hand, asking Achu, What are you doing? Achu fixed his gaze on Tong Tong, responding deliberately, I plan to make him just like me. What do you mean? Su Tong failed to grasp Achu's intention. However, Dong Feng quickly caught on, frantically flailing his arms. Ah, let go! Let go! I don't want to break any bones. It dawned on him that Achu intended to break his own bones as well. This way, he would have no reason to compete for the opportunity to sleep together. But as a small squirrel, his bones were already fragile. If they broke, it would take a long time to heal. How many chances to cozy up with the little goddess would he lose? He absolutely refused. Tong Tong. He is going to crush my arm. Dong Feng struggled desperately to free himself from Achu's grip, kicking his legs in vain. Yet his arm remained firmly within Achu's hold. No. Su Tong noticed Achu's tightening grip and quickly intervened. Achu, you can't do that. Achu ceased his forceful grip, feigning innocence as he replied, why not? It's a fair competition. If we both break our bones, you'll be free to choose without any worries. Su Tong was taken aback by Achu's line of reasoning. So Achu's intention to dislocate Dong Feng's arm was merely for the sake of fairness. With unwavering confidence, Achu looked at Dong Feng, asserting, Tong Tong will definitely choose me. Upon hearing this, Dong Feng's competitive spirit ignited, and instead of continuing to struggle, he extended his arms, declaring, go ahead, break both of them. I want to see if Tong Tong will choose you. All right, Achu showed no intention of being courteous, extending his own hands in preparation. Dong Feng grasped Achu's other hand, clutching his own arm. Come on. Watching the two males, Su Tong furrowed her brows, thinking them childish. Suddenly, she stood up, mustering all her strength to shout, stop it right now. Both males turned their attention to Su Tong. Ew. She pointed a finger at Achu. Let go. Lie down. Achu, taken aback, released Dong Feng's hand and lay back down on the grass. Su Tong then pointed at Dong Feng. You, step back and divide the extra grass into two piles. Dong Feng obediently nodded and began to arrange the grass. Su Tong shot a stern look at both males, crossing her arms in a show of authority, trying her best to appear intimidating. Tonight, the three of us will sleep together. You two are not allowed to quarrel or harm each other over trivial matters. Do you understand? Respond loudly. Both Achu and Dong Feng nodded vigorously. Su Tong indicated three positions. I will sleep in the middle, and you two will take the sides. Achu was about to suggest that Su Tong sleep on the inside, but she interrupted him, gathering her share of grass and moving to her designated spot. That's how it is. No objections. With that, Su Tong wrapped herself snugly in her wolfskin, lay down, and closed her eyes. Time to sleep. Achu and Dong Feng exchanged glances, neither daring to voice any dissent. Achu pointed toward the nearby fire pit. Dong Feng understood and quietly approached, pulling out two sticks to extinguish the flames, placing them aside. This was a method Su Tong had taught him for putting out fires. Suddenly, the brightness of the cave vanished, leaving only the dying embers of the charred wood. Dong Feng fumbled around until he found his own grass. Lying down and closing his eyes, Su Tong peeked open one eye, letting out a breath of relief. Excellent. They had all lain down. Such obedient little ones. At last, the world fell silent. Content. Su Tong closed her eyes and turned on her back, preparing to meet the land of dreams. Yet, a flurry of questions suddenly invaded her thoughts, and without a second thought, she blurted out, what is snake fragrance? Why does Si Ming's robe automatically appear on him when it transforms from snake shape back to human form? Where did the tiger I saw in the forest come from? Will Si Ming die? Upon hearing Su Tong's barrage of questions, Achu and Dong Feng turned their gazes toward her. Achu answered the last question first. He won't die. I hadn't had the chance to be harsh with him before you intervened. The snake clan possesses strong recovery abilities and vitality. Dong Feng chimed in, addressing two of her inquiries. The tiger was sent by the Lion-Tiger Mountain to gather intelligence. As for Si Ming's robe, that's his snake skin, which is connected to his flesh at the waist. Thus, it remains intact every time he transforms, a unique characteristic of the snake clan. The Snake King. That is, Si Ming's snake skin can choose to shed or retain its form, while other snakes can only shed their skin during molting periods. Su Tong turned to Dong Feng, then back to Achu, asking, what about snake fragrance? What is it? Why do I feel like these two males are intentionally avoiding my first question? Why did I feel such heartache after Si Ming was injured today? What? Dong Feng thought he had misheard, quickly digging at his ear and asking, you felt heartache for him? Achu recalled that at that moment, Dong Fong had not yet arrived and thus missed the scene where Su Tong, under the influence of snake fragrance, had cried upon seeing Si Ming's wounds. "What?" Dong Fong exclaimed, suddenly sitting up. "The snake fragrance is still around, and it has that effect?" Achu glanced at Dong Fong, slightly surprised. "You didn't know? I thought you knew everything." So Su Tong slowly sat up. "You all know that I have snake fragrance in my body." Achu and Dong Fong nodded. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Su Tong looked at Dong Fong. Dong Fong stammered, casting a pleading glance at Achu. But Su Tong waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, you must have had my best interests at heart. The key issue now is, what exactly is this substance? Can it be removed?" Dong Fong suddenly recalled, "Tong Tong, check the heavenly book to see if there are any explanations about snake fragrance." "Right?" Su Tong straightened her upper body, rummaging around her waist for a while. "We have the heavenly book." After retrieving it, Su Tong said to Dong Fong, "Dong Fong, pass me that fire stick." Dong Fong quickly handed it over. Su Tong blew on the still glowing stick, and it ignited brilliantly once more. "Oh," Dong Fong gasped in surprise, his pupils widening. "Tong Tong, that's amazing. Here, take a tea." Su Tong handed the fire stick to Dong Fong. While Dong Fong marveled at the rekindled flame, Su Tong began searching for information regarding snake fragrance. Achu shifted slightly, craning his neck to glimpse the heavenly book, but after a considerable time, he understood nothing and lay back down. "I found it." Su Tong's clear, youthful voice rang out. Achu and Dong Fong perked up their ears, asking, "What does it say?" "I'll read it to you." As Su Tong cleared her throat, she began to read about snake fragrance, a gas formed from the condensed essence of the snake king, which solely affects females. Those chosen by the snake fragrance would share a profound connection with the snake king, allowing all of his emotions to be conveyed through this mystical essence. Su Tong's eyes were wide with astonishment, even finding it remarkable. The effect of the snake fragrance was akin to enabling two unrelated beings to share emotions, a feat modern technology could scarcely achieve. It was no wonder she felt such deep sympathy. After all, both the heart and body of Si Ming were in pain. Is there a way to break it? Achu was solely concerned with how to dispel the snake fragrance. Su Tong continued reading, but found no solution. Only her mother's notes. "Tong Tong, if you're chosen by the snake fragrance, do not resist or attempt to reject its influence, for it cannot be undone. It connects to your heart's veins. If you forcefully repel it, your body may suffer." Dong Fong covered his face and pressed his forehead down. "It's over." Achu appeared to have anticipated this, maintaining a calm expression. In truth, he had realized when he read about the snake fragrance earlier that perhaps such a phenomenon could never truly dissipate. However, Su Tong's attention was captured by the subsequent narrative, her voice continuing. "Tong Tong, my dear, Si Ming is quite an admirable male. The first generation of the snake clan once saved the life of the first goddess. And the relationship between the snake clan and us has always been intimate. There was even a leader of the snake clan who traversed into the human world." Dong Fong suddenly lifted his head. "The snake clan experienced such fortunate events? Thus, the civilization of the snake clan would be more readily accepted by her, and Si Ming's beliefs would align more closely with hers." Humph. Achu and Dong Fong simultaneously expressed their discontent. But when it came to Si Ming, Su Tong's pace slowed. He had endured a childhood filled with immense suffering. During that time, females in the beast world were not rare, and his father was notoriously cruel. With numerous wives and concubines, win the affection of a new lover, Si Ming's father ruthlessly killed his mother and perpetually abused Si Ming. The reason Si Ming possessed the only scales as hard as armor among the snakes was due to his father. In his youth, his scales were forcibly plucked away. Time and again, as they grew back, Si Ming was compelled to develop scales even tougher than those of other serpents. Yes, Su Tong reached this point. Her heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped, a wave of pain sweeping over her. Even Achu and Dong Fong fell silent. Achu recalled that during his duel with Si Ming earlier that day, he had injured his claws and inadvertently removed several of Si Ming's scales. It turned out that Si Ming's formidable exterior was forged through immense suffering. Dong Fong glanced at Su Tong by the firelight, his brows furrowing slightly, his tender lips pressed tightly together, his expression tinged with sadness. Dong Fong reached out his finger and pressed it gently against the furrow of Su Tong's brow. "It's all in the past." Si Ming has overcome it, so do not be too sorrowful. The last line remained unspoken by Su Tong. Tong Tong. Mother says something biased. Si Ming is worth your anticipation. She suppressed her emotions and flipped the page. There was nothing more. Only notes on the land classification of the beast world. Su Tong skimmed through the subsequent content, which discussed the types of land within various tribal domains, indicating which land were suitable for growing specific crops. For instance, an unmistakable note stated that the grassland was too barren to cultivate any crops, with the exception of a few fruit trees. Su Tong folded the edge of this page slightly as a marker, making it easier to reference when it came time for farming. The Achu expected Su Tong to say something, ready to listen. However, Su Tong set the tome aside, lay back on the grass, and softly said, "Extinguish the fire. Let us rest for now." That moment, she felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally, longing only for rest. All right. Seeing that Su Tong had little more to say, Dong Fong refrained from offering any further opinions, extinguishing the fire before lying back down. The cave was unusually quiet. In the darkness, Dong Fong gazed at Su Tong, and before long he unconsciously drifted into slumber. After an indeterminate time, Su Tong, in a light sleep, felt a pair of strong arms embrace her from behind. The familiar warmth made her instantly aware that it was Achu. Su Tong turned, wrapping her arms around Achu, resting her cheek against his arm. Achu gently kissed her forehead, whispering softly, "Do what you wish, whatever you desire. I shall always protect you." With those words, Achu endured the pain in his ribs and gently patted Su Tong's back. "Sleep now." In that moment, Su Tong's heart found complete tranquility. Perhaps Achu's thought processes and actions were not perfectly aligned with hers, but he was undoubtedly the one who could bring her the greatest sense of security. As dawn broke, Su Tong had yet to awaken, but even through her closed eyelids, she sensed something swaying in front of her. Su Tong rolled over instinctively, embracing the nearby form, mumbling sleepily, "Don't move. I'm tired." The form she held was none other than Dong Fong, who was now elated, his mouth stretching into a wide grin, silently taunting Achu. "See, Tong Tong wants to embrace me." Achu snorted coldly, his gaze diverted elsewhere. Had it not been for Su Tong's instructions against mistreating Dong Fong, he would have kicked him away, despite the pain. Last night, the little female had slept soundly in his arms. But to his dismay, Dong Fong, that troublesome squirrel, woke up early, immediately vying for the little female's affection. The two had pushed and shoved each other for quite some time, only for the little female to end up clutching Dong Fong instead. Achu shot a sidelong glance at Dong Fong, his anger surging as he observed Dong Fong's smug demeanor. Dong Fong held Su Tong tightly, a broad smile on his face, eyes closed, rubbing his cheek against Su Tong's head. Softly cooing, "Tong Tong, good girl, Tong Tong, good girl." That Achu furrowed his brows, fixating on Dong Fong's smiling face with displeasure, his grip on the grass tightening, as if it were Dong Fong's head. Just then, Achu, having transformed back into his wolf form, barged in, shouting loudly, "King, what are we eating today?" Su Tong jolted awake at Achu's booming voice, her eyes snapping open in alarm. "What is going on?" Dong Fong stroked Su Tong's head reassuringly. "It's nothing. Just go back to sleep." Upon realizing that it was Dong Fong holding her, Su Tong felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Dong Fong had not held her as often as Achu, and she was somewhat unaccustomed to it. Su Tong turned to glance at Achu behind her, only to meet his mournful brown eyes. She chuckled softly, finding Achu's jealousy quite endearing. "King, have you decided what to eat?" "It's time to hunt," Achu called out, even louder, heedless of his surroundings. "Tsk." Dong Fong turned his head, reprimanding Achu. "Eat, eat, eat. All you ever think about is food. Can't you see the little goddess is trying to sleep? Can't you see the little goddess is peacefully resting in the arms of the high priest?" Achu felt inexplicably wronged, lying flat on the ground, his head resting on his paws. "But it's time to hunt. They're all waiting. They sent me to ask what the king wants to eat, so we know what to hunt." Dong Fong rolled his eyes. "Silly Achu, can't you think of why they didn't come and chose you instead?" Achu's ears drooped. "Woo." Su Tong emerged from Dong Fong's embrace, rubbing her eyes. "It's all right, I should get up now." Seeing Su Tong rise from Dong Fong's hold, Achu's expression softened considerably. What does Tong Tong wish to eat? Deer? Sheep? Rabbit? Yet Dong Fong's countenance did not share the same brightness. He looked at his empty arms and tightly hugged himself, trying to grasp the last warmth of Su Tong. And what about rabbits? The moment Su Tong mentioned rabbits, her appetite surged out of Achu. Observing Su Tong's eager expression, felt a sense of unease. He simply could not imagine Su Tong gnawing on a rabbit. Would hunting rabbits be sufficient? Su Tong believed that the size of a rabbit was far too small. It would be a struggle to catch one, and it would likely not satiate the wolf pack. That Achu perked up his ears and raised his head. No worries. If the little goddess wishes to eat, I can catch one for her. Regardless, he is only capable of catching rabbits. He cannot capture any other prey. So, please procure one for me. Su Tong stood up, ran to Achu, and gently patted his head, saying, "Thank you." Achu lay down beside Su Tong, rolling from side to side, responding, "You're welcome." "Get up, Dong Fong," and Achu shouted in unison. Achu immediately sprang to his feet and turned to run, exclaiming, "I'll go hunting. I want lamb." Achu shouted back. This fellow, when asked what he wanted to eat, he even answered before he took off. Dong Fong shook his head as he watched Achu's retreating figure. With Achu's intellect, had it not been for your bringing him back, and the wolf pack accepting and protecting him, helping him hunt, he would have starved long ago. Achu glanced at Achu's silhouette. He is a fine creature, but has chosen the wrong pack. He would likely be much happier as a little calf or a lamb. A lamb, Dong Fong replied incredulously. With his personality, had he been a herbivore, he would have been devoured by carnivores long ago. Listening to their conversation, Su Tong gradually approached Dong Fong, reaching out to touch his hair. Isn't Achu a prairie wolf? Dong Fong naturally crouched down, shortening the distance between his head and Su Tong's hand. He is a descendant of gray wolves, likely a hybrid with some prairie wolf lineage. Achu found him while hunting. At that time, Achu could do nothing, not even catch a rabbit, and was so frightened upon seeing me that he was thinner than he is now after his illness. Small and frail, Su Tong plucked a strand of Dong Fong's hair and then opened the exchange space. He has been well cared for by you all, although his emaciated form has yet to recover. I can tell from the looseness of his skin that he must have been quite plump not long ago. Indeed, Dong Fong exclaimed, his eyes widening, gesturing. He could consume 2 deer this size all by himself. After eating, he would just lie there, if he isn't fat. Who is? Su Tong chuckled lightly. That is quite good. Her appreciation for the wolf clan had significantly increased. Approaching the exchange box, Dong Fong poked at the door. What shall we exchange today? Today we will exchange deworming medicine, along with a few packets of 5-spice seasoning and some medicinal plasters. Su Tong contemplated further and let us get some tooth powder as well. Dong Fong had seen the deworming medicine and seasoning, but was puzzled about the medicinal plasters and tooth powder. Were medicinal plasters and tooth powder? Su Tong placed Dong Fong's hair inside. The medicinal plaster can help reduce swelling on Achu's injury, and the tooth powder is for cleaning teeth. Maintaining dental health starts with brushing. Dong Fong touched his own teeth with his index finger. Cleaning teeth? Don't you just lick them clean? It's for me. Not for you. Su Tong closed her eyes to proceed with the exchange. Ding dong. Exchange completed. Su Tong first took out the tooth powder and poured it into her mouth. Dong Fong stared at the small packet of tooth powder in Su Tong's hand. Is it edible? Are you supposed to eat it while washing? Su Tong offered it to Dong Fong. Would you like to try? Just don't swallow it. You'll need to rinse with clean water afterward. Dong Fong nodded and, mimicking Achu from yesterday, opened his mouth and pointed at it. Su Tong stood on her tiptoes, pouring a little into Dong Fong's mouth. It's mint-flavored. If it feels uncomfortable, just spit it out. Dong Fong tentatively tasted it with his tongue, his eyes lighting up. So refreshing. Su Tong then took out the medicinal plaster, tearing off the membrane and applying it to Achu's fractured bone. However, Su Tong observed Achu's injured muscle, noting no signs of swelling. Her eyes filled with confusion. It seems there are no issues. Has he already healed? Is Achu's recovery ability truly this formidable? Dong Fong dismissed it. Didn't I mention before? That fellow fell from a cliff and stood up after a night's sleep. Su Tong approached Dong Fong, circling around him. Your injuries have all scabbed over as well. How remarkable. It seems everyone's recovery abilities are quite strong. Achu puffed out his chest and assessed. It should be fine now. Achu initially intended to rise, but upon sitting up, he felt a twinge of pain at the fracture as Su Tong hurriedly came over to help him lie down. After all, it's a fracture. You still need to rest properly. Back where we are, one must recuperate for at least 100 days after such injuries. Achu's eyes widened. 100 days? Wound tea that be moldy. I already feel discomfort after lying down for just a day, let alone 100. Good news. King, good news. A male wolf suddenly dashed in, completely naked. As Su Tong quickly turned around, Achu glared at the male. Where is your covering? The male immediately covered his private parts. I was just, with ye, so I didn't wear pants. As Su Tong's face turned crimson instantly. Dong Fong approached Su Tong from behind, pressing down on her ears. That Achu frowned. What are you doing running over like that? The male wolf excitedly clapped his hands. I just found out halfway through that a Yi is pregnant with little wolf cubs. What? Achu stood up, incredulous as he looked at the male. The male wolf proudly patted his chest. I'm going to be a father. Dong Fong's pupils contracted, releasing his grip on Su Tong's ears. Are you saying a female is pregnant? Upon hearing this, Su Tong abruptly turned her head. There are little wolf cubs? The male wolf, noticing Su Tong's gaze, hurriedly covered himself. Yes, yes. A Yi herself can hardly believe it, but she says she feels something in her belly. However, after so many years without seeing a pregnant female, neither a Yi nor I can be sure. Su Tong stepped aside, took a sip of water from a stone bowl, and spat out the tooth powder. Let us go. Take me to see. The wolf clan having offspring is a momentous occasion. The male wolf, still dazed, nodded. All right, come with me. Little divine maiden. Achu and Dong Fong exchanged knowing glances. The little female is quite proactive. Not even minding the naked male, Dong Fong slowly spoke. Have you noticed that Tong Tong has quite the aura of a leader? Achu silently nodded. I've noticed. Although the little female is delicate and soft, she can handle matters quite well at times, showing more concern for the wolf clan than he. The wolf king. Achu stood up with some discomfort. Let us go see. Su Tong followed the male wolf into a small cave, and upon entering, she saw a female who was bare-chested. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that this female shared her gender characteristics, just looking at her face, she might not have recognized her as female at all. Su Tong had no intention of disdain, but truly felt astonished, including her physique. Very robust, not in an overweight sense, but in a strong manner. A Ye's biceps appeared even more muscular than Dong Fong's. Su Tong instinctively raised her hand to greet. Hello. A Yi had long heard of the little divine maiden's tale and was not at all averse, smiling and nodding as Su Tong cautiously squatted beside a Yi. May I touch your wrist? A Yi readily extended her wrist towards Su Tong. Of course, Su Tong noted that a Ye's voice was similar to that of a Nuo and the others, all quite deep and resonant. Placing her fingers on a Ye's wrist, Su Tong remained still for a moment, her face lighting up. Indeed, you are pregnant. Fortunately, her previous curiosity about how to detect pregnancy through pulse reading led her to learn a bit of this skill from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. And now it came in handy. The sliding pulse indicates J-O-Y-A-T that moment. Achu and Dong Fong entered the cave. Dong Fong picked up the covering from the ground and tossed it to the previously naked male. Agu. Put this on. Agu immediately secured the covering around himself and embraced the Yi. We're going to have cubs. A Yi was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Yes, it is the little divine maiden who has brought us these cubs. Su Tong blinked her eyes and waved her hand, saying, I haven't done anything at all. Dong Fong took Su Tong's hand and gently ruffled her hair, remarking, Indeed, it's you. Previously, the females in our territory were unable to conceive wolf cubs. Achu added, Not only in our grassland, but the remaining females in other tribes also cannot bear offspring. Su Tong suddenly realized it turns out. Her crossing overcame with such a buff. Now that there are wolf cubs, we must exercise utmost caution. Su Tong's foremost concern was the survival of the wolf cubs. With winter approaching, it was likely they would be born during the coldest time, necessitating preparations for food and warmth in advance. Dong Fong wholeheartedly agreed with Su Tong's suggestion and turned to Achu, solemnly reminding him, This matter must remain confidential. No tribe in the beast world has ever birthed new cubs. The sudden emergence of wolf cubs in our clan will undoubtedly attract the attention of other tribes. Suddenly, Su Tong pondered a question. Now that the female wolves can give birth, does that imply that the females of other tribes can too? If that were the case, would she no longer be at risk of being taken by the powerful? Dong Feng shook his head, saying, there are hardly any females. Only our wolf clan has 2, the lion tiger clan has 1, and the snake clan has a hermaphrodite. Other tribes have none at all, and the merfolk of the EC seem to have 1 female, but I'm unsure if she is still alive. Su Tong felt a twinge of disappointment. All these females combined only amounted to 4, just the one from the lion tiger clan. Achu scoffed, more terrifying than a Yi. Ye's eyes widened suddenly, and she sprang to her feet, glaring at Achu. Achu realized he might have provoked someone he shouldn't have. In the beast world, where females are scarce and males are abundant, even the least favorable female holds a higher status than the average male. Although Achu was a king, still, Achu chuckled awkwardly. Yi, don't be angry. I was complimenting you. The only 2 females in our wolf clan are indeed more formidable than the males. One can take down a sheep, and with a single punch, they can fell a deer that I cannot afford to provoke them. Yi raised her fist, staring fiercely at Achu. Achu hurriedly covered his ribs. Yi, I'm injured. Yi stepped closer to Achu, her gaze menacing. Cough, cough. Achu cleared his throat twice, gesturing subtly towards Su Tong, and whispered to Yi, don't scare the little goddess. Unbeknownst to them, Su Tong had squatted in a corner, intently watching them with wide, curious eyes, her expression brimming with anticipation. Yi, go ahead and hit him. Su Tong mimicked a Yi, waving her fist. The 3 males and 1 female present fell silent upon witnessing Su Tong's reaction. Su Tong gazed at a Yi with sparkling eyes. It was indeed her first encounter with such a strong female, filling her heart with admiration. People tend to favor things they have never possessed. Yi suddenly felt a bit bashful, retracting her fist and lowering her head. Su Tong took off the wolf pelt she was wearing and draped it over Yi, saying, you wear this for now. I'll replace it with deer skin later. Don't mind what Achu said. We call this the beauty of strength. He doesn't understand. The oversized wolf pelt fit Yi perfectly. Yi glanced at the wolf pelt draped over her. Goddess, it's all right. I'm not afraid of the cold. It's not about keeping you warm. Su Tong's gaze fell on Yi's well-defined chest. It will be better to cover this up a bit. Yi looked down at her surging waves, tightening the wolf pelt, her dark complexion flushing red. I'm used to being bare around these males. I didn't pay it any mind, and oh worries. Since there haven't been any females to take care of you before, I will look after you from now on. Su Tong took Yi's hand and turned to Achu, asking, where is the other female? Achu glanced at Achu. Where is she? Among the wolf clan, only Achu had an insatiable desire to engage with these 2 females. The other males were mostly deterred by the appearance of the 2 females. Adhering to the principle that they could be brothers, but not partners, Ali went to gather branches. She said she would prepare meat for the little goddess later. Yi pointed toward the woods. Su Tong smiled at Yi. Let us go find her, and then we can bathe together. Upon entering the cave, Su Tong immediately noticed the poor sanitary conditions. As a girl, she needed to maintain cleanliness and hygiene. Otherwise, it would be easy to fall ill. Now that Yi was pregnant, hygiene was even more critical. Thus, she needed to take the 2 females to bathe. Bathe? Achu and Dongfang's eyes widened in disbelief. The little female wants to bathe? Does that mean she would have to be completely undressed? Dongfang unconsciously swallowed hard. The deer skin from yesterday should have dried by now. Dongfang, please bring it to me later. When Su Tong exchanged items earlier, she had attempted to add a needle and thread. Initially, she thought there wasn't enough space. Merely making a casual wish to her surprise, the exchange space actually accommodated her request, and she managed to get IT would be perfect for stitching the deer skin. Were you all going to bathe? Dongfang's ears turned red, and his tongue seemed to falter. Su Tong stomped her foot, declaring, to the cave with the jade stones. There's a natural hot spring where we can wash directly. Su Tong then turned to Achu. Could you please find a few stone bowls and bring them to Dongfang? All right. Achu appeared unfazed, as he had grown accustomed to seeing Yi. What about me? Achu pointed to himself. Shall I lend a hand? While he showed no interest in the other females. He was intrigued by the little goddess. Su Tong promptly replied, You can rest for now. When the other males return, just call them to roast the meat. Can I guard the door? Achu proposed again. Su Tong furrowed her brows, fixing a skeptical gaze on Achu. Are you trying to sneak a peek? Achu's face flushed instantly. I want to sneak a look. Achu instinctively licked his lips. But can I watch directly? Dong Fong cast a hopeful glance at Achu. If Achu could receive a positive response, could he not? Su Tong crossed her arms over her chest, stating firmly. No Yi immediately stepped in front of Su Tong, declaring, You, with me, a Yi present. Even if you're the Wolf King, you must not force the little goddess. Achu frowned, glancing at a Yi, who is forcing Tong Tong. I was merely making a request. A Yi turned her head and whispered to Su Tong, Little goddess, we females must sometimes learn to be fierce. MMHM. Su Tong nodded earnestly. A Yi patted her chest. Little goddess, let me demonstrate for you. You can learn from me. Okay. Su Tong rubbed her small hands together, brimming with eagerness and anticipation. A Yi raised her hands, curled her fingers, widened her eyes, and bared her slightly uneven teeth, glaring at Dongfang while letting out a fierce growl. Owo. Aye. Dongfang instinctively recoiled, quickly averting his gaze. He wasn't simply frightened by Ye's demeanor. It was a combination of shock and discomfort. A Yi's expression was fierce yet slightly comical, creating a feeling of both fear and unease. A Yi returned to her usual self, raising an eyebrow triumphantly at Su Tong. Did you see that? Little goddess, you try it too. Su Tong imitated a Ye's stance, raising her hands like claws, glaring at Dongfang while scrunching her little upturned nose and baring her teeth, deliberately lowering her childlike voice. Owo. A Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why did the same action yield such a different effect when performed by the little goddess? Dongfang wore an expression of almost being brought to tears by Su Tong's cuteness. Approaching her and cupping her small face with both hands, Tong Tong, how can you be so adorable? As he spoke, Dongfang pouted his lips, preparing to kiss Su Tong. Achu swiftly pressed down on Dongfang's face, pushing him away. Go away. As Su Tong observed that Dongfang was not startled by her presence, her brows slightly furrowed as she gazed at I with an expression of innocent distress. I apologize. I did not mean to act cute. I have been earnest in my studies. I patted Su Tong's shoulder reassuringly. It's quite all right, little goddess. I can see that you are putting in a great deal of effort. However, it may be that you lack this particular talent. Yet, there is no need for you to feel inferior. You possess your own strengths. Su Tong lifted her chin, revealing two charming dimples as she smiled. Thank you. You're truly kind. Come, let us find Ali. I took Su Tong's hand, leading her out. Meanwhile, the three males, having overheard the exchange between the two females, sensed something amiss, though it was unclear what that might be. Dongfang was the first to voice his confusion. Was I not just scolding the little goddess? Achu shook his head. No, Dongfang continued. So she told Tong Tong not to feel inferior? Achu nodded. Indeed. Dongfang furrowed his brow. Is Tong Tong upset? Achu shook his head again. No, Dongfang remarked with a hint of wonder. Just now, Tong Tong was expressing her heartfelt gratitude to I. Achu affirmed. Yes. How curious, Dongfang mused, stroking his chin as he observed the departing figures of the two females like a tea that moment. He found it difficult to discern whether it was I who lacked understanding or if it was Tong Tong who did. The two females appeared exceedingly sincere, devoid of any sarcasm or displeasure, instead discovering inexplicable virtues in one another, each unperturbed by their own shortcomings. Such was indeed a remarkable fate. Achu regarded I and Su Tong as they walked away. His brow furrowed. I had thought that only the males would compete for Tong Tong, yet now even the females wished to win her over to Indeed, Dongfang suddenly realized. I won't become attached to Tong Tong every day. Will she? Achu's tone carried a hint of concern. It's hard to say. Dongfang abruptly turned to Agu. Pay more attention from now on. Take care of your own partner, and do not let I cling to our Tong Tong. Understood? Agu quickly nodded. Understood. Go now. Find a bowl. Achu reminded him that Agu, not daring to delay, promptly went off in search of stone bowl. That Achu then turned his gaze back to Dongfang, inquiring softly with a rare gentleness. Dongfang, with all that deer hide, you should find it difficult to manage alone, correct? Dongfang shot a sidelong glance at Achu. What are you implying? In truth, Dong Fong already suspected Achu's intentions. After all, how heavy could a pile of deer hide be? This fellow simply wanted to accompany him to deliver gifts to the bathing little goddess. Achu began to speak. Before he could finish, Dong Fong interjected. All right, but I have a condition that I agree, Achu replied without hesitation. Dong Fong's lips curled into a sly smile. I shall share half of the deer hide with you. But Dong Fong leaned closer to Achu. I will deliver it first. After I finish, you can go. Did Tong Tong not mention that you should help with the meat roasting? If you go to deliver the deer hide first. Tong Tong might get upset, Achu nodded. You make a valid point. Naturally, as Tong Tong's partners, we should support one another. Dong Fong struggled to suppress his amusement, pretending to be as serious as Achu. Yet internally, he had already laughed at Achu several times. Silly wolf. This priest shall not grant you the opportunity to sneak a peek at the little female bathing. Dong Fong's expression turned earnest. Very well. I shall go prepare the deer hide. You can come find me shortly. All right, Achu accepted, believing him. Dong Fong turned to leave, adding, My condition is that you must not interfere when I kiss Tong Tong. The Wolf King's promises cannot be broken. Achu remained silent for a long moment before finally clicking his tongue. He had let his guard down. Yet, the chance to behold Tong Tong bathing seemed worth it. After Dong Fong finished sorting the deer hides, he brought the stone bowl that Achu had unearthed to the Jade Stone cave. Su Tong was activating the waterproof feature of the Jade Stone. She had observed previously that this Jade Stone had an outlet, allowing hot spring water to flow out, perfect for bathing, that if they were to dig a sizable pit here, it would be ideal for soaking. Tong Tong, Dong Fong called out, waving his hand from the cave entrance that Su Tong approached and took the deer hide from Dong Fong. Is this all? Dong Fong did not answer her directly, instead speaking to himself. You see, our wolf tribe's males have not been near females for many years. If you bathe here, some males might not be able to control themselves and may try to sneak a peek. You understand my meaning, right? Su Tong pondered for a moment before nodding. Dong Fong pointed to the wolf hide draped over eye. Thus, you shall use the wolf hide to cover the entrance of the cave. That way, you need not fear being watched. Su Tong smiled sweetly. I understand. You are so thoughtful. Such a good girl. Dong Fong patted Su Tong's head. I shall take my leave now. Subsequently, Su Tong conveyed Dong Fong's words to Ai and Ollie. Upon hearing this, both females were instantly incensed as proud members of the wolf tribe. How could they allow anyone to sneak a peek? It would be a disgrace to the prairie wolves. Ai and Ollie reached a consensus. Should any males dare to spy, they would certainly give them a taste of their wrath. Su Tong glanced at Ali's robust arms, similar to ice, and swallowed hard. She hoped all wolf males would act with decorum. Otherwise, they would have to face the consequences. The three females hung the wolf hide at the entrance. Conveniently, there was a protrusion above the cave entrance where stones could be used to weigh down the wolf hide, forming a curtain. This not only concealed the entrance, but also helped block the wind. Su Tong activated the waterproof switch, and warm spring water flowed forth from the jade stone. Ollie reached out, her face alight with delight. How warm! I have never bathed in such warm water before. Just then, I heard footsteps approaching the cave. Shoo! Ollie and Su Tong held their breath, gazing toward the entrance. I silently signaled for Ollie to fetch some spring water with the stone bowl. The two females then positioned themselves at either side of the cave entrance, holding bowls brimming with warm spring water. Suddenly, a finger lifted the edge of the wolf hide curtain. Tong! I swiftly threw back the wolf hide and, together with Ollie, splashed the contents of their bowls onto the face of the male outside. That will teach you to spy on the little goddess while she bathes. Before Ollie could finish her retort, she abruptly fell silent upon recognizing the intruder. Oh, Wong, what brings you here? Achu! Su Tong exclaimed, rushing forward to wipe the water droplet from Achu's face with her arm. What are you doing here? We thought it was some ill-intentioned male. Achu felt as though the two bowls of warm spring water had slapped him soundly across the face. He glanced at Ai and Ollie. Nice strength you have there. Ai and Ollie lowered their heads, too embarrassed to speak. Achu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Who told you there were ill-intentioned males? I replied directly. The high priest specifically instructed us. Achu handed the deer hide to Su Tong and shook his half-wet hair. I came to deliver the deer hide. The task is complete, and I shall take my leave. Without looking back, Achu departed. Su Tong examined the deer hide in her hands, and then glanced at the one Dong Fong had brought, suddenly realizing what had transpired, that Achu had been played by Dong Fong. Dong Fong. After a brief interval of approximately 10 seconds, the cavern resonated with the thunderous roar of Achu. The three females exchanged glances and resolved to disrobe and bathe. They surmised that no one would disturb them any longer. With the aid of the hot spring water, and as Su Tong had also kindled a fire nearby, the cave was suffused with warmth, rendering it quite comfortable, but Yi and only even found it somewhat warm. As they bathed, Su Tong took the opportunity to instruct Ali and Yi, guiding them on how to effectively utilize the deer hide for scrubbing, ensuring they cleansed every part of their bodies that required attention. It took them nearly 2 hours to achieve complete cleanliness, as they were not accustomed to bathing in their wolf forms. Once finished, Ali leaned against a stone, stretching her body in a languorous manner. This feels so delightful. I have never felt this comfortable before. As Su Tong gazed at the freshly bathed Ali and Yi with a smile. In truth, after their grooming, the two females appeared rather pleasant, not at all unattractive, and even exuded a certain charming simplicity. Su Tong beckoned Yi and Ali to the fire to dry their hair. Once their hair was dry, Su Tong retrieved the unused deer hide from their bath. Let us commence making garments. Upon hearing about crafting clothing, Yi and Ali were filled with exuberance. Considering that Yi and Ali generated their own warmth, Su Tong, at their request, merely fashioned a wrap for their chests and short skirts that extended above their knees using needle and thread. Lacking scissors, Yi and Ali resorted to tearing the hide by hand, which resulted in edges that appeared quite stylish. Su Tong, on the other hand, crafted a long dress with a chest wrap for herself. Perhaps due to the authentic deer hide they used, which exhibited excellent elasticity, Su Tong found the long dress to be both soft and warm against her body. She also fashioned 3 pairs of deer hide socks that could serve as shoes from the stiffer portions of the hide. These socks bore a striking resemblance to modern ankle boots at first glance. With the deer hide socks, they no longer needed to worry about discomfort while walking. Ali scrutinized Su Tong's attire, sensing that her shoulders might feel cold, and tore off a portion of wolf hide to drape over Su Tong's shoulders. Su Tong glanced down at her own ensemble, which resembled a fitted long dress complemented by a wrap, and found it quite beautiful. It looks marvelous, absolutely stunning. Yi and Ali exclaimed in admiration. Ali covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. I can only imagine how the males outside will drool upon seeing our little goddess. Is it really that exaggerated? Su Tong replied nonchalantly. A howl echoed from outside the cave. Upon hearing it, Yi explained to Su Tong, "That's their way of calling us to dine." Ali wrapped her arm around Su Tong's shoulder, leading her outside. "Come on, let them behold the unparalleled beauty of our little goddess." As soon as Su Tong stepped into the cavern, all male gazes converged upon her instantly. The leg of lamb in Arno's hand fell to the ground as he stared at Su Tong in awe. Truly, she is a goddess, the golden-hued, fitted deer hide dress accentuated Su Tong's curves exquisitely. The wolf hide draped over her shoulders revealed her delicate collarbone and elongated neck. Her clear, radiant eyes and cherry-like lips combined with her freshly bathed, fair skin that glowed with a hint of rosy hue created a captivating image. Her long black hair was casually swept to one side, exposing equally fair ears, embodying a purity that was not devoid of allure. Achu and Dong Fong felt their hearts race, their breaths quickening. A male let out a low, excited whine. A Tian kicked the male sharply in the rear. "Silence! Is this the female you dare to whine over?" The male immediately fell silent. "Dong Fong, what happened to your eye?" Su Tong approached the gathering of males feasting on meat, concern painting her face as she examined Dong Fong's right eye. "Did you hurt it? Why is it bruised?" Dong Fong covered his eye. "It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into Achu's fist." "Ugh." Su Tong was taken aback by this response. She glanced at the scowling Achu. "Oh." Uffed. Arno and Atian, standing nearby, couldn't suppress their laughter. It had been a while since they had seen the king strike so swiftly. It was likely that the incident had transpired in the blink of an eye. Leaving the high priest with a blackened Su Tong gently moved Dong Fong's hand away from his eye. "Does it hurt?" Dong Fong shook his head. "Not at all. They'll blow on it," she offered. Dong Fong's face lit up with a smile. Sure. But the next moment, he felt a chilling gaze piercing into his back that he quickly shook his head. It's fine, Tong Tong. I'm not in pain. No need to bloat, as Su Tong turned her attention to the cold-faced Achu behind Dong Fong, her brows furrowing slightly, and raised her voice. I shall say this only once more. If the two of you continue to create discord, do not expect to be my partners. Upon hearing this, Achu and Dong Fong were momentarily taken aback, as Su Tong redirected her gaze to Dong Fong. Did you deceive Achu into sneaking a peek while we were bathing? Dong Fong sheepishly scratched his cheek and nodded, as Su Tong then looked at Achu. You couldn't resist striking him, could you? Achu, with a sense of righteous indignation, nodded. It was his doing. However, Su Tong was uninterested in Achu's justification, interrupting him. Tonight, I shall sleep with the Yi and the others. You two will sleep together tonight. Reflect on your respective wrongdoings. Ah, Dong Fong winced at the thought of spending the night alone with that fellow. Su Tong continued her interrogation. Weren't you two often together before? From now on, strive to regain that camaraderie. Otherwise, she stamped her foot, I shall never speak to either of you again. Who could endure the constant bickering of the two males? Throughout the day, she had spent half her time pacifying them to put an end to such childish behavior. Su Tong knew she must take a firm stand with these two, but Yi discreetly gave Su Tong a thumbs up. Our little goddess is truly remarkable. Females should possess a bit of temper. After Su Tong's admonition, Achu and Dong Fong promptly recognized their errors. Achu, with a stoic expression, coldly commanded, everyone out. Dong Fong was the first to cover his eyes and exit. He needed to run and clear his head. Otherwise, being alone with Achu would drive him mad. Following Dong Fong's departure, the other male wolves also took their leave with their portions of meat. Su Tong turned to leave as well. Tong Tong. Achu called out to her. I wasn't referring to you. Ignoring him, Su Tong continued her exit. Achu stepped forward, pulling her back into his embrace. Are you really going to sleep with him? Yes, Su Tong replied tersely. Achu looked at the little female in his arms with affectionate eyes, his tone softening. Are you still angry? Yes, she replied. Achu softened his voice even further, adopting a coaxing tone. Be good. Tong Tong, do not be angry. Su Tong tilted her face upward, fixing her gaze on Achu. Look at what you've done to Dong Fong's eye. It's all bloodshot. Achu quickly embraced Su Tong. It was my fault. I promise I won't resort to violence again, Su Tong added. And no kicking either. All right, I promise I will never lay a hand on Dong Fong again. Is that satisfactory? Achu tightened his embrace around Su Tong. Please do not be angry. If you remain upset, you are welcome to hit or bite me. Just please do not ignore me, as the words fell. Achu released his embrace, lowering his gaze with a sorrowful look directed at Su Tong. Su Tong's eyes were cast downward this moment. She was torn between the desire to forgive Achu and the reluctance to do so hastily. Feeling quite conflicted, in her turmoil, Su Tong's delicate lips involuntarily pouted slightly, her long eyelashes casting shadows upon her cheeks. Suddenly, Achu leaned in, lifting Su Tong's chin and kissing her. Su Tong's eyes flew open, only to close again as the sensation of moisture against her lips registered. In the next moment, Achu wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her entirely and pressing her against the wall. He held her arms down, exploring the softness of her lips with eager curiosity. Su Tong felt her consciousness gradually detach from her body, leaving her feeling a bit weak. The warmth enveloping her made it even harder for her to resist. Amidst this intoxicating moment, a sudden howl of wolves echoed from outside the cave, startling Achu and Su Tong into slowly opening their eyes. Su Tong's cheeks were already flushed a deep crimson. Yet, even so, she resolved to sleep with the Yi and Li tonight. Su Tong's confidence, however, was clearly wavering. She could not simply forgive Achu without principles due to his affectionate gesture. Otherwise, discord between Achu and Dong Fong would surely persist. Very well, Achu said, brushing a stray strand of hair from Su Tong's mouth, his gaze indulgent. What you say goes. Su Tong glanced up only to look down again, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shy delight. Achu leaned closer to her ear, his voice smooth and magnetic. Tong Tong, when can we have our own little wolf cubs? Su Tong's ears tinged with a shade of red as she playfully retorted. Just wait. Having said that, she turned to flee, only to be pulled back by Achu. Little one, Do you think you can escape? The howls from outside grew more urgent. Su Tong looked curiously toward the entrance. What is happening? Achu furrowed his brow. By the lake, Su Tong and Achu hurried to the lakeside, where a pack of wolves had already gathered. Upon seeing Achu's arrival, Arno immediately reported, "My king, the water level of the lake is continuously dropping. How is that possible?" Achu questioned directly, his gaze fixed on the lake surface. This lake had been a constant source of drinking water for the wolf clan, its level only ever rising to overflow, never decreasing. Yet, it was evident to the naked eye that the water, which once lay level with the grasslands, had now receded by half an arm's length. And it continued to drop, exposing water plants that had long been submerged. Su Tong approached the edge of the lake, staring intently at the bottom. This situation must originate from the lake bed, though the water was clear. Her keen eyesight revealed nothing. "What is going on?" Dong Fong, who had just returned from venting his frustrations in the woods, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Achu spoke first. "The water level is decreasing." He felt no anger now, as the fire within him had long since extinguished in the cave. However, Dong Fong still bore a grudge and cast a sidelong glance at Achu, unwilling to engage. But upon catching Su Tong's gaze, he begrudgingly inquired, "Have you found a cause?" Su Tong shook her head. "Not yet. The issue likely lies at the lake bed. I will go down to investigate." Achu rotated his neck, preparing to dive, and Tion stopped him. "My king, let me go instead. Your injuries have yet to fully heal." Achu waved his hand dismissively. "In case of an emergency, you might not be able to handle it." "I will go." Though Su Tong was reluctant to see Achu take such risks, she realized that if there was indeed a problem at the lake bed, the other male wolves would struggle to manage it without Achu. "Be careful," Su Tong said, her brow slightly furrowed. Worry etched across her face, but Achu gently brushed his fingers against Su Tong's cheek. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Dong Fong moved beside Su Tong, casting a cautious glance at Achu. "Be careful. Don't push yourself." Achu glanced at Dong Fong without responding, then leaped into the water. Everyone fixed their eyes on the lake's depths, watching as Achu slowly descended. How deep could this lake be? Su Tong felt increasingly anxious. Dong Fong took Su Tong's hand. "It's deep, but Achu is confident. He won't go all the way down, just deep enough for observation." The lake's surface remained eerily calm, as if Achu had never entered at all. Su Tong crouched down, trying to catch a glimpse of Achu's silhouette. "He coming up. The king is surfacing." A Tion pointed toward the center of the lake. Suddenly, Achu's head broke through the water, one hand clawing onto the grass. A dark shape swam into Su Tong's view. Alarm flashed in her eyes, and she instinctively leaned back, but Dong Fong was quick to catch her. "It's all right, Tong Tong. It's dead." Achu hurriedly clarified as he emerged from the water. "A snake?" Arno exclaimed in shock at the black serpent Achu held. Dong Fong's expression grew grave. How could there be a snake at the lake bed? Su Tong quickly realized. Could it be that the tunnel they dug in the Black Forest has connected here? She gazed at the lifeless serpent in Achu's grip. Is it possible that the cave from the Black Forest has reached this place? Tion was astonished. That far. They dug for a day and a night to reach here. Dong Fong helped Su Tong to her feet. Glancing toward the Black Forest, among the three tribes, the snake tribe has the highest number of male snakes. They're small and flexible, that if they only excavated a tunnel large enough for them to pass through. A day and a night is certainly sufficient. Achu stared at the lake bed. I didn't discover any significant openings down there, and there are more than just this single snake at the bottom. I was afraid of being entangled by a swarm of snakes, so I simply grabbed this one and came back up. Achu raised his gaze, meeting Dong Fong's with an intensity that mirrored his own concern. Perhaps the conflict between the wolf clan and the snake tribe was truly inevitable. The Yi looked at the steadily declining water level, her face clouded with worry. If the water disappears, will we have to travel far to find drinking water? Elise sighed. That stream is between cliffs. The terrain is treacherous. It borders the territory of the lion and tiger tribe, and the tigers bathe in that stream that a Sioux washed there last time. How can we drink that water? Though they were not particularly fastidious about hygiene, they remained wary of what they consumed. Furthermore, could the male snakes come through this tunnel to our grassland at any time? A Yi placed her hand on her abdomen. My little wolf cubs haven't even been born yet, and now our grassland, is unsafe? Su Tong felt a pang of anxiety at a yes gesture. Adult wolves could fend for themselves, but what about the pups? She envisioned the tiny wolf cubs, no larger than her palms, nestled in their mother's embrace if the snake tribe truly initiated a tribal war. Would those unseeing little wolves have to face chaos and bloodshed upon birth? Su Tong suddenly resolved to speak. I must go meet Ming. Meet him? Dong Fang's pupils constricted. What do you want to meet him for? Su Tong recalled the description of Ming in the heavenly book. Ming is obsessive and prone to extremes. To possess me, he would stop at nothing that I do not want any member of the wolf clan to sacrifice themselves for me. Su Tong stepped toward Yi, placing her hand on a Yi's belly. The wolf clan has welcomed new life. I will not allow tribal conflicts to destroy this. She had long since shouldered the mission of leading the wolf clan. And a Yi's pregnancy represented not only the hope of the wolf clan, but the hope of the entire beast world. Dong Fang shook his head. No, you cannot go. Let him come to us. If there is to be a negotiation, he must come here. Su Tong looked at Dong Fang with a sense of helplessness. Do you really think he will come? Ming was gravely injured and had already decided to attack the wolf clan. How could he possibly set foot on wolf territory? Achu, speak up, Dong Fang urged anxiously, hoping the silent Achu would persuade Su Tong that Achu lowered his head, remaining silent, as Su Tong understood what Achu was thinking. She knew he supported her decision to go. After all, that night, Achu had told her to do what she wished. Regardless of what you wish to pursue, I shall forever be your steadfast guardian. Su Tong slowly approached Achu, her delicate hand caressing his face, her voice a gentle whisper. Achu, do not fret. I shall assuredly return safely, and I will persuade Ming to abandon his assault. Both I and the wolf clan are prepared to fight for you. Achu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his heart heavy with reluctance. Yet in truth, he had already foreseen the outcome that fateful night. Ming, in the end, would be taken by the little female as a beast husband. Indeed, the wolf males present thumped their chests in unison. We shall fight for the little goddess. Yes, a Yi and Li clasped hands. Their expressions resolute. We too shall fight for the little goddess. The little female, venturing into the territory of the serpent clan, could be likened to walking into a snare, and none could predict the dangers that awaited her. Su Tong offered a slight smile, her thumb brushing against Achu's cheek. I understand, but truly, it is essential to consider the little wolf cubs growing within a Yi. Can you bear for them to witness the carnage between our clans upon entering the world? Su Tong then turned to address the wolf pack. If I could single-handedly avert bloodshed, why should I allow you to suffer? Dong Fang. Su Tong turned to grasp Dong Fang's hand. You are even more astute than Achu. How could you possibly fail to comprehend the reasoning at play? Within me resides the essence of the serpent, Ming's blood, which ensures he shall never relinquish me, and I cannot escape the influence of the serpent's scent. Upon hearing this, Dong Fang enveloped Su Tong in his arms, his eyes brimming with emotion. We shall stand guard day and night at Chongming Mountain. Should danger arise, simply call out, and both Achu and I shall be by your side. Su Tong gently patted Dong Fang's back. I know, you and Achu, along with the wolf clan, will always be my unwavering support to the foot of Chongming Mountain. A small figure gazed upwards towards the mountainside. Her tiny fists clenched, shouting, Ming. Ming, who had been resting his eyes, suddenly opened them, his crimson gaze sparkling. My darling. It seemed he had heard the voice of his little treasure. Ming then chuckled at himself. How could his little treasure possibly be present at Chongming Mountain? Ming. Su Tong called out once more. Ming sprang to his feet, rushing to the edge of the mountain to peer down. Upon recognizing the figure below, Ming instinctively clutched his chest, incredulous at what he beheld. As Su Tong noticed Ming had spotted her and immediately waved her arms vigorously. Ming, it's me. Just as Su Tong finished waving, several patterned serpents emerged from the underbrush. Human, female, how beautiful. The patterned serpents flicked their tongues in excitement, their eyes gleaming. Watching the serpents rise, tongues flicking, Su Tong's body tensed. Her mind urging her to remain brave. Tong Tong, do not fear. Be courageous, as Su Tong took a deep breath. I have come to find your serpent lord. He will be here shortly, so please do not act recklessly. Suddenly, a serpent leaped from the grass, landing at Su Tong's feet. Her eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, fear causing her hair to stand on end. No, do not come closer, or your serpent lord will not spare you. The patterned serpents circled Su Tong's feet, their tails swaying. You are the little goddess contending with the wolf king, summoning her courage. Su Tong stood tall. Indeed. Therefore, it would be wise for you not to provoke me. For you. Our serpent lord has suffered greatly. Another golden python emerged from the grass. As Su Tong listened to the golden python's voice, her eyes filled with confusion. Such a bewitching tone. The golden python's tail struck the ground forcefully. Its gaze locked onto Su Tong. She could sense the hostility emanating from the golden python. Already terrified of serpents, Su Tong's palms were now slick with sweat. Tong Tong, a cool voice called from beside her. Turning to see Ming, she felt as if she had found a lifeline, instinctively leaping into his embrace. Among the serpents present, Ming was the one she felt most familiar with, perhaps due to the serpent's essence. Su Tong did not feel repulsion towards him in moments of peril. She even felt a sense of trust in him as Ming held Su Tong tightly, greedily inhaling her fragrance, whispering fervently, "Darling, darling, darling." He felt as though he were dreaming. Only by holding Su Tong firmly, feeling her warmth and touch, could he grasp a semblance of reality. The serpents bowed in deference upon seeing Ming, serpent lord. Only the golden python glared at Su Tong with hostility, its tail impatiently thrashing the ground. "Have your injuries healed?" Su Tong looked up from Ming's embrace, her eyes shimmering with gentle affection, her voice soft. Ming's crimson eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Tong's radiant visage. Feeling as though his heart might melt, he took Su Tong's hand, guiding it through his robe to rest on his abdomen. "Feel. It is already healed." As Su Tong's fingers recoiled slightly, her head bowed in shyness. "As long as you are well." Ming lifted Su Tong effortlessly, his tone incredibly tender, as if fearing to frighten the little female in his arms. "Let me show you around Chongming Mountain." Su Tong nodded. "All right." The golden python, witnessing this, transformed into human form, raising its voice in protest. "Serpent Lord!" She silenced. Ming's voice turned icy. "Speak another word, and I shall have you expelled from Chongming Mountain." "Serpent Lord." The golden python's delicate brows furrowed, a note of petulance in her tone. Upon hearing this, Su Tong turned to the golden python, astonished. With willow-shaped eyebrows, a heart-shaped face, a delicate nose, and fair skin, she was undeniably enchanting. Su Tong found herself briefly unable to discern the golden python's gender. Shifting her gaze to its neck, a noticeable Adam's apple indicated it was male, yet why did it possess such alluring features? As her gaze traveled downwards to the golden python's chest, she was taken aback that it actually had breasts. Su Tong suddenly recalled something Dong Fong had once mentioned about the serpent clan having a hermaphroditic member. Thus, this golden python must be that very being. Ming's gaze remained fixed on Su Tong, his tone returning to its previous gentleness. "The path up the mountain may be a bit bumpy. Should you feel uncomfortable, please let me know." The golden python watched Ming's tender treatment of Su Tong, jealousy igniting within her chest as she angrily pointed at Su Tong. "Serpent Lord, this female has inexplicably appeared at Chongming Mountain, and you would so carelessly bring her up? What if the wolf clan harbored some sinister plot?" The golden python cast a disdainful glance at Su Tong. Her eyes filled with contempt. "What worth does she hold? Her body is utterly unworthy of your noble form. It cannot withstand your desires, Serpent Lord. If you find yourself lonely..." The golden python placed a hand on its chest. "Let's see you accompany you. I am willing to do anything for your sake. What are you?" Ming's crimson eyes radiated a chilling glare. Su Tong could discern that this the golden python, harbored deep feelings for Ming, which explained the intense hostility directed at her, hurling insults upon their first encounter. Su Tong was not one to passively endure such treatment. Despite having done nothing, she found herself subjected to a barrage of unwarranted slurs from leaving her somewhat displeased. Though petite, she was still robust. What did it mean that her body was unworthy of Ming, that she was insufficient for his needs. She feared not the robust frame of Achu, nor would she shy away from Si Ming's advances. No, wait. Su Tong's cheeks flushed with warmth. What on earth was she thinking? How'd she been led astray by that golden python? Si Ming, please put me down. I can walk on my OWN. Su Tong had not anticipated becoming a rival to a hermaphroditic python. Not a chance. I enjoy holding my precious. Si Ming's eyes sparkled with mirth as he tightened his embrace around Su Tong. Realizing Si Ming's reluctance to let go, Su Tong turned her gaze to Siyu, her eyes carrying a hint of annoyance. You see, it is your serpent lord who refuses to set me down. This is not my fault, so do not instigate any rivalry. She had always detested competition among females. In the human realm, she had felt this way. In the beast realm, it was even more pronounced. With so many men in the world, and even more males in the beast realm, why should one compete for a single male? Upon hearing Su Tong's words, Si Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. His delicate little treasure surprisingly possessed a bit of prowess, as Ayu furrowed her brows tightly, taken aback by Su Tong's statement. She had thought that the seemingly fragile little goddess would not dare to converse with her. But unexpectedly, this little goddess demonstrated considerable audacity. Ayu coldly snorted. Why can't female competition be allowed? Who decreed that females cannot compete for the males they desire? Xiaoyu, stop talking. The patterned snake that had encircled Su Tong transformed into a dark-haired male. Tugging at Siyu's long robe, Su Tong was poised to retort, but Si Ming spoke first. Tong Tong carries my snake fragrance. Siyu, recognize your own status. Snake fragrance? Not only was Siyu shocked, but the male snakes present were equally astonished upon hearing this term. The snake lord bestowing his fragrance upon a female meant that he would acknowledge her for life. Their snake lord had always preferred solitude, never relinquishing his fragrance even amidst the throngs of pursuing females. Yet this time, their lord had bestowed it upon a human female. This implied that their lord had genuinely fallen for the little female before them. Speak one more word, and I shall grant you the punishment of a severed tail. I Ming cast a fleeting glance at Siyu, then turned and ascended the mountain with Su Tong in his arms. Siyu remained rooted in place, fists clenched, her face contorted with resentment. Having grown up beside Si Ming, as the only female golden python of the snake tribe, why did he refuse to accept her affections? Countless males from the snake tribe, and even from other tribes, sought her courtship, yet Si Ming remained indifferent. Was her lifelong companionship worth less than a little goddess who had merely descended from the heavens, and whom he had met only a few times? She was unwilling to accept it, but little did anyone know. Si Ming and Su Tong were not strangers in the human realm. They had crossed paths before. Even Su Tong had forgotten, as it was merely a fleeting glance for her. But for Si Ming, it was a memory cherished for half a lifetime. Carrying Su Tong, Si Ming traversed narrow mountain paths. As Su Tong observed the ascent, the stones were jumbled together, with some gaps appearing nearly 2 meters apart. If she were to climb alone, she might struggle. However, for the long-legged Si Ming, it was a trivial task. As they ascended, Su Tong found herself idly admiring Si Ming's profile from within his embrace. His silver hair danced in the wind, cascading down his back, and the contours of his profile flowed like a masterfully carved sculpture. His features were exquisite, with a straight nose and deep-set eyes enhancing the three-dimensionality of his face. Beneath the sharp jawline lay a sensual Adam's apple. Su Tong could not help but admit that gazing upon such a visage instinctively made her feel shy, after her experiences with Achu and Dongfang. She gradually became accustomed to the concept of polyandry 8 times. She even felt that it was a tremendous advantage for someone with indecisiveness that in the presence of a handsome and dashing man. She need not choose. She could have them all. Though such behavior might seem superficial, she embraced her shallowness with joy. After all, in this realm, they were not bound by the moral constraints of humanity. Polyandry was straightforward, passionate, and swift, embodying the emotional principles of the beastly world. Su Tong had begun to immerse herself in this worldview. Thus, as Si Ming stepped onto the platform halfway up the mountain, Su Tong boldly broached the subject. Si Ming, would you be willing to be my partner? Si Ming froze, momentarily believing he had misheard. What did you say? Su Tong gazed into his eyes and repeated each word clearly. Would you be my partner? For the first time, Si Ming displayed an expression of overwhelming surprise akin to that of a young cub. Really? Even the tremor in his voice betrayed his disbelief. Su Tong smiled gently. Affirming, indeed, that Si Ming carried Su Tong into the grand hall nestled on the mountainside. Su Tong surveyed the hall's interior. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Modern decorative items adorned the space. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a striking deep blue feather wind chime, which appeared somewhat aged. Su Tong stared at the wind chime for quite some time, pondering why it seemed so familiar. Ming settled onto the marble pedestal, yet refused to release Su Tong, instead inviting her to sit upon his lap. Darling, was what you said earlier true? Si Ming inquired once more, his anticipation from before replaced by a disbelief that was hard to shake. Su Tong withdrew her gaze, meeting his. It is true, but there are matters you must be aware of. After you hear my circumstances, you may respond. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Si Ming. Su Tong felt a twinge of nervousness. I already have 2 partners. Achu and Dong Fong. Oh, you mind? You cannot have them. Si Ming's expression darkened instantly, a bloodthirsty glint in his crimson eyes. Su Tong was taken aback by his reaction, her eyes darting anxiously. She had not anticipated such a strong response from him. Have you already accepted them? Si Ming's hand, resting on Su Tong's thigh, instinctively tightened. Su Tong felt a sharp pain radiate through her leg. But she stifled the discomfort, refusing to show it. Though she feared Si Ming losing control, she was unwilling to deceive him. If they were to be partners, honesty was paramount. She could not claim he was her only one. Discovering the truth later would only cause him greater sorrow. Thus, Su Tong trembled as she nodded. Why, he said. In an instant, Si Ming spun around, pressing Su Tong against the marble pedestal. Su Tong gasped. You. Si Ming grasped her chin, forcefully sealing her lips with his own, invading the recesses of her mouth. Su Tong struggled to push him away, but Si Ming's strength was far beyond her capacity to resist. His emotions teetered on the brink of chaos. Why? Why must my little treasure accept those males? Why can't it just be us? He had waited a lifetime, waited half a lifetime for Tong Tong. Why must she treat him this way? Su Tong was overwhelmed by his roughness, tears streaming down her cheeks, rolling down her face and temples. Si Ming tasted the bitterness of her tears. He opened his eyes to find Su Tong's tear-streaked face. Panic etched upon her features. It was only then that he halted, though the darkness in his eyes remained. I will kill them. Tears clung to Su Tong's lashes. You won't. I will. Si Ming slammed his fist against the marble. I will slaughter them in front of you. Then I shall die alongside them. Su Tong's voice, tinged with sorrow, pierced Si Ming's heart like a dagger. Slowly, she reached out to touch his blood-red eyes. Si Ming, your father favored one over another, hurting you and your mother, but I will not the mention of father. Si Ming's heart skipped a beat. You know? Su Tong nodded, her gaze filled with compassion for him. I understand that your reluctance to share a female stems from fear, that the one you love may turn her affections to another male. But I assure you, Si Ming, I, Su Tong, will treat you with the same love as I do for them, and I will forever cherish you until the end of time, that I came to find you to demonstrate my sincerity. I do not wish for you to harm each other in a struggle for my affection. I merely wish for us all to live happily, together. Su Tong tilted her head slightly, planting a gentle kiss on Si Ming's cheek. Si Ming, will you trust me? Si Ming gazed at Su Tong, neither agreeing nor refusing. The impact of her kiss held immense power. He rose, effortlessly pulling Su Tong up to sit again on his lap. Observing his silence, Su Tong grew anxious, her limbs unsure of where to rest. What are you wearing? Si Ming frowned slightly, scrutinizing the deer-hide dress Su Tong had fashioned. Su Tong glanced down at her attire. It's deer hide. I made it myself. Ming wrinkled his nose in distaste as he caught a whiff of the wool fur on Su Tong's shoulder. What happened to the robe I gave you? Well, Su Tong could not recall, as it seemed to have been concealed by Achu or Dong Fong. Yes, she fretted over whether revealing the truth might provoke Si Ming. A black snake slithered in, writhing its body. Snake Lord, Snake Lord. Upon spotting the black serpent on the ground, Su Tong's body trembled involuntarily. Her fear of snakes had not completely dissipated. Observing this, Ming tightened his embrace around Su Tong, drawing her closer while commanding the black snake. Assume human form, and inform the others that from now on, all snakes must live in human form. Yes, the black snake immediately transformed into a human. Su Tong's first reaction upon seeing the black snake in human form was that he was exceedingly thin, resembling a mere bamboo pole. After the transformation, the black snake knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing his head and exclaiming, "Snake Lord, our tunnel is completed." In their snake tribe, when reporting matters, if the Snake Lord had yet to grant permission to rise, they must not lift their heads. This exemplified the strict hierarchy within the snake clan. However, the black snake was brimming with excitement, completely disregarding Ming's opportunity to speak, that he continued, head bowed. The brothers have toiled day and night, their heads nearly worn out. We have finally reached the bottom of the lake in the grassland. Unfortunately, one of our males was killed by that wolf king who tried to steal the little goddess from you. The more the black snake spoke, the angrier he became, punching the air in frustration. Isn't it ridiculous that the little goddess would choose a rude grassland wolf as a partner instead of the Snake Lord? Sigh, the little goddess is truly foolish. Ming coolly interjected, "Lift your head." Only then did the black snake look up and immediately notice a female in the arms of his Snake Lord. Huh. Subsequently, he was utterly entranced by Su Tong's beauty, his mouth agape. My ancestral snake, how can there be such a beautiful female in the world? The Snake Lord holding this female must mean he has given up on the little goddess. Right? Hello. Su Tong gently raised her hand, initiating a soft greeting. I am that foolish little goddess with the eye problem. The black snake's mouth fell even wider, remaining motionless on his knees, as if he had been pressed on the pause button. Ming subtly gestured for the black snake to rise. The black snake promptly covered his mouth, his eyes darting around in panic. Oh no, I just said the little goddess had an eye problem and called her foolish. Oh no, has the Snake Lord's hand moved? Is he angry? Will he kill me? Is it too late to escape? However, the black snake's gaze returned to Su Tong. The little goddess is truly beautiful. Su Tong was suddenly amused by the black snake's infatuated gaze, covering her mouth as she laughed. Ming's expression remained cold. I command you to rise at, oh. The black snake hurriedly stood up. It turned out that the Snake Lord wanted him to get up. He had thought that the Snake Lord was trembling with anger. What is your name? Su Tong tilted her head, smiling at the black snake. The black snake wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. My name is... All right, I will remember that. Su Tong maintained her smile, finding the snake male before her quite adorable. However, that simple statement took on a different meaning in Si Yi's ears. A threat. Fear flickered in Si Yi's pupils. Meanwhile, Ming turned his gaze towards Su Tong, who was sitting on his lap. Is this your purpose for coming here? Su Tong initially paused, then quickly realized Ming was referring to the snake tribe's tunnel excavation. She licked her lips. Then what you just said, Ming's brow furrowed. Hearing his words, Su Tong's eyes widened in urgency. Responding without hesitation. It's true. All of it is true. I truly love you. I genuinely want you to be my partner. I will treat you well. I do not wish for you to confront the wolf tribe. I specifically came to find you regarding the tunnel. A faint smile played on Ming's lips. Darling, you are indeed quite honest. How wonderful that both your purpose and love are genuine. His little treasure was certainly no ordinary female. Then, Ming casually directed his gaze at Seal up the tunnel. Oh, he instinctively responded, but then his eyes widened in shock. Did he hear that correctly? The Snake Lord commanded them to seal up the tunnel they had painstakingly excavated for an entire day and night. Go down and do it. Ming cast a cold glance at Not wanting to question further, he immediately turned and hastily left the grand hall, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, he might be killed by the Snake Lord. Fortunately, Ming understood Si Yi's nature, knowing he was foolish and prone to dramatics, with no ill intentions. Though Si Yi had been staring at his little treasure, it was merely a fascination with her beauty, devoid of any base thoughts. Thus, Ming chose not to pursue the matter with Si Yi. After Si departed, Si Ming leaned back, spreading his arms wide as the seam of his robe parted. Come here. Su Tong remained seated upon Si Ming's lap, her gaze drawn to his subtly revealed chest and abdominal muscles, causing her to feel a rush of anxiety as she quietly inquired, "Come for what?" To prove it, Si Ming's gaze held a significant meaning as he locked eyes with Su Tong. What? Su Tong still did not grasp Si Ming's intent. Si Ming rose, draping his robe around Su Tong. You must replicate every action you share with a Sei and that other one. Dong Fong, one by one, to prove that you will treat me as well as you treated them. But we didn't do anything. Su Tong's anxiety intensified, not merely due to the prospect of reenacting her encounters with a Sei and Dong Fong, but because being enveloped in Si Ming's robe caused her gaze to inadvertently be drawn to the flesh beneath it, and her arm occasionally brushed against Si Ming's skin. It was a chilling sensation. Each accidental touch quickened her heartbeat and warmed her ears. A slight smirk graced Si Ming's lips as he lowered his gaze to the flustered Su Tong. Not having done anything, or having done something, well, Su Tong began counting on her fingers, bowing her head to recall. We grilled meat, boiled water, foraged for fruit, fed a Sei, applied medicine to Dong Fong, tended to a Sei's wounds, and slept together. Before she could utter the word sleep, Su Tong realized she might have misspoken and hurriedly glanced at Si Ming. Sure enough, Si Ming's expression darkened in an instant. He could tolerate feeding, applying medicine, but the mention of sleeping together made Si Ming instinctively clench his jaw. We didn't. Just as Su Tong was about to explain, she was pinned onto the marble pedestal by Si Ming. Then let us start with sleeping to prove it, Si Ming declared, attempting to lift Su Tong's skirt. Wait a moment. Su Tong quickly pressed down on Si Ming's arm, breathlessly explaining, we were merely resting in the same cave. But each of us slept separately. We did nothing. I swear, we truly did nothing. Si Ming halted his actions, his brows furrowing, his crimson gaze revealing confusion. After a pause, Si Ming slowly inquired, a Sei is not capable. Su Tong was taken aback by Si Ming's reaction. Momentarily unsure how to respond, she stammered, I've never tried, but Su Tong adopted a contemplative expression. It should be fine, right? As a girl untouched by such matters. She felt it was difficult to comment. Although she lacked knowledge on the subject, her instinct suggested it should be acceptable. After all, a Sei was so strong. Upon hearing this, Si Ming's fingertips grazed Su Tong's collarbone, deftly unfastening the wolf, fur draped over her shoulder. Then would my darling like to personally try and see how I compare? Si Ming leaned down, inhaling deeply between Su Tong's neck. Slowly moving to her ear and gently blowing point, one hand caressed the expanse of her thigh. As Su Tong tightly closed her eyes, her limbs rigid. Could we perhaps not do this just yet? Si Ming noticed the cold sweat beading on Su Tong's forehead, her eyelashes fluttering incessantly, and immediately understood that his little darling was simply too anxious. It seemed he mustn't rush. Otherwise, what should be a joyous occasion might leave her with lingering shadows. A gradual approach was essential. Thus, Si Ming withdrew his hand, placing a gentle kiss upon Su Tong's lips. Come now, feed me. With that, he rose. Su Tong exhaled a sigh of relief. She had truly been on edge moments ago, utterly inexperienced in such matters. Were you frightened? Si Ming gathered Su Tong back into his embrace, tenderly stroking her hair. My sweet little darling, it is I who have caused your fright. Su Tong shook her head. It's all right. I was merely nervous. Si Ming nodded with a smile. With practice, you will grow accustomed to it. What do you wish to eat? Meat. Su Tong reached behind her waist, retrieving spices and a lighter, her dimples appearing as she smiled. How about I roast some meat for you? I've learned to roast meat now. The first dish I offered upon arriving in this world was roasted meat. Si Ming gazed at the items behind Su Tong with astonishment. Where did you pull that from? Su Tong hopped down from Si Ming, turning her back to him and wiggling her hips. Her voice cheerful. I fashioned a pouch from deer hide and sewed it into my clothing. Aren't I clever? Si Ming, captivated by the pride in her eyes, wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back. Darling, how can you be so adorable? He gently nibbled her earlobe. Su Tong curled up shyly. Are you going to eat or not? Si Ming released her, pointing to a wooden box resting on a nearby stone. My food is in there. I'm a vegetarian and do not eat meat. Su Tong's eyes widened with curiosity. Snakes don't eat meat? Si Ming shook his head. No, it is unclean. Su Tong's mouth formed an O. Oh. And you can grow so tall without eating meat? Si Ming ruffled her hair. Indeed, not. Su Tong jogged to the wooden box, scrutinizing it for a while. This seems like something from the human world. I made it. Si Ming stood and approached her. You made this? Su Tong suddenly recalled the blue feather wind chime, pointing at it and asking Si Ming. And what about this? Si Ming nodded. That was a gift from you. Su Tong's pupils widened in surprise. We have met before. Si Ming gazed at the wind chime. That a ray of sunlight fell upon him, as if a holy light enveloped him, the breeze tousling his silver hair. Si Ming began to recount a tale from the past. In that year, my father stripped away half of my snake scales. In my weakened state, I sought refuge in a cave, where excruciating pain rendered me unconscious. When I awoke again, I found myself in another realm. I began searching for a way back to the beast world, only to be discovered by a biologist who learned of my true form. To hide, I had to move in my snake form. He sought hunters to capture me, and despite my desperate escape, I was ultimately caught. The hunters placed me in a cage, intending to deliver me to the doctor. Passing through the park where you were selling your wares, a vivid image suddenly flashed in Su Tong's mind. A white snake fiercely biting the iron bars of the cage, blood everywhere. Oh, you were that white snake. Su Tong exclaimed, astonished. Si Ming smiled, a look of contentment on his face. Have you remembered? Su Tong's gaze softened with empathy. That must have been painful. Si Ming looked into the distance. It was painful, yet not entirely so, for you were there. Your presence was a light that illuminated all darkness. Su Tong's memories drifted back to when she was 15. She had been selling wind chimes in the park when she witnessed the white snake being captured. Though fear gripped her, she could not bear to watch as they tormented the snake with iron needles. Thus, she negotiated with the hunters using the money she had earned from selling wind chimes. But they cared little for such trivial sums. With no other choice, she seized the opportunity when the hunters were distracted, bravely snatching the cage away. She ran, but the hunters pursued relentlessly, so she tossed the cage into the bushes, drawing the hunters' attention away. At the moment the cage fell, the black cloth covering it slipped away, and Su Tong glanced back to meet the gaze of the white snake, who had also seen her. Just that one glance, and from then on, the white snake remembered Su Tong, and that white snake was none other than Si Ming before her. When you tossed the cage, you accidentally let go of the feather wind chime as well. Si Ming looked down at the petite Su Tong beside him. And then I picked it up. That Su Tong pressed on. But how did you come back? Si Ming shook his head. I do not know. Just as I do not know how I crossed over in the first place. Su Tong gazed at Si Ming in astonishment. The leader of the snake tribe who crossed into human world is also you. The celestial book mentioned that a leader of the snake tribe once traversed into the human realm. I Ming smiled. It was during that time in the human world, I learned many things, such as carving and embroidery. They were quite fascinating. Su Tong blinked in disbelief. You can embroider too? It was hard for her to envision the cold-blooded yet delicate Si Ming sitting there embroidering, for it seemed so incongruous. Upon my return to the beast world, I met your mother, my mother. She was as beautiful, kind, and intelligent as you, and she loved you dearly. I know that Su Tong did not feel particularly sorrowful. Instead, she bore a serene longing. I love her too. She was not one to wallow in sadness, unable to extricate herself. In her view, sorrow could not alter the course of events, rather than lamenting the past. It was far better to cherish the love of those who had passed and live life to the fullest. Death should not signify an end. As her mother had said, they had never truly left, and they would eventually reunite. I Ming's deep, expressive eyes shone with warmth. It was only after meeting your mother that I realized you would one day cross over. We would meet again. Since then, I have held on to the belief of our reunion, waiting for your arrival. Even through my father's repeated abuse, I persevered with unwavering willpower, enduring against all odds. It was this belief that allowed me to regrow scales akin to armor after each shedding. Su Tong had never anticipated such depths of emotion from Si Ming. She had not realized that his feelings for her had begun so early on. Perhaps this was the fate woven by the heavens. From this moment forward, even without the fragrance of the snake, she would wholeheartedly embrace Si Ming's ardent affection. After all, who could resist such a passionate and handsome male? Si Ming gently caressed Su Tong's cheek. His eyes filled with tenderness and concern. Though I am reluctant to share your love with anyone else, for the sake of being with you, I am willing to change myself as long as I can be with you. As long as you are happy, I would do anything. Having finally waited for Su Tong and shared his past with her, Si Ming felt a long-held obsession within him lift. The remaining time was to be devoted to loving his little darling wholeheartedly. What did it matter how many partners there were? As long as he could remain by her side, those were trivial concerns. He would simply adapt in time. In this world, it was natural for one female to have many males. Su Tong grasped Si Ming's hand that caressed her, gratitude shining in her eyes. It is not just my happiness. We shall share our joy together. Si Ming smiled softly, a warmth he had never known before. Very well. Let us be happy together. Su Tong took the initiative to step forward and wrapped her arms around Si Ming's waist, embracing him tenderly. Si Ming reciprocated her gesture, holding her close. In that moment, it felt as though he possessed the entire world. He was no longer the solitary white serpent. He had found a partner to love, a female companion to share his life with, and his heart was no longer fragmented. Mother, if you could see me today, you would surely be happy for me. Despite the pain he had endured, Si Ming had never shed a tear. Yet at this moment, the corners of his eyes grew unexpectedly moist. Su Tong held him tightly, as if she wished to impart her own sense of security to him, her soft voice calling out, Si Ming, shall we choose a different name for each other? Si Ming gently rested his chin atop Su Tong's head, his tone light-hearted. Nestled in his embrace, Su Tong's voice was muffled as she asked, different what? Si Ming cupped her face in his hands, his crimson eyes glinting with mischief. Isn't there a special term you use? Su Tong nodded slightly. There are many. Which one do you intend to use? Si Ming's lips curled into a sly smile. Call me husband. Su Tong chuckled softly. Isn't that a bit too? She furrowed her brow in contemplation before continuing. Too human. The term husband was likely incomprehensible to the other beastmen. No, it is quite unique. Si Ming gazed deeply into Su Tong's eyes, his fingertips brushing against her lips. You may only call me that. Other males might merely earn the title of beastman husband. But Si Ming leaned down, his lips barely grazing Su Tong's ear. My darling must call me husband. This was a title that belonged solely to them. Su Tong's fair ears began to blush, her head lowered shyly as she murmured, husband. The sweet, soft sound was like celestial music to Si Ming's ears. He inhaled deeply, lifting Su Tong effortlessly by her thighs, cradling her against him. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Si Ming adjusted her position, reminding her, hook your legs around me. Don't fall. The hem of Su Tong's fitted dress transformed into a mere mini-skirt. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she kept tugging at the fabric. My dress. At that moment, she felt as though she were a koala clinging to Si Ming. Si Ming's gaze remained fixed on her face, a smile playing at his lips, yet a hint of confusion lingered in his eyes. How can Achu endure this? He was on the verge of losing his composure. Su Tong bit her lower lip. My dress is riding up? Only then did Si Ming glance down at her buckskin long skirt, his brow knitting in disapproval. Do not wear such things. They're unappealing. Is it really that unattractive? I think it's quite all right. Su Tong glanced at her attire, which she had crafted herself, and others had praised its beauty. It does not suit you at all, and it carries an odd scent. Especially from that wolf you are. Si Ming disdainfully noted the wolf pelt resting on the marble pedestal. Su Tong refrained from disclosing that the pelt had been gnawed by Achu, thus tainted with his saliva. Thankfully, her sense of smell was not keen enough to detect it. Come, my little darling, let us select a long robe. Si Ming carried Su Tong deeper into the hall. My serpent's shedding is far warmer than buckskin. Su Tong was astonished. Really? Does a serpent's shedding have that effect? Si Ming's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. You'll find out once you try the foot of Changming Mountain, near the grassland's edge. Hey, that wolf, Atian mentioned the water level is rising. Will Tong Tong be able to return? Dong Fong perched atop a tree, peering down at Achu, who leaned against the roots with a cold demeanor. Arms crossed. How should I know? Achu replied indifferently. Dong Fong swung down from the tree. Why don't you howl a few times to send a message to Tong Tong? Achu glared at the upside-down face before him, his already irritable mood growing impatient as he picked up a nearby stone, ready to throw it. With core strength, Dong Fong dodged effortlessly and landed. Why are you throwing things at me? Good thing I'm quick. Otherwise, I'd be disfigured if he became an eyesore. What would Tong Tong think of him? Achu shut his eyes, wishing to banish the sight. Are we just going to wait here? Dong Fong continued to dangle. Observing Achu took a deep breath, striving to suppress his restless hands. Tong Tong said when it's time to return, she will come back naturally, we just need to wait here to avoid any emergencies. Dong Fong tousled his hair in frustration. Tong Tong has only been gone a short while, and I'm already going crazy with worry. Achu abruptly opened his eyes and yanked Dong Fong down from the tree. Can you be quiet? Do you think you're the only one missing Tong Tong? I'm desperate to see her, wanting nothing more than to rush up to Chaming Mountain and bring her back. Yet he could not act on that impulse, which only intensified his irritation. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Dong Fong suddenly hissed, "Shoo!" He quickly pulled Achu into the grass behind the tree. Males are coming. Achu scanned the area and eventually spotted a familiar figure. The White Tiger King, Hao Yin. Dong Fong furrowed his brow. What is he doing here? Achu watched as Hao Yin ascended Chaming Mountain. Dong Fong's expression darkened. This competition is becoming increasingly fierce. He was certain that the moment Hao Yin laid eyes on the little female, he would instantly be captivated, likely unable to descend from the mountain. Hey. Dong Fong nudged Achu with his shoulder. We should form an alliance. It's advantageous. Achu stepped out from behind the tree, leaning against the roots once more. Who wants to ally with you? I'm the first partner. He raised his chin proudly. The first partner holds the highest status. What right do you have as a second to join me? With that, Achu waved his hand dismissively. Go hang upside down and leave me be. Dong Fong scoffed, pouting. Just wait. You'll see if your position as first partner is as secure as you think. The little goddess, who she favors, who is truly the first partner. Dong Fong's gaze swept over Achu. Just a nominal first partner. Impressive. Achu punched Dong Fong. Shut up. Dong Fong clutched his eye, collapsing to the ground on Chaming Mountain, within the hall halfway up the mountain. Si Ming gazed at Su Tong, now adorned in a long robe, marveling. A goddess is indeed a goddess. The pale robe shimmered under the sun, accentuating the delicacy and smoothness of Su Tong's skin. Her dark hair partially pinned up by ancient branches, two wisps of fine hair floating gently in the breeze, creating a graceful arc. Her ruby lips glistened, and her eyes sparkled like stars as Su Tong twirled in place. Does it look good? Si Ming pulled her slender waist into an embrace. Absolutely stunning. Su Tong looked down at the robe enveloping her. So your shedding from childhood was already this beautiful. The shedding Si Ming had shed as an adult was far too large, making Su Tong appear as though she were wearing a gown that trailed the ground. Thus, she could only choose one from his youthful shedding. It warm. Si Ming brushed aside the hair that fell across Su Tong's chest. Su Tong revealed a small dimple, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. It's warm and fragrant. Ming chuckled softly. That is only natural. He was far cleaner than that smelly wolf and that squirrel. Su Tong pointed to the wooden box containing Si Ming's food. Your carving skills are impressive. How did you learn? Did you find a carpenter or take a class? Si Ming shook his head. Neither. I self-taught online. Puffed. Su Tong couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Si Ming playfully flicked her forehead. Su Tong's laughter only grew, because it's so amusing that the fantastical scene emerged in her mind. A white snake, donning glasses, sat before a computer, intently gazing at the screen. Diligently taking notes while studying various videos, it occasionally sent a barrage of comments to interact with unfamiliar netizens sharing the same pursuit of knowledge. It was truly both amusing and commendable, since you possess carpentry skills. Su Tong gently patted Si Ming's chest. Then in the future, constructing houses will be entrusted to you. Ming paused momentarily. I can only make wooden boxes. Su Tong shrugged. That's perfectly fine. The principles are quite similar. Are you certain? Si Ming asked, somewhat skeptical. After all, he was a white snake who had seen what houses were. The little treasure couldn't deceive him. However, Su Tong did not respond to Si Ming's inquiry. Instead, gazing at him with twinkling eyes, I Ming lightly tapped Su Tong's forehead with his index finger. "What are you staring at?" Su Tong, her large eyes sparkling, replied, "I just realized I am your savior." With that, she lifted her chin and, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Ahem, Xiao Ming, how do you plan to repay your savior?" Xiao Ming. Si Ming found this casual address rather amusing. Yet he continued to play along. "Savior, what do you think about offering yourself in gratitude?" Su Tong arched her eyebrows and shook her head. "That won't do. Your body already belongs to me. Let's think of something else." "Then you suggest," Si Ming said, playfully pinching Su Tong's nose. "Little one," Su Tong patted her chest. "I intend to use the land here to cultivate food." She had read in the heavenly book that there was a fertile plot near Changming Mountain, perfect for farming. "You want to farm?" Si Ming expressed his surprise. Indeed, Su Tong cleared her throat and spoke in an official broadcasting tone. "The advancement of civilization relies on the evolution of food varieties. The construction of spiritual civilization belongs to the superstructure, which requires a material foundation. Therefore, to promote the progress of bee civilization, we must continually develop the material basis." Si Ming listened, utterly baffled, having comprehended not a single word. Yet he grasped that Su Tong indeed wanted a farm. You have seeds?" Si Ming asked, posing a crucial question. "Not at the moment," Su Tong replied, "but I possess a space for exchanging." "Exchanging space?" Si Ming was even more perplexed. "What on earth was that?" Su Tong smiled. "I exchanged today. I'll demonstrate it for you tomorrow." Just as Si Ming was about to speak, he suddenly caught a whiff of a presence and turned sharply. "Hao Yin." Su Tong also leaned out to look towards the platform beyond the grand hall, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Wow, what a handsome male. Moreover, he had the same silver hair as Si Ming, albeit in a short, tousled style. I Ming shielded Su Tong behind him, his expression reverting to icy calm. "What brings you here?" However, Hao Yan's gaze bypassed Si Ming, settling behind him. "Who is she?" "Hao Yan, there was an intention of cooperation between us. However, that does not imply you can freely enter Changming Mountain. If you have no business here, please leave." I Ming refrained from answering Hao Yan's question, instead issuing a clear dismissal. It was not as if the lord of this domain could come and go as he pleased. "You must be aware that not a single snake is guarding the mountain gate at the foot of your mountain." I Ming furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. But he quickly understood. The snake clan must have collectively blocked the tunnel. Su Tong, hiding behind Si Ming, peeked out, revealing half her face as she scrutinized the unfamiliar male, Hao Yan, despite having gentle peach blossom eyes. They conveyed a sense of distance against Hao Yan's sharply defined features. Hao Yan's height even slightly surpassed Si Ming's, perhaps due to his habit of keeping his chin slightly raised, projecting an air of superiority. This advantageous stature allowed Hao Yan to look down upon others, fostering a habit of arrogance and disdain, tinged with a hint of languor. After a thorough observation, Su Tong recognized him. The White Tiger King, Lord of the Lion and Tiger Mountain. The fourth beast husband? Having experienced a series of partner-seeking events, Su Tong found herself developing a sense of self-awareness. This was not mere narcissism, for the way Hao Yan looked at her mirrored the gaze of Achu when they first met. Commonly referred to as love at first sight. Hao Yan noticed the little female peeking from behind Si Ming, her large eyes outshining the precious stones atop their mountain. The moment their eyes met, Hao Yan felt a wave of comfort wash over him. I Ming gently pushed Su Tong's small head back behind him and coldly regarded Hao Yan. "Are you unable to comprehend? Depart." Hao Yan's eyes immediately clouded over, his lips pressed into a thin line. "This is your second time challenging my boundaries." I Ming's eyes glinted with cold light. "And so, Hao Yan cast another glance at the small female behind Si Ming, his tone dripping with disdain. "Just a dispensable female. The Lord is hardly concerned about her. Why are you protecting her so tightly?" Su Tong furrowed her brow, a flicker of disbelief crossing her expression. Why was this white tiger not adhering to the script? Had she misjudged? Was that gaze not one of love at first sight? Hao Yan sneered. "If you wish to pursue a relationship with her, It is not impossible. Just bring her to me. Once she bears my cubs, I shall return her to you. Upon hearing Hao Yan's words, Su Tong's brow tightened further. She absolutely detested men who disrespected women. Here, it was evident he was a male who did not respect females. A rare surge of anger flooded Su Tong's mind, and before Si Ming could speak, she leaped out from behind him. Indeed, I am merely an unknown female, but why would the White Tiger King come to Changming Mountain? To unite with the Snake Clan against the Wolf Clan? For what purpose? Su Tong pretended to ponder. Let me. This female boldly speculate. It must be for my sake, right? Upon hearing this, Hao Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, as if he wished to explain. Yet Su Tong did not afford him that opportunity. Continuing to glare at him. If I am unimportant and dispensable, then why would the White Tiger King deign to seek an alliance with Si Ming against the Wolf Clan? Si Ming, observing Su Tong's retort, was both surprised and amused, a smile creeping onto his lips. He hadn't expected his little treasure, so soft and timid, to possess such a sharp tongue, showing no fear of Hao Yan. Hao Yan, rendered speechless by her rebuttal, felt his pride, ingrained from the Tiger Clan, compel him not to yield. Thus, he maintained an indifferent facade. Humph. The Lord merely wishes to utilize you for breeding to— Oh, Su Tong nodded, feigning a smile. Is that so? What a pity that the noble White Tiger King is above me. A mere humble female. How could I possibly be worthy of you? Therefore, Su Tong retracted her smile. Her expression tinged with anger as she glared at Hao Yan. Please leave. Hao Yan lowered his gaze, observing the small deity before him. Even when angered, she remained adorable. You expect the Lord to leave just because you say so? Then, without realizing it, Hao Yan added, Who do you think you are? The moment he uttered those words, he immediately regretted it. Yet once spoken, they could not be taken back, so he feigned calmness, continuing to act indifferent. Si Ming chuckled softly at Hao Yan's remark, glancing at him. This fellow is truly stubborn. However, he was quite pleased with Hao Yan's performance and hoped he would maintain this demeanor. Si Ming then turned his gaze to Su Tong. Su Tong's eyes were wide, her lips tightly pursed, her cheeks puffed up, a look of incredulity etched on her face. Si Ming was utterly charmed by her round, rosy visage, smiling gently. His little treasure was simply delightful. At that moment, Su Tong's mind was echoing Hao Yan's words. Who does he think he is? Fuming, Su Tong clenched her small fists, her brow furrowed as she glared at Hao Yan. You. Both Si Ming and Hao Yan watched her, waiting for her to speak. But the two males were in entirely different states. Si Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement, eager to hear what his little treasure would say. Hao Yan, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tong shouted with great fervor, Rude. The volume with which those three words were shouted was the utmost that Su Tong could muster. This white tiger is exceedingly rude. Su Tong felt it insufficient and added another remark. Si Ming let out a soft laugh, which soon spiraled into uncontrollable laughter. Huh. Hao Yan frowned slightly, torn between laughter and the seriousness of his quarrel with Su Tong. What are you laughing at? Su Tong turned to face Si Ming. Si Ming immediately regained his solemn demeanor. I apologize, darling. I shall not laugh any longer. In the next moment, Si Ming sealed his lips. Yet his inner thoughts continued unabated. Rude? Ha ha. He had anticipated that the little darling would unleash some earth-shattering words, yet it turned out to be merely a comment on rudeness. How adorable. So endearing that he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her and shower her with kisses. Hao Yan had intended to speak earnestly, but instead he remarked, Humph. One like you who cannot even curse is truly unworthy of being my lord. With that, Hao Yan cast a cold glance at Su Tong before striding away from the grand hall. Su Tong glared at Hao Yan's retreating figure, stamping her feet in frustration, muttering through clenched teeth. So infuriating. Si Ming wrapped his arms around Su Tong from behind, planting a gentle kiss on her temple. Do not be angry. My dear, shall I assist you in teaching him a lesson? No. Su Tong raised her chin to meet Si Ming's gaze. I shall ignore him. A conceited male like Hao Yan, uttering such words, was merely seeking validation. Therefore, she would resolutely ignore him. All right, whatever you say, Darling, Si Ming turned Su Tong around at his embrace, his fingers brushing against her lips, his gaze growing increasingly in trance. In the next moment, Si Ming lost control once more, capturing Su Tong's lips in a kiss, as Su Tong's ire gradually dissipated amidst the mingling of lips and warmth, her tense body relaxing. "Respond to me, my dear," as their lips entwined. Si Ming murmured softly as Su Tong's breath quickened, her eyes hazy. I cannot." Si Ming urged her backward until her back met the wall. "Follow my movements, savor it, and respond to me instinctively." His raspy voice penetrated her ears, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. Then, imitating Si Ming's actions, she gently began to suck on his lower lip. Just as Su Tong immersed herself in the imitation, Si Ming slightly opened his eyes. Gazing down at her, as she diligently struggled with her lips closed, a smile tugged at the corners of Si Ming's eyes as he deliberately straightened his posture. Due to the significant height difference between them, Su Tong instinctively rose onto her toes to reach his lips, maintain her balance. She pressed her hands against Si Ming's collarbone, her fingertips brushing against his Adam's apple ever so lightly. Under the warm touch, Si Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, and he suddenly pulled Su Tong closer, gripping her slender waist tightly. That a jolt of pain shot through Su Tong's waist, eliciting a soft whimper from her lips. Si Ming immediately released her, his tone anxious. "Did I hurt you?" Still caught up in the earlier emotions, Su Tong's cheeks flushed, and she nodded gently. Si Ming softened his grip, gently massaging the spot that had pained her. "My dear, you are too slender. You must eat more." As Su Tong glanced down her chest, puzzled. "Am I not all right?" She always felt quite ample. Her regular bras were all C cups. Si Ming raised an eyebrow. "I merely meant that your waist is too delicate. Not that other areas lack substance." He moved his hand from her waist downwards. "This part is also perfect, round and soft." As Su Tong's face flushed, embarrassment causing her to lower her gaze, unsure of how to respond. She blurted, "Thank you." Si Ming leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I wonder how it would feel to take a bite." As Su Tong suddenly lifted her head, a mix of shyness and annoyance in her expression. "No." Si Ming raised a finger, shaking it. "For everything else, I will heed your wishes, but on this matter, darling, your say does not hold sway." A high-pitched voice echoed from the platform outside the grand hall. "Lord Snake." Si Ming sighed impatiently, turning his head slightly to glance at the platform. "What is it?" Upon seeing Si, Su Tong quickly extricated herself from Si Ming's embrace, adjusting her long robe that had been tousled by him. Si paused momentarily, scratching his head. "Am I interrupting Lord Snake and the little goddess?" No. Su Tong hurriedly waved her hands. "We haven't done anything to—" As Si Ming turned around, his piercing gaze landing on Si. "Speak quickly." Si dropped to his knees, bowing his head. "Half of the tunnel is blocked. The water level of the lake and the grassland has returned to normal. Should we block the rest? Or leave it as a backup?" Si Ming's expression turned perplexed as he scrutinized Si. "Who instructed you to inquire?" Based on his understanding of Si, he knew the latter would dutifully follow orders without questioning. He had clearly stated to block the tunnel. That meant entirely blocking it. How could it be only half? The only explanation was that another serpent had said something to Si, prompting this inquiry. Si, not intending to conceal anything, replied directly. "It was Siyu. She mentioned that there might be a war with the grassland wolves in the future. So, since when have you been so obedient to her?" Si Ming's gaze turned displeased, as Su Tong could clearly see that after Si Ming's question, Si's ears flushed crimson. Suddenly, Si Ming erupted in anger. "Have you intermingled with her?" Si lowered his head even further, cold sweat trickling down his back. Su Tong was equally astonished at a male serpent. With a hermaphroditic serpent, the image was simply unfathomable. It was undeniably grotesque. Ew. Si Ming's chest heaved, clearly agitated by Si. Su Tong gently caressed Si Ming's arm, murmuring softly, "Do not be angry. Do not let it affect your health, my dear." Si Ming's breathing steadied. He made an effort to steal a glance at Su Tong. The grand hall fell into silence. Su Tong noticed that both males had quieted down, and she looked up at Si Ming with an innocent expression. What is it?" Si Ming found himself at a loss for words. He had intended to sternly reprimand Ce, but Su Tong's peculiar murmurs sparked an urge to laugh within him. Yet with Ce present, if he laughed, the imposing presence of the Lord Snake would dissipate. Thus, he struggled to keep his lips from curling into a smile. Sensing the Lord Snake's anger diminishing slightly, Ce mustered the courage to explain, "I love her. She is beautiful, and we." "Do you know what love is?" Ce Ming interrupted, his irritation flaring once more as he approached Ce, towering over him. He felt a powerful aura pressing down on him, causing him to swallow hard. Su Tong glanced around, acutely aware of Ce Ming's fury. However, she did not wish to interfere in the affairs of the Serpent clan, as she was unaware of the true reasons behind it. Yet, she trusted Ce Ming's perspective. What he deemed untrustworthy, she would undoubtedly share the same sentiment about, so she refrained from defending Ce. After all, disobedient little friends indeed required some guidance. Most importantly, Su Tong glanced at Ce. "Lily does seem rather dim-witted." "Lift your head," Ce Ming instructed, allowing Ce to meet his gaze. "Answer me." Only then did Ce dare to look up, his features contorted in thought as he pondered his response. Love is wanting to be with her. That is not love." Ce Ming interrupted Ce's reply. "She is enticing you, using you, do you understand?" Ce Ming continued to question. "Ce, among the entire Serpent clan, you are the weakest. What could she possibly see in you? Why would she want you as her companion?" Su Tong gasped softly, sympathy evident in her gaze towards Ce. I Ming's words were blunt indeed. Ce's expression turned anxious as he attempted to explain. "Ce never said for me to be her companion. She merely said for me to stay by her side, to give me her body, to make me her one and only." Upon hearing this, Su Tong couldn't help but furrow her brows. Is she not even granted the status of a partner? Ce's eyes were filled with panic as he exclaimed loudly, "She is sincere." Ce Ming closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and endeavored to maintain his composure. "She genuinely intends to exploit you. Your sole advantage lies in the fact that you are the confidant of the true self. She approaches you because she seeks to leverage your connection to me." Su Tong nodded in agreement, quite satisfied with Ce Ming's analysis. She hadn't anticipated that her little serpent's discerning abilities were quite formidable. "Do you know why she deliberately sent you to inquire about the true self's tunnel?" Ce Ming asked Ce. He once more did S. He shook his head. "I don't know." Ce Ming replied coldly. "She knows that when I am alone with the little goddess, I will surely become lost in passion. She wants you to disrupt us to spy on us. Do you understand?" Ce's eyes radiated determination. "Impossible. Ce is not the kind of serpent who schemes." Ce Ming let out a cold laugh. "Very well. Go back and tell her that you did not see the true self. For the true self personally went to assist the little goddess in shedding her serpent form. And the little goddess is currently purifying herself in the heavenly pool." He felt perplexed by Ce Ming's command. Why must it be this way? "Do as I say." Ce Ming's crimson eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Ce dared not press further and complied with Ce Ming's instructions. "Understood." He turned to leave. Su Tong approached Ce Ming, looking at him with curiosity. "What are you planning to do?" Ce Ming casually uttered 3 words. "Kill Ce while you..." Su Tong fell silent, staring at Ce Ming for a while before recovering from her shock. "Why?" "She will harm you to..." Si Ming turned and picked up a wooden box filled with food. "I cannot allow such latent danger to approach you. Rather than allowing CU to become a future threat, it is better to resolve her now, lest the nights stretch on with dreams, and by the time CU truly harms his little treasure, it would be too late for regrets. What could she do to me?" Su Tong felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the first time she had encountered a beast that genuinely wished her harm since arriving in the beast realm. Ce Ming opened the wooden box and swallowed a fig in one bite. "You will find out shortly that if she learns that you are purifying yourself in the heavenly pool while I go to assist with shedding the serpent form, she will undoubtedly assume that we are preparing for physical union." I Ming took out another fig and held it to Su Tong's lips. Su Tong instinctively opened her mouth and took a bite. Ce Ming continued, "Purification in the heavenly pool is a custom of the Serpent clan. After the Serpent Lord successfully courts, the female must cleanse herself in the heavenly pool before proceeding to the next step." Su Tong swallowed the fig. "So she will be very angry and come to settle the score with me?" Ming casually finished off the remaining fig that Su Tong had bitten. Exactly. Can't we punish her or imprison her instead? Must we kill her? Su Tong felt that directly killing Siyu might be a bit excessive. However, Ming was resolute. She must be killed. Siyu is a serpent raised under my command, and I know her all too well. Siu is inherently ruthless. She will not rest simply because of a minor punishment, but will instead become more relentless. If today we merely inflict a trivial punishment on Siyu, tomorrow she will harbor even greater hatred and commit even more outrageous acts. Ming gently grasped Su Tong's chin, his gaze tender. Any beast that poses a threat to you, regardless of who it is, I will not show mercy. Even if it is my closest kin, if they dare to harm my little treasure, I will not hesitate. Moreover, Siyu, being inherently restless, would provoke internal strife within the serpent clan, even without the presence of a female. After hearing Ming's explanation, Su Tong fell into contemplation. She recalled the various chaotic antagonists depicted in television shows or novels. Wasn't it often the case that the righteous would suffer due to a moment's compassion? Very well, I understand. Su Tong set aside her soft-heartedness and agreed to Ming's plan. Dear, you must be psychologically prepared. Ming reached out to wipe the fig juice from the corner of Su Tong's mouth with his thumb and casually licked the juice from his finger. She is very fierce and may frighten you. Su Tong pursed her lips, her small face serious, and nodded. Understood. She would be very brave. So should I wait for her at the heavenly pool? Su Tong tentatively asked. Ming smirked. Are you suggesting that we engage in a genuine act? Su Tong, not yet comprehending the deeper implications of Ming's words, nodded. To convince her, it would be better if we performed convincingly. If she goes to the heavenly pool and discovers that I am not there, she will quickly realize that we are lying. Dear. Ming leaned closer to Su Tong, bending down to gaze in her eyes. Should we also take care of matters following the purification? Ming's face was mere inches away, and Su Tong could even feel his breath. His enchanting phoenix eyes were deep and alluring, his lips well-defined and rosy. Su Tong's heart raced like a startled deer, thumping erratically. She was not a saint. How could she be devoid of desire, merely shy to express it? Noticing Su Tong's dazed state, Ming pinched her cheek playfully. Just teasing you, my dear. Don't be afraid. He would certainly wait until his little treasure was completely accustomed to him before proceeding with deeper actions. Yet at that moment, Su Tong felt a slight disappointment. If Ming had not spoken, she might have been ready to nod in agreement. However, her first night, she wished to reserve for Achu. After all, Achu was the first male she had fallen in love with, and by conventional logic, her first time should belong to Achu. But what Su Tong never anticipated was that her first night would be anything but conventional. It could be described as thrilling, tumultuous, and a pure battlefield of emotions. Where's the heavenly pool? Su Tong inquired. Ming crouched down, turning his back to Su Tong. Come, my dear, I will carry you up. Can I walk myself? My dear, you cannot make it up on your own. Ming chuckled lightly, pointing upwards. It's at the mountain top. After all, it's called the heavenly pool, and there's no path. We must climb up from the side. Su Tong looked up at the cave ceiling. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This is halfway up the mountain. If there's no path to climb, it means we have to scale half the mountain. Ming nonchalantly nodded. Correct. All right, although Su Tong felt anxious. She chose to trust Ming that he would not put her in danger. Su Tong bent down, placing her small hands on Ming's shoulders. Then she fully leaned onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ming effortlessly rose to his feet, firmly supporting Su Tong's thighs. Are you ready? Su Tong softly replied. Ming carried Su Tong to the edge of the platform, and Su Tong glanced down, feeling slightly dizzy from the height. The thought of them both precariously climbing rocks to reach the summit made her heart constrict, and she clung tightly to Ming in search of security. Ming sensed Su Tong's fear and gently reminded her, Close your eyes. We will arrive soon. Su Tong obediently shut her eyes. After approximately 5 minutes, Su Tong felt Ming come to a halt. My dear, you may open your eyes. The gentle voice of Ming wafted into Su Tong's ears. Suddenly, Su Tong felt a powerful gust of wind sweep past her, causing Si Ming's silver hair to brush against her face, prompting her to slowly open her eyes. The magnificent vista before her left Su Tong utterly awestruck. That moment, she stood atop the mountain peak, gazing down upon the sprawling grasslands and forests below, where the pale yellow plains were embraced by lush green woods, save for one side that remained open and stretched infinitely, evoking a sense of vastness and tranquility. Wispy clouds drifted past her, and the cold wind billowed her robes in cascading waves, while stray strands of hair danced playfully in the breeze, obscuring her vision. Si Ming, however, was indifferent to the scenery. He turned to look at Su Tong, a smile gracing his lips, his gaze lingering on her for a long while. For the first time, he found the view from the mountaintop to be captivating as Su Tong peered into the distance, even spotting a lake within the territory of the Wolf clan. Observing the shape of the lake from this height, she noted it was not circular, but rather resembled the outline of an eye. As the wind picked up, Su Tong felt a chill creeping up her back. She turned to look behind her and found another lake, comparable in size to the one in the grasslands. Su Tong was taken aback. She had not anticipated the heavenly pool to be so vast and so deep. As I Ming noticed the confusion etched on Su Tong's face, he crouched down and approached the water's edge, sliding his fingers across the surface as he explained. The reason this mountain is called Changming Mountain is that it receives direct sunlight year-round. Whenever snow accumulates at the peak, it melts, gradually forming the heavenly pool, which is the holy water of the Serpent clan and remarkably pure. However, Si Ming's lips curled into a playful smirk. The water is quite cold. You may find it uncomfortable to wash alone. Your husband can accompany you to Su Tong's cheeks flushed with warmth. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? She stammered, her mind racing. What was she thinking? She felt herself gradually succumbing to Si Ming's enchanting allure, her rationality crumbling moment by moment. Su Tong gazed at Si Ming's devilishly charming yet tender visage, her heart resonating with a silent admiration. This must be what it feels like to encounter a bewitching spirit in reality. What's the matter, my darling? Si Ming stepped closer, enveloping Su Tong in his arms and spinning her around, placing her at a safe distance from the cliff. Not willing? Not at all, Su Tong replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. Shaking her head once more, I Ming's expression turned serious. She's coming, Su Tong quickly urged. You should hide. I'll wait for her here. With that, Si Ming concealed himself behind a boulder. Su Tong then gathered her robes and approached the heavenly pool, slowly stepping into the icy water, enduring the chill until it reached her knees. The water was piercingly cold, and her feet quickly lost sensation. Indeed, the Serpent Lord desires to merge with you. Siyu's shrill voice erupted from behind Su Tong. She turned to face Siyu, locking eyes with the venomous glare emanating from her. Siyu's features were grotesquely contorted. Even in her human form, the sharp fangs characteristic of serpents were prominently visible. You wretched creature! What right do you have to entangle with the Serpent Lord? In an instant, Siyu transformed back into a golden python, opening her mouth wide and extending her deep crimson tongue toward Su Tong. Hissing, I'm the most beautiful female of the Serpent clan. I am meant to be the companion of the Serpent Lord. Die. Siyu propelled herself forward with her powerful tail, her eyes fixed on Su Tong's throat. Poised to strike, terrified of serpents, Su Tong's pupils dilated as she watched the menacing Siyu approach. Her legs weakened, causing her to collapse into the water. In that fleeting moment, a figure suddenly intervened from the side, seizing Siyu by the neck. Panic filled Siyu's eyes. Ugh, ugh. Yet a strong grip constricted around her throat, silencing her. As Ming yanked on Siyu's tongue with ferocity, severing it cleanly, and blood gushed forth from her mouth. Su Tong was struck by an unprecedented visual shock, her breath hitching for half a second. The gruesome scene was even more brutal than the day Si Ming fought with Arthur. Nevertheless, Siyu continued to thrash her tail, attempting to strike Su Tong, but not touch her. Ming's crimson eyes glinted with bloodlust as he plunged his fingers into Siyu's abdomen, extracting her innards. Su Tong instinctively covered her mouth, gasping in horror. Accustomed to Si Ming's gentle demeanor, she had never witnessed such cold-bloodedness in him. Leaving her momentarily dazed, Siyu ceased her struggles, utterly devoid of life. I Ming discarded her lifeless body and stepped into the water. Washing his hands, he was determined to spare Su Tong from the stench of blood. I Ming lifted Su Tong, who had fallen into the water, his previously fierce demeanor replaced by concern. "Are you cold? Are you frightened?" Su Tong snapped back to reality, her teeth chattering. The water was already chilling, but Si Ming's body felt even colder, cradled in his arms. She felt as if she had been plunged into a refrigerator. Su Tong forced a smile. "No, it's fine. I'm not cold." I Ming noticed the faint purplish hue of Su Tong's skin, his anxiety deepening that I will take you down immediately. He hastily carried Su Tong back to the great hall halfway up the mountain, finding her a clean serpent skin and wrapping her in his arms upon the marble pedestal, attempting to warm her. However, Su Tong did not recover from the earlier chill. Instead, she felt increasingly colder, her teeth chattering more violently, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. I Ming released her, placing her on the marble pedestal. "I'm sorry, my body is too cold." The serpent clan's body temperature was perpetually low, and with the weather turning colder, their temperature dipped even further. If Su Tong's body temperature were normal, it would not pose an issue, but now that she had become hypothermic, continuing to hold her would only draw away the remaining warmth from her, making her feel even colder. "It's all right. I can manage. There's no need to apologize," Su Tong said sweetly, tightening her robes around herself, curling into a ball and rubbing her shoulders. Yet, being halfway up the mountain, with the sun setting and the temperature dropping, the cold marble beneath her did little to help her warmth. Despite her efforts, she still felt no heat. I Ming crouched beside her, reaching out to touch her forehead. But fearing he might make her colder, he quickly withdrew his hand, his expression flustered. How could he warm his darling? Si Ming, the bag. Su Tong recalled the lighter in the bag, which could be used to generate warmth. Si Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Right? You have that. What is it called? The thing that can start a fire." He struggled to remember the name. "A lighter." Su Tong filled in the gap for him. "Yes, a lighter." Si Ming sprang up to retrieve the bag. Upon finding it, he emptied its contents onto the ground and, relying on his memories from the human world, located the lighter. "Tong Tong. I found it. What do we do next?" Su Tong's teeth clattered as if they were vibrating. Her upper and lower teeth clashed against each other. Find some branches and dry leaves to ignite." Without hesitation, Si Ming dashed down the mountain to gather branches. "Hang in there, my darling. I'll be back shortly." "All right." Su Tong hugged herself tightly, curling up at the foot of Chaming Mountain, where the wolf clan met the serpent clan. "Hey, that wolf." Dongfang rapped his knuckles against the head of Achu, who was lying on the branches below. "Si Ming is coming down." Achu's eyes shot open. "Si Ming? Why was he coming down?" It seemed like he was. Dongfang lifted his gaze, observing Si Ming in the distance for a long moment. "He's gathering branches." Achu found it peculiar. "What does he need branches for?" Dongfang pondered for a moment. "Perhaps it's because Tong Tong wants to start a fire." "Start a fire?" Achu's expression darkened. If he was starting a fire, it meant cooking meat. After cooking the meat, they would eat. When it came time to eat, that wretched snake would undoubtedly dawdle, unable to consume his share, and then insist on having Tong Tong feed him. Crack! Achu snapped a dry tree branch as thick as 4 fingers beside him. Although he had decided to accept Si Ming, that possessiveness did not imply acceptance of Si Ming. Dongfang, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His limbs hung limply from the tree trunk as he weakly murmured, "Help! When will I see my little goddess again?" He yearned for Tong Tong for the second half of the day. After Si Ming finished gathering, he returned to the grand hall, gazing at Su Tong. "Is this sufficient?" Su Tong looked at the pile of branches and dry leaves tucked within Si Ming's long robe and chuckled softly. "Yes. It is more than enough." I Ming gathered the branches together and picked up a lighter. This was his first encounter with such human high technology since returning to the beast realm, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. He pressed the switch with a slight tremor of his thumb. Puff! It lit up. Si Ming exclaimed excitedly, looking at Su Tong. Su Tong reminded him. Quickly use the dry leaves. Just as Si Ming was about to grab the dry leaves, a series of weak flames sputtered twice before extinguishing. I Ming frowned slightly and quickly pressed the switch twice more, but the lighter remained silent. Si Ming silently observed the lighter in his hand before turning to Su Tong, his eyes innocent. Is it broken? Did he inadvertently damage it? Su Tong extended a hand from within her robe. Let me take a look. Ming obediently handed over the lighter, inadvertently touching Su Tong's hand, frowning even more. So cold. Su Tong shook the lighter, inspected it, and sadly declared, "It's out of gas, due to the confined space during the exchange and the presence of other items." The lighter they received was a mini one, which ran out of fuel after a few uses. Now, their only means of warmth was gone to Ming suddenly noticed that Su Tong's face was flushed. He reached out to touch her forehead. Why is it so hot? Why was his little darling so cold? Yet her forehead was burning. Su Tong touched her own cheek. Oh no, I hope I'm not getting a fever. No wonder she had felt dizzy while Ming was gathering branches. A fever. Ming had heard of this term. A fever meant being ill, which could lead to discomfort and even life-threatening situations. Ming pressed his palm against the marble pedestal, his fingertips turning white, feeling both heartache and guilt. If he had known, he would not have let the little female go to the heavenly pool for purification. Su Tong noticed Ming's emotions and gently patted the back of his hand. It's not your fault. I went into the water to play the part better, and besides, a fever is not a serious matter. I just have internal coldness. Once that dissipates, I will be fine. Yet that was his idea. If Su hadn't frightened her, she wouldn't have fallen completely into the water. Ming felt an overwhelming sense of self-reproach. Snake Lord, a certain unknown male snake, entered the grand hall. Ming immediately barked. Get lost. The male snake was startled and dared not speak further. Quickly turning to leave, Su Tong slowly grasped Ming's hand. Ming, I truly do not blame you. Ming pulled his hand away, creating distance between them. Don't touch me. It will make you colder. Seeing Ming like this, Su Tong furrowed her brows, feeling a pang of concern for him. After a moment of contemplation, she looked at Ming. Ming, there's a way for me to recover my body temperature faster. Ming's frown vanished in an instant, his eyes lighting up with surprise. What is it? Su Tong buried her face within her robe, revealing only her eyes, her voice soft and tentative. Achu and Dong Fong are just down the mountain. Achu has a very high body temperature. By the end, her voice was barely above a whisper. Ming's expression shifted, his smile fading, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Though he had indeed promised Su Tong he could accept other males, the mere thought of facing them made Ming feel a wave of discomfort he could not control. Achio. Su Tong sneezed twice in succession, sniffing her nose. Upon witnessing her sneezes, Ming suppressed his unease. I will send a male down to find him. Su Tong immediately replied. No need to go through so much trouble. I can call him. Ming frowned, his eyes wide with surprise. It seemed that the wolf was always prepared at the foot of the mountain. If he made any move, that wolf would undoubtedly rush up to stop him. He could sense hostility from across the mountain. Can I call him? As soon as Su Tong finished asking, she sneezed several more times. Achio. Ming quickly replied. Go ahead and call him. For the sake of the little female's health, he would endure. Su Tong raised her voice toward the grand hall's entrance. Achu. Down the mountain, Achu, who was resting, suddenly transformed back into wolf form, startling Dong Fong, who had been napping in a tree, causing him to fall. Ignoring the pain in his back from the fall, Dong Fong immediately stood up and surveyed his surroundings. What happened? What happened? Yet Achu remained silent, racing towards Changming Mountain. Hey! Dong Fong watched Achu's retreating figure and hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Before he could finish, Achu had already vanished from his sight. Dong Fong immediately sensed something was amiss. Achu's reaction. Was the little goddess in trouble? He promptly followed Achu towards Changming Mountain. Meanwhile, the snake group that had been blocking the tunnel arrived at the foot of Changming Mountain. Because Ming had ordered them to operate in human form, the snakes could only drag their weary bodies back step by step, unable to slither back in their snake forms. Just as a group of male snakes reached the foot of Changming Mountain, a figure swiftly dashed past them, kicking up a cloud of dust. The male snakes were collectively stunned. What just passed by? Achu. Dong Fong, who had been chasing after Achu, also arrived at the foot of the mountain and encountered the group of male snakes. Achu, wait for me. Dong Fong initially intended to pretend he didn't see the male snakes and run straight up. However, Dong Fong's legs were not as swift as Achu's, and he was directly blocked by the male snakes. Dong Fong cursed Achu for being ungrateful, only caring about his own escape while ignoring him. "Stop!" He pointed a dirt-covered finger at Dong Fong. "Who are you? How dare you intrude on our snake clan's Chaming Mountain?" Dong Fong was anxiously worried about Su Tong's safety and impatiently shouted, "Get out of the way, you long worms!" Upon hearing the term long worms, Ci's anger surged. "You a stinky squirrel. Dare to trespass on our snake clan's territory and still act so arrogantly." "Brothers!" He waved to the male snakes behind him. "Brothers, beat him up." The male snakes clenched their fists, ready to gang up on Dong Fong. "Stop that!" A cold voice halted the male snakes' actions. The male snakes lowered their heads and dispersed to the sides, creating a passage. "Snake Lord." Ming approached, surveying Dong Fong from head to toe before turning to say, "Go to the mountaintop and collect Cu's body." "What?" Stared at Ming in disbelief. The other male snakes also looked at Ming incredulously. "Cu is dead?" Ming's expression remained indifferent. "Did you not doubt it? Cu attacked the goddess. I killed her, and the body by the heavenly pool is the evidence that if she truly loved you, why would she be jealous of the goddess? Why would she resent my affection for the goddess?" "Think it over." Upon hearing this, immediately dashed towards the mountaintop. After left, Ming pointed at Dong Fong. "You, transform back. Tong Tong want me to take you up," considering Dong Fong's athletic ability. Su Tong estimated that Dong Fong would struggle to climb, so she suggested Ming come down to assist. Dong Fong shot Ming a sideways glance. "I can manage. It's just climbing a mountain." Dong Fong rolled his eyes and approached the mountain path, only to be taken aback. "Is this a path?" The distances between the stones where one could step were at least the length of his two legs combined. How on earth was he supposed to navigate this? Ming stood behind Dong Fong, coldly urging, "Don't waste time. Achu is currently alone with his little treasure, feeling quite uneasy. Were it not for Tong Tong urging him to come down and fetch Dong Fong, he would have remained where he was, with no other choice." Dong Fong transformed back into a little squirrel, ensuring he held onto the large cloth that had fallen from him at this moment. The cloth was larger than Dong Fong's entire body, and he could only drag it along as he moved. Ming observed Dong Fong's antics with some satisfaction, noting that at least this was an improvement over the earlier sight of Achu running about in the nude. Casting a glance at Dong Fong by his feet, Ming remarked dryly, "Shorty." Dong Fong lifted his tiny head, his eyes wide with indignation, tail erect. "Who are you calling short?" Ming bent down to grasp Dong Fong by the scruff, bringing him closer to his eyes. "Aside from you, is there any other male here shorter than you?" Dong Fong flailed his tiny hands, attempting to strike Ming. "I'm not short. My human form is about your height." "About the same height doesn't mean taller." Ming then leaped onto a stone, hastening up the mountainside while still holding Dong Fong. "You're talking nonsense." Dong Fong's protest was swiftly eclipsed by his terrified screams of acrophobia. "How can this serpent move so fast? Why is this mountain so high? I feel like I'm flying. How terrifying. How exhilarating at the mountainside." Within the grand hall, Su Tong nestled in Achu's embrace, half of her body peering out. What is that sound?" "Is that Dong Fong?" "What is wrong with him?" Achu gently pulled Su Tong back in his chest. "Don't worry about him." Once he died, he held Su Tong tightly, his cheek resting against her forehead. He had been alarmed when he rushed up earlier, fearing that the little female had encountered some peril, only to discover she was merely chilled. Although Achu and Ming had exchanged no words upon their earlier encounter, their mutual disdain was palpable. Ming treated Achu as if he were invisible, while Achu regarded Ming as transparent. The two males conversed solely with Su Tong. Thus, moments ago, Achu had hurriedly ascended to the mountainside, bursting into the grand hall, instantly transforming into human form and sliding to his knees before the marble pedestal. Grasping Su Tong's hand, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Upon seeing Achu, Su Tong's face lit up with joy. "No, Achu, it's just Achu being cold." A series of sneezes left Achu utterly bewildered. "How did you get so frozen?" Achu quickly discerned that Su Tong had suffered from a severe chill. Without a thought for his own nudity, he enfolded her in his embrace. Su Tong had grown unbearably cold, and she no longer cared about the cloth that had fallen away. Burrowing into Achu's warmth, seeking to press every inch of her skin against him. The comforting warmth enveloped Su Tong instantly, and she exhaled, feeling as though she had been reborn out of Achu, witnessing Su Tong's eager snuggling. Felt a surge of joy in his heart, his smile impossible to conceal as he reclined against the marble pedestal, his arms firmly encircling her. Standing 2 meters away, Si Ming watched this scene, his teeth grinding in frustration, wishing he could break Achu's arms to Achu. Noticing Si Ming's glare, shot back with his own brown-eyed hostility. You. Su Tong poked Achu's chest. No fighting. She had only just managed to mediate between Si Ming and Achu and could not allow them to quarrel again. Yet Achu was still inclined to confront Si Ming regarding how Su Tong had caught a chill. Ew. Su Tong swiftly covered Achu's mouth. If you argue, I will be upset. Achu reluctantly held his tongue, unable to argue with Si Ming, yet unable to remain calm in conversation with him. Achu gazed down at Su Tong. Tong Tong, I truly wish to inquire how a certain male has been taking care of you. He claims to love you, yet allows you to suffer from the cold. It's simply, before Achu could utter a more severe word, Su Tong again covered his mouth. Use a different word. Knowing Achu well, she understood his next words would surely infuriate Si Ming. Achu looked down at Su Tong's sparkling eyes, swallowing his words, kissing her fingers gently and softening his tone. It's simply outrageous. Si Ming, upon hearing this, was struck by incredulous laughter. Not only was Achu attempting to insult him in his presence, but he was also kissing his little treasure. Si Ming's anger surged from his toes to the crown of his head, and he could no longer contain himself. You foul wolf! At once, Su Tong turned to Si Ming, shaking her index finger side to side in a playful manner. You can't scold the wolf either. Faced with Su Tong's request, Si Ming found it impossible to refuse, forcing himself to suppress his anger as he mimicked Achu's tone. Tong Tong, could you kindly relay to that irate male that, as a former wolf king, he should be aware of the necessity of clothing to preserve modesty. It's simply... Si Ming paused, then let out a cold snort. Simply more outrageous. Achu, stroking Su Tong's hair, remained unfazed. Tong Tong, please inform that furious male that I am your primary partner. Being bare before each other is a commonplace occurrence. There is nothing to be astonished about. Si Ming raised an eyebrow, turning to face Achu directly, his tone dripping with contempt. If being bare has occurred so many times without securing the little female's affections, perhaps you are lacking in capability? Achu seemed to feel a nerve snap within his mind. Su Tong lifted her gaze, her eyes slowly shifting to Achu's face, darkening to a shade deeper than the night. Su Tong's brows furrowed tightly. This was bad. Achu was about to lose his temper. Achu turned with a fierce glare at Si Ming. And you cold-blooded serpent, you can't even provide warmth for Tong Tong's bed. Si Ming's gaze turned frigid, his eyes cooling to the point of freezing. That is still better than your hollow bravado. Incapable of standing firm against the winds, Su Tong attempted to interject. However, in a fit of rage, Achu abruptly stood, causing Su Tong to tumble from his arms onto the marble pedestal's backing, her elbow inadvertently striking the stone, letting out a small yelp. Ouch! Yet, the two males were now completely consumed by their fury, oblivious to Su Tong's plight. She rubbed her elbow, comforting herself. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. You dare say another word? Achu's anger flared, each word seething with intensity. Su Tong hurriedly stepped between the two males. Achu, you. But before she could finish her plea, Si Ming raised his voice, glaring at Achu. Say another word, and what of it? Do you think I fear you? Su Tong turned back, attempting to reason with Si Ming. Si Ming, well, but Achu was not about to give Su Tong a chance to speak. His fists clenched. Are you seeking death? Su Tong, in a panic. Achu, don't. Si Ming's gaze was icy. Then let us see you try. The distance between the two males narrowed, the tension intensifying, leaving Su Tong caught in the middle, torn between them. Wait, Su Tong shouted. Both Achu and Si Ming lowered their heads slightly to look at her. What is the matter? Su Tong blinked her big eyes. Where's Dong Fong? Wasn't he waiting at the foot of the mountain? Fortunately, Dong Fong provided a distraction. Achu suddenly remembered that the little squirrel was indeed trailing behind him. He should be arriving soon. That Achu's word seemed incredulous even to himself. It was common knowledge that while Dong Fong could climb trees, scaling the perilous Changming Mountain was another matter altogether. Su Tong turned to Si Ming, flashing a sweet smile. Could I trouble you to go fetch Dong Fong? All of Si Ming's anger evaporated the moment he beheld Su Tong smile. Of course, the Achu wrapped his arms around Su Tong. Are you still cold? Though Su Tong was no longer particularly chilly. She nodded. Cold. Now, it was imperative to separate the two males. One would descend to retrieve Dong Fong, while the other remained in the grand hall. Achu embraced Su Tong at the waist, carrying her back to the pedestal. Let us warm up a little longer. Su Tong turned to Si Ming. Please. Even though Si Ming still felt jealousy toward Achu for being able to hold the little female while he had to go fetch Dong Fong, he nonetheless smiled and nodded. All right, my treasure. Then, Si Ming descended the mountain and encountered Dong Fong, who was nearly besieged by the male snakes. Meanwhile, Achu remained on the mountain to warm Su Tong's body. A few minutes later, Si Ming, grasping Dong Fong by the tail, unceremoniously tossed him on the ground, his gaze towards Dong Fong a mixture of disdain and pity. How could such a diminutive male survive? He felt that Dong Fong's original weight was even less than that of the serpent he had shed. Dong Fong rolled on the ground and, with practiced grace, landed steadily. Dong Fong, Su Tong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling upon seeing the fluffy creature. She too longed for Dong Fong. With his round, glistening eyes and mouth slightly agape, his tail held high, Dong Fong stared at Su Tong for a moment before joyfully shouting, Tong Tong! His petite limbs moved swiftly across the ground, racing towards Su Tong. As he embraced her, Dong Fong transformed back into his human form, wrapping his arms tightly around her. Thud! At that very moment, the human Dong Fong collided with Achu, who was holding Su Tong, knocking him off the stone pedestal. Achu was taken aback by the sudden impact. Has Si Ming couldn't he help but smirk at the scene. Serves you right. Why didn't he just crush that stinky wolf? Dong Fong incessantly rubbed his cheek against Su Tong's head, expressing, Little Tong Tong, I miss you so much. Su Tong mimicked Dong Fong's affectionate gesture. Replying, Tong Tong missed Dong Fong too. Achu stood up beside Si Ming, glaring at Dong Fong with mild annoyance, but he was far more irritated by Si Ming's interaction with the little female. Si Ming, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on Dong Fong's lower half, and upon closer inspection, shook his head in exasperation. Do the males living on your grasslands not wear clothes? Another one bearing it all. As Dong Fong held Su Tong, he turned to the side, raising the cover cloth in his hand. What you said is incorrect, Serpent Lord. I am the High Priest, and I always carry it with me. Si Ming suddenly recalled that earlier at the foot of the mountain, Dong Fong had deliberately picked up the cover cloth, which he had inadvertently forgotten. As Su Tong glanced at the cover cloth in Dong Fong's hand and froze. Dong Fong wasn't wearing pants. Then Su Tong's gaze shifted to Achu, her pupils constricting. Achu wasn't wearing anything either. She had only just realized this. Su Tong's face turned crimson at that moment. She felt not a hint of coldness, her eyes wide with astonishment that Achu had held her for so long, and she hadn't noticed anything amiss until now, as Su Tong instinctively touched her waist. Realizing that little Achu had just been behind her, Ming noticed Su Tong's gaze shift to Achu and quickly stepped aside, blocking Achu from view, smiling at Su Tong. Not a pleasant sight. Darling, best not to look. Achu frowned slightly, shooting a glare at Si Ming for obstructing him, and stepped sideways. Ming mirrored the movement, continuing to shield the naked Achu. Dong Fong released Su Tong. She turned her back. Dong Fong quickly donned his shorts and embraced Su Tong again, affectionately calling her Little Tong Tong. Su Tong quietly murmured, Dong Fong, what's wrong? Dong Fong continued to hold Su Tong with delight. I can hardly breathe. Dong Fong promptly let go of Su Tong, scratching his head sheepishly. I'm sorry, Tong Tong, I was too forceful. Su Tong took a deep breath. It's all right. It's all right. I don't blame you. In that moment, Su Tong became acutely aware of a grave concern. Among these males, Dong Fong possessed the least strength. Yet even so, his tight embrace could render her breathless. This indicated that her own power in this beastly world was exceedingly limited without the protection of Achu, Ming, or even Dongfang. She would be utterly incapable of defending herself in the face of danger. This made Su Tong feel immensely grateful that these males treated her so well. Dongfang sat beside Su Tong, pinching her cheek. Seeing you unscathed puts my mind at ease. Su Tong smiled back at Dongfang. With you all here, how could anything happen to me? Noticing that Dongfang had finally dressed, Ming turned around and irritably questioned Achu. Ew, still not dressed? Achu sulked. Lost it. How can I wear it? After transforming back into a prairie wolf. He had run off in such haste that he hadn't noticed where the cover cloth had fallen. Ming tore off a corner of his robe and threw it heavily onto Achu. Put on. Oh, quite generous of you, Serpent Lord, Dongfang remarked, crossing his arms and teasing Ming. The robe was a shedding of the serpent, and Ming actually tore off a piece to give to Achu. Ming shot a cold glance at Achu. I'm not doing this for you. He was doing it for his little darling's eyes, so she wouldn't have to endure the sight of such unsightly things. Achu glanced at the torn piece of robe in Ming's hand. Get that away. I don't want your filthy skin to... Don't be like that. Su Tong frowned, walking over while holding the robe, twirling it around. Ming's robe looks quite nice and smells delightful. Su Tong positioned herself in front of Ming, gazing at Achu with hopeful eyes. Ming is already my partner. From now on, we all belong to the same family. You are brothers, care for one another, can you? Achu retracted his indifferent expression, as if making a significant decision, and softly replied, All right. Su Tong turned to Ming, smiling as she took the robe from his hand and offered it to Achu. Consider it a token of your friendship. Dongfang chimed in cheerfully. Exactly, Achu. Quickly take it. Don T put Tong Tong in a difficult position. This is a gesture of goodwill from the Serpent Lord that Achu caught the robe and shot a glare at Dongfang. Who knows who spent the whole day cursing Ming from the tree. Dongfang furtively glanced at Ming, forcing a laugh. Misunderstanding. I was praising you. Achu heard it wrong that Achu tied the robe around his waist. Cunning, treacherous white worm, obsessive and cold-blooded pervert. So all of those were praises for Ming. Su Tong crossed her arms and watched the unfolding drama, squinting at Dongfang. Truly, the green tea Dongfang was adept at superficial charm, though his discretion left much to be desired, easily exposed by Achu. Perhaps he could only be considered a novice green tea. Dongfang had anticipated being so readily betrayed by Achu. However, Ming showed no intention of holding a grudge, gently taking Su Tong's hand. Are you hungry, darling? Would you like to eat something? And Ming glanced at Achu, then at Dongfang. If there's nothing else. You two may leave. Leave? Dongfang grasped Su Tong's hand, pulling her back into his embrace, one arm protectively around her. If we are to leave, it shall be together with Tong Tong. Ming had already become a beastly husband, which meant he had successfully courted the little female, and he couldn't allow her to stay here alone with Ming overnight. Ming's expression turned frosty. Get away, Achu stepped forward, aligning himself beside Dongfang, not moving. Everyone take a step back. Su Tong suddenly raised her voice, commanding. The three males were momentarily stunned, all staring at Su Tong. As Su Tong looked down at Dongfang's arms around her, speaking sternly, Let go. Everyone step back. Line up like good boys. Though the three males looked puzzled, they did not dare to question further, as Su Tong was preparing to have a serious discussion with the three males. The frequency of their quarrels over the past half hour was simply too high. Dongfang was the first to release his grip, stepping aside. Achu followed suit, moving to stand beside Dongfang. Ming silently observed Achu and Dongfang, then quietly positioned himself on the other side of Dongfang. Su Tong clenched her small fist before her mouth, clearing her throat, puffing out her chest, and raising her chin, attempting to project an air of authority. Dongfang, watching Su Tong's adorable attempt to appear fierce, couldn't help but chuckle. Be serious. Su Tong glared at Dongfang, her voice reaching its highest pitch. Yet this was hardly intimidating in the eyes of the three males. Instead, it resembled a little rabbit earnestly attempting to masquerade as a big bad wolf. Both amusing and endearing. Ming's gaze flitted away. diverting his attention elsewhere in a bid to avoid looking at Su Tong. He firmly believed that as long as he refrained from gazing at the little treasure, he would not be tempted to laugh at her. However, when Su Tong approached him, she snapped her fingers, commanding, "You, look at me." In an instant, Ming's focus sharpened on Su Tong. "My dear, speak." Su Tong, with utmost seriousness, addressed the three males. "Now, I shall elucidate the rules of the Su family beast husbands." Su family beast husbands? The three males collectively pursed their lips, their eyes momentarily flashing with pride before donning a look of confusion. It turned out there were indeed regulations to adhere to when being a Su family beast husband. First, Su Tong extended a finger. 3 prohibitions. No arguing, no going without clothes, and absolutely no fighting. Ming's expression gleamed with satisfaction, one eyebrow arching as he cast a sidelong glance at Dong Fong and Achu. I wholeheartedly endorsed the second rule. After all, as long as he didn't remove his robe, he wouldn't shed his form regardless of transformation. Dong Fong raised his hand, a relaxed demeanor on his face. "I support whatever Su Tong says. I will always remember to bring my undergarments, and besides, I have never been fond of brawling. A bit of banter is fine, but I detest physical altercations. A significant reason for this could be that he simply couldn't win." Only Achu remained expressionless, silent. He sensed that the second prohibition was aimed directly at him. Su Tong, noticing Achu's discomfort, smiled, revealing her dimples, and quietly whispered in his ear while on tiptoe, "It's all right. Achu, if you truly cannot find the time to dress, I won't hold it against you." No sooner had Su Tong spoken than Dong Fong became animated. "I heard that. Achu." Achu quickly covered Dong Fong's mouth with his hand. "You heard nothing, Dong Fong." Ming, observing Dong Fong's silence, slowly began. "I also." Yet before he could finish, Achu lifted his other hand to cover Ming's mouth. "You heard nothing either." Ming cast his eyes down at the hand covering his mouth. "Have you washed your hands?" No, Achu was unfazed as Ming abruptly yanked Achu's hand away. "Don't touch me." He then disdainfully spat on the ground multiple times. "Poo poo poo." Who knew what filthy things Achu's wolf paws had tread upon while he was running earlier? Cough, cough. Everyone quiet down. Su Tong clasped her hands behind her back, mimicking the authoritative tone of her school principal. "If there are no objections, I shall continue." Second, Su Tong raised 2 fingers. "What I say must be obeyed. If I instruct you to head south, you absolutely must not venture north." This rule was, in fact, an enhancement of the previous one, intended to provide her with theoretical support for her upcoming stay at Changming Mountain. Su Tong joined her hands in prayer at her chest, tilting her head with crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like stars, her voice sweetly melodic. "This is what we call harmony." The 3 males gazed at the little female before them, their lips curving upward, the affection in their eyes unmistakable. To them, Su Tong's smile was the most precious treasure in the world. As long as Su Tong was happy and content, they were willing to do anything. Dong Fong nodded with a smile. "Little Su Tong, even if you didn't say it, we would act accordingly." Achu likewise affirmed with a N-O-D-S. Ming reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind Su Tong's ear, his deep, velvety voice inquiring, "And what is the third?" "Third." Su Tong's eyes widened, her pupils darting about. The 3 males gazed intently at her, awaiting her proclamation. Feeling a tad shy, Su Tong replied, "I haven't quite thought it through yet." The 3 males burst into laughter in unison. "So, do you agree to the 2 rules I just mentioned?" Su Tong pressed, and the 3 males simultaneously nodded. "Of course we agree." "Splendid. Now let me explain." Su Tong glanced at Achu, then at Dong Fong. "I will be accompanying Ming at Changming Mountain for a few days. I promised him, so I cannot go back on my word." Upon hearing this, Achu and Dong Fong exchanged glances as Su Tong assumed the 2 males were contemplating how to refuse her, so she quickly invoked the second rule. "What I say must be obeyed." "You both agreed earlier," Dong Fong responded. "Rest assured, we have no intention of opposing you," Achu continued. "We do not object, but we will not allow you to remain here alone." "Indeed," Dong Fong nodded. "Achu and I will also stay at Changming Mountain for a few days. Since we are to be brothers from now on, we should adapt to one another." Ming's brows gradually knitted together. "I only mentioned that Su Tong should stay. Who agreed to your presence?" "Yeah." Dong Fong pointed at Ming, feigning a discovery. The rules of the Su family beast husband state that there shall be no quarrels. We must love one another. What are you doing? Disdaining us? Trying to drive us away? Si Ming felt utterly speechless for the first time in his life. With a hint of resignation, he simply retorted, I did not. Achu shot Dong Fong a knowing glance. Well done. Si Ming's mind raced, attempting to concoct a reasonable justification for Achu and Dong Fong to depart. Suddenly, he recalled, but there's only one bed here, sufficient for me and Su Tong to share. There is no space for you. Tsh. Dong Fong shot Si Ming a glare. You and Su Tong are sharing a bed? Why should it be only you and Su Tong? I want as well. Achu calmly interjected with 3 words. Out of bed. Su Tong exclaimed with delight, turning to Si Ming. You have a bed here? Si Ming smiled. Indeed, I made it myself. Excited, Su Tong tugged at Si Ming's robe. Take me to see it. Quickly. Achu looked perplexed. What is a bed? Dong Fong scoffed. You don't even know what a bed is, yet you just said I wanted to. Achu nonchalantly regarded Dong Fong. Whatever you two wish to do with the little female, I shall do as well. Achu's principle was that he must never fall behind the 2 males. Thus, regardless of what the other 2 males intended to do with the little female, he would follow suit. Si Ming took Su Tong's hand, guiding her deeper into the hall. Dong Fong gestured for Achu to follow. Let us go see what a bed is. Achu promptly trailed behind. Under Si Ming's guidance, Su Tong traversed a tunnel within the hall, arriving at the other side of the mountain, where Si Ming's sleeping quarters. Lyit was a semi-open cave, filled with feathers, and at its center rested an irregular wooden bed. Overall, it bore a rectangular outline, adorned with thick pelts, while the open side of the cave faced a precipice. Su Tong approached the bed, pressing her small hand against it, so soft that Achu examined the elevated wooden platform closely. So this is a bed? Just a few pieces of wood put together? I thought it was something extraordinary that made the little female so happy. Si Ming explained to Su Tong. It's layered with sheep skin, deer hide, and even fox fur. Fox. Achu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Si Ming. You have captured a fox? The spiritual foxes of the southern domain are elusive, their clans shrouded in mystery. He had yet to see a single one. Si Ming gazed at Su Tong, responding lightly to Achu. A fox that traveled thousands of miles to court me, only to fall ill upon our meeting and perish. Such exquisite red fox fur would be a shame to waste. Upon hearing this, Su Tong felt a twinge of sympathy for the unfortunate red fox, having finally reached the beloved male only to meet its demise. Su Tong curiously inquired, What illness? It seemed fine throughout the journey until it encountered you. Si Ming simply replied with 2 words. See why you... Su Tong suddenly understood, her brows furrowing tightly. It was Siyu who had caused Hong, whose demise. No wonder Si Ming referred to that golden python as merciless. It appeared that as long as a female admired Si Ming, Siyu would harbor resentment. If Si Ming had not plotted to eliminate Siyu today, even if Siyu refrained from harming her now, she would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. Fortunately, Siyu was already dead, and she no longer had to be on guard against any nefarious schemes. While they were admiring the bed, Dong Fong hesitated at the cave entrance, reluctant to step inside. Can one really sleep in this place? What if I have a dream at midnight and accidentally roll off the open side? That's why I won't let you sleep. Tong Tong will take the bed. Si Ming glanced back at Dong Fong. Let's return to the grasslands. Dong Fong steeled himself and strode into the room. No. I refuse. I want to sleep. Si Ming, disinterested in further discussion, replied curtly. Fine, if you're not afraid, sleep, but you can only sleep on the floor. Tong Tong and I will take the bed. Dong Fong stomped on the feathers scattered on the ground. All right. The floor is quite soft. I can sleep there, but you cannot share the bed with Tong Tong. Si Ming, growing impatient, retorted, Why can't I sleep on the bed with Tong Tong? This is Chaming Mountain, my cave. What I say goes. Stop, both of you. Su Tong raised her hand to halt the 2 males. If they continued to argue, she would have to teach them the rules of the Su family beastmen once again. Su Tong stated plainly, I will sleep on the bed. The 3 of you will sleep on the floor. With that, Su Tong flopped onto the bed, rolling around. It's so soft and comfortable. Si Ming shot a piercing glare at Dong Fong. No more arguing, right? Now no one gets to sleep? Dong Fong, feeling indignant, made a biting gesture at Si Ming. Humph. That is still better than you sleeping on the bed with Tong Tong. As the two males turned to choose their resting spots, they noticed Achu had silently settled by the edge of the bed. Achu, catching the glances from the two males, casually remarked, "This spot is mine." First come, first served. It was evident to anyone that the positions on either side of the bed were undoubtedly the closest to the little female, allowing for a view of her as she drifted off to sleep. However, Dong Fong and Si Ming had been so engrossed in their dispute over who would share the bed with Tong Tong, they had assumed Achu had not participated because he could not interject. Little did they know, Achu had anticipated that Su Tong would ultimately remain neutral, resulting in everyone sleeping on the floor, and had quietly claimed the best position, seeing that the prime spot had already been taken. Only the left side of the bed remained. Dong Fong and Si Ming exchanged sidelong glances. The next moment, they simultaneously launched an attack toward the left position. Although both were tall, with Si Ming only slightly taller than Dong Fong by about 5 centimeters. Si Ming had not only long legs, but also long arms, coupled with great strength and agility. Just as Dong Fong was about to leap for the left side, Si Ming seized him by the neck and brought him crashing to the ground, then plopped himself onto the left side of the bed. Dong Fong was furious. There were only 3 males vying for the little female's attention, but he couldn't even outmaneuver one of them. If more males joined the fray in the future, would he still have any standing? Thus, he resolved not to hold back any longer. Dong Fong sprang up from the ground, instantly transforming back into a little squirrel. Leaping onto Su Tong's lap, his fluffy tail swaying. With an innocent yet pitiful gaze, he said, "Sister, sister, they're bullying Dong Fong." The other 2 males were momentarily stunned, as Su Tong, however, could not help but smile uncontrollably. How adorable! Dong Fong was simply too cute. He climbed up onto Su Tong's shoulder, resting his little head against her ear, his tail flicking in front of her eyes. "Sister, I want to sleep beside you and dream together. Did you know on the day we parted, I really missed you. If I can't sleep next to you, I will have nightmares at night." As Su Tong's eyes widened, her brow furrowing on the verge of tears. Yet her lips curled in a smile. The fluffy little squirrel was just too endearing. She was about to burst into tears from the cuteness. Dong Fong raised his head, his little ears drooping. His big tail wrapped around his feet, looking utterly forlorn. "But I don't want to make it difficult for you, sister. If it comes to that, I'll just sleep all alone at the foot of the bed. The cold wind will blow over my body, and when I open my eyes, I won't see you." "Stop talking." Su Tong immediately pulled Dong Fong tightly into her embrace, closing her eyes and rubbing her chin against his head gently. "Tonight, you will sleep on the bed and keep me company." The fluffy little squirrel was just too adorable, so cute that she felt like she could swallow him whole. "Achu," Si Ming. Achu clenched his fists tightly in the end, he and Si Ming ended up sleeping on the floor, while that pesky squirrel got asleep on the bed. Si Ming's brows were knitted tightly, disbelief evident in his eyes. Was this squirrel suffering from some kind of mental issue? Why would a male behave in such a manner? What sister? What cold wind? It made his scalp tingle. The crux of the matter was that this whole nonsense seemed to work wonders on his little darling. Should he learn a thing or two from it? Dong Fong, thoroughly satisfied, reveled in the warmth of the little female's embrace, and simultaneously flashed a provocative smile at the other 2 males. Si Ming yanked on Dong Fong's tail, pulling him out of the little female's arms. "Tong Tong, think about what to eat tonight." Dong Fong, dangling in the air, eagerly replied, "Divine herb. There are divine herbs on Changming Mountain. Eating them makes the body feel warm and comfortable." "What divine herb?" Su Tong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. I Ming released Dong Fong's tail, and as soon as Dong Fong hit the ground, he readied himself to leap at Su Tong again. Si Ming's brow furrowed as he reached out to grab Dong Fong's tail. Dong Fong turned around, his ears perked up as he glared at Si Ming. I Ming raised an eyebrow, his gaze threatening. "Behave." Dong Fong was intimidated by those red eyes, his ears drooping as he turned to Su Tong to explain. "It's a long, yellow plant with 4 limbs. Upon hearing Dong Fong's description, Su Tong's eyes widened in realization. "Is it ginseng?" Dong Fong transformed back into his human form in a flash. "I don't know. We all call that thing divine herb." I Ming let go of Dong Fong's tail, then tossed the cover from behind him to Dong Fong, who quickly put it on. Su Tong, accustomed to their brief nudity before and after transformation, paid it no mind and added, "Does it look like a tree root?" "Yes," Ming nodded. "How did you know?" Su Tong looked at Ming with a puzzled expression. "Haven't you seen it in our place?" Ginseng. No, Ming couldn't recall ever seeing such a thing. In fact, he had spent very little time in the human world, and while he was busy learning from online videos, he had only encountered some everyday items. After pondering for a moment, Su Tong said to Ming, "Ginseng is considered a medicinal herb in our place. Unless there is a demand, you indeed wouldn't come across it." "Medicine?" the three males asked in unison. "Herbal medicine?" Su Tong nodded her little head. "Yes, it's not a medicinal herb for treating illness, but a tonic. It's the king of herbs." Su Tong clenched her fist and raised it, flexing her biceps, lowering her voice to mimic a male. "After eating, you have strength, stronger." Achu and Dong Fong's eyes gradually filled with confusion. "Tonic? Strength? Stronger?" Then they slowly turned to look at Ming. Ming felt inexplicably bewildered. "What are you looking at me for?" Dong Fong crossed his arms over his chest, scrutinizing Ming with an assessing gaze. "No wonder you're so tall and strong. Just a snake, yet overly robust." Ming blinked in confusion. "What does my height and physique have to do with this?" Achu let out a cold snicker. "You grew up eating divine herbs, constantly supplementing your body." He emphasized the last three words distinctly. Ming rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had never rolled his eyes before, but ever since meeting Achu and Dong Fong, he often felt speechless and had now instinctively started rolling his eyes. Ming stated emphatically, looking at Dong Fong and Achu, "My height is natural. It has nothing to do with divine herbs." "Cut out." Dong Fong brushed a few strands of hair from his forehead and remarked, "Who would believe you?" Glancing around, he noted that within the entire Serpent clan, none could match Ming's robust physique. And furthermore, Dong Fong's gaze stealthily darted to Ming's face, and he is quite handsome as well. Surely, it must be the work of the divine herb. Thus, without the herb's effects, Ming might very well be of similar height to him. "I can attest to that." Su Tong raised her small hand. "The divine herb does not induce height growth, nor does it alter one's physique." Ming cast a cold glance at Achu and Dong Fong. "Did you hear that? Could you lead me to the divine herb?" Su Tong asked with a hint of eagerness that if they could catch a chick and stew it with ginseng, it would provide nourishment for Yi and the pups in her womb. Ming smiled gently and extended his hand towards Su Tong. "Let us go to." Su Tong took Ming's hand and followed him out of the cave. "Oh no, it's getting dark," Dong Fong called out to Su Tong and Ming's retreating figures. Achu shot a glance at Dong Fong. "With us around, what is there to fear about the darkness?" With that, Achu joined Su Tong and Ming. "Indeed," Dong Fong shrugged, "with the Wolf King and the Serpent Lord, Su Tong is well protected." Just as they reached the foot of the mountain, the sound of a restless serpent horde echoed around them. Ming positioned himself protectively in front of Su Tong. Achu enveloped her in his embrace, and Dong Fong stood to the side. The three males formed a protective barrier around Su Tong. Ming and Achu's eyes were fixed intently on the agitated serpents within the thicket. The rustling sounds emanating from the woods were frantic, as if the serpents were collectively moving in their original forms. However, Ming had commanded the serpent horde to refrain from such actions. They would not defy his orders unless faced with an emergency. Achu even caught the sound of several male serpents hissing angrily. Ming, this is your territory," Achu remarked coldly. Ming's brow furrowed. "I am aware he would never allow danger to approach Su Tong, not even by a hair's breadth." As the sun sank in the west, the sky dimmed to a hazy yellow, casting shadows at the mountain's base. Su Tong's vision was not as keen as that of the three males, and she could hardly discern what lurked within the woods, nor could she clearly hear the commotion. "Step back," Ming suddenly warned. Achu swiftly pulled Su Tong's waist and retreated several paces. Dong Fong positioned himself in front of Achu, ready to shield Su Tong from any potential threats. Suddenly, a massive ball of intertwined serpents rolled out from the forest. Su Tong's heart raced as she beheld the writhing mass of serpents, cold sweat instantly dampening her back. She turned and buried her head against Achu's chest, clutching him tightly. Achu gently stroked her hair. "Be brave. Do not fear. We are all here." As I Ming's gaze hardened as he confronted the swarm of serpents, fury igniting within him as he shouted, "What are you doing?" He rushed over from a short distance. "Serpent Lord, we have captured an intruding beast." "An intruder?" Achu frowned, fixing his gaze on the writhing sphere of serpents. "Disperse." The serpents reluctantly parted, revealing a male who rolled out from within, his silver hair glistening brilliantly. Dongfang's anxious expression vanished in an instant. Hao Yin. Upon hearing his name, Su Tong whirled around, her fear transforming into mild anger. "You arrogant white tiger." With a short, tousled silver hair, golden eyes, and a well-defined muscular physique. Even in this disheveled state, he exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Su Tong recognized him as the very white Tiger King, Hao Yin, who had once arrogantly declared, "What are you even worth?" What was he doing here? "You lot, you insufferable serpents," Hao Yin exclaimed, brushing off his body with visible disdain, as if the serpents were still clinging to him. "Are you resorting to underhanded tactics because you cannot win?" A multitude of snakes bullying a solitary tiger. He glared at Ce, who remained in human form. "Do you even know who I am?" Ce, emboldened by Si Ming's presence, retorted, "I do not care who you are. Sneaking into our Changming Mountain makes you an intruder." Hao Yin clenched his fists, prepared to retaliate against Ce, but Si Ming's voice interrupted him. "Hao Yin, what brings you here?" Hao Yin glanced at Si Ming before his gaze shifted to Su Tong in Achu's embrace. His ears flushed red as he averted his eyes, adjusting his frayed leather skirt. "I was just wandering." "Wandering?" Si Ming regarded Hao Yin incredulously. Dongfang mirrored his confusion. "The Tiger King is out wandering alone as night falls?" Achu added, continuing Dongfang's line of questioning. "And you wandered onto the Serpent Clan's territory?" Su Tong, fuming, stamped her foot. "Exactly. This is definitely not wandering." Hao Yin was rendered speechless by the trio's barrage of questions, then cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Days prior, most of the serpent horde had not been stationed at Changming Mountain. Coupled with Si Ming's intentions to collaborate with him, it had been relatively easy for Hao Yin to come and go. He had originally intended to merely catch a glimpse of the young females, and thus avoided taking the main path to visit Si Ming, opting instead for the rocky trail at the boundary between Lion Tiger Mountain and the Serpent Clan. Who would have thought that the usually absent serpent horde would all be sound asleep in the woods connecting Lion Tiger Mountain and the Serpent Clan today? The moment he stepped into the thicket, the serpents detected his presence. Not wanting the young females to discover that he had sneaked into Changming Mountain, he turned to flee, only to be mistaken for an intruding beast by the horde. What ensued was a chaotic confrontation between one tiger and many serpents. Unable to contend with Hao Yin in human form, the serpents reverted to their serpent forms and executed a sea of snakes tactic, resulting in Hao Yin being enveloped in a ball and brought in. Now, not only had the young female witnessed it, but so had Si Ming, and even the Wolf King Achu and the High Priest Dongfang. It was not merely that they had seen it. They had seen him being rolled in by the serpent horde. Hao Yin wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. However, as the White Tiger King, he had to maintain the dignity of the Tiger Clan at all times. Hao Yin steadied himself, regaining his haughty demeanor, his gaze half-lidded in contempt. "Why should I care? This lord will do as he pleases. So mind your own business." The Achu couldn't help but chuckle. Years had passed, yet this tiger remained as arrogant as ever. "Very well." Su Tong stepped out of Achu's embrace and approached Hao Yin, ready to retort. "Then you..." She suddenly realized that the height difference between her and Hao Yin forced her to look up at him, which severely hindered her attempt to assert dominance. Choosing to step back a pace, she rose on her tiptoes, striving to elongate her neck to appear taller. Hao Yin observed Su Tong's futile attempts to bridge the distance between them, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Su Tong widened her eyes, glaring at Hao Yin, her voice ringing with determination. "Then you can just wander around here by yourself. We're going to pick the divine herb." She deliberately emphasized the last two words to underscore Hao Yin's solitary status. Hao Yin regarded Su Tong coldly. "Until we meet again." With a toss of her head, Su Tong declared, "Let us go." Achu and Dongfang followed closely behind, and as they passed by Hao Yin, Dongfang shot him a disparaging glance. As I Ming maintained a stoic expression as he addressed the serpent horde, paying no mind to the White Tiger King. Let him wander freely in the woods. With that, Si Ming chuckled softly, casting a glance at the proudly puffed-up Hao Yin. Before turning away and following Su Tong and the others, he was curious to see how long this old tiger could maintain his bravado. Upon receiving Si Ming's orders, the serpent horde returned to the woods for slumber, weary after days of digging and filling holes. Once the serpents had completely departed, the surroundings felt eerily quiet, save for Hao Yan's vigorous heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Once he confirmed that the other males and Su Tong had indeed moved far away, Hao Yan pressed a hand to his chest, inhaling deeply, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Surely, they did not notice how anxious I was. They couldn't have discovered my feelings for the young female, could they? On the other side of the mountain's base, Su Tong, following Si Ming's indicated path, marched towards a location where wild ginseng grew, muttering under her breath, "Arrogant tiger, insufferable Hao Yin, I wish you choke on meat and sputter on water." The three males silently trailed behind Su Tong, and Dongfang glanced at Si Ming. What is wrong with those two? Did Hao Yin offend Su Tong? Si Ming recounted the dialogue he had with Tong Tong after meeting Hao Yin to Achu and Dongfang, including the matter concerning Siyu and the reason why Su Tong had been exposed to the cold. Well done, Dongfang encouraged, giving Si Ming's shoulder a supportive pat. This priest acknowledges your handling of Siyu. Si Ming cast his eyes down at Dongfang's hand resting on his shoulder. Remove it. Dongfang quickly withdrew his hand. After hearing Si Ming's account, Achu was seething with rage, growling under his breath. How dare Hao Yin belittle Tong Tong? Ah, Dongfang nudged Achu with his elbow, wearing a nonchalant and knowing expression. That tiger is clearly speaking in jest. When has Hao Yin ever backed down? Even if the tiger is dead, its mouth remains as fierce as ever. Rest assured, there will come a time when he regrets his words. Dongfang glanced at Su Tong, who was walking ahead. No male can escape the allure of the little goddess. Let us await the day when that white tiger must apologize to Tong Tong. Upon hearing Dongfang's words, Achu's expression darkened further. Must she really accept him as a beast husband? Dongfang regarded Achu with a raised eyebrow. Are you certain you wish to prevent Tong Tong from accepting him? Achu nodded resolutely. I do not like him. Dongfang pointed at Si Ming behind them. Then he will merely become the next Si Ming. Si Ming was taken aback. What does this have to do with me? Achu shared his confusion. Dongfang regarded the two males with a look of exasperation. How can you both be so dense? Think about it. If you adamantly refuse Hao Yin and Tong Tong considers our feelings, she too will reject him. But Hao Yin is enamored with Tong Tong. Knowing him, he will not simply relent. If he cannot have Tong Tong, do you think he will quietly accept defeat? Dongfang spread his hands. I assure you, he will resort to threatening the Serpent clan and the Wolf clan to win her over, which is precisely what Si Ming has been doing to... Si Ming fell silent, rubbing his nose. It seemed he had indeed entertained such thoughts before. Dongfang continued, addressing Achu. So, do you believe you should accept him or not? Oh, Achu nodded reluctantly, begrudgingly indicating his acceptance. What choice did he have? Dongfang's reasoning was sound, and to avoid causing Tong Tong distress, he had to acquiesce. Si Ming raised his hand, intending to place on Achu's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, but hesitated once it was there. Achu turned, casting a puzzled glance at Si Ming. What are you doing? Attempting to ambush him. Si Ming withdrew his hand. I understand your feelings. He too had reluctantly accepted Achu and Dongfang for Tong Tong's sake. But now it appeared he had yet another target to accept. Hao Yin, what are you three doing back there? Su Tong suddenly turned around, eyeing the three males. Have we arrived? The three males could sense that Su Tong was still quite upset. Si Ming approached, bending slightly to meet her gaze, gently caressing her cheek with his fingers, and softly said, Do not be angry. It is unwise to let anger affect your health. Achu and Dongfang exchanged bewildered glances, their brows furrowed. What was this serpent saying? Si Ming had merely adapted the words Su Tong once used to comfort him. Yet, coming from Si Ming, those words made Su Tong laugh. I am no longer angry. How far are we from the place where the divine grass grows? Su Tong's smile returned as she asked it. Si Ming straightened, indicating ahead. It is just by the river. The river. Dongfang hurried over to peer ahead. You have a river here. He had always thought that rivers only existed at the boundary between the Lion-Tiger Mountain and the Wolf Clan territory. Ming gestured expansively. This river takes the form of a near semicircle. It originates at Lion-Tiger Mountain, passing through here before reaching your grasslands. Dong Fong exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so that river flows through your territory first? Si Ming nodded. Indeed. Through Si Ming's description, Su Tong conjured a rough image in her mind of the territories of the three clans merging together. The domains of the Lion-Tiger clan and the Serpent clan were both forested, with Lion-Tiger Mountain being the highest elevation, while the Wolf clan's grasslands are the lowest. As Su Tong looked up at the sky. Will it often rain during this season? The sky had not yet turned completely dark, but a massive dark cloud loomed in the distance. Dong Fong also glanced up at the sky. Sometimes it rains, and sometimes it does not. When it does, it can pour incessantly. For some inexplicable reason, Su Tong suddenly felt an ominous premonition that we must hurry to gather the divine grass. Tong Tong is already hungry. Achu quickened his pace, heading directly toward the riverbank. Dong Fong shot a sidelong glance at Achu. How do you know Tong Tong is hungry? It made them appear as though they were unconcerned about her needs. Achu casually replied, I heard her stomach growling. Su Tong quickly covered her stomach, feeling a mix of embarrassment and surprise as she looked at Achu's retreating figure. Don't eavesdrop. It was truly mortifying to have someone overhear the sounds of her stomach grumbling. Si Ming smiled, preparing to approach Su Tong. But Dong Fong was quicker, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. It's all right, Tong Tong. There's no shame in it. Our stomachs growl, too. As Dong Fong spoke, he led Su Tong toward the riverbank. Si Ming's hand hovered in midair, casting an annoyed glance at Dong Fong. By the time Su Tong and Dong Fong approached, Achu had already pinpointed several patches of soil with his keen sense of smell. Here, and here. Achu tugged at some grass nearby, tossing it onto different spots. These areas have the highest concentration of divine grass beneath the soil. Digging here will save us time. Su Tong clapped her hands gently. Achu, you are amazing. Amazing. Dong Fong looked at Su Tong, puzzled. What does that mean? Su Tong explained succinctly, it means very impressive. Humph. Dong Fong scoffed, that's merely the most basic ability of a wolf. Upon hearing this, Achu's expression darkened. He pointed at Dong Fong with a finger. You, come over and dig. Dong Fong glared back. Why don't you dig? Achu crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. This is Si Ming's territory. My nose, and what have you contributed? Dong Fong was momentarily speechless. The divine grass belonged to Si Ming. Achu had detected its specific location, and as for him, well, he certainly had nothing to offer. Suddenly, Dong Fong felt a gaze fixed intently upon him. He slowly turned his head to find Su Tong looking at him with eager eyes. Su Tong tilted her face upward, her eyelashes fluttering as she looked at Dong Fong, her large eyes bright and clear. Under her gaze, Dong Fong immediately realized he could not be outdone by the other two males. Unable to offer anything else, he would contribute his physical strength. I will dig. Dong Fong released his hold on Su Tong, pinpointed Achu's marked location, and without hesitation, plunged his hands into the soil, vigorously starting to dig. After a moment, he felt something beneath his hands, a divine grass. He immediately glanced at Su Tong. I found it. Praise me. Su Tong eagerly clapped her hands. Dong Fong, you are amazing. Huh. Dong Fong gripped the base of the ginseng tightly and yanked it out with all his might. With a pop, the ginseng was yanked free, sending a shower of slightly damp soil flying. The soil specks landed squarely on Su Tong's face, leaving a dot on each of their cheeks that Achu quickly turned, pulling Su Tong into his embrace, shielding her head with his hand, his brow furrowing as he glared at Dong Fong. Get away while you dig. Seeing this, Dong Fong quickly stood up, concern etched on his face. Is Tong Tong all right? Did any soil get in your eyes? Su Tong wiped her face with her hand and waved her small hands, laughing brightly. I'm fine. Nothing went in my eyes. Out of the corner of her eye, Su Tong noticed a speck of dirt on Achu's face. Achu, you have a bit on your face too. Let me help you get rid of it. Su Tong leaned closer to Achu, extending her hand to wipe the dirt from his face. In response, Achu tightened his embrace around her, the perfect curve of her form pressing against his chest, and he could distinctly feel the softness of her body against him. However, Su Tong was diligently focused on removing the grime from Achu's face and remained oblivious to his subtle movements. From a distance, Si Ming observed the scene with clarity, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Then, quietly, he crouched down and scooped a small handful of soil from the ground, flicking it onto his face with a mischievous gesture. Feigning surprise, Si Ming exclaimed, "Oh no, I have dirt on my face too." Yet Achu, with a greater amount of dirt plastered across his features, required several more wipes from Su Tong before he was adequately cleaned. Thus, she remained engrossed in her task, and Si Ming's voice was too soft for her to hear. Both Achu and Dong Fong were entirely focused on Su Tong, further diminishing the likelihood of them catching Si Ming's call. Raising his voice, Si Ming called out again, "Hey, I've gotten dirt on my face." This finally drew the attention of all three. Achu slowly turned his head, his gaze icy. Dong Fong glanced at the dirt smeared on Si Ming's face, rolling his eyes in disbelief, letting out a scoff. "Humph. This snake certainly knew how to seize an opportunity." His blunder had inadvertently granted the other two males a chance to draw closer to the little female. Noticing the dirt on Si Ming's face, Su Tong expressed her confusion. "How did you get dirt on your face when you were standing so far away?" Achu then turned towards Si Ming, extending his hand. "Come here, my hands are clean. I can help you. Stay away from me." Si Ming instinctively took a large step back, his expression wary as he glared at Achu. If Achu dared to touch his face, he would genuinely lose his temper. "I'll help you get it off," Achu continued. "Isn't there dirt on your face? It's not like only Su Tong's hands can clean it off." Seeing Si Ming's evident aversion to Achu's touch, Su Tong quickly raised her hand. "Si Ming, wait for me to wash my hands first. Then I'll help you, okay?" Si Ming's expression brightened instantly. "All right." Achu cast a disdainful glance at Si Ming, muttering, "Playing tricks." Si Ming, seemingly ignoring this remark, smiled as he stood still, awaiting Su Tong. Dong Fong looked at the dirt on his hands. "Can I have a little too?" Si Ming, catching sight of Dong Fong, retorted abruptly, "If you keep going, it will look fake." Dong Fong lifted his head and lowered his hands. Achu turned to Si Ming, speaking coolly. "So you know it's fake?" Si Ming chose to remain selectively deaf. As it stood, it wasn't yet fake. The little goddess had not suspected anything. If Dong Fong also got dirt on his face, she would surely notice that. "I'm here," Su Tong called out, having finished washing her hands. And she trotted over to Achu's previously cold demeanor, softened instantly as he gazed at the approaching Su Tong with affection, cautioning her, "Slow down, don't fall. The dirt on your face isn't going anywhere." As Su Tong neared Si Ming, she leaped with vigor, landing right in front of him, her smile revealing adorable dimples as she tilted her head. "The little expert in cleaning dirt has arrived." This scene prompted the three males to involuntarily chuckle. Their little female was simply too endearing. This Su family beast husband was certainly worth his weight. Si Ming mimicked Achu's earlier gesture, wrapping his arms around Su Tong's delicate waist, lowering his gaze to observe her earnest expression. Her smooth, oval face, dainty nose, and long, curled eyelashes framed a pair of eyes, sparkling like stars. Particularly captivating were her plump, rosy lips. Si Ming felt a surge of desire and leaned down to kiss Su Tong. However, instead of her lips, his mouth encountered an obstruction. Si Ming's pupils dilated in shock, his entire body freezing in place. "What do you think you're doing? We're still here." Achu blocked Su Tong's face with his hand, resulting in Si Ming kissing Achu's palm instead. The sight sent Dong Fong into fits of laughter, doubling over in amusement as he pulled Su Tong away from Si Ming's embrace. Dong Fong looked at the stunned Si Ming, unable to contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha." It was the first time he had seen the usually aloof Si Ming so flustered, so astonished, so rigid. Si Ming straightened up, frantically wiping his lips, his gaze turning icy as he glared at Achu. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Standing beside Dong Fong, Su Tong felt the urge to laugh but held back in sympathy for Si Ming. She understood that Si Ming had a slight cleanliness obsession, and this kiss on Achu's hand was indeed a risk to his composure. Unfazed by Si Ming's threat, Achu maintained his calm demeanor, speaking in a steady tone. The first rule for the Su family beast husband is to never quarrel. Si Ming gritted his teeth, suppressing the anger rising in his chest as he took a deep breath. "Stay away from me. If you touch me again, I'll break both your arms. That Achu scoffed disdainfully. You'd better try to. He was acutely aware that with Su Tong present, neither of them dared to truly harm the other, unless they wished to relinquish their status as Su family beast husbands, which was an unlikely scenario. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Su Tong had a sudden idea and stepped between Achu and Si Ming. Smiling brightly, how about we have a ginseng digging contest? Whoever digs the most wins. This tactic was reminiscent of how kindergarten teachers often redirected children's attention through new activities. All right, Achu and Si Ming replied in unison. Their tones stiff that Su Tong could sense that both males were struggling to contain their tempers. Dong Fong leaned in and poked Su Tong's arm. Su Tong. Turning to him, she replied, I'm being very good. Right? Dong Fong said proudly, raising his brows and waiting for praise. I didn't argue with him at all that a pair of piercing gazes, one brown and one red, fixated on Dong Fong like blades, sensing the murderous intent from Achu and Si Ming. He quickly turned back to the patch of soil he had just dug up, shouting, ginseng digging, compete for first place. Su Tong burst into laughter. Their dear little herbivore, Dong Fong, was truly surviving in a tight spot. She needed to support him more. Su Tong fixed her gaze on Achu and Si Ming, stating firmly, I'm telling you both, no matter what Dong Fong does, you must not lay a finger on him. Upon hearing this, Si Ming shifted his foot slightly. Su Tong promptly pointed at his foot. Even moving your foot is not allowed. I Ming nodded in agreement. What about Achu? Su Tong turned to Achu, who often had the most interactions with Dong Fong. Did you remember? Achu nodded as well, replying obediently. I remember. Seeing that Su Tong was backing him up, Dong Fong puffed out his chest proudly. If you dare to bully me, watch out for Su Tong's wrath. Achu then crouched down to start digging for ginseng. Si Ming, meanwhile, found a sturdy branch to use as a tool in place of his hands. Noticing the branch in Si Ming's hand, Su Tong couldn't help but admire, as expected of a snake familiar with modern civilization. So clever to use tools. Si Ming also found a branch for Su Tong, carefully removing the rough bark to ensure it was comfortable for her to hold. Here you go, darling. Su Tong felt warmth in her heart as she accepted the branch. The four of them, one female and three males, began digging for ginseng, with the three males occasionally tossing their finds beside Su Tong. As they wrapped up, Su Tong noticed that the pile of ginseng next to her had grown into a small mountain. Su Tong is first, the three males exclaimed in unison. Su Tong chuckled softly, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. The three males had stealthily tossed their ginseng into her collection, ensuring that she had the most, thus securing her victory. How could she not feel blissful with such evident favoritism from them, even in something as simple as ginseng digging? Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, and large raindrops began to fall rapidly. As they all looked up in surprise, the rain intensified. Seeing the impending storm, Si Ming immediately instructed the other two males, Achu, carry Su Tong back. Dong Fong, transform and follow closely. I'll gather the ginseng. We re-in for a heavy downpour. Having just recovered from the cold, the little goddess must not get soaked again. Achu picked up Su Tong, while Dong Fong transformed back into a little squirrel and clung to Achu's leg. And Si Ming sheltered the ginseng beneath his robe. Before the torrential downpour, they returned to the grand hall nestled halfway up the mountainside. Standing beneath the towering tree at the summit, Hao Yan gazed at the falling raindrops. His heart in turmoil. He had intended to rest, yet despite his restless tossing and turning, slumber eluded him. Each time he closed his eyes, the visage of Su Tong would materialize before him, the innocent gaze from their first encounter. The teasing expressions she wore when provoking him, transforming into a longing that weighed heavily upon Hao Yan's heart, causing him great distress. Thunder rumbled ominously. Another crack of lightning echoed from the horizon. Hao Yan struck his own mouth in self-reproach, muttering to himself, "Can't you speak properly? Why must you provoke that little female?" After chastising himself, he suddenly straightened his chest and shook his head defiantly. "No, I'm the lord of Shura Mountain, the esteemed White Tiger King. What does a mere little female amount to?" A cold snort escaped his nostrils as he mused. Is it merely her delicate appearance, her charming demeanor, her bright eyes? What else is so special about her? I find the little goddess to be perfection in every way at that moment. A deep male voice resonated from behind him. Hao Yin whirled around in surprise, demanding, "Who is there?" "It's me, your lordship." Hao Yin cast a displeased glance at Hao Yin. "What are you sneaking up on me for?" Hao Yin's tiger tail swayed playfully as he scratched his chin. "I wasn't sneaking up. I called for you several times, but you didn't respond, so I came closer." Hao Yin regarded Hao Yin with curiosity. Usually, the Lord had exceptional hearing and vigilance. Why had he failed to notice Hao Yin's approach today? Hao Yin pressed his lips together, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes that he had been so engrossed in his thoughts that he hadn't sensed another male as proximity. This simply wouldn't do. As the White Tiger King, he could not afford to lose his reputation. Suppressing his alarm, Hao Yin regained his aloof demeanor. "What do you want?" Hao Yin replied cautiously, "My lord, during thunderstorms, standing beneath a tree makes one susceptible to lightning strikes. Last time, a male went out to catch chickens during a storm and ended up getting struck by lightning, losing his wits." Hao Yin remained silent for a moment, casting a glance towards Changming Mountain before turning to descend the mountain. Reminding Hao Yin, "Now that you can restore your human form, refrain from wandering about in your original form. Relay my command. From today onward, all tigers within Shura Mountain shall live in human form." Though Hao Yin didn't quite understand why Hao Yin had issued such a decree, he nodded in agreement. "Understood." Moreover, Hao Yin emphasized sternly, "Ensure the males keep their sheepskins properly secured. No bare bottoms allowed. Should I discover anyone exposing themselves, I shall break their legs." Hao Yun's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. "Isn't being bare-bottomed quite normal? Who remembers to carry sheepskins when switching between tiger and human forms?" Subsequently, the males of Shura Mountain developed a peculiar characteristic. Each tiger male wore a soft branch tied around their ankles. This branch served to secure their sheepskins, preventing them from being lost during transformations. Although the sheepskin was cumbersome, it inadvertently provided an advantage. While hunting, herbivores would be distracted by the sheepskin trailing behind the running tigers, leading to their untimely demise. This undoubtedly eased the hunting challenges faced by the tiger males. Within the grand hall of Changming Mountain, Su Tong gazed anxiously at the increasingly heavy rain outside, which had begun to form a curtain of water. "Will this rain last all night?" she wondered aloud. Dong Fong, munching on dried figs, mumbled, "I doubt it. It should let up soon." Yet the worry on Su Tong's face did not dissipate as she scanned the horizon toward the grasslands. The intensity of the rain and the ominous clouds did not suggest an imminent cessation. Moreover, the raindrops fell with alarming force and speed. The grasslands, where the wolf pack resided, were low-lying. The accumulating water would not dissipate quickly. The wolves preferred residing in caves, some of which were even lower than the grasslands, posing a significant danger. "Achu, can you communicate with I and the others using wolf howls from here?" Su Tong turned to Achu, setting down the fig. Achu approached and nodded. "I can, but only for simple inquiries. I cannot convey complex matters." Su Tong gazed once more toward the grasslands. Lost in thought, "Why are you stealing my dried figs?" Dongfang shouted indignantly from within the grand hall. That a look of disdain crossed Siming's face as he glared at Dongfang. "Can't you eat a little less?" Unfazed, Dongfang picked up another fig defiantly. "Why are you so stingy? Changming Mountain has plenty of fruits and divine herbs. What is wrong with me eating a few figs?" Siming snatched the fig from Dongfang's grasp. Astonished, "There are only 30 dried figs here. You've already eaten 10 or 15 of them. How could such a small squirrel consume so much?" Simon glanced at Su Tong, continuing, "The only food I have here that Tong Tong can eat is dried figs. If you consume them all, what will Tong Tong eat? At this rate, would his precious little one even get a chance to eat figs?" He certainly did not wish for Tong Tong's first meal to consist of something undesirable. Dongfang looked skeptically at the figs. "Have I really eaten 15 already? What do you think?" Simon replied curtly. Wiping his mouth, Dongfang decided to stop eating. He couldn't let the little female go hungry. Yet, Su Tong was too preoccupied to eat. She turned back to Achu. "Perhaps you should ask the wolf pack how they're faring." "It's all right, Tong Tong." Dongfang stepped forward. "If the wolf pack is in trouble, they will call for Achu." However, sensing Su Tong's deep concern, Achu emitted a questioning howl toward the grasslands. The wolf pack in the distance responded with urgent howls. Upon hearing the howls, Su Tong turned to Achu. What did they say? Achu ruffled Su Tong's hair gently. They're fine, preparing to rest. Su Tong sighed in relief. That's good. I was worried that this rain would flood the grasslands and trap them in their caves. Siming furrowed his brow, gazing at the torrential rain outside, concern evident in his expression. Among their 3 tribes, only the wolf tribe dwelled in low caves on the grasslands, while the other 2 tribes resided in the mountains, safe from the rain. Thus, excessive rainfall could lead to water flooding the low caves, endangering the wolf pack. Prompted by Su Tong's reminder, Tong Tong began to worry too. This rain should let up soon. Achu nodded. It usually doesn't rain for long on the grasslands, but Su Tong did not share this belief. The rain showed no signs of abating. Suddenly, a series of urgent howls erupted from the distance. Su Tong grasped Achu's arm. Her expression frantic. Is something wrong? Even if I can't understand, I can tell that these howls are different from the ones before. Achu frowned at the grasslands. The wolf pack is in danger. Quick, we must return. Su Tong felt an overwhelming concern for Ai, who was carrying the wolf cubs, given how difficult it was for wolf cubs to survive and I's carelessness. She feared that if something happened on the grasslands, I might not be able to protect the cubs, and in turn, I would suffer. After all, the cubs in Is womb were the first new lives in many years within the beast realm. As long as these cubs could be safely born, the curse of infertility plaguing the wolf tribe, and even the entire beast realm, will be broken. Therefore, she absolutely could not allow any harm to befall Ai. Achu and I will go back. Tong Tong gently patted Su Tong's back, attempting to soothe her. No. Su Tong immediately responded, I'm going with you. You need me. The danger to the wolf pack is surely related to this rain. I have experience. Let me help you. She is a human, and she has witnessed numerous droughts and floods in modern civilization. She possesses considerable experience. No. Seeming immediately rejected Su Tong's suggestion, his expression grave. If the rainwater has reached a level that could affect the wolf pack, it signifies that the grassland is currently perilous. You must not go. Seeming softened his tone. They both need to rescue the wolf pack, and with their energy divided, they might not be able to look after you. Please listen. I must go. Su Tong declared earnestly, looking intently at Seeming. I am a goddess. It is my duty to protect the wolf pack. Moreover, I is pregnant. Worry filled Su Tong's eyes as Ming's pupils trembled. Startled, a female is pregnant? Su Tong nodded as Ming finally comprehended why Su Tong was in such a hurry. Even though he did not belong to the wolf clan, the arrival of new life held profound significance for him as well. Any sentient beast man would surely regard this matter as exceedingly important, for it meant that their beast clan would not face the threat of extinction any longer. Ming stood up, solemnly addressing Achu and Tong Tong. I will return with you. I will protect Tong Tong. Tong Tong glanced at Achu, who was looking at Su Tong, and after a moment of silence, he agreed. All right, we will return together. The rain poured heavily, and the wind howled fiercely. In the short time it took to descend the mountain, Su Tong and her companions were thoroughly soaked. Although Su Tong's robe was waterproof, the sheer volume of rain, coupled with the gale, rendered it ineffective at shielding her from the downpour. As Su Tong dismounted from Seeming, she realized that the water here had already risen past her ankles, and her brow furrowed. With Changming Mountain situated at the second highest elevation, if even it was like this. Then the grassland. Achu, wolf form. Su Tong shouted to Achu. Achu instantly transformed back into a prairie wolf, and Seeming lifted Su Tong, allowing her to mount the wolf's back. Tong Tong also reverted to a squirrel and climbed onto Achu, not forgetting to grab the snake skin tied around Achu's waist along with his own cover cloth. Concerned that Tong Tong might fall, Su Tong made sure to cradle him in her arms. Achu turned his head, whispering, Hold on tight. In the next moment, Achu dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, with Seeming transforming back into a white snake, closely following. Amidst the tempest, the trio, 2 males and 1 female, struggled onward toward the grassland. On the wolf clan's prairie, Are you all right? Ollie shouted loudly through the crevices of the stones toward the cave. Nearby, several male wolves frantically clawed at the massive stone blocking the cave entrance, their veins bulging, yet the stone remained unmoved. This one do. We can't budget at all. Achu pounded on the stone in desperation. If we don't clear it soon, I will drown inside. At this moment, the water on the prairie had already risen above their calves, and rainwater continued to flood into the cave, the force of the current pressing against the boulder, compounded by its own weight, rendering it immovable. Arno howled to the heavens, calling for Achu. Su suddenly shouted, "The king! The king has returned!" As soon as Achu arrived, Su Tong did not wait for Arno to assist her and jumped down. The torrent was swift, and she nearly slipped, but thankfully Ming arrived just in time to catch her waist from behind. As Su Tong looked at Arno, "What has happened?" The rain grew heavier, drowning out their voices, forcing Arno to shout. "You weren't here. I felt uncomfortable sleeping in the jade stone cave. So she moved back to her small cave. I was worried that the lake and the river over there would overflow. So I took Achu with me to check the water level. Suddenly, a flood surged across the prairie. It brought the boulder along with it, and then it blocked the entrance of Ice Cave. We can't open it no matter what. The cave is filled with water. I can't get out. What is I's condition now?" Su Tong shouted back. Arno shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't know?" Su Tong's heart stopped for a moment, an ominous feeling enveloping her. She trudged through the water to the cave entrance, leaning against the stone to peer inside. But it was pitch dark, and nothing was visible. Ice Cave was a low-lying one. Its confined space made it easy for rainwater to accumulate. While the water outside reached her calves, the level inside had already reached her waist. Ollie looked at Su Tong with a worried expression, her voice trembling. "I is afraid of water. She cannot swim." "This is bad." Su Tong felt a surge of anxiety. No wonder there was no response from inside the cave. A person with swimming skills might endure for a while in such a space, but someone who feared water could have already fainted. Drowning in water, one could suffocate without realizing it. "Let me try." Achu shouted, signaling everyone to step aside. Ming pulled Su Tong to the side, clearing a path for Achu. Achu charged forward with all his might, colliding with the boulder, involuntarily letting out a muffled grunt. But the stone did not budge. "This one work. We can't rely on brute strength." Su Tong's hair clung to her face, rainwater even clinging to her eyelashes. If brute force were effective, then the many male wolves pushing together would have moved it long. As Su Tong silently reminded herself to remain calm and think of a solution. She gazed at the boulder. An idea struck her, and she pointed to the area below the stone. "Dig a hole. Clear this area out, quickly." The male wolves did not hesitate for a moment, commencing a frenzied excavation. Ali, astonished, widened her eyes. One that let in more water faster. "Find sticks. Find sticks. The thicker, the better. Grab several." Su Tong, with no time to explain, ordered loudly. Dong Fong, who had transformed back into human form, immediately understood. "There are some in the jade stone cave. I'll go fetch them." At that time, in order to aid the young female, they had gathered plenty of wooden sticks. Su Tong turned to Ming, her eyes pleading. "Ming, could you go inside first to check on I's condition? I'm afraid she might faint in the water." Only Ming's original form could fit through the sole opening into the cave. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming agreed. All right, that Achu transformed back into human form and covered Su Tong's eyes. Ming then became a white snake, squeezing through the narrow crevice into the cave. After all, he was a giant python. The gap was somewhat tight for him. Once inside the cave, Ming shifted back into human form. Groping in the darkness, at last, he felt a sturdy arm on the highest stone platform within the cave. With a strong pull, Ice body emerged from the water. Ming, possessing night vision, clearly saw and instinctively felt astonished. The muscles of this female wolf were surprisingly comparable to his own. Ming couldn't help but marvel. Truly, a female of the wolf clan is indeed formidable. Ming, how is I? Su Tong's voice called from outside the cave. Ming placed his fingers beneath Ice nose. Her breath is weak. She may not last much longer. Upon hearing Ming's reply, tears streamed down Ali's face. Their female, wolves rarely shed tears. It was her first time crying in her wolf life. Yet Su Tong reassured herself. It's all right. The breath is weak, not absent. There is still hope. Just then, Dong Fong returned with a stick. Which one should we use? Su Tong crouched down to gauge the depth of the hole dug by the male wolves. This is sufficient. It's enough. Digging a bit of grass is to find a suitable fulcrum below. Su Tong distributed the sticks to Achu, Asu, Arno, and Agu, indicating 4 positions. When I count to 3, Achu and Agu will push inward, while Arno and Asu will push outward. Moving in opposite directions will allow us to overturn the boulder. If we can loosen it even a little, we can push it aside. The 4 males looked at the sticks in their hands, and Agu voiced out, "Will this work?" "The sticks are so flimsy that," Su Tong nodded. "Trust me, it will work. Such problems of using sticks to pry stones often appear in physics exercises." Knowledge will not deceive her, but Achu was the first to place the stick in the designated spot, unconditionally trusting the young female. Tong Tong, impatient, shouted at the other 3 males. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry! I and Si Ming are still inside." Only then did the 3 males position themselves correctly. Point 3, 2, 1, lift. Su Tong issued an order. The 4 male wolves exerted their strength in unison, and indeed the massive boulder began to shift, revealing an angle as the water surged in beneath their feet, the force of the current toppling the stone to the ground, as I Ming hastily cradled a Yi and dashed out of the cave. While Achu reached out to feel a Ye's breath, his expression darkening. "She's not breathing," that Agu collapsed in the pooled water, weeping uncontrollably. "Find a place to lay a Yi down flat." Yet Su Tong did not give up hope. Tong Tong quickly interjected, "The Jade Stone Cave has little water." Si Ming hurriedly carried a Yi towards the Jade Stone Cave. Upon entering, he gently placed a Yi on the ground. The Jade Stone Cave was spacious, with a relatively elevated terrain, thus accumulating very little water. Once Su Tong arrived, she immediately inserted her fingers into a Ye's mouth. I Ming frowned at the sight. It was evident that the young female was desperately intent on saving Yi. After confirming there were no obstructions in a Ye's mouth, Su Tong began to compress a Ye's chest while administering artificial respiration. This scene astonished all the males present, as well as the lone female, Ali. They gaped at Su Tong, while Tong Tong's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had yet to kiss the young female. At that moment, Su Tong's focus was solely on Yi, her lashes trembling as she repeatedly murmured, a Yi, wake up, don't slip away." After several attempts, cough, 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 a Yi finally expelled a mouthful of water and regained her breath. Su Tong sighed in relief, her tense body instantly relaxing as she crouched down, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had been suppressing her emotions with reason, but now she could no longer hold back. Si Ming wrapped his arm around Su Tong's shoulder. "Are you all right, Tong Tong?" Overwhelmed with anxiety, Su Tong merely waved her hand to indicate she was fine. Agu embraced a Yi, tears of joy streaming down her face. "A Yi, are you all right?" A Yi coughed a few times, wiping the water from the corner of her mouth. "I'm fine." Agu was ecstatic. "It was the little goddess who saved you." A Yi looked at the little goddess, her eyes filled with gratitude. Su Tong reached out to grasp a Ye's hand, offering a comforting smile. A Yi then clenched her fist and pounded her right chest, her voice still strong. "Thank you, little goddess." Si Ming was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this a gesture typically exchanged among males to express gratitude? In comparison to a Yi, he suddenly felt the little goddess in his arms was even more delicate. Yet he did not resent a Yi. Different females should naturally possess their own unique charms. He had heard a term in the human world, the beauty of strength, which likely described Yi perfectly. After expressing her gratitude to Su Tong, Yi gently caressed her abdomen, confirming there were no abnormalities. She then delivered a punch to Agu. "Where the hell have you been?" Agu was sent sprawling about 2 meters away. Su Tong's eyes widened in shock. So, in the beast realm, even when cursing, they would inquire about each other's family members. Si Ming distanced himself from Su Tong, and the Ye's behavior hardly resembled that of someone who had just been nearly drowned. "She'd better not accidentally hurt the little goddess." Agu, covering his cheek, protested. "I want to check." "No explanations," Yi interrupted angrily. "If I see you leave my sight again, I'll twist your neck." Both Su Tong and Si Ming were momentarily stunned. Twist her mate's neck? Aside from Su Tong and Si Ming, the other members of the wolf pack remained remarkably unfazed upon hearing this, for they had grown accustomed to such expressions. As Su Tong's brow furrowed slightly as she murmured to herself, "So one can treat their partner like this. I've learned something new." cast his gaze downward at the little goddess in his arms, his lips twitching slightly. Thunder rumbled. Thunder rumbled. 2 consecutive claps of thunder reminded everyone that the torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. And even the water in the jade stone cave began to rise. Helped Su Tong to her feet and turned to Achu. We can't stay here. Let's move the pack to Changming Mountain. Before Achu could respond, the other wolves collectively gasped, What? We don't want to go to the Serpent clan's territory. Ming shot a displeased glance at the pack, coolly retorting, Suit yourselves. After speaking, he looked earnestly at Achu and said, I don't care about the other wolves, but I cannot allow Tong Tong to live in a place like this again, damp, cramped, with the ground as a bed. Just one rain can cause such a disaster. How can I trust Tong Tong to return here? Dong Fong unusually did not argue with Ming, but instead urged Achu, extreme weather has become increasingly common in recent years. Didn't we consider migrating a while back? Why not do it now? Achu then cast a questioning glance at Su Tong. Su Tong nodded. I think it's feasible. Both Ming and Achu were her mates. The Wolf Clan and Serpent Clan would eventually merge. And there was no better time than the present. Changming Mountain had numerous caves, fertile land, and abundant resources sufficient for them to live together. After Su Tong spoke, Achu promptly issued orders. Pack up your things. We are moving to Changming Mountain. What else was there to pack? Ming coldly remarked, Is there anything worth taking with you? Achu fell in a deep thought. 2 sheepskins, a pile of wood. Half a gazelle. Ming scoffed and shook his head. What kind of nonsense is this? A new hissed at Achu. Stop talking. To mention such trivial things would be a disgrace. Achu lowered his head. Casting a sidelong glance at Achu's wolfish face bore a hint of embarrassment, yet he maintained the lofty demeanor of a wolf king. Leave everything. Let us go. Seeing the little goddess and the wolf king agree to move to Changming Mountain, the pack ceased their objections. Achu tore off the snake shed he had just tied, preparing to revert to his wolf form. Ming stopped him. Put on. You won't need to carry Tong Tong. I'll carry her back. Your fur is soaked, and it's uncomfortable for her to sit. Thus, Ming carried Su Tong back to Changming Mountain. The wolves, though professing reluctance, immediately set out to find suitable caves upon arriving at Changming Mountain. The resting Serpent clan members were rudely awakened. A rainy day was typically their prime sleeping time. Now, they were forced to rise and prepare cave for the newly arrived wolf pack. Every serpent's face displayed a clear discontent. At Lion-Tiger Mountain, within the cave at the summit, Hao Yin rose from the stone seat in the center of the cave, kicking aside a gold ore at his feet, his expression fraught with irritation. The sound of rain outside was utterly incapable of lulling him to sleep. Every pore in his body longed for Su Tong. This feeling was unprecedented and left him quite uncomfortable. The thought that Ming might be with the little goddess at this very moment ignited a surge of anger within Hao Yan's chest, prompting him to kick another piece of gold or sending it flying even farther. In the next moment, Hao Tian approached, cradling his head, looking aggrieved. My lord, what's wrong now? He had been enjoying a deep sleep when a piece of gold ore fell from the sky and struck his head. Thankfully, his head was hard, and he was unscathed. Flames of fury danced in Hao Yan's eyes as he glared at Hao Tian. Go to Changming Mountain and see what Ming and the little goddess are up to. Hao Tian, looking distressed, replied, My lord, it's pouring outside, and it's dark. What do you expect me to see? My eyesight isn't great either. Hao Yin barked, If I tell you go, then go. Stop with the nonsense. Hao Tian dared not express his anger. Muttering under his breath, getting mad at Tiger for peeking at the little goddess. What did you say? Hao Yan's eyes widened. Hao Tian bolted, disappearing like smoke from Hao Yan's sight. Hao Yin reclined back on the stone seat, staring blankly at the cave ceiling, pondering. If the little female has already accepted Ming as her mate, then what am I to do? No, wait. Hao Yin suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier that afternoon at Changming Mountain. Achu behind, Dong Fong beside, Ming in front. Their expressions and actions were evidently protective of the little female. Hao Yin shot upright, his brows furrowing tightly. Could it be that they are all mates of the little goddess? After all, in the beastly world, there are far more males than females, and it is commonplace for one female to be surrounded by multiple males. Suddenly, Hao Yin felt a sense of foreboding. His competitors had multiplied from 1 to 3. All formidable males, and he had also managed to anger the little female. Hao Yin pressed his forehead in distress, his face clouded with worry. Why on earth did he have to declare in front of the little female that females were merely tools for reproduction? Truly regrettable, his tongue had betrayed him. In the dimly lit hall halfway up Changming Mountain, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet this did not hinder the vision of Achu Ming and Dongfang, as they both possessed night vision abilities. Only Su Tong found herself in complete darkness, regardless of whether her eyes were open or closed. Outside, the rain fell in torrents, making it impossible for them to find dry wood for kindling. Thus, they were unable to create fire through friction. Achu had no choice but to rely on his own warmth to stave off the chill for Su Tong. Although he had previously warmed her when she fell into the lake, the situation this time was quite different. The hall lacked the warmth of the jadestone caves on the grasslands and offered no shelter from the wind. Su Tong's long hair was soaked by the rain, and the biting cold wind made her shiver involuntarily. Achu struggled to raise her temperature quickly with his own heat. That afternoon had been exhausting for Su Tong, filled with the chill of the lake, the drenching rain, and the anxiety of unexpected events. She was already showing symptoms of a cold, with a runny nose and a sore throat. Nestled in Achu's embrace, she sniffled, feeling utterly fatigued. Once again, she deeply realized that in this beastly world, her survival abilities were pitifully at the bottom of the food chain, amplifying her urgency to change her circumstances. Once the rain ceased, she was determined to seize the opportunity to plant crops and build a shelter. Aiming to improve her basic living conditions, Dongfang crouched beside Su Tong, concern etched on his face as he asked, "Tong Tong, do you feel any better?" Not wanting to worry them, Su Tong nodded. Much better, although it was far from true. Simon, filled with both worry and compassion, could detect the hoarseness in her voice, indicating her condition had indeed worsened. He looked at Su Tong with a serious expression. "You need not fear burdening us. Our purpose is to care for you better. Just speak up if you feel unwell. Do you understand?" Simon's words resonated with truth. Achu gently stroked Su Tong's hair, saying, "If you have any requests, simply voice them, and we shall take care of the rest." Although Su Tong could not see the expressions of the two males, she sensed their sincerity and silently nodded. "I'm very thirsty after shouting in the rain for so long." Her throat felt as if it were on fire. Upon hearing this, Dongfang immediately stood up. "I'll fetch you some water. I saw Ollie bring several stone bowls. Stop right there." Simon called out to Dongfang. "What water are you getting?" "Rainwater," Dongfang replied casually. Simon's voice turned cold. "Tong Tong does not drink rainwater. What a backward bunch of beastmen." Dongfang looked perplexed. "But there is no fire. How can we boil water?" "Wait here." Simon walked to the back of the marble pedestal, retrieving a bamboo tube before returning to Su Tong's side and crouching down. "This is filtered dew. It's little, but at least it's clean." A spark of surprise flashed in Su Tong's eyes as she reached out in the darkness to touch the bamboo tube in Simon's hand. "You can filter water," Simon explained with a smile. "I learned from watching a video. By using fine sand, pebbles, and clean sheep wool instead of cotton, I place them in another bamboo tube and let collect dew from the stones behind the marble. Whenever I'm thirsty, I drink from here." Su Tong accepted the bamboo tube, her heart swelling with joy and warmth that in this unfamiliar world, having a male who shared a common understanding of civilization made her feel a profound connection. Coupled with the influence of the serpent's scent within her, Su Tong's affection for Simon deepened even further. Simon gently urged Su Tong, "Drink up." Su Tong gulped it down in one go, her heart brimming with happiness. The dew in this bamboo tube tasted even better than milk tea. Dongfang poked Simon's arm. "Hey, what is a video? What did you see it? And what is a filter?" Simon withdrew the softness from his eyes, casting a cold glance at Dongfang. "I don't know." Dongfang squinted at Simon. "You just said it. You don't know? Is it not permissible for him to keep certain things to himself?" Simon did not wish to divulge the story of his journey from the human world to the other males, for it was a secret shared only between him and the little female. Dongfang scoffed softly. "Fine, if you don't want to say, you don't have to. I wouldn't want to hear it anyway." In truth, Dongfang was dying of curiosity as a little squirrel. He was naturally inquisitive. And it was this very trait of exploration and curiosity that had led them to become the high priests of the beastly world. Suddenly, a figure crashed before them. Serpent Lord, another intruding beast has been captured. The voice of the serpent male was laced with evident anger. Behave yourself, or else I'll punch you again. I'm not an intruder. I am Haotian of the White Tiger Mountain. Haotian covered his eyes, exclaiming in pain. Dongfang empathized with him, wishing to offer comfort, for being punched in the eye truly hurt. Haotian, filled with indignation, shouted, "You're all far too violent. I was merely passing by." Achu snorted, "Humph, another passerby tiger. Be silent, speak any louder, and I shall bite you to death." The serpent male's eyes blazed with fury. Each time the serpents had just settled down to sleep, they were disturbed. This was the third time they had been awakened today. Could they not be angry? They had already been irritated by a boisterous wolf pack before, and now the tiger was trying to sneak up the mountain. Their frustration boiled over, resulting in a collective beating of Haotian. Had the serpents not been enraged, they would not have been able to overpower the large tiger. And coincidentally, Haotian was somewhat weaker, thus he received a good thrashing from the serpents. Su Tong, unable to see anything, was completely unaware of what was occurring, only hearing Achu mention a tiger. Simon's eyes betrayed his impatience. What does your lord intend to do? What else could he want? Dongfang scoffed. He is probably here to gather information about Tong Tong. Bending down, Dongfang stared at the crouching Haotian. Can't your lord just humbly apologize to our little goddess? Bowed his head. Dongfang had expected Haotian to refute this on behalf of Haotian, but to his surprise, Haotian merely lamented, "I wish our lord would bow his head, but he is so stubborn. What can I do?" The tiger was indeed feeling quite wronged. Upon seeing Achu holding Su Tong, he instantly understood. The little goddess had more than just Siming as her partner. Thus, Haotian sat cross-legged on the ground, frowning. In the realm of courtship, with so few females, competition was inevitable. Even in a scenario of one female surrounded by many males, one must strive to become a partner first, then vie for the female's affection. Yet, their lord was so obstinate. He clearly adored the little goddess, but refused to admit it, deliberately provoking her. Haotian questioned his lord's sanity. Such behavior disqualified him from being a partner of the little goddess, let alone striving for her love. If their lord truly believed that females were merely for reproduction, why not simply join with Haoyue? After all, closing one's eyes would yield the same result. Haotian's words astonished Achu, Siming, and Dongfang. This little tiger truly did not regard them as outsiders, daring to speak so freely. Suddenly, Achu interjected. Before the little goddess arrived, none of the females could conceive, so your lord naturally wouldn't touch them. Haotian retorted, but our lord initially didn't know that females couldn't conceive. Still, he refrained from mating with Haoyue. Haotian gazed earnestly at Su Tong. That is because he is waiting for a female who truly captivates his heart. Dongfang tilted his chin at Haotian. Hey, you don't look. Our Tong Tong can't see you. Haotian glared at Dongfang with irritation. This squirrel was ruining the mood. He was trying to evoke emotion on behalf of his lord, only to be interrupted by Dongfang. After hearing Haotian's words, Su Tong felt somewhat bewildered. Does Haotian like her? At first, she genuinely believed that Haotian's gaze was a manifestation of love at first sight. However, his subsequent reactions dispelled that notion. Yet now, this male tiger insists that Haotian harbors feelings for her. Su Tong found herself lost in contemplation. Does he truly like her, or does he not? Upon resolving this dilemma, her brows gradually furrowed, and she silently sighed. How juvenile! The Haotian's behavior resembled that of a young boy in elementary school, who resorts to teasing a girl to capture her attention, hoping to make her perceive him as special. His affections were indeed genuine, but his immaturity was equally apparent. Ming gestured to the male snake to fetch Haotian. Return to rest. The snake nodded and departed. Achu looked down at Su Tong in his arms. Tong Tong. Do you like Haotian? Haotian perked up his ears, eagerly gazing at Su Tong. She simply shook her head. I do not. Now that she understood the reason behind Haotian's harsh words, she could at most say that she no longer disliked him. However, liking him was beyond her reach. Upon hearing Su Tong's response of disinterest, Haotian's head drooped, his expression one of disappointment. It seemed their lord would not become the companion of the little goddess after all. Did you hear that? Achu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Hao Yin. Go back and inform your lord that the little goddess does not harbor feelings for him, and he should refrain from passing by Changming Mountain at every opportunity. In the future, the guardians of Changming Mountain would not only be the snake tribe, but also the wolf tribe. Should your lord pass by again, Achu paused for effect, emphasizing his words, he will not be able to return. Hao Yin's pupils widened in shock. What did this mean? The wolf and snake tribes had joined forces. For the sake of the little goddess, they had actually merged. The little goddess was truly remarkable, able to unite two factions that viewed each other as bitter enemies. Yet, Hao Yin was not ready to give up. He stood up, scratched the back of his head, and grinned. Well, since the little goddess has already accepted two companions, why not let our lion-tiger tribe join as well? Su Tong was taken aback as Ming burst into laughter. This little tiger is quite amusing. Dongfang gazed at Hao Yin with a scoff. If Hao Yin were to learn that you were here scheming to merge the lion-tiger tribe, he would probably rip out your fangs. Hao Yin covered his cheeks with both hands, a look of horror on his face. But in the next moment, he lowered his hands and puffed out his chest, for the happiness of our lord. My fangs are nothing. Achu, Si Ming, and Dongfang silently regarded Hao Yin, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet Su Tong found herself amused by Hao Yin's remarks. What a peculiar breed of tiger he was, so blissfully naive. It was a pity that her vision was obscured. Otherwise, she would have loved to see what this silly tiger looked like. At this moment, Su Tong could not see Hao Yin's appearance, nor the expressions of the other three males. Yet, beneath their exterior, Si Ming, Achu, and Dongfang shared a common emotion: envy. Indeed, they envied Hao Yin for having such a tiger who would go to great lengths to help their lord win the affection of the little goddess. If they could possess a member like that, wouldn't it give them an edge among countless companions? Achu! Achu! Su Tong's sneeze interrupted the three males envied. Achu tightened his embrace around Su Tong. Are you still cold? Su Tong nodded, responding with a touch of grievance. And I'm also hungry and tired. Achu tenderly kissed her forehead. I'll take you to rest now. With that, Achu carried Su Tong toward the cave where Si Ming rested. Dongfang waved at Hao Yin. You may leave. Our Tong Tong needs to rest. But Hao Qian still wished to converse further with the little goddess. Yet Dongfang leaned closer to Hao Yin's ear, whispering, the little goddess will consider the merger with the lion-tiger mountain. But only if your lord first learns how to please her. And, Dongfang added, the little goddess has more than two companions. This priest is one of them. Hao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Dongfang. You? A mere squirrel could also be a companion of the little goddess? In an instant, Hao Yin felt a renewed sense of hope for his lord. Now, he would rush back to share this singular piece of good news with him and persuade his lord to apologize to the little goddess. With determination to convince Hao Yin hurriedly made his way back to the lion-tiger mountain. Inside the cave, Achu initially intended to lay Su Tong down on the wooden bed for a brief rest while he fetched a stone bowl from the wolf tribe to fill with dew for her. However, when Su Tong noticed Achu's intent to release her, she quickly clutched his arm, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Achu, don't go. I'm afraid of the dark. Achu, unable to resist the charm of Su Tong's soft voice, could not move his feet. Instead, he lay down with her on the bed. I won't go. Achu held Su Tong tightly, resting his head atop hers, tenderly stroking her half-dry hair. Tong Tong. Be good. Don't be afraid. I won't leave the cave's entrance. Si Ming and Dongfang watched Achu with envious eyes, yet both males remained silent. After all, among the three of them, only Achu could warm the little female's body. Tong Tong, have some dried figs. Si Ming offered a wooden box filled with dried figs. I'll feed you that, I'll do it, Dongfang interjected, approaching to snatch the wooden box. Si Ming swiftly raised the box to the side, enunciating each word. You, step aside. Dongfang reached out again to grab it, tugging on the other side of the box. You go fetch Tong Tong some more dew. Is it not acceptable for me to feed her? No. Si Ming forcefully tugged back. Unexpectedly, Dongfang did not relent, and the two remained locked in a standoff. Although Su Tong could not see their actions, she could hear them. Thus, she gently patted Achu's chest. Achu, bring the box over. I can eat on my own. Achu extended his hand towards Si Ming and Dongfang. Hand it over. The two males glared at each other, reluctantly placing the wooden box into Achu's hands. Su Tong opened the box and began to eat the dried figs. If you two have surplus energy, go fishing tomorrow. Otherwise, catching a chicken would suffice. She intended to prepare a nourishing soup to replenish her strength, as well as that of a Yi and L. S. I Ming and Dong Fong sat on either side of the wooden bed. Dong Fong glared at Si Ming, then at Achu. Previously, he had hoped to secure a spot beside the little female by calling her sister. But now that opportunity had been snatched away by Achu. Catching a chicken, Dong Fong was about to inquire about Su Tong's intentions with the chicken. Achu made a hushed gesture, indicating Su Tong in his embrace. She has fallen asleep. Only then did Si Ming and Dong Fong realize that Su Tong had dozed off after consuming just a single figure. She must be utterly exhausted. Dong Fong quietly removed the dried fig from Su Tong's hand and swiftly tossed it into his mouth. Si Ming and Achu shot him a glare. "What are you doing?" Dong Fong, chewing on the dried fig, replied in a hushed tone. "I consider this a kiss with Tong Tong. Besides Achu, and earlier with the Yi, I'm the third one, which is not be a D to note S. I Ming provocatively stared at Dong Fong. You are the fourth. Dong Fong's mouth was stuffed full of dried figs, forming a bulge as he mumbled. "What do you mean?" Si Ming pointed at himself. "I am the second." In an instant, the flavor of the dried figs vanished for Dong Fong. So, by this logic, he was not even in the top three? Achu furrowed his brow, looking at Si Ming, lowering his voice. "Have you already kissed Tong Tong?" Su Tong had barely been at Shaming Mountain for a day, and the time spent alone with Si Ming had not even exceeded a day. Yet he had already kissed her. While he had been the first to kiss Tong Tong, Si Ming's time was far shorter. Si Ming savored the memory of that kiss, proudly nodding. No need to envy. "I shall become Tong Tong's true first companion." The tone of Achu became unfriendly as Si Ming sneered. The verbal first. Achu had not anticipated that Si Ming would echo Dong Fong's words. Dong Fong was so enraged that his head felt ready to explode. He had yet to even kiss the little female. The two males had already begun to vie for the little female's affections. Why was there such a disparity in progress among the beast husbands of the Su family? That night was destined to be an insomniac night for the East. He needed to contemplate how to expedite the process between himself and the little goddess. The following day, the rain had ceased, and the sun shone brightly, casting warm rays into the cave. Su Tong turned over, stretched languorously, opened her eyes, and surveyed her surroundings, bewildered. How was it that she was the only one left? With her eyes still heavy with sleep, Su Tong sat up, her fingers brushing against the necklace around her neck, causing the spatial box to materialize, just as she was about to casually pluck a strand of fox fur from beneath her to exchange for something. Her gaze sharpened, and her drowsiness vanished. It's still here. The teeth-cleaning powder from her last exchange remained intact within the spatial box. Understanding dawned upon Su Tong. This space was not only a realm of exchange, but also a storage facility. "What a boon!" she exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, taking the teeth-cleaning powder from the box and popping it in her mouth to chew. This meant she now possessed a dual-purpose space for both exchanging and storing items. A remarkable advantage. However, a new concern suddenly arose. If the space would be utilized for storage, would she need to remove everything each time she wished to exchange? As the space expanded and her possessions multiplied, retrieving everything before each exchange could become quite cumbersome. A mischievous smile crept across Su Tong's face as she rolled her eyes, placing the teeth-cleaning powder back and adding the fox fur into the mix. She hoped the space was intelligent enough to discern which items were for exchange and which were for storage. As Su Tong closed her eyes and began to wish, "Please grant me a small piece of lard, a mini bottle of cooking wine, a small packet of salt, a mini lighter, 3 slices of ginger, a clove of garlic, and a small section of green onion. Ding dong." The sound of the space, alerting her that the exchange was complete, echoed in her ears. Su Tong eagerly opened the spatial box. Thud! Due to being overstuffed, the garlic popped out unexpectedly. Upon seeing it, Su Tong was filled with joy. The teeth-cleaning powder was still there. This proved that the space could indeed differentiate between items meant for storage and those for exchange, negating the need for a cloth bag to carry items. She merely needed to wear the necklace. As she examined the contents of the box, Su Tong's expression turned to one of astonishment upon spotting the cooking wine. She pulled it out to find it contained a single-use spray bottle of cooking wine. The space was remarkably intelligent. To fulfill her request, it had cleverly repackaged a large bottle into a smaller one. Fitting it into the limited space, Su Tong patted the spatial box appreciatively. What a wonderful creation! Just as she finished her praise, the spatial box flashed momentarily, as if responding to her compliment. Su Tong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Can you hear me? Ding ding." The box flashed twice more. Su Tong felt a chill run down her spine. The space was alive. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that if the space possessed consciousness, her successful exchanges might not merely be a glitch, but rather the space assisting her. Su Tong felt a mix of shock and gratitude. She retrieved the teeth-cleaning powder, leaving the remaining items inside the spatial box before retracting it. Gazing at the necklace around her neck, she grasped the sapphire and whispered, "Thank you. Little goddess, are you awake?" A Yi entered the cave. Su Tong smiled and inquired, "Where are the others?" A Yi did not respond directly, instead staring curiously at Su Tong's teeth. "Little goddess, what happened to your teeth?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Tong pressed her lips together. Her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. She had forgotten that she still had the teeth-cleaning powder in her mouth. Glancing around, she noticed a dew that Achu had left for her by the bedside. She scooped up a small sip, intending to rinse her mouth. After drinking, Su Tong wondered, where should she spit? A Yi, observing Su Tong's searching gaze, tilted her head in confusion. "Little goddess, what are you looking for?" Su Tong pointed at her mouth. Accompanying her words, she gestured with her hands as if to expel water. A Yi understood. "You want to spit out the water in your mouth?" Su Tong nodded enthusiastically. "Yes." A Yi pointed to the edge of the cliff on the other side of the cave. "You can spit it there." Su Tong peered over the cliff's edge. Did this count as high-altitude projectile? Years of modern education had conditioned her to not recognize that she could simply spit mouthwash wherever she pleased in the beast world. There was no designated place for waste disposal. Everything relied on nature to purify it. Thus, spitting mouthwash over the cliff was inconsequential. Su Tong approached the cliff's edge, leaning forward with only her head extending out. "Puffed, little goddess, what is that in your mouth?" A Yi inquired, intrigued. Su Tong beckoned A Yi closer. "Come here." A Yi mimicked Su Tong's position at the cliff's edge, and Su Tong presented the teeth-cleaning powder. "Open your mouth." A Yi obeyed, and Su Tong poured a small amount inside. "Chew it, but do not swallow." As A Yi began to chew the powder, her brows furrowed. "It's so cool." Su Tong retrieved the dew from earlier. "Drink some water, then swish around in your mouth and spit out." After gargling, A Yi expelled the contents. "Wow, my mouth feels so fresh." Su Tong laughed. "Of course, that's teeth-cleaning powder. After finishing it, your mouth will smell delightful." At the base of the cliff, Achu looked up towards the cave and noticed two heads protruding from the cliff's edge. The little goddess and A Yi. What was A Yi doing? Hadn't she been instructed to bring the little goddess down? Why hadn't they descended yet? Pitter-patter, Achu felt something fall onto his face from above. He reached up to touch it. Is it raining again? Achu, it seems to be raining again. Achu turned to the side where Su was gathering leaves. Achu looked up at the sky. I sent the sun's still shining. Where's the rain coming from? It better not rain, for the Wolf King had assigned him the task of drying wet leaves for the little goddess to use for fire. If it rained again, he wouldn't be able to complete his task. Without completion, the Wolf King wouldn't give him extra rations. Without those extra rations, he would grow thin. If you're thin, he wouldn't be chubby anymore. And being not chubby meant he wouldn't be cute. Achu's dream was to be a lovable big gray wolf. Su Tong handed A Yi the teeth-cleaning powder. From now on, remember to use this once a day to maintain oral health. It's beneficial for your body. By continually improving the lifestyle of the beast people, they could reduce unnecessary ailments in the future. This was also why Su Tong encouraged them to consume cooked meat and taught them to drink boiled water. Humanity had gradually increased its average lifespan through such changes, though the beast people had grown up eating raw meat. It was inherently unclean. Achu had almost died from parasites. Who knew if more formidable parasites would arise in the future? The beast world lacked medical equipment, and if a parasite were to invade the brain, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Su Tong aimed to eradicate such issues from the source. Suddenly, Yi remembered the purpose of her visit. Oh, right. The king and the others went fishing early this morning. I came to see if you were awake, and if you were, to take you with me. Su Tong smiled, feeling warmth in her heart. The males had truly gone fishing after she had mentioned it casually. Let us go together. But how do we descend? Su Tong was acutely aware that she could not navigate such a steep cliff on her own. Yi stood up, patting her chest. I'll take you down. Su Tong hurriedly waved her hands. No, you can't. You're pregnant. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi had already lifted Su Tong and leapt from the edge of the cliff, landing gracefully on a stone nearby. This sudden move left Su Tong utterly stunned. Whoosh! Before she could process what had happened, Yi had already reached the foot of the mountain. Yi set Su Tong down. We've arrived. Su Tong stood there dazed, her calves trembling slightly. Just moments ago, she had thought Yi would lower her down directly from the cave in a vertical drop. Su Tong slightly tilted her head to look up at Yi, who towered over her, silently giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Yi blushed modestly and chuckled. Oh, it's just a small feat. Su Tong did not consider this a trivial matter. After all, Yi was carrying a little wolf cub. And just yesterday, she had nearly drowned in the stagnant water. Furthermore, Yi had only rested for a single night. Yet her physical condition had remarkably improved compared to her own. Even now, Su Tong could still feel a hint of soreness in her throat. Little goddess Yi. Achu rushed over. You have successfully brought the little goddess here. I reckon Wang and the others are anxiously waiting. Cough. Su Tong felt an itch in her throat and covered her mouth to cough. By the way, hearing Su Tong cough, Yi suddenly remembered something. Wang instructed me to bring some water for the little goddess, but I forgot. Let me go fetch some no need. Let before Su Tong could finish. Yi had already leaped up the mountain. Little goddess, wait for me. Having just been praised by Su Tong, Yi was now feeling quite pleased with herself, eager to showcase her abilities to the little goddess. With a single arm, she grasped a rock and effortlessly vaulted over the protruding boulder, her movements crisp and agile, her well-defined biceps strikingly impressive. Su Tong gazed intently at Yi's nimble figure. Her mouth inadvertently agape that moment. She felt a mix of envy and admiration, glancing down at her own arms. What on earth? She suddenly felt a sense of disdain for her own arms, which were as slender as twigs. Both arms combined were not even half the strength of Yi's single arm. She felt so weak. Achu, come help me move the leaves back, a voice called from the woods. It was Achu. In response, Achu shouted back, do it yourself. I need to protect the little goddess. Yi had gone to fetch water, and the little goddess could not be left unprotected. Achu called out again. I don't have a big enough cover. It won't fit. Upon hearing this, Su Tong smiled faintly. You go ahead. It's fine. I'll just wait here for Yi. Everyone is here, so there's no need to worry. Achu reconsidered. That's true. Ever since the Wolf clan merged with the Serpent clan, there's nothing around here that could pose a threat to the little goddess. Then I'll go help Achu. Su Tong nodded. Go on. Achu turned and dashed into the woods. Just as Achu left, Yi's voice echoed from above. Little goddess, the dew is gone. I'll go get some more. You stay put and don't run around. All right. Su Tong shouted back, her voice so loud that it left her slightly breathless, her head feeling a bit dizzy. At that moment, she envied Yi's powerful voice. Su Tong leaned against a tree trunk and sat on a stone, her eyes inadvertently catching sight of a tiny mushroom that had just sprouted. Her face lighting up with joy. The perfect companion for soup. She squatted down to admire the little mushroom. Oh, you're quite adorable in your diminutive size. This tiny mushroom made her reluctant to pick it. Su Tong gently touched the little mushroom. If you're too small, there won't be enough to eat. I'll wait until you grow a bit more before I cook you. Looking ahead, her eyes sparkled with delight. So many mushrooms. After the heavy rain, the fungi had flourished wildly, and the roots of the trees were now covered with fresh mushrooms, eyeing a bounty of ingredients for her soup. Su Tong ventured deeper into the woods in search of larger mushrooms. Unbeknownst to her, she had strayed far into the forest, just as Su Tong had spotted a gigantic mushroom and was preparing to pluck it. A large hand suddenly covered her mouth and dragged her behind a tree. Su Tong's eyes widened in terror as she struggled, her fingers clawing at the hand covering her mouth. It was then that she realized she had ventured to the forest's innermost depths. A considerable distance from Changming Mountain, Achu, Siming, Dongfang, and the others were all fishing by the river in the opposite direction, further away from her than Changming Mountain. Thus, her struggles could not possibly alert Achu and the others. Su Tong instantly regretted her decision. If she had known, she wouldn't have picked any mushrooms. Don't move. It's me, that a deep male voice murmured from behind her. Su Tong froze for a moment. This voice sounded familiar. Turning her head, she looked up to meet a pair of peach blossom eyes. Hao Yan. Su Tong's face was half covered by Hao Yan's large hand, leaving only her eyes and brows visible. She glared at him in annoyance. And pointed forcefully at the hand covering her mouth, signaling him to release her. Hao Yan said nothing, merely gazing into Su Tong's eyes, shaking his head as Su Tong lifted her foot and stepped on Hao Yan's foot. Let go. Hao Yan, unfazed, smirked. Doesn't hurt. Do it again. He felt no pain whatsoever and even found it somewhat pleasurable to have the little goddess on his foot. As Su Tong wished she could plant both of Ye's legs on her own and deliver a hefty kick to this annoying white tiger. Su Tong furrowed her brows, her eyes radiating clear displeasure. Noticing her anger, Hao Yan finally spoke. If you promise not to scream, I will let you go. Otherwise, the moment the little goddess makes a sound, that wolf will surely come charging over, and I want to be able to stay alone with you. As Su Tong glared at Hao Yan. She had no intention of agreeing, but recognizing the wisdom in compliance. She reluctantly nodded. Only then did Hao Yan slowly release her. Help. Su Tong barely uttered a syllable before Hao Yan covered her mouth again. His grip tightened, and a hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he pulled her further back behind another tree. Didn't we agree not to make a sound? How can you, little female, be so inconsistent? Hao Yan quickly scanned the direction of Changming Mountain, and upon confirming there was no movement, he finally relaxed. Su Tong frowned, glaring at Hao Yan. Am I out of my mind? Should I be trustworthy with the tiger that has captured me? In the face of danger, one would instinctively seek help to escape. Who would care about anything else? Hao Yan looked at Su Tong's flushed half-face, his brow furrowing slightly, feeling an uncomfortable pang in his heart. Don't be angry. He unconsciously softened his tone. Seeing her so upset couldn't be good for the little female. As he spoke, Hao Yan raised his other hand, presenting something to Su Tong. I came to bring you this. Su Tong stared at the unknown creature before her. Puzzled, what is this colorful thing? Her gaze dropped until she spotted the sharp beak, and suddenly realized it was a chicken. Moreover, it was a wild rooster, since the wild hens had gray feathers. Su Tong regarded the chicken in Hao Yan's hand, reassured that she was no longer in danger, and gradually calmed down. Noting that Su Tong's expression returned to normal, Hao Yan released his grip on her mouth. There are no chickens near Changming Mountain. Our Lion Tiger Mountain is close to the bird clan's territory, and small chickens often pass through, so I caught one for you. How did you know I needed a chicken? Su Tong asked. Filled with curiosity, without a moment's thought, Hao Yan replied. Didn't Siming discuss this with Achu this morning, saying they couldn't catch any chickens, so they were going to catch fish for you? Su Tong pressed further. Then how did you hear their conversation this morning? Cough, cough. Hao Yan tapped his finger against his nose, his gaze evasive. Our Hao Tian. Su Tong crossed her arms and interjected playfully. So you happened to pass by Changming Mountain and overheard. How could you know? Hao Yan stared at Su Tong, startled. Su Tong looked at Hao Yan helplessly. She had lost count of how many times the Tiger Clan had passed by Changming Mountain. Couldn't this foolish tiger think of a new excuse? Yet, in the next moment, she found herself instinctively captivated by Hao Yan's handsome visage. Hao Yan stood against the light, his tousled hair falling over his eyes. His chiseled features and straight nose complemented by his unique golden irises, emanating an air of nobility. If she were to set aside personal feelings and assess objectively, Hao Yan's looks were undoubtedly of exceptional caliber. Simultaneously, Su Tong began to suspect that the White Tiger King's beauty was earned through intelligence. Casting a glance at the wild rooster dangling from Hao Yan's hand, she firmly stated, I don't want your chicken. Hao Yan frowned. Why not? Stepping back, Su Tong replied coldly, We're not familiar enough. Hao Yan extended his arm, lifting the wild rooster once more before Sutong's eyes, exclaiming, "If you eat my chicken, won't it be cooked?" Startled by the sudden proximity of a wild fowl to her face, Sutong instinctively took a step back, her gaze filled with skepticism as she looked at Haoyin. "Are you really attempting to win my favor with a wild rooster?" Haoyin hesitated, his eyes darting about, unable to meet Sutong's gaze, and he lowered the hand that held the rooster. "Speak up, my lord," came the anxious whisper from the grass behind them, the voice of Haoyin. He had instructed the lord on what to say the previous night, baffled as to why the lord remained silent now. Sutong leaned forward, peering past Haoyin to catch sight of a round tiger head. Her eyes brightened. "It's you, the clawed tiger who greeted me in the woods." She had a vivid impression of that adorable yet somewhat fierce tiger. "Hey." Haoyin performed the same greeting as before, his large paw waving. In order to ensure the success of the Lord's chicken delivery task, he had deliberately transformed back into his tiger form to assist. Haoyin glanced back at Haoyin. "This is Haoyin." "You are Haoyin?" Sutong exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "The not-so-bright, silly tiger from the Great Hall last night was you?" Haoyin suddenly found himself reluctant to acknowledge his identity. Had he truly been that foolish yesterday? Haoyin observed Sutong's excited expression, her eyes sparkling. Her charming demeanor felt like a ray of sunshine, warming his heart. He nodded with a gentle smile, the words that had previously been difficult to utter now flowing effortlessly. With sincere eyes, he looked at Sutong and admitted, "Indeed, I wish to please you." "You could." Haoyin took a deep breath. "Will you forgive me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sutong replied bluntly. No, the corners of Haoyin's mouth instantly stiffened. His gaze on Sutong tinged with a hint of sadness and disappointment. Haoyin remained calm. "It's all right. It's no problem if the little goddess refuses." He had previously demonstrated to the Lord what to say if the little goddess rejected his apology. Yet, Haoyin remained silent, staring at Sutong, his grip on the wild rooster tightening. Sutong could even hear the sound of the rooster's bones cracking under the pressure. Seeing Haoyin's continued silence, Haoyin's anxiety began to rise. His tail sweeping the ground. Why wasn't he the Lord speaking? Hadn't they gone over what to say last night? The tiger was growing increasingly frantic. "Why?" Haoyin's voice was low and serious. Sutong met his gaze directly, responding with unwavering composure. "If I easily forgive you for a mere chicken, you will never realize your own issues. You will never understand how serious your words were, nor how disrespectful they are to us females." Haoyin quickly retorted, "That was just a thoughtless remark, devoid of significance." "Devoid of significance." Sutong scoffed lightly. "Just because you say it is meaningless, does that make it so? Your casual words cause me distress, and you think a simple "it's meaningless" suffices as an explanation? If it truly held no meaning, why utter it at all? I merely wanted to provoke Siming, to make you take notice of me." Haoyin blurted out. Sutong fell silent. Haoyin furrowed his brow, as if steeling himself to continue. "You hide behind Siming, who protects you, while you rely on him, completely disregarding my pursuit of you. I was merely masking my own insecurities that I fear that if I formally express my feelings as I'm doing now, you would reject me, and I would lose my dignity." Upon hearing the word dignity, Sutong's brow furrowed. "In your eyes, your dignity matters, but my dignity does not. So what is more important to you, your dignity or your so-called affection for me? If we were to be together, would you abandon me for the sake of your dignity? When it comes to dignity and face, there's no need to speak of love." Sutong found it astonishing that Haoyin would bring up dignity. She had not anticipated that, even in the beast world, there existed males with such machismo. She strongly disapproved of conflating love with pride and dignity. To her, the so-called pride and love was entirely illusory. Should not love be dictated by the heart? Furthermore, the notion that deep affection equates to being a simp baffled her. Why do people deliberately belittle those who love deeply? It seemed as if loving someone wholeheartedly was a mistake. While those who toyed with others' feelings were the true victors, true devotion was undoubtedly one of the most precious things in the world. Is it a crime to be deeply in love? It is not the passion that is criminal. Rather, it is the one who betrays their devoted partner in a relationship. People long for love throughout the ages, yet they do not permit passion to exist. Doesn't that seem contradictory? Sutong believed that the only aspect of the beast world worthy of her admiration was the unwavering and pure fervor that a male displays once he has set his sights on a female. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Yin possessed such a quality.